This is a world of beast tamers, where both pets and humans coexist. Here, owning powerful and rare pets means having it all, because they are creatures that can summon rain and wind or, in an instant, can destroy the world. Standing at the peak of this world is a young boy named Tamer. The pet within him is called the moon god lightning butterfly. It is a mythical beast that not only has the ability to reverse time and space and alter causality, but is also immortal. The more one looks at Tamer, the more impressive he appears, as his pupils shine with a light resembling the moon. All the affection and favor of the moon god for Tamer is reflected in those eyes. In this world, Tamer is the only one revered as the moon king, the king of the moonlight, sought after and worshipped by countless people. But for all his prowess, no one could rival the moon king. Yet, while sleeping, he carelessly rolled off the bed, hitting his head on the ground, leading to an absurd end. At that moment, another boy with the same name from Earth in the 21st century transmigrated into this body, receiving countless fragments of memories from the original owner. Tamer too was truly in shock. In fact, when he first arrived, he had become the top figure in the world, which was undoubtedly a stroke of luck falling from the sky. However, it was only really luck if all the information about the Moon King was accurate. But when Tamer tried to check the original owner's information, he discovered that his pet was not the legendary moon god lightning butterfly but merely the lightning butterfly, a low-quality moonlight attribute pet. Damn. What a scam. All the hopes for a glorious identity in this new world were shattered for Tamer. At just 14, he awakened his accompanying pet. At 15 he was dubbed the Moon King, the highest student at the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. At 16 he established the Moon Sect, revered by hundreds of thousands as their leader. And on the eve of entering school at 17, he received a challenge from the Star Moon Emperor. 3 years later was the day of the final showdown. It was all just a dream. However, the original owner was not deceiving anyone, as he truly believed himself to be strong, and thought that the lightning butterfly was an incarnation of a divine beast, only revealing its true form as the moon god lightning butterfly when he fell into an illusion. Even when faced with the challenge from the 8-star beast tamer Star Moon Emperor, the original Tamer had never shown any hesitation or fear, truly exuding an air of authority. If this Tamer from the 21st century had not relied on the system he gained after transmigrating and seen the accurate information about himself, he might have believed the things the original owner once believed. Putting that aside, Tamer summoned the lightning butterfly, as he had to get to know his accompanying pet. The moment the lightning butterfly appeared, he was stunned for a few seconds because it looked really adorable. But the sad news is that apart from being cute, this creature is completely useless. Tamer was filled with despair. What now? Don't tell me the battle with the great Emperor Thongongwite is in 3 years. Right now. Even if you are an elite student of the Beast Taming Academy, you can't defeat him. Without the golden hands that other protagonists have, there is no way Tukla could beat the great Emperor Thongongwite in 3 years. It is purely a fantasy. Just thinking about this, he seemed to remember something. It appears that the life of the original owner did have something like a golden hand, because deep in the original owner's memories was something very mysterious and strange, which he did not know where it came from, but he knew he was extremely averse to it. After trying to recall, Tukualung finally remembered its name. The Ngwai Chithij. The moment he recalled this, the Ngwai Chithi immediately appeared before him. It was originally a picture book, containing illustrations of many mythical beasts. Tukualung quickly understood how this worked. Each time he touched new mythical beasts in reality, their images would appear in this picture book. Each time the Ngwai Chithi collected enough value and a certain number of images, a draw would take place. At that time, Tukualung would have the chance to draw a mythical beast of unknown grade. When he flipped to the section about supreme beings, he understood why the original owner had such an aversion to the Ngwai Chithi, because the section for Ai Thengao Thi Lim Leap was completely blank. This meant that the Ngwai Chithi denied the existence of this mythical beast, which completely contradicted the original owner's belief that he possessed the legendary creature Ngwai Thun Thime Li Pi. However, for Tukualung, this Ngwai Chithi was no different from a golden hand. Here at the Ngwai Kwang Beast Taming Academy, there are mythical beasts everywhere. It is not hard to touch them. If he accumulated enough draws, he might actually be able to draw the Ngwai them theme Ziep. The battle in 3 years is still far off. It is too early to know which cat will catch which mouse. The urgent matter now is to quickly grow stronger to truly deserve the title of Ngwai Chi View that he is carrying. With that thought, Tukualung put on an additional coat and rushed outside. Under the high-rise dormitory of the Ngwai Kwang Beast Taming Academy, student Bekshite Nai was feeding a cute Ngwai Kwang rabbit. This made her best friend. Tikwati Chen stare in disbelief. Bekshite Nai, you spend all day feeding these low-level creatures. What if they cling to you? Don't worry. Tikwati Chen, I won't sign a contract with a low-level Ngwai Kwang rabbit. I am just playing with it a bit. There is no problem at all. Why is there no problem? Tu Keen yelled. You are an elite student of the academy. If you pick up too many strange smells, you won't attract the stronger mythical beasts anymore. Speaking of which, T-Von used the Ngai Chi Vaig as an example, saying he had never interacted with ordinary mythical beasts, not to mention high-level mythical beasts. He would not even glance at supreme beasts passing by. She guessed that the reason for this was due to the accompanying mythical beast. The Nguai Then Thium Lipi hates the smell of lower-level beasts. As they were talking, the Nguai Quang rabbit suddenly perked up its ears to listen to something, then quickly ran away. They looked in that direction and discovered Tu Ku Un Wang walking by. The eyes that held the powerful silver moon seemed to make anyone want to submit entirely at your feet with just one glance. Tivan and Buk Dai now were captivated by Kunyi, who, in turn, had noticed them, particularly Buk Dai Nai because she had two cat ears and beast eyes. Could it be that they are a human and their pet? Tu Ning thought to himself, then quickly dismissed that idea. The Moon Chi King was not one to typically interact with pets, and certainly not someone friendly, to avoid arousing suspicion. He should continue to act like the original owner. With that thought, Tu Lo Ying coldly turned away and headed alone to the Moonlight Pavilion, which contained numerous low-level pets. If he could interact with all of them at least once, he might as well draw lots for the first time. Inside the Moonlight Pavilion, Tu Kuo-Ling could find countless low-level pets, from which he could unlock many more pets in the Moon Chai book. However, it is worth mentioning that the Moon Chai book could even provide specific information and combat skills about them. It is a shame that the original owner had despised it so much. The deeper he went into the Moonlight Pavilion, the fewer pets there were. More precisely, these low-level pets seemed too scared to approach a closed room. Tu Lo-Ning speculated that this was the territory of intermediate-level pets, which could intimidate the low-level ones into behaving. Without thinking too much, he opened the door and stepped inside. The room was vast, with a cushion in the center, and there indeed lay a fierce beast. Tu Ku-Luk-In leaned against the information board by the entrance and learned that it was Bech Ho-Lex, an intermediate-level pet of the Moonlight system. It possessed a beauty rare among intermediate-level pets, and even in the entire pet world, such beauty was uncommon. It had a gentle temperament, enjoyed eating grass, and particularly loved bathing in moonlight. Therefore, Bach Ho-Lux was extremely selective in choosing a mate, leading to its current rarity, with only the Moon God Palace preserving genuine breeding of Bech Ho-Lex. Tu Kuo-Lung-In looked at the board full of text and felt that this was a bit exaggerated. After all, it was just an intermediate-level pet. Following him, a few other students from the academy entered the room. Upon seeing Bech Ho-Lux, they could not contain their astonishment. Is not this Moonlight Pavilion open for free? Then how can they afford to raise such a pet? An intermediate-level one at that. I have never seen other pets treated like this. Could it be because of its looks? Just look at how beautiful Bech Ho-Lux is. Does not it give off a vibe that I can resist? Maybe some wealthy person just likes it that way. Ti Kuo-Nyi heard the two students whispering, not realizing that Bech Ho-Lux could hear them too. While that student was still rambling on about filthy things regarding Bech Ho-Lux to his friend, he suddenly got drenched with a stream of cold water right on his head. The source of this was Bech Ho-Lux. Looking at its fierce expression, the two students immediately turned on their heels and ran for it. No way. Can it really understand our conversation? Who knows? I heard there are some mid-level pets with high intelligence that can understand people's hearts. So it is best to get out of here. Tukuling is not in a hurry to leave. After all, he did not provoke Bech Ho-Lux. The creature has stopped being lazy and left its cushion to stroll around the room. When its gaze met Tukuling, he was stunned for a few seconds. Bech Ho-Lux was unconsciously drawn closer by the moonlight into Kepel-Ning's eyes, leaning in towards him. As they made contact, Ngai Chitha was immediately activated, unlocking the image of the new pet. However, what is surprising is that the newly unlocked pet is named ATP Vanna Hen I-Nate, a Moonlight System pet of supreme rank, not just an ordinary mid-level Bech Ho-like. Tukuo-Ling could not hide his astonishment. In front of him was a supreme-level pet powerful enough to destroy an entire city. It is worth mentioning that a supreme-level pet is a high-ranking existence, ruling over countless beasts. Once it goes wild, the area within hundreds of meters can be flattened with a single kick. But why is such a terrifying pet appearing in the academy? If that is the case, the entire school could be blown away at any moment. Tukuling tried to calm himself. Wait. If using this supreme pet allows him to be at ease here, it could be because of its gentle nature. The school must know it won't harm others recklessly. Right, earlier, it was just because those two students were quicker with their mouths than their brains, which is why it splashed water on them. But it is also possible they wanted to play dumb and act like the prey, just like the protagonist in web novels, clearly possessing incredible strength but pretending to be a fool. Ti Kuo-Yang is nothing like that. He is truly in a bad situation, lacking strength and only able to rely on his looks to intimidate others. After a long while of being dazed, Tu Lung realized the deer was staring at him, and an uneasy feeling arose in his heart. Wait, is this deer about to attack me? Could it be that Tu Highle, standing here for too long, has made aware his identity might have been exposed? If attacked now, he would not stand a chance. Tu Highle began to act dumb, praising it. This mid-level butch holoxy is really beautiful. I must have been careless staring at it for too long. Haha. No matter why this fierce beast is here. Tu Highle definitely does not want to be attacked by it, so he pretended to admire the scenery around him, then quickly ran towards the door. Although he was scared, in butch holoxy's view, it was also just drawn to Tu Highle for too long due to the patterns in his eyes. After Tu Highle ran away, butch holof lazily returned to its cushion. But surprisingly, this pet pulled out a smartphone from underneath the cushion and started searching online for people with eyes resembling the moon. After seeing the information that appeared, butch holox could not hide its surprise regarding Tu Highle. After leaving Uguite Lai Quan, he quickly returned to the dorm area. Right now, Tu Highle still feels that the situation earlier was too dangerous and wonders who could be so cruel. Isn't this like releasing a king dragon into a zoo? Moreover, that white flower deer is much stronger. Just one kick from it could easily kick away a few dragon overlords. What if it stomped on the clouds? If they attack from the outside, Tu Highle will definitely lose his life. After all, it is a supreme level pet. While your pet is currently the weakest, if it were not for the Moonlight Book, Tu Highle would be a waste among wastes. By the way, earlier at the Moonlight Pavilion, the Moonlight Book provided not only clear images of pets, but also displayed their skills and traits. This means that Tu Highle could understand everything about any pet after coming into contact with it. This is extremely useful in battle when you know your opponent's pet well. Thinking of this, Tu Highle felt particularly excited. Taking advantage of the dark, he wanted to find a minor pet in the academy to test this feature of the Moonlight Book. Then Tu Highle spotted the Moonlight Rabbit from earlier. What is noteworthy here is that according to the pet settings in this world, normally, Moonlight-type pets become aggressive and their combat power suddenly increases when illuminated by the moonlight. However, this Moonlight Rabbit seemed to have no reaction to the moonlight at all. Thinking this, Tu Highle was startled. Donnie tell me this rabbit is also pretending to be a useless pig feeding on tigers. Having unmatched power while pretending to be weak, just look at its regal and calm posture. It might even be more formidable than the supreme pet I encountered earlier. With this thought, Tu Highle felt particularly tense. But he also wanted to use the Moonlight Book's functionality to clarify just what kind of divine creature this rabbit was. So he cautiously approached and slowly reached out his hand towards it. However, after touching the Moonlight Rabbit, Tu Highle was left disappointed, because this rabbit was fundamentally not a pig feeding on tigers at all, but a true waste. Not only was it a low-level pet, but since birth, it had suffered from congenital defects and could not enhance its power by absorbing moonlight on regular nights. Only on full moon nights, when the moon is at its fullest, can it possess combat strength. In other words, compared to normal low-level pets, this rabbit is even worse. Tu Highle could not help but feel disappointed. Indeed, unexpected encounters with high-level pets were fated not to happen to him. Just the sight of Tu Highle holding the Moonlight Rabbit was seen by someone. That someone was Buckshite Nye, the cat-eared girl he met earlier. Before going to bed, she planned to feed the little rabbit again, only to find the Moonlight King, who absolutely never touches weak pets, comfortably holding that Moonlight Rabbit. Buckshite Nye returned to her room in shock, seeing Tibo leisurely applying a facial mask. She asked, "Tikwati Chen, do you think there is a possibility?" "I am just saying there is a possibility. The Moonlight King really likes small animals, does not he?" Tikusin froze for a few seconds, then asked back, "Have you listened to the lectures so much that you have lost your mind? I will ask for leave for you in the next 2 days. Okay, I was just kidding." Buckshite Nye laughed and then went back to her room, but she was sure that what she saw earlier was not an illusion. It turned out that the domineering Moon Chi King had a warm side like this. Thinking of this, Buckshite Nye could not help but feel excited. Even more thrilled to be the only one who knew this side of Tiku. As for Tiku, he realized he had been caught by Buckshite Nye, but he did not care much, thinking that maybe the girls would actually like it. After a long day, Tu Highle just wanted to roll into bed and sleep. However, when he entered the bedroom, he was startled to find a stranger there. This figure was not entirely human but resembled a humanoid pet. The most important thing was that the oppressive feeling was even greater than that of the deer that transformed into a person. The other person stepped closer to Tu Highle, while he was too scared to move. But for some reason, Tu Highle still looked full of energy, even somewhat overwhelming compared to the other person. The person continued to approach and suddenly knelt down about 2 meters away from Tiku Highle. "I pay my respects to the Moon Chi King and to the great moon god." This situation seemed a bit different from what Tu Highle expected. But it was good that this person was not here to attack him, as they got closer and he could see better. Tikuo Lung recalled that he had an impression of this person from the fragmented memories of the original host. This was one of the pets of the Songangite sect. But Tikuo Nying could not quite remember who exactly this was. As he pondered, a cold silence enveloped the entire room. Tikuo Ling did not respond, and the other person did not dare to move, not even to breathe heavily. She silently marveled at the legendary Moon Chi King, the strongest beastmaster in the world, a living legend who was majestic even in silence. After about a minute of tension, Tikuo Yun could not remember who this person was, so he gave up. He cleared his throat a few times and then asked, "Who are you?" After he spoke, the other person dared to exhale, and then reported the latest news from the Songangite sect, stating that according to the believers investigating in the central area, the remnants of the Blackangite sect had been intensively active again in the central continent, especially closely related to the beastmasters of the Moon God Palace. Tu Lung felt overwhelmed again after hearing this. What is the Blackangite sect? Why did not he have any impression of it? As a result, when the girl looked up, she saw Tikuo Lung turning his back to her, the sect leader. The other person called out in confusion, "All right. Do not say anything more. Absolutely do not say anything more." Tikuo Lung shouted loudly, and the other person immediately fell silent. But at that moment, he was actually searching online to find out what the Blackangite sect really was. It turned out to be an organization that once stationed in the northern area, believing in gods like the Divine Palace. The legendary Blackangite possessed a strange magic that had once turned the moon into darkness. 3 years ago, the Blackangite sect had a direct conflict with the Songangite sect and was completely destroyed on the night of the full moon. Tikuo Lung has updated the information. It turns out it is not your problem, but because this church is too weak. Even the original master does not care about it, which is why you did not have any impression earlier. The leader of the Black Moon Church is certainly not worth mentioning, but the Moon God Palace is also involved in this, so the nature of the matter has changed, the girl added upon hearing the name Moon God Palace. Tikuo Ling's expression completely changed. Unlike other mixed organizations, the Moon God Palace has been the ruler of the continent for thousands of years, truly uniting the world through the legendary beast. Although the ruler's status has diminished over the past millennium, in just 3 short years, it has been threatened by the Moon Church. The 4 moon statues have prepared a combat plan, so that even if the Moon God Palace engages in direct conflict, there is a chance to retreat safely. But that means there will be fewer close guards beside you. Therefore, regarding this action, the subordinates have come to seek the opinion of the esteemed leader. The girl said, "It is. Go ahead. As long as I still stand with the moonlight." And Tu Lung spoke vaguely, then sat down in a chair, turning his back to the full moon. The dim light of the moon made his unique eyes shine even brighter. Along with his previous tone, it can be said that Tuklaji now looks more reliable than ever.
Yep.
"Dear leader," the girl excitedly exclaimed, never expecting to hear such words from the Moon Chi King while still alive. She thought to herself, as long as the Moon Chi King still has the moon god Swift Butterfly, then no one in this world would dare to touch him, and there is no need for anyone to protect him, as he is the brightest moonlight. After that, this girl quickly left, and once she was sure she had disappeared, Tu Lo Yu could no longer maintain his composure. He really could not stand his previous speech. It was all just to mimic the original master as closely as possible. This is mainly because the original master often had strange sayings, vague half-starts and half-ends. However, every time he said these things, the followers misunderstood them as wise words, divine intentions, even though they were truly meaningless. Tiku Lai Ing, having crossed into the body of the original master, had to imitate him closely, and the Moon God Palace was giving him a real headache. He had just arrived here for a day, and things had already become this complicated. Although for the original Moon Chi King, the Moon God Palace is no longer a concern. The premise is that the Moon Chi King must possess the moon god Swift Butterfly, but now he is just too inch, possessing only the super useless Swift Light Butterfly, trying to put on the act of the Moon Chi King. Tu Kuang regretted the words he had just said. Now he has no guards beside him. If he encounters danger, he would definitely end up in trouble. While he was worried about this, Tu Kuang suddenly thought of something. Right. He still has the Moon Chai book. Today at the Moonlight Pavilion, he had contact with many beasts. Perhaps he has accumulated enough to draw lots. And Tio Long opened the Moon Chi book. Indeed, he could exchange it for a chance to draw a card. This lottery system has a probability of drawing all Moonlight-type beasts, from low to high quality. After the draw, a contract will be automatically signed. But if you are not satisfied, you can choose to annul the contract for some experience points. It is not too much of a loss. Before the draw, Tuolung prayed 7,749 times. He is quite tense right now, but if he draws the Supreme Beast, it could turn the tables, and he would not have to worry anymore. After De Luing activated the draw, the Moon Che book emitted a dazzling golden light, following a series of dramatic effects. It announced that Tu Qual Meng had drawn the Moon Shadow with precise vision, a high-level moonlight beast with 2 combat skills, Moon Scale and Stealth. Although it is not the Supreme Beast, Getting a high-level one is not too bad. If Tikuo were just an ordinary student, he would have been quite excited to draw such a rare high-level beast like the precise vision moon shadow. However, for the leader of the dual moon sect, Nguai Chi Ving, this precise vision moon shadow is practically worthless. The urgent issue at hand is something that the power of a high-level beast can't resolve. Therefore, after some consideration, Tu Long decided to annul the contract with it. The system was quite generous, as the experience value gained after annulment caused his abilities to skyrocket, nearly reaching a 2-star Beastmaster level. Yet, even so, and Tu Leng found it hard to feel happy. Looking back, the original host in the Dual Moon sect had many opportunities to sign contracts with supreme beasts. But it seemed he thought he truly possessed the moon god lightning butterfly, so he did not take it seriously. Now, the one facing the consequences is Tu Kuo Ing. He could not help but sigh heavily. Later, when he got into bed and prepared to sleep, Tu Long realized a problem. Even though a high-level beast like the precise vision moon shadow could not solve the fundamental issue of fighting against the Black Moon sect, but no matter how you put it, it is still stronger than his low-level lightning butterfly, which has no combatability at all. In an emergency, it could still hold its own a bit. And yet he had annulled the contract without a second thought. Is his personality still being influenced by the original host? It is still a bit different. At least I do not believe the moon god lightning butterfly is real, Tu Kuo Ning thought to himself. Then flopped onto the bed, still fuming about that precise vision moon shadow. He vowed that next time he drew a high-level beast, he would sign the contract immediately. Tomorrow, he planned to go to the Moon Quantity Pavilion again to collect the remaining low-level beasts. There is also that deer, the cloud-transcending moon. Tu Kuo Wang intended to give it some delicious food and trick it into coming along. The next morning, when the cloud-transcending moon woke up, it discovered that its large house had been destroyed. Oh my, are you awake? My precious. The cloud-transcending moon was startled, then noticed the caregiver was fluffing its fur. Precious, once you get to the Moon God Palace, there will be even more delicious treats than here. Soon, a messenger from the Moon God Palace will come to pick you up. You must not be picky and must listen to the caregiver from now on. The cloud-transcending moon was startled again. What does this person mean? Am I being sold to the Moon God Palace? In reality, this doubt of theirs has been proven correct. Because outside at that time, the 2 beast tamers of the Moon God Palace responsible for welcoming Van Hone Guyot had already arrived at the Moonlight Pavilion. Their appearance piqued the curiosity of the students in the Beast Taming Academy, who all gathered around. I heard that the Moonche Prince came here to cultivate. I thought it would be a wonderful place. But it turns out there are just a bunch of kids. How ridiculous, one of the envoys from the Moon God Palace said. Little sister, do not cause trouble. We are only here for the white flower deer. We absolutely must not create any disturbances, especially concerning the Moon Chi Prince and the Songhai sect. The other one reminded her of. I know. I do not want to make things worse either. Just take the white flower deer and that is it. Right, not long after, a girl wearing glasses walked out of the Moonlight Pavilion. She introduced herself as Thanha, the owner of the Moonlight Pavilion. Thanha glanced at the 2 women, not surprised to see their dismissive attitude. It is a pity that the Moon God Palace has fallen behind in the golden era of beast taming. No matter how arrogant they are, they can't change that. Since you 2 ambassadors are here, do not hesitate. Come in and see the white flower deer with me, Thanha said. No need. Have not we already seen it on the network? We will offer you 10 times the amount, so just bring it out here directly. No more delays. As soon as this was said, Thanha could not hide her astonishment. The white flower deer is currently on the brink of extinction due to its extremely selective mating habits. Therefore, although it is a mid-level pet, its price is equivalent to that of a high-level pet. Moreover, this white flower deer has an unparalleled appearance in the academy. The people from the Moon God Palace came from afar and offered such a high price, showing their determination to acquire it. Thinking this, Thanha felt that Chi Bang should take this opportunity to raise the price a bit more. The 2 ambassadors here seemed unaware, but this white flower deer is a descendant of a pet owned by the founder of our academy. Therefore, we have always treated it with the care of a supreme pet. If the price is 10 times, it truly is not enough to compensate for the resources we have invested. After hearing this, the younger sister was the first to react, bursting into laughter. What do you mean a descendant of a royal pet? Isn't it just a mid-level pet? And you are saying it is treated like a supreme pet, based on this poor place. I doubt you have even seen the real deal. Shut up, the older sister interjected. Then continued to offer to buy the white flower deer at 20 times the price. Sister, what are you talking about? 20 times is a bit too much. That is beyond the budget. Ignoring her sister's objections, the girl was determined to pay 20 times the price to take the white flower deer, because her Moonchai Than pet is an extremely rare high-level type, with the special ability to avert disaster and foresee danger. Since arriving here, it has been in a state of extreme frenzy. seemingly warning of impending misfortune. Therefore, wanting to leave quickly, she was willing to raise the price a bit more, but it was too late. As soon as she thought of this, she felt a force strong enough to crush others. Someone was coming, and the kind of power that could instill such fear, causing people to freeze like this, could only belong to the Moon Chi King. The two messengers from the Moon God Palace turned to see Tu Lingyin, trembling uncontrollably, not knowing why he was in a place filled with low-level spirit beasts like the Moonli, Eng Quan. That younger sister was even worse off as her mind was completely suppressed by the Moon Chi King, and she could no longer hear her older sister's words. Little sister, can you hear me? Quick, bow your head. Do not face him. Snap out of it, despite signaling continuously. The red-haired messenger had lost enough clarity to hear or see anything anymore. It was not until she staggered back that her sister stepped forward to support her. And then the two of them knelt down together. Tu Longyi had also approached, looking down at them with a particularly high and mighty gaze. That cold, domineering aura made everything in this world seem like mere dust, giving the feeling that a true deity stood before them. The two messenger sisters were so terrified they could not lift their heads, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. In reality, Tiquo Lunyu was only looking at them a bit longer out of curiosity about why people from the Moon God Palace were here. But due to his identity as the Moon Chi King, he did not find it appropriate to ask. The two messengers, feeling Kogi's intense gaze, became even more frightened, thinking that his mood was bad and he wanted to take their lives. Fortunately, at that moment, then he stepped in to salvage the situation. Lord Nu Gang, it is such an honor to see your face today. I am the owner of the Moonlaw Xing Quan, and it is truly a great honor to see your appearance today. Then he went on to happily share that she had just joined the Moon religion 3 months ago, enthusiastically introducing that these two messengers were from the Moon God Palace, and were here to purchase mid-level spirit beasts. Specifically the white flower deer that he had seen yesterday. The appearance of that deer was indeed perfect. Even the Moon God Palace had to pay a high price to buy it. Then he rambled on with pride when he heard that the Moonlaw Xing Quan wanted to sell the Zfapi Van Hong On Guide. Tu Lung was clearly unhappy. And moreover, that extravagant treatment was actually just due to its bloodline and appearance, while the key point was that its essence was actually a supreme-level spirit beast that no one but him knew. This was the kind of thing that money could not buy. So Tu Koliu was even more determined not to let the Moon Wen Quan sell it like that. So Kong Ying turned around and then threw out a disjointed remark. Go back. This is not where you should be. The moon is about to fall. If it were said by someone else, it would just be a trivial remark, but it came from the unmatched Moon Chi King. Those present turned pale after hearing it, especially the two messengers from the Moon God Palace. They speculated that the meaning of this statement could potentially spell unprecedented disaster for the Moon God Palace. The moon will not fall because the night is eternal. That younger sister did not understand why she could not control her words. Perhaps because her mind was no longer clear. She unconsciously uttered the motto of the Moon God Palace, responding to the words of the Moon Chi King. Oh my. She actually dared to defy the Moon King. The crowd buzzed in shock. At that moment, the woman realized how disrespectful her actions had been. She instinctively looked up, only to meet Tu Ling's gaze, colder than ice, overwhelmed by fear. She fainted. Only her older sister remained calm in this situation. In her mind, Buk Ho Luk no longer mattered, as the situation had far exceeded their ability to handle. They needed to return to the Moon God Palace to report what Tu Luan had just said to Thap Tran Phi. For a great disaster was likely approaching. Thinking this, she immediately helped her younger sister return. Then he watched the scene, highly amused, as she had long been tired of the arrogant demeanor of the people from the Moon God Palace. What do you mean the moon never sets, because the night is eternal? Their dim moon had set long ago. For the true moon had fallen into a deep slumber in the eyes of the Moon King Tala Ying. After sending away the messenger from the Moon God Palace, Tu Kuoing entered the Moonlight Pavilion. Only when he was sure no one could see him did he dare to let out a breath. The recent situation was truly dangerous. Having to maintain the facade of the Moon Chi King was exhausting. He did not know if his performance was convincing. But after saying that, the people from the Moon God Palace would likely no longer be obsessed with that white deer. Meanwhile, in the private room of Zefapi von Aragayat, staff from the Moonlight Pavilion began moving its belongings, but the deer vehemently protested, tearing at the staff's clothes and crying out in distress. The staff found it confusing, as it usually behaved very obediently and gently. Right. Is it because the treasure can't bear to part from its mother? The caretaker of Zaipi Fine Hun Ho Ungwai suddenly thought of this reason and rushed to hug the deer. Don't worry. Even when you go to the Moon God Palace, your mother will visit you often. Internally, Afi Van Geit strongly opposed this. Who cared? It just did not want to go to the Moon God Palace. At that moment, the cushion of Vepi Van Geit was lifted, and the staff discovered many things hidden underneath it. Half-eaten sunflower seeds. A doll. A mirror. Romantic novels. And even a mobile phone. A series of question marks appeared above her head. Do monsters like these things too? Among them. That phone must be the most valuable item. The caretaker thought this was something someone had dropped, and picked it up. Seeing this, Zippy Van Hefekwite became extremely tense, fearing that her browsing history would be discovered. To protect this secret, it had to break its usual gentle image, gaining momentum to charge at its closest caretaker. The mobile phone in her hand flew up and landed right in the hands of Tukuka La Ing, who had just burst into the room. This situation was even worse than having the caretaker see her browsing history. Tikuo Yin looked at the phone in his hand. Seeing a low-quality novel displayed on the screen about a noble and a monster, he was truly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zapi Van Hagite, feeling too embarrassed, hid behind her bed. Now he just hates that there is no hole to crawl into. After a few seconds, Tikulogi decided to regain his cold demeanor by throwing the phone in his hand away. Then declared, "Today's deal with the Moon God Temple is cancelled. Everyone can stop packing up. The people from the Song Ingite sect will be here soon to negotiate the acquisition of the Ingitelot Lingyu Tavern." After saying that, Tu Alung left without a single wasted movement, leaving the staff behind in confusion. He had actually come here to discuss the acquisition of the Ngite Ning Tavern. Running into the people from the Moon God Temple was completely unexpected. After all, with this place as a cover, he could interact openly with many lower-level monsters. However, Tu Kuo Ying did not expect to encounter the embarrassing scene of the Supreme Beast right after arriving. He was afraid that it would get so embarrassed that it would go crazy and hurt him, which is why he withdrew quickly like this. He left, leaving the scene silent. After a few seconds to process the information, the staff could not help but gasp in astonishment. Did the Moon Prince really announce the cancellation of the deal? Did he meet the envoy from the Moon God Temple outside? What just happened? I want to know so badly. I heard it was a unilateral termination due to the situation. So domineering. No wonder he is the Moon Prince. Wait, does this mean he is declaring war on the Moon God Temple? We will definitely be protected by the Song Ingite sect. Right, but I am even more curious about that phone. Which could make the Moon Prince show such a serious expression? What could possibly be on that phone? When Napi Van Hongite heard this, its pride was ignited. Before anyone could touch the phone again, it rushed in, biting tightly onto the phone and dashed outside. The staff could not catch up, only able to look at each other in confusion. What is wrong with this little guy? Is it going through a rebellious phase? Zapi Van Hongite sprinted out of the Inwhite Ling Tavern, chasing after Tu Lunch. The other day, he had seen through its identity, and today he discovered its embarrassing browser history. Zapi Van and Hongite felt that if it let him leave the Ngite Light Lung Tavern today, it would have to escape to another planet to avoid humiliation. Stop, Moon Prince. You saw everything. That deer runs fast. Soon it blocked Ling's way. Urgently speaking, its voice sounded very nice. And moreover, it was a girl's voice. Tukuling immediately understood. No wonder he read those silly novels. If you dare to reveal this secret, I will definitely not let you go. Zapi Van Hongite threatened again. Tukuloan remained silent for a few seconds, showing no expression at all. When the deer thought it had successfully frightened him, the Moon Prince, who always kept a cold demeanor, suddenly sneered. Just endure the grief. Sometimes losing face is a way to say goodbye to your past self. Right. Lady, you have definitely caught my attention. Tikuo Ing kept repeating lines from that brainless novel, making Geft Api Van Ahon Ungite so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole. Shut up. Just shut up. Don't you think I will be scared just because you are the Moonchi King? She shouted. If I hear that you have told anyone about my identity or those lines, I will rush out of Ngite Li Quan, run to your doorstep, and slam my head at your feet, splattering blood all over you. Zapi Van Hongite threatened. Although her threats were not very damaging, they reminded Tuklai in that if you call the name of a pet within a certain radius, it might trigger their sixth sense, unique to only the highest quality pets. So I took this opportunity to negotiate a bit with Zipi Vane Han and Guyot. That means if I call, you will definitely come. Right, of course. The deer shouted. After saying that, she realized the situation was a bit off. She had just threatened Tiaozing. So how did it end up like this? Then it is settled. From now on, if I call and you do not come, I will reveal your secret to everyone. And Ting said, then casually walked away. Zim Van Honenguite was stunned. But when she saw Takal Mung about to disappear from her sight, she suddenly shouted, warning him to be careful of the full moon days to maintain her cool image. Tikuo Yin did not even turn back after hearing that. She just let out a sound and went straight back to the dormitory. As soon as his figure was completely gone, Azay Van Honenguite stood there, confused. Thinking about Tuha's earlier words, he did not know if it was because she read too many novels. But she felt Tuhal's Yingyi's words were no different from a domineering COS confession, making her heart flutter with joy. As for Ying, after ensuring his safety, he had to find a discreet place, constantly adjusting his breathing due to nervousness. Earlier, Ying just wanted to tease Zepi Na and Han Nugait a bit, because her embarrassed look was very entertaining. Little did he know he ended up making threats that seemed to actually work. It seemed the deer really cared about her image. However, he did not understand the meaning behind her last words to be careful of the full moon. Yet, he still felt uneasy. Could something happen on the full moon in 3 days? If that is the case, then Tigua was in a dangerous situation. Because according to the personnel deployment plan of the Song Nugait Jiao, there was not a bodyguard near him at the moment, so if he wanted to be more certain, it might be wise to strengthen his pet team a bit. With that thought, Tuglung took out the Gaiat Chitha, hoping to summon a new pet. At the same time, a meeting of the Thapi Trafi was taking place at Nengait Then Kung. The Thap Trafi is the head beast master of Mugait Then Kung. Their identities are still unclear, but it is rumored that they are all very beautiful women. The pair of sister emissaries have returned, bringing back the cryptic words about the moon about to fall that Tutukalai Long said to report. Even though we do not yet know what that means, the words of the Moon Chi King have truly reminded us of something. The seasons have recently changed, and the full moon time is different, so do not forget to adjust your clocks. The 4 directions in the 10 pillars spoke up. Her words seem to be an attempt to ease the current tense situation, but it does not seem to have much effect as everyone is still sighing heavily. They all believe that a figure like the Moon Chi King Ku, one would never bother with low-level pets. So his appearance at the Moon Lin Pavilion makes no sense at all. Therefore, some have speculated that there must be something in the Moon Lin Pavilion that could attract the Moon Chi King, and the highest possibility is a royal-level pet. As soon as that thought was spoken, the room fell into a suffocating silence. After a while, a few people finally spoke up. Are you saying it is a royal-level pet? But if Mugait Chi Vang has the ability to control royal-level creatures, then that is right. This also means that the deity residing in Gait Chi Ving's body is about to awaken. If it truly awakens, then Arangai Then Kung will no longer have the ability to resist. Besides the direct meeting with the Thap Trafi, T-Fi is also contacting the followers of Efreking Gait Jiao online on behalf of Gaiat Then Kung, and in this grim situation, they are frantically requesting support from Nguait Then Kung to ensure the safety of their church. If Nguait Ving has signed a contract with a royal-level pet, do you think you have any chance of winning? The followers of Hefking Gait Jiao Taifai asked. On the other end of the line, upon hearing that Tu Kual Ung might have signed a contract with a royal-level pet, they fell completely silent. Clearly terrified, Tifi called back several times but received no response. Just as she was about to hang up, she heard a man's voice reply, "Please rest assured, Tifi, for in this world, Nguait Chi Viding is not the only one being monitored by Nguait Quang. The people of Song Gait Jiao work very quickly. Therefore, not long after, Ngai and Le Quang belonged to Nguait Chi Vinung. Tukulung was also very good at seizing opportunities, sending his followers to search for moonlight pets everywhere, and bringing them back to the Beast Taming Academy. This action of his was primarily for personal needs, but it threw the entire northern territory of the kingdom into chaos. All factions fell into a state of fear and vigilance. Days without good meals and nights without sleep. There were even rumors that Nguait Chi Ving became stronger by eating small animals alive to enhance his energy. His actions signaled that the deity within him was about to awaken, leading to various speculations. But overall, it made the recent situation in the Northern Territory chaotic. Meanwhile, the one at the center of this storm remained remarkably calm, to the point of being indifferent. Every day, Tukuling unlocked numerous new beasts, earning more chances to draw lots. However, in the first draw, he immediately got a high-level beast, yet this time, after 5 consecutive draws, he only managed to get one high-level pet, a Trungunguait. Although he had the help of Songyungait Jiao, it was still quite difficult in just 2 or 3 days. Getting 5 consecutive draws was no easy feat. You can't sign a contract with low and mid-level monsters, so you need to dissolve all contracts to turn them into experience points. As for that only high-level pet, even though you intended to sign a contract, it acts more like a support pet. You do not think it can help much. Furthermore, in the original owner's memories, there is no pet named Hu Trungunguait at all. This made Tu Ling wonder if this was just a very obscure toy monster. He searched online but could not find any information about it. This is really unreasonable. Is there a monster in the world that the encyclopedia does not have information about? Just when he was confused, Tu Kuling suddenly remembered something. If Hu Trungunguait has been unlocked, then he just needs to check directly in the lunar book. No need to go online. Right. He thought and acted immediately. Indeed, Tu Ling found information about this monster. Hutrung Gayat is a mutated beast that appeared in the world 13,000 years ago. It was automatically detected and included in the lunar book, but then became extinct due to lack of reproductive function, and its ancestry is still unknown. Tuling's combat skill is to sink, and his innate ability is to absorb all vibrations and shocks from the surroundings. When its endurance reaches its limit, it will explode and perish. The lunar book also notes that monsters that sign contracts with beast tamers will automatically revive after a while. This is also one of the important reasons why humanity, once weak, can coexist with monsters. Tu Lung was heavily shocked 13 years ago, even earlier than the history of the Lunar God Palace. No wonder there is no information about Hutrung Gayat online. It turns out it basically is not a creature of this era. But wait, is not it a creature of this era? He originally did not want to sign a contract with a high-level monster, mainly because he was afraid of being recognized, because high-level monsters are not suitable for his identity as the world's strongest beast tamer. But what if it is a high-level monster that no one knows about? Hutrung Gayat is that existence since currently no one can know its true identity except Tu Eng. Moreover, its abilities are very suitable for countering unexpected threats, and its form is hard to detect, although it lacks combat capabilities. It fits Tu Lugi's current situation well. For these reasons, Tuku Alungu decisively made his decision to sign a contract with Hutrung Gayat. At that moment, in the monster space belonging to Tukao Ing's consciousness, there was only the sleeping thunder butterfly. But after he signed the contract with Hutrung Gayat, a massive wave of water suddenly crashed in. Not long after, it transformed into a vast lake reflecting the shimmering crescent moon, causing the thunder butterfly to shudder uncontrollably. At the same time, Tukulung also sensed the presence of this high-level monster, but that feeling of fluctuation and mystery was completely different from the characteristics of other high-level monsters. Finally, he had his second pet, and Tu Lung truly hoped it could lend him a hand. As the full moon night of Van Ho Nu Gayat was approaching, the night after was the full moon night. The members of the Black Moon sect have truly taken action, based on the previous negotiations with the Moon God Temple. They suspect that Tu Qual Eng has acquired a royal-level beast and will strike on this full moon night. One of the strongest members of the Black Moon sect, who has also performed well as an infiltrator in the Beast Taming Academy, has been assigned to guard this area, which is closest to the Moon Chi King. He is extremely tense, fearing that if Tifku Logi detects even a hint of hostility, he will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Atu Alungi is still in his dorm room. Strangely, his lightning butterfly keeps fluttering around, looking very anxious. Unlike previous full moon nights, Atrung Nguite is sound asleep and seems completely unaware of anything unusual. Therefore, Tu Ko Ning speculates that a powerful monster has likely appeared in the academy, causing lower-level beasts like the lightning butterfly to panic. Alright, enough with the fuss. Let me take you outside for a bit, Atu Alung says to the lightning butterfly, and it obediently perches on his shoulder. Although full moon nights are curfew hours at the academy, it does not matter to Kal, and due to his special identity, if something unusual is happening in the academy, he is likely to be the primary target, and if real danger does occur, an open space is more advantageous for a counterattack than in a sealed dorm room. After all, Tukulung does not want to involve other students. After leaving his private room, Tukulung realizes that in the male dormitory, not only is his lightning butterfly agitated, but many other lower-level beasts are also in a frenzied state. The students are running around trying to catch their beasts. This makes him even more anxious. Could it be that Cai Van Hoangite was indeed right, and a strange monster is going to attack Tu Alung on this full moon night? Yeah. Tuku Alung feels both tense and excited. What kind of beast does someone bold enough to target him possess? Just as he thinks this, a loud commotion occurs. Seemingly coming from the building next door, Tikulot Ung rushes to the window to eavesdrop and discovers that the roof of that building has been blown off. And this commotion does not seem to be aimed at him. In fact, the one who was just attacked is the infiltrator from the Black Moon sect who was sneaking into the Beast Taming Academy, and the commotion was caused by him being attacked by a strange creature. It is called strange because it clearly looks like a low-level moonlight rabbit, but its size and aura are overwhelmingly powerful. Unlike any weak moonlight rabbit in reality, it is a moonlight rabbit with a congenital defect that can only unleash its power on the fullest moon nights. But aside from TQ Lottie, who has the Moon Chai book, no one else knows this, and the infiltrator is no exception. He cannot comprehend the creature before him at this moment. The moonlight rabbit continuously attacks with its long ears. Wherever it strikes, even solid bricks are crushed to pieces. In the dormitory, the lower-level beasts grow increasingly terrified and agitated due to the commotion outside and the roar of the moonlight rabbit. And at the Moonlight Pavilion, a similar situation is unfolding. The low-level beasts outside are running amok. But strangely, they are all heading towards De Van Ho Ungayat's room. The white deer was still asleep and got awakened by the commotion, making it hard to avoid feeling annoyed. What kind of noise is this at midnight? So annoying. Everyone go back to sleep. The pressure that De Van Ho Nugayat exudes far exceeds that of the moonlight rabbit. After hearing its words, The little low-level beasts became obedient. Each one returned to its nest, ready to continue sleeping. However, Da Van Honyet, awakened in the middle of the night, could not fall back asleep and began to reminisce about what Tu Luong said that morning. Feeling embarrassed, how could he, the Moon Chi King, who is on par with the great emperor of the moon, possibly need to call for help? Da Van Honyet thought to himself, then hypothesized that Tu Luong was still too young. In fact, his strength had not yet reached its peak, which is why he needed to borrow the power of Da Van Honyet to overcome dangers. That foolish deer really believed this to convince itself that it was very useful to him. Back at the academy dormitory, the Moonlight Rabbit was still in a frenzied state. The spy, regarded as very strong in the Black Moon sect, was also astonished as its power exceeded his imagination. But seeing that rabbit wreaking havoc on the academy's facilities like this, he guessed it did not belong to the Twin Moon sect, but was just a mad beast under the moon. He was just afraid this commotion would attract the Moon Chi King. And at that point, neither he nor that rabbit would have a way to escape intact. I say, do not you know this is the territory of the Moon Chi King? If we disturb him, there won't be a place for us to hide, the spy said loudly, initially wanting to negotiate a ceasefire. But the Moonlight Rabbit had already lost all rationality, so even if it heard these words, they would not register. It did not even wait for the other to finish before continuing its attack. The fierce attacks were filled with killing intent, and the spy hurriedly commanded his beast, Lin Dongye, to use its large body to shield him. As a result, the two fish were beaten up badly, but the Moonlight Rabbit's attack was truly neutralized. Well done. Lin Dongye patted his beast, and the wounds on it slowly began to heal. After the recent situation, he had grasped the opponent's strength. Although its power was great, it moved slowly, not resembling a high-level beast with any intelligence, let alone a supreme beast. Otherwise, Lin Dongye would not have been able to block that previous attack. How interesting. If we have not disturbed the Moon Chi King, why should I fear you? The spy from the Black Moon sect laughed. Then he jumped down from Lin Dongye's back and allowed his pet to break the curfew and absorb the moonlight. Immediately, under the energy of the full moon, the two fish merged into one, turning into an aggressive shark. But at the same time, the spy also felt a terrible pain spreading from his chest. Lin Dongye, stop absorbing, he shouted. Just now, he had almost reached his limit, except for the great Emperor Thong Guide and the Moon God Palace. No beast master can allow their pets to absorb moonlight indefinitely. Otherwise, the price to pay is that the body of the beast master will explode and perish. As for the Moon Chi King Taoxing, this spy guessed that he had long surpassed the limits of the ordinary. He then released his power to Lin Dongye to rush and attack the huge Moonlight Rabbit. The moment the two beasts collided, the academy experienced a violent tremor, leading to an emergency evacuation being carried out. The academy staff initially thought this was due to enemy forces attacking the academy, but they soon dismissed that possibility. With the Moon Chi King present, who would dare to initiate an attack? It must be some beast that absorbed too much power from the moonlight and became uncontrollable. Yeah, that must be it. But anyway, beasts under the full moon are very dangerous. Some have even attacked teachers before. As they were talking, the two academy staff suddenly saw a figure rush past them. At first, they thought it was some student running around, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was Tu Leng. The moon Lung is about to rise. Tu Leng said a cryptic and nonsensical line. Although he did not understand what he was saying, it seemed pretty cool. After saying that, Tu Leng turned and walked away. Even though he now had Ha Trung Nungite, he still felt an inexplicable lack of confidence, especially on this full moon night. If I were to express that feeling with a phrase from the original host, it would probably be that the Moonlight Rabbit is watching me. Right. Lin Dongye, the pet of that traitor, launched a very cunning and brutal attack, to the point that he thought he just needed to collect the body of the Moonlight Rabbit afterward. But who would have thought that after Di Chenjun passed, he would still see that rabbit standing firm. This hit him hard. That Lin Dongye was the pet that helped him secure a position in the Black Moon sect. Yet now he could not even defeat a mere crazed beast. At the same time, Ti Hen and Buxdite Nai, hiding behind the adjacent building, witnessed the entire battle. Although they knew this was dangerous, they still had to come here to watch the excitement. After all, the dormitory roof had already been blown off. But Buxdite Nai felt that the beast looked a bit familiar. Ti Tuda thought it was a high-level stuffed rabbit, but its body shape was indeed too unusual. The two had just exchanged a few words when they saw the situation completely tilted to one side. When the Moonlight Rabbit used its long ears to tightly bind Lin Dongye, and then slammed it down to the ground, the shark in front of the rabbit also turned into a koi fish. Its healing speed could not keep up with the opponent's damage output anymore. The traitor from the Black Moon sect was cornered. He ordered his pet to unleash the ultimate move, devouring the moon. This technique was terrifying because once the target was hit, it would be ripped apart by an invisible force, unleashed by Line Dune Gaiet, until it could no longer breathe. However, before this domineering move could be fully activated, the Moonlight Rabbit roared, and then swallowed the invisible force released by Line Dune Gaiet. He watched this scene, frozen in disbelief that a mere beast could have such terrifying combat skills. Highle was left gaping in shock, constantly marveling at the rabbit's frightening abilities, until Tita Trin suddenly hugged her from behind and summoned his pet, the Moon Silver Fox. That beast used its large tails to create a shield around the two of them. Soon after, the Moonlight Rabbit unleashed all its power, returning all the energy it had just swallowed. This counterattack had destructive power equivalent to a nuclear bomb, and Lin Dune Guide undoubtedly turned into a grilled fish. The traitor had completely failed in this battle. The powerful shockwave had blown away a section of the Beast Training Academy. Tikudrihan and Baksh Dai Nai were fortunate to still be alive, because Baksh Dai Nai had also summoned her pet. Otherwise, with just the Moon Silver Fox, they might have only half a life left. Only the white tiger of Baksh Dai Nai attracted the attention of the Moonlight Rabbit. Now they had no place to hide. Seeing the rabbit staring at them, the two girls could only tremble and hold each other, thinking they were in real trouble. However, the Moonlight Rabbit just approached them and stood still without any signs of attack. Moreover, T-Coinfa felt that its gaze at Baksh Dai Nai was completely devoid of hostility. I do not know how long later, that giant rabbit shifted its gaze, then lifted the pinned hunter out of the wreckage. After such a strong shock, he still had a bit of breath left. It is just like a cockroach surviving. Do you think you can escape unscathed? The Moon King is coming, and he will call for you too. It seems this guy, in desperation, shouted threats. But instead of intimidating anyone, he only angered the Moonlight Rabbit. It threw the hunter down hard, then lifted a foot, clearly intending to stomp the defenseless guy. Baksh Dai Nai saw this, and wanted to rush in to stop it. Tativan stopped her. Don't joke around. You know your little butch can't stop that giant monster. It is a high-level beast. If it dies in battle, its loyalty will decrease upon resurrection. But we can't just stand by and watch someone die here. Right? How can we see someone die without trying to save them? Baksh Dai Nai replied. Takinan was already used to her personality, so he knew he could not persuade her, and could only let her do what she wanted. However, just as she was about to summon her pet, an arm reached out to block her path. The Moon Prince Takulai had arrived. Under the full moon, he looked even more imposing, overwhelming everyone around him. Step back. This is not a battle you can partake in. The moonlight is about to converge. A glowing halo appeared above the Moonlight Rabbit's head. Spinning, surrounding Takulai as he walked were radiant beams of light. There were also many spirals above his head. Behind him, Tikan and Dai Hai were astonished by his power, both exclaiming, "It is so dazzling. Is this level even human?" Just then, the Moonlight Rabbit turned its head, looking at the small figure of Tukhal Unning approaching with his robe billowing, lost in thought. Considering his size and shape, and noting that no supreme beast had ever been born until now, Tuoleng bit his lip, hesitating for a moment, then opened his eyes wide, filled with certainty, silently affirming one thing, leading him to think of only one possibility. 10 minutes earlier, Tuoleng had been secretly observing Tu Chan and Day at night from behind a rock, a sense of unease flashing through his mind. Although he felt impulsive, he arrived with an inexplicable confidence. He felt hopelessly pessimistic, thinking to himself that this was absolutely unbeatable. Seeing the scene before him, he felt even more despair. Even the high-level beasts of the 4-star instructors were killed immediately. Summoning the Moonlight Scroll, Ming still felt uneasy inside. His Eshi Trung Guide and Thim Quang Ziep could not even touch a hair on it. To use the Moonlight Scroll to determine the rank, contact was necessary, but right now, he could not do that. The light from the book shone on his face, but he was still deep in thought. Should I just give up like this? Suddenly, Tu Kuo-Nyi opened his eyes wide. Something made his train of thought pause for a few seconds. Wait a minute. In front, the Moonlight Rabbit stood still, staring intently at Tucson and Dai Nai, prompting him to wonder, why is not that monster attacking them? Then Tia Libby began analyzing the situation, losing control as reason and instinct coexisted. This kind of contradiction should not happen with high-level beasts. Returning to reality, standing close to the Moonlight Rabbit, he confidently concluded that there was only one possibility left. Below, when Hefkakun saw Tu Kuling's back in front of him, he was astonished. The Moon King was so close. He opened his mouth wide in laughter, unable to hide his excitement, thinking to himself, could he really be about to witness the Moon King's monster? News of the Moon King's beast would be earth-shattering, and he would be the only one to see it. However, his train of thought was abruptly interrupted when Tiu Bek suddenly lifted him high, as it successfully moved Hefty Kine onto its back. Dai Nai joyfully praised it. Well done, Taiubich. Tikan quickly called out, We need to seize this opportunity to retreat. As everyone began to run, Hufturkhan panicked and shouted, "Wait! What are you doing? Don't take me." He kept screaming as Tu Butch sped ahead. "Don't save me." In the chaos, only Tu Woging and the Moonlight Rabbit remained. He looked up at it and calmly speculated that the beast going crazy under the full moon could not possibly be sane. "You are not mad at all." Seeing it still listening quietly, he continued calmly, acting solely on instinct. A smile spread across his face as highle felt invigorated, realizing that only low-level beasts could act on instinct. So the truth no longer needed to be hidden. In the next moment, without hesitation, he immediately reached out his hand. Looking at the Moonlight Rabbit, highle gently asked, "You have been looking for me, have not you?" Behind him, Daitnai and Tucson held their breath, watching his every move. Tu Teen exclaimed in confusion, "Moon King, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Daitnai's eyes widened as she urgently called out, "Tikwati Chen, look!" At that moment, the Moonlight Rabbit suddenly growled fiercely, its massive ears slamming down. Despite standing right under the attack, Atulon remained unmoved, his hand still reaching forward. Takivon was taken aback, unable to believe, and asked, "The Moon King is not summoning any beasts to fight back." Daitnai beside her covered her face in fear. "He will be crushed into mud." Right then, the rabbit ears were just a few centimeters away from Tikui, who did not dodge the attack but squeezed his eyes shut, focusing on feeling. Soon after, a drop of sweat fell from Tikui face into the lake. A loud crash echoed, and at that moment, the ears that seemed about to crush him suddenly curved upwards, stopping in mid-air. Under Tu Lingya's feet, a mystical stream of water began swirling. The Lake of the Moon appeared from the whirlpool, embracing his body from behind. It gently opened its eyes while he remained tightly shut in fear. The scene just now left the three people in the distance wide-eyed in shock. Hefkin froze, unable to utter a word as he realized it was the sight of Trung Gai separating from Ti Kuagon, Lungang and blocking the attack from the beast that made him even more certain, ancient and mysterious. No doubt. This was what the intel from Hefkin Gai Jia had mentioned. His eyes dared not close, emphasizing every word in his astonishment. The Emperor. The Emperor has emerged. At that moment, Tukuling gently opened his eyes, looking ahead with unease. The sight before him made him joyfully exclaim, then suddenly remember and feel delighted within. He was right. He Trunguite successfully blocked the attack. Just as he was about to rejoice, his face filled with anxiety as he realized, but this attack was so powerful that even He Trungnungite could not withstand the second strike. Quickly, Tukuluk-ing looked smugly at the rank confirmation board before him displaying the Moonlight Rabbit, a low-level waning moon physique. He happily thought to himself, but there was no need to fight anymore. With the truth revealed, he knew that the fierce beast was the Engli Kwang the. Tuol Engi excitedly exclaimed, "So it is really you." The familiar feeling in his heart made him hesitate to attack them, proving his prediction was indeed correct. He then gently stroked its fur, mumbling to himself, "So that is how it is." Then Guite Kwang the Sa's eyes remained fixed downward. Tuoling confidently stated, "The waning moon physique can only absorb infinite power from the moon on a full moon night, which is why you crave the moonlight so much, forcing yourself to develop to defeat high-level beasts." Hearing his words, the rabbit suddenly froze for a moment, its large ears gradually drooping. At that moment, someone's slender legs landed nearby. 3 female reinforcements in cloaks approached, and upon seeing the scene around them, one girl curiously spoke up, "What is going on? Are we late?" The black beast lying sprawled on the ground grunted, "It is not that you are late. It is that you are useless for coming here." They looked at him in confusion, asking what he meant. He smirked, emphasizing each word. "You have disturbed the Moon King now. We are all going to die." Hearing this, the 3 female reinforcements stiffened and shouted in unison. The Moon King was near to lying, and he felt a bit anxious, seeing the 3 of them hastily plotting to escape. Unable to linger any longer, thinking of this, he turned to the Moonlight Rabbit and murmured, "Did you come for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, it suddenly placed its hands on the ground, and in the next moment, it bowed its head down before the lying. The sight before the 3 female reinforcements left them speechless, and they stammered, "This satisfies the actions of the Moonlight Rabbit." Talying smirked and shared some news with it. "With such persistence for the moonlight, I see your will. I will grant you the moonlight you desire most." Then he lowered his voice, whispering in its ear, "And promise to meet again where we first met." Just as he finished speaking, the Moonlight Rabbit slowly stood up, and then immediately turned around. It hurried off into the night, under the chatter of the reinforcement troops. Why did it run away? Aren't we going to chase it? Chase what? The Moon King has not moved. It is not your turn yet. Suddenly, the black beast leaped forward, unwillingly shouting, "What? Just let it go like that." He felt full of resentment. It was infuriating. Ming almost got killed, and the Beast King did not even get a clear look. Then he looked at Talying and shouted, "Moon King, that monster attacked you. How can you let it go?" Talang turned his cold face towards him, his voice deepening. Was that considered an attack earlier? The black beast was momentarily stunned, unable to say anything further as he realized. What? Those eyes. That crescent moon had changed, turning into a full moon with a unique appearance. In the space of the black beast, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Black beast. What did you see? The question was asked, but there was no response. The voice rang out again. The black beast heard it and was told to answer. Yet, he stood there, unmoving. Suddenly, the image of the moonlight rabbit appeared in his mind. Next came the scene of Line Du Guyet being defeated in an instant. It turned black and vanished immediately. Then there was the sight of Talang embracing Ho Trung Guyet from behind. Finally, his icy cold face appeared. The face with an eye that once resembled half a moon has now transformed into a full moon. After recalling everything he had witnessed, Absikine finally spoke. He muttered to himself. The Emperor. His whole body shook violently. His face darkened, drained of all color. A moment later, he knelt down, holding his head in panic, and exclaimed. The Emperor. Yep. It is the Emperor. I have seen it, he kept shouting uncontrollably. The Moon King. So terrifying. Once he finished, he sat down on his knees, breathing heavily, and the voice of the other person immediately followed. Let us stop here for today. Continuing will only burden you. A figure gradually appeared before F. Kine and continued speaking. Fec Kine, just last night, Trum Tunyen Guide appeared in the Northern Territory, sweat dripping down his face as he anxiously awaited the next words. Just a moment later, he was transported somewhere by the command. The deputy leader of the third branch of the Fdgan Guide sect had arrived in the Northern Territory. This time, you will continue to act as an insider. Even though Hefkine was panicking, the other person still instructed him without care. You must observe all the movements of the Moon King. Report any unusual activities immediately. Suddenly, Absikine found himself in a sick room, his hand still raised in front of him. As he calmly observed his surroundings, he worriedly wondered, is this the infirmary of the academy? Did I have a nightmare? However, his eyes soon lost focus as a thought crossed his mind. Wait, this is not a nightmare. Absikine placed a hand on his head. A throbbing pain emerged, and he was certain it was the beast of the high-ranking leader, stepping between the moon and dreams. Directing him, Trum Tinyen Guide had appeared in the Northern Territory, and a deputy leader had also arrived there. Remembering the figure of Ta Solung, Absikine felt confused and thought, but who will confront the Emperor of the Moon King? His eyes lit up with shock as he suddenly considered, it can't be? Could it be those people? Thinking this, Absikine turned his head in shock, staring at the scene outside. At the same time, in the academy's dormitory, Atuolung rubbed his eyes, feeling something stir. When he opened his eyes wide, the adorable face of Guide Kwangtho appeared, causing him to jump and scream. He panicked and stepped back, confused by its presence. But then Tukolding suddenly paused for a moment. At that moment, he breathed a sigh of relief as he realized. Oh right, he just remembered. Looking at Guide Kwangtho raising its hands in joy, Tukolding thought to himself, I have signed a contract with this little guy. Going back to last night, on the way to meet Guide Kwangtho, Tukolding felt a bit anxious and thought, I said to meet where we first met. It should understand. Right. But suddenly, he gasped, staring ahead with wide eyes, seeing Nguyen Kwangthu playing around with a butterfly. Tu Lungyi felt delighted, thinking to himself, you really are here. He cleared his throat a few times. An unsettling idea popped into his head. After all, pretending to be a terrifying boss in front of everyone, if it discovered the Moon King was weak, it would be a disaster. So to ensure safety, it is better to sign the contract somewhere without anyone around. After thinking, you regain your imposing demeanor. Stretch your hand forward, and demand it. Then, Moonlight Rabbit. Sign the contract with me. The Moonlight Rabbit remains unmoved by the flow of energy, standing still as Tukalzine freely attempts to subdue it. Once it is done, you look a bit disappointed at what appears before you and feel a pang of sorrow. This contract certainly does not resemble the Moon King at all. 3 contracted beasts have appeared before Tu Chuling, starting with the Thunderlight Butterfly, a low-level moonlight, followed by the Lake Moon, a high-level moonlight, and lastly, the Moonlight Rabbit, a low-level moonlight with a moon deficiency. But then you smile, reassuring yourself. Although it seems like a low-level moonlight rabbit, it can crush high-level beasts during the full moon. Takul Ung raises a hand to stroke his chin, quietly wondering what its maximum limit could be. Can it reach a higher level? As you ponder the 2 words, your expression suddenly darkens, and your train of thought is interrupted. Right now, the Moonlight Rabbit is on the floor, nipping at Tutulin's shoe. Then it looks up with its super cute face, its eyes sparkling like pearls as it gazes at you. Seeing this, Tukuling places his hand on his forehead, exasperated, and walks away. Then you come up with an idea. to visit the Moonlight Pavilion and find a Moonlight expert to confirm something about the Moonlight Rabbit. After putting on a neat outfit, Tulogo opens the door to step outside but suddenly freezes, seeing the excited female students running in one direction down the hallway. You wonder what is going on. Glancing around, Tukul Unyi is surprised to find it does not seem like yesterday's events. Just then, an excited girl speaks up, saying that a supreme wild moonlight beast has entered the Northern Territory, and it is not far from the school. A friend next to her asks, "You do not want to go over and sign a contract, do you?" The other girl quickly replies, "Why not give it a try? You might succeed." Hearing their conversation, Tukulumung gasps and repeats the word supreme beast. He hurriedly takes out his phone to search, anxiously asking, "Which one?" A supreme wild beast would not just roam around casually. Quickly, news of the emergence of the supreme beast in the Northern Territory comes in. Tukulumung immediately clicks on the search box. What appears on the phone leaves him wide-eyed in shock. On the screen is a photo with information that the supreme Tianwanguan white beast arrived in the Northern Territory early this morning. Hundreds of miles around have been sealed off by the forces of the Moonlight faction. The crowd watching has exceeded hundreds of thousands. The China Mem Tianyainen Guide is currently the only ultimate wild weapon in the Moonlight system. Because it has not encountered a beloved beast master, it has remained in deep slumber. Not even the Great Moon Emperor or the 10 Pillars of the Moon God Palace could wake it. But yesterday, the Chai Mem Tianyainen Guide entered the Northern Territory as soon as it awakened. Just as he was engrossed in reading every line, 2 female assassins were stealthily watching from behind. The last line just registered in his mind. At that moment, no force could overlook its existence. And that was when the assassins leaped outside the window. Tuluong was momentarily stunned after reading the information, particularly by the names Gayet Vong and Tuluong. He stared intently at his phone in the hallway, then slowly tucked it away. Long thought to himself, so that is how it is. Almost all the factions believe that Tram Tanyen Nugayet came because of him. Behind him, the 2 girls who were completely covered were watching his every move, and suddenly they widened their eyes in surprise. After a moment of silence, Tuluong finally took a step forward. Seeing him walk in the opposite direction from most people, the 2 girls were very surprised. And Gayet Vong did not even pay attention to Tram Tianyen Gayet. At that moment, Tuluong smiled faintly, thinking to himself, even though I really want to have it. His face turned fearful with the following thought. But do I really have to subdue Tram Tianyen Gayet, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of people? Imagining himself being defeated in front of the crowd, Tuluong painfully thought, if I have no strength to control it, won't I just die right there? With that thought, he chose the more feasible option. Better to be cautious than to take risks. Plus there is a prettier and cuter one nearby. Not long after, Tuluong arrived in Gayet Longquan. Inside, Hon Gayet was lying on the bed, deep in thought. He gently opened the door. Hon and Gayet immediately turned her head to look at the wide-open door, and Tuluong walked in with a smile, waving his hand and saying, "Long time no see." While continuing his unfinished thought, surprised by his appearance, she immediately asked, "Why are you here?" Tuluong took a step closer. Hon Gayet still incredulously asked, "Tram Tianyen Gayet has appeared. Are not you going to check it out?" He chuckled softly at her question and teased, "Of course. Someone as obsessed with web surfing as you would know that." Hon Gayet turned her head away, sulking as she replied, "I sensed that long before the web was created." Then she slowly peeked over at Tuluong. After that, Hon Gayet seriously asked, "If you do not go, someone else might subdue it. Don't you feel regret?" Hearing that, Tuluong raised his finger and shook it, smugly replying, they still did not understand. Then he said something that made Hon Gayet even more confused. "Only those with vision can see it. No monster is cute." Suddenly remembering something important, Tuluong reached into his pocket and took something out. Oh right. He held out a piece of food shaped like a crescent moon and said, "This is a thank you gift for you." Looking at the strange fruit, Hon Gayet curiously asked, "What kind of thank you fruit?" He turned his head away, pretending to cough a bit, feeling a little shy. "After all, it was thanks to your reminder that I managed to subdue the rabbit Nugayet Kwang. But I better not say it out loud." Staring at a deer raised as a mid-level beast, Hoan Guait was astonished by the shimmering food and asked, "This can't be special food made for supreme beasts, right? Isn't it very expensive?" Hearing this, Tukuling smiled cheerfully and replied, "It is nothing special. If you like it, I will bring more tomorrow." He said this confidently because he knew that he had thousands of them in his beast space, all provided by Song Gaigiao. Hoan Guait took the food in hand, her eyes clearly showing hesitation. Suddenly, she put in a food box, and Yuko Lung beside her was a bit surprised and asked, "What is wrong? Are you too reluctant to eat it?" After closing the food box with a thud, Han Guait replied, "Snacks are meant to be enjoyed while watching movies and reading novels." Her strange attitude surprised him a bit. Among the things to do, Tikul Nying immediately stood up, smiling as he announced, "Then I will be heading back. If I stay too long, It will be easy for others to discover your identity. At that moment, Hongguite pulled out her phone, giggling, and he suddenly had an idea in his head. Wait, there is clearly another way to communicate. Just a moment later, Tu Along also took out his phone and gestured. Right. Let us add each other as friends. Hongguite was a bit surprised but then agreed. Got it. Quickly. The notification chime rang from Talayang's phone. On the screen, the user Nungayat Theme Deep had a new friend named Dap Van Ho Gayat. But surprisingly, their avatar was a white-haired goddess with sparkling purple eyes like diamonds. Looking at that face, Talayang immediately recognized the pact between the cloud and the moon, the founder of the Moon Beast Academy hundreds of years ago, and then silently speculated, this legendary emperor-level beast must be her ancestor. Right. He then cast a not-so-pleasant glance at Hongayat, a question arising in his mind. Could Dap Van Hongayat transform into something like that? Seeing Talayang staring intently at him, he tilted his head to the side, confused, and asked, what is? At that moment, Talayang was suddenly startled. He awkwardly turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. It is nothing. I am heading back now. See you tomorrow. Inside, he was still perplexed about what he was thinking. Hongayat saw this and waved back. After he had left, he revealed a face flushed with embarrassment, thinking to himself, clearly, a Tranten Yen Gayat had come into the world, but he did not even care and ran here to find me. Suddenly, Hongayat clapped his hands in surprise at his own speculation. I get it now. This tactic is called a soft tie to a hard knot. Then imagine the malicious look of Talayang and cursed. He is trying to trick me into joining the Song and Gayat sect. Just a moment later, he was extremely annoyed, stood up, pointed ahead, and felt proud. Cunning Moon King, I have seen through your scheme. Suddenly, he paused a bit, his pointing hand unmoving. After analyzing the situation for a while, Hongayat fell back onto the bed, feeling shy and thinking, did he just say he would come tomorrow? 3 days had passed. The Moon King still had not paid attention to Tranten Gayat, and the Moon Sect had not made any moves either, causing the situation in the Northern Territory to become increasingly chaotic. The number of people lining up to sign a contract with Tranten Gayat was countless. A long line buzzing with chatter caused a woman to angrily shout. Stop arguing. This is just to broaden your horizons. Do you really think you can capture Tranten Gayat? The one who had just spoken sharply was the deputy headmaster Nu Gayat from the Moonlight Beast Academy. She held up a sheet of paper and loudly warned that those who registered would be guaranteed basic safety. Those who did not register would bear all consequences. One by one, they signed up as instructed by Nu Gayat, who looked at them with disdain, and thought to herself why she had to stay here, to ensure the safety of the lower-level students. Gaze landed on someone, surprise evident on her face. It turned out to be the inner disciple Hak Kun, with his bandaged hand approaching. But Ngayat curiously spoke up. Hak Kin, why are not you taking care of your injury? Why are you here? He smiled slightly and gently implied, let me handle it. I already asked the healing doctor for my beast. It is fine now. But Ngayat felt a bit hesitant, thinking about something before replying. Is that? She then got up from her seat, feeling relieved to give way to Hak Kun. If you say so, then I will leave it to you. She smiled slyly, secretly mocking him as just another dreamer. As soon as he sat down, a girl from the academy approached and asked, Master Blackkind, are you alright? Feeling unwell, Blackkind forced a smile and stammered. Really? As he waited for each name to be called, he thought seriously, that esteemed person has arrived. Looking at the powerful figure before him, Blackkind speculated that although he had never met them, they would certainly notify him somehow. Is this the esteemed person? A girl in a cloak stepped up, and Blackkind quickly raised his voice. Next, the student had name. Ranking. Fill this out. The girl gently placed her hand on the pen, and a symbol appeared on her hand. The symbol was of a snake with its mouth open, coiling around an equilateral triangle. This was indeed the distinctive emblem of the Black Moon Sect. Blackkind fixed his gaze on that emblem. The one regarded as the esteemed person was the snake's seat, the beast tamer of the Black Moon Sect. She also looked at him with a snake-like gaze. Blackkind felt a bit fearful of the intense aura, stammering to call the next person. After she turned to leave, sweat poured down his face as he firmly confirmed that it was indeed her. Seeing the shimmering barrier of Yaningite in the distance, one could not help but exclaim, was this the beast known as the Destroyer of Stars? At this moment, the Thikiye sect from the Central Nine Hells spoke up, and the power of Vipao Hong Tine was also present. It was truly a stunning radiance. She focused on the barrier before her, filled with admiration, and continued, to meet her today. Truly a name that does not disappoint. Suddenly, a man with blonde hair approached from behind and asked, surprising her, do you understand this? This man was Elder Kim Nugite from the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy in the northern region. He spoke seriously about the gravity of the situation. A beast of the non-moonlight variety entering the barrier would create a push. For a beast tamer to rush in would be akin to walking to their death. At this time, The Line Guite sect from the northern region also arrived. Speaking disdainfully. Amir Phi Guite Kwang wants to tame train Tam Tin Yun and Guite. Vian Guite from the northern region added mockingly, truly dreaming in broad daylight. Hearing their contemptuous words, the Kiacha cast a disdainful glance at them, then turned sharply, smirking with satisfaction, each word dripping with sarcasm. Fine. I understand now. I will order all the disciples to return. But I want to stay here. As she said this, she turned her head slightly and continued dismissively. Watching the fools who did not know their limits seek death. After saying those words, Thkh slowly walked away from the place. Lin Guite ground her teeth in anger after those vicious words. This woman was truly detestable. Afraid for herself while wanting to enjoy the misfortune of others. Vien Guite next to her chimed in with criticism, saying that if it were not for the immense power of Lai Peng Hoang Tan, they would not have allowed her to run rampant. Noticing the unfriendly expressions of the two students, Kim and Guite quickly approached and patted their shoulders, gently shaking her head as she reminded them. Forget it. The situation is urgent. It is time for us to choose who will go in. Next, he seriously instructed. First, to avoid backlash, all the beasts must be moonlight beast tamers. Second, the invasion of supreme beasts will immediately provoke Trom Time Yun Wine Guite to resist her own kind. Hearing this information, both Vien Guite and Lion Guite looked worried and said in unison. You can see the confusion clearly on their faces, as Kim Guite continued to announce. That is right. Only beasts below the supreme level can enter. Upon hearing this, Vien Guite rubbed her chin and immediately voiced her speculation. Could it be that is why the Moon King has not appeared? The Kim Guite nodded in agreement. Perhaps. But before he could finish his sentence, a pair of long legs approached from behind him and interrupted. We are here. All three looked with apprehensive eyes at the person who spoke. At this moment, Nudrin Guite and the students from the Moonlight Beast Academy had arrived, and a sense of concern rose within her, fearing that the students would suffer heavy casualties. Then, her gaze settled on Thaikia, who was standing with her arms crossed. She glanced over as well, her attitude unfriendly. But Nudrin Guite chose to ignore it. She turned to announce to her students. All right. Everyone. We are about to enter Trom Tin Yun Guite's territory. Next, I will explain the rules to you. First, when Trom Tin Yun Guite is asleep, it absolutely must not be disturbed. Second, when it wakes up, it will unleash a random attack to instantly dissolve all substances in the environment. At the same time, in Tuoloni's room, he just received this information from his phone, reading the next line with tension. Although possessing awareness and life, it cannot communicate at all. On the screen, a message from Han Guide appeared. Years ago, Emperor Thang and Guide and the Moon God Palace returned in disappointment. No matter who came, was useless. He turned to hug the Moonlight Rabbit, questioning the information he had just read. Besides sleeping and attacking, were all supreme beasts so arrogant? During the covenant conversation between clouds and dreams, at 10:30 am, Tukuling sent a message asking, is there no time when it is awake? Homan Guite quickly replied, that is right, but perhaps she did not go willingly. This time coming to the northern region was because she felt there was an opportunity for evolution. Then she asked, are you really not going? After reading the previous message, he gently pressed the power button, turned off the phone, and set it aside. With his eyes glued to the ceiling, he wondered how the little rabbit could tame Tronham Tin Yun Guite and what this had to do with him. Thinking of the amused looks from everyone when he failed, he silently muttered, feeling like he was bleeding. The infamous Moon King tragically died under the attack of a supreme beast. This irony could go down in history, later trending hot like a headline. As the Moon King walked straight into death, the Moon God's flickering butterfly is a scam. The Moon cult has become a joke. Lying there in a daze, something suddenly crossed his mind, causing him to pause for a moment. Tu Kuo-Ngin immediately sat up. A thought flashed in his mind that troubled him. Wait! In the next moment, he grabbed his phone and hurriedly opened it, anxiously waiting and worriedly guessing he might return to the hidden Moon Mountain, where everyone was excitedly lining up to enter the barrier of the Moon Pavilion. In the long line, XG looked around, still unable to believe, and whispered in his heart. It was truly unexpected that the Moon King did not come. Then she gently placed her hand on her chest, a wave of worry rising within her. If it is him, he must have a way to subdue Trom Tin Yun Guite. Looking at the gigantic shimmering barrier before her, Esmai Chi told herself that after obtaining Trom Tin Yun Guite, she would immediately kill all the beast masters present. Her snake-like eyes remained fixed ahead, determined to ensure that no information was leaked. Suddenly, the notification sound from Xachai's phone rang out. She quickly took it out to check, feeling confused and wondering why there was still a notification at this time. When she saw what appeared on the phone screen, Xachai's face turned pale as she realized something. The image before her made her even more bewildered. The person had opened the location. The next scene made Xachai even more tense, and she was still moving toward the hidden Moon Mountain. She kept staring at her phone screen, her heart racing anxiously. Why now? Suddenly, Ning Guai walked over, pointing at Xi Chai's phone, her voice rising in anger. Startling her, "What time is it?" Still on the phone. Ning Guai was extremely annoyed, continuously scolding her. Still absent-minded, "Do you want to die here?" Xie silently observed her. But then she knew better and bowed her head, apologizing profusely. Seeing that, Ning Guai turned to leave, not forgetting to add some sarcastic remarks. "If you can't focus like this, you might as well go back." Watching her retreating figure, Xie could only fume inside. A girl with such a slight build dares to lecture me. Then the image of Mungai being surrounded by giant snakes formed in Xi Chai's mind. Her face darkened, a crazy thought appearing in her head. After capturing Tramtine Yungai, "I will definitely torture you until you wish you were dead." At that moment, Nijong Guide had walked up to stand in front of several people, holding a strange stone in her hand. She raised it high and announced to those across from her, "In this activity, each of you will receive a secret teleportation stone." Then, she slowly explained its function. When it is crushed, you can immediately teleport out. Suddenly, her expression turned serious, her tone warning. "Once you notice that Tramtine Yungai begins to open her eyes, crush it immediately, or you will definitely die inside." Receiving the secret stone in hand, everyone could not help but feel anxious about the place they were about to enter. At this time, Xi Chai had regained her calm, silently calculating that Ningait Fang would soon arrive here. In a nearby corner, Thikiecha stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall, quietly observing the situation alone. She looked smugly at the others, a dismissive thought forming in her mind. "You do not really think a 2-star beast master can tame Trimtime Yuningai 8, do you? Even the 8-star Emperor Thongite could not do it." She continued to watch the line of people waiting to enter the barrier of Wangai, thinking to herself, even 3 stars only had a few people. It seemed that the presence of the Ingite prince had not made them stronger. It was really quite boring. Suddenly, amidst the chaos of the crowd, the figure of Xi caught the Kai's eye, startling her momentarily. "Ah, wait!" The killing intent and mysterious power emanating from Xi Chai made the surrounding air feel suffocating. All of a sudden, she turned her head back, her gaze seemingly wanting to devour the space. Her pupils seemed to shoot out flashes of power forward. Turkia froze, unable to utter a word, her throat feeling choked by those piercing eyes. Xi continued to stare intently behind her. She kept searching for someone's presence, but eventually gave up and turned her gaze upwards, focusing on what needed to be done. The earlier scene left Thikaichi in utter confusion. She lost her previous arrogance and wondered, "What the hell is that?" The mysterious aura radiating from Xi made her even more anxious. What star level is that beast master? And yet there is such a monster lurking within the Inguite Kwang Academy. Just then, a foot gently stepped into the barrier. The line had noticeably shortened, each person quickly entering to explore, leaving only 2 more before Xia. At this moment, she silently told herself that the Ingite prince would soon arrive at Ngite Nensun. Before that, she needed to find out the new mechanism of Tramtine Yin Ngayat. The light from the barrier was now visible before her, and she murmured a few words. "Tinam Books then Exting, block the door. And when the Guite prince steps in, seal his royal power." After a brief wait, Xi's step approached the barrier. The next moment, her body slowly melded with the inside. The person at the end of the line also stepped into the sparkling barrier. Everyone behind watched with bated breath. Thea forced a fake smile and approached Nunguite, asking, "Vice-Dean Nunguite, why are there only a few 1 or 2-star beast masters?" The new Guite prince did not appear. She continued to ask while Nunguite said nothing. Perhaps because he knew Tramtine Yunguite could not be tamed. Thea smirked and asked a suggestive question. "Knowing that you still sent people here, your purpose is not just to let the students see the beauty of the supreme beasts, is it?" Nunguite's patience was nearing its limit after that barrage of questions. She struggled to hold back and replied, "You lack the appropriate attributes. And you hurried here just to see our joke. Or do you really think you can tame the supreme ones among other systems?" Her counterattack instantly made the Kasha furious, her face darkening visibly. Both glared at each other, unwilling to back down. After a moment of observation, Thakia quietly speculated to herself what was going on. She seemed unaware of the situation regarding the black-haired woman. After thinking for a while, she spoke up. "Your academy." But her words were abruptly cut off as everyone turned to look in the same direction, eyes wide in shock. In the distance, a familiar butterfly-like robe fluttered in the wind, and the figure that appeared left everyone stunned. It was none other than the Moon Prince. Tikuglai Ing. Upon seeing him, everyone shared a common question. Why was he here? But Ingite was the first to speak. "Lord Moon Prince, have you come to subdue the Tramtine Yunengite?" Immediately, both Vianengite and Linegite questioned one thing in unison. What if the Emperor of the Moon Prince dramatically affected Tramtine Yunengite? Hearing such pessimistic words, Nunengite smugly looked at them and boasted, "Those blind fools. If the Moon Prince is here, standing confidently in the wind, I confidently assert that it means he has enough confidence, even if the Emperor does not intervene, to make Trumtainen Gai surrender. On another note, Tu Lung was feeling wary, thinking to himself that it was quite simple. He just needed to touch Trumtainen Wan Guai's body to unlock the illustrated book in Gai Chai from. He gazed at the colossal barrier ahead, filled with determination, knowing that soon he would understand how Trom Tin Nungai's mechanism worked and why it awakened, and perhaps even subdue it. After a moment of thought, Tu Lung lowered his voice to instruct. You do not need to appear. Just follow my orders. Nandun Guait and Thaishi quickly bowed their heads in response.
Yep.
Just a second later, Tikolungi's footsteps gradually moved toward the barrier. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as if he had sensed something. At this moment, Nguait Chithi appeared before him, each page flipping like the wind. Surprising close. The newly opened page displayed the words Tinun Buch Thiang Sung, the purest supreme. Combat skills. A rare pure attribute supreme beast in the world. It had no means of attack and possessed a large number of limited combat skills. It had to rely on stronger beings to survive. Only supreme beasts could initiate attacks on their own. And when a beast master entered the quiet area, they could not summon royal beasts in silence. It could completely conceal its existence from stronger beings. Even royal-level beasts could not find it. He paused for a moment, remembering that he was currently only at 1 star, reflecting on the words of supreme level. Thus, Tikul Ing raised his foot before the barrier and stood still, causing the people behind him to feel anxious. After a moment, he slowly lowered his foot, showing no intention of entering anymore. Seeing his strange action, everyone shared the same thought. What was going on? Why did the Moon King stop? Just a moment later, Tuluong Ung Dung pulled out his phone to look something up, once again making everyone uneasy. But Moon could not take it anymore, and immediately went to ask him about it. Moon King. My lord. Amid everyone's worries, Tuluong unexpectedly smirked and said something cryptic. How could a little bug from the Black Moon cult infiltrate so easily? Everyone jumped at the mention of the 3 words Black Moon cult. Right after, he continued striding into the barrier, giving instructions as he walked. From now on, the Twin Moon cult will take charge here, and no one is allowed to enter. Tuluong's confident smile shone through as he assured, I will handle the rest myself. Behind him, everyone froze, the atmosphere thick with tension, and each person was left bewildered by the words Black Moon cult. At that moment, the AKK suddenly realized that the terrifying woman was the beast master of the Black Moon cult. In the heavy atmosphere, Lin Guide hesitantly voiced her reasoning. Weren't they expelled from the North region by the Twin Moon cult? Could it be that they returned because of Trumtarm Tin Wan Yun and Gai? Hearing this, Vian Nugait, who was anxious, responded, the Moon King said it is just a bug. But what about the students? But Moon immediately reassured everyone, saying that with teleportation stones, it should not be a big problem. Just as those behind were speculating, Tuluong quietly formed a judgment in his heart. The static sky equivalence was used specifically for emperors. Could it be that the Black Moon cult really thought they had an emperor? A flicker of unease suddenly flashed in his mind. In other words, after entering, he might have to face not just a monster that steals the supreme power. This would be the most dangerous situation he had ever faced in his life. Thinking this, he tightly shut his eyes, pondering something for a moment. The next second, Tuluong softly stepped forward, thinking that if it were him when he first crossed over, he definitely would not have had the courage to enter. His face revealed determination, and the initial hesitance and anxiety completely vanished. Now, he was filled with confidence. But not just yet. Without waiting another second, Tuluong immediately stepped inside. His cloak fluttered like a butterfly in the wind. As his body fully merged into the barrier, everyone began to exclaim. Indeed, the Moon King is magnificent. The aura is so strong. Only Efchikain remained quietly observing from behind. He was extremely worried, a sense of unease rising within him. The Moon King had truly entered the distant throne. Suddenly, Afikhan stepped forward, uttering a statement that surprised everyone. The remnants of the Black Moon cult are inside. We should go in to help. Immediately after, he raised his hand with determination, clearly enunciating each word. After all, the Moon King is one of our students. His previous statement made Nunguide a bit hesitant. That seemed reasonable. Elder Kim Guide also nodded in agreement. So what should we do? Should we go in together to help? Seeing everyone's strong agreement, Hefskan quickly shook his head in protest. Your incredible power will disturb Tronkam Tin Yun Gai. Then he walked away with his arm in a cast, decisively stating, my resurrected beast is still in a weakened state. I can handle it myself. It is no problem at all. Seeing his appearance, both Vian Guide and Line Guide voiced their doubts in unison, wondering if this was really trustworthy. Watching Hefskan's back as he headed towards the barrier, and Teen Guite silently questioned, why was he acting so strangely today? He was not a member of the Song Ying Guite Jiao. So why should he care about the safety of Ngait Venning? Right now, Hepsihan was feeling very hesitant, slowly walking under the puzzled gazes of everyone as he touched the shimmering barrier. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck across his hand. In the next moment, a force like a meteor came crashing towards Hefsi Khan, who barely managed to jump away to avoid the hit. The scene just now made everyone behind panic and exclaim. What happened? Haniftu Khan fell to the ground, coughing a few times in the thick smoke. Then shouted. What? Suddenly, someone's voice startled him. Did this idiot really let his imagination run wild? From the thick smoke, a woman dressed scantily emerged, making a scathing remark. Even if your beast was in its prime, disturbing Trom Tine Yanungite would just be a dream. At that moment, Hethkina's gaze landed on the butterfly emblem on her thigh. Instantly, his expression froze as he realized she was the 7th member of the Song Gayat Gyao, the one who had caused trouble. The girl that at Nuguite stepped in front of the barrier, irritatedly asking them. Moreover, have not you heard the order from the master? Kinhen Gang declared to everyone's surprise that from now on, this area was under the control of the Song Ngait Gyao. Each word that followed seemed to carry a hidden threat, forbidding anyone from entering. Sikong glanced at that Ngait, who stood with her hands on her hips in front of the massive barrier, and felt a surge of joy inside. She seemed unaware of the stillness around her, and had no intention of entering. The situation could still turn around. Meanwhile, inside the barrier of Trom Tine Yun Gayat, Sachi quietly walked among the ruins. She was a bit anxious, glancing around before thinking. It had been 17 minutes, and she still had not found Trom Tine Yun Ngait. The desolate and lonely scenery made Ekshi conclude that the others who had come in together were nowhere to be found. Suddenly, she smirked, a wicked smile crossing her face as she thought. The lower-level beasts within the realm of the Supreme could not possibly escape. Watching the frightened female students in the surrounding chaos, Sakshi felt even more amused. These kids were terrified and smashed the teleportation stones, immediately fleeing. After a moment's thought, she decided to move forward. Feeling relieved, that is good. This way, no one will disturb me. At that moment, fierce gusts of air appeared behind Iksachi, as if wanting to consume the space. She quickly sensed that aura and turned around with a joyful look. The aura spread throughout the space, and Iksachi immediately recognized it as the breath of an incredibly powerful beast. Without waiting another second, she dashed like the wind towards the source of the breath, dispelling the oppressive aura around her. She eagerly rushed forward, excited to witness what was about to appear before her eyes. Upon arriving, Ekshi widened her eyes in astonishment. Secretly delighted that her intuition had been correct, it was indeed true. Seeing the blade of Trontum Tine Yanungite gleaming in the wind, she felt relieved. Finally, she found you. Trum Ten Yanungite. Its body stood proudly in the air, its feet firmly planted on the ground below. That majestic sight made Iksachi gasp in awe. Truly, it was the greatest among all weapons, radiating brilliance to the extreme. A smile began to bloom on her lips as she could not take her eyes off that precious weapon. Feeling satisfied that her efforts to maintain its divine essence were not in vain, even when the quiet heavens did not sign a contract. Thinking of that, Iksachi slowly approached Ian Guide, simultaneously commanding, "Follow me. I know what you want." As if understanding it to the core, she continued speaking without pause. "You rejected Emperor Themprongagite and the Saintess of the Moon God Palace because they were born with imperial lineage. You are a proud and arrogant weapon, and you cannot accept feeling undervalued." Sakshi placed her hand on her chest, sincerely saying, "Although I may not be as good as them, I am still a 6-star beast tamer." As she reached out to touch Yanungite, she declared boldly, "I will absolutely not treat you poorly." The excitement in Deksha surged, and she could not stop shouting, "Trum Ten Yanungite, become a part of me." Just as her outstretched hand was a small distance from Yen Nugayat, a sudden burst of intense light radiated out, like an invisible force preventing Xi from touching it. Seeing the scene before her, she could not help but exclaim in shock, "What?" A colossal pressure appeared around Yanungite, and Lamsachi could not get any closer. She stammered, "How is this possible?" Then she looked at Yen Guide in confusion. Her heart filled with fear as she thought, "Am I being rejected?" Sexcheche stood there with her hair standing on end, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Is the judgment of the holy mountain wrong?" She continued to scream wildly, despite the growing power around Yan Ngite, unable to comprehend. He had said that she was the most suitable person to tame Trom Tine Yanungite. What went wrong? Suddenly, someone approached from behind and called out, "This woman from the Moonlight Academy." A group of people involved in this competition appeared, with Hunkao in the middle, angrily shouting, "It was you who defeated over 20 disciples of our Lai Nugite sect. We will avenge our fellow disciples." Not long ago, he had witnessed his junior brothers lying sprawled on the ground, calling out in astonishment from afar, "Junior brother, When he rushed to embrace one of his junior brothers, he anxiously asked, "What happened? What is going on?" The other replied weakly, "We were attacked." The guy was on the verge of death, struggling to say that there was a woman from the beast taming academy with black hair and snake-like eyes. Back in reality, Seichi's face darkened as she faced the wrath of those opposite her. "Everyone, defeat this woman first. Then we can capture the chime Tine Yun Guide." Suddenly, she placed her hand on her face, her mouth curling into a sinister smile. The group from Lion Gai Tongue felt a bit apprehensive. Hang a step back a few paces at her crafty look. Stammering, "What are you laughing at?" Suddenly, Sachi laughed maniacally, spewing out venomous words. It was already troublesome enough. And now a bunch of unknowns came looking for death. She glared with her snake eyes, disdainfully saying, "You think you can meddle in the Chiam Tinyan Gai?" In the next moment, the expression on Xi's face twisted, a malicious look evident as she muttered, "Come forth, my children." In an instant, 3 powerful figures appeared behind her. The crescent-shaped slashes emerged as if to tear apart the space. In the next moment, 3 beasts appeared, the Moonblade, a giant Kaving, and the white shadow of the Lucky Line. Surrounding the Lukui Line beast were dazzling bolts of lightning. Seeing their ferocity, Henka, who was just boosting a moment ago, now screamed in terror. They are all high level, summoning 3 at once. Is that a level that students can reach? The beast looked fierce enough to swallow the space, leaving him even more shocked as he exclaimed, "Moreover, this terrifying aura must have gone through countless ruthless trials." Beneath those beasts stood Exichi, full of majesty and pride. After showing her terrifying presence, she slightly curled her lips and said, "Don't just stare at me. You have high-level ones too. Do not you? Hurry up and summon them." As she signaled her beasts to unleash their energy to attack, she shouted fiercely for them to all die. Time passed quickly. A streak of blood flowed down the cold face of X. Above, Kaivan of Ring clamped down on a beast, biting hard with its sharp teeth. Drops of fresh blood fell, rolling down Xi's face. And with a longing look, she turned to Yan and Gait, saying, "Kam Ting Yan and Gait, have you seen this?" Behind her was a chaotic scene. Countless creatures dying tragically under the violent power of those 3 beasts. Sachi continued her self-aggrandizing words. "Now do you recognize my strength?" After her sincere words, Yingguite remained unfazed, showing no sign of movement or response in the howling wind. Once again facing defeat, Sai frowned, unwilling to accept it. She clenched her fists, trembling as she muttered, "Damn it." Suddenly, a voice startled at Qi. Remnants of the hefty Gai Jiao. The voice came from Tikazi Ning, who sneered disdainfully as he spoke. "Seeing your anxious look, even I can't help but want to laugh a little." She turned her head to look back, her voice slightly trembling. "You have come." All of Xi's beasts turned their attention towards Tu Lemeng as she continued. The Moon King maintained her calm demeanor, slowly asking each question. "Why are you, as a first-star beast tamer, alone without your guards?" That warning kept echoing in my mind. "You do not really think having an emperor means you can have everything, do you?" Outside, Tu Lung was trying to appear calm, but inside he was questioning how these fools could actually believe they had an emperor. Yet, this thought strangely reassured him. No wonder he used the tranquil celestial balance. They must be feeling now that they can't summon the emperor, that they are powerless. With that in mind, Tu Lung spoke in a low voice, while Saichai maintained a faint smile. He slowly explained to her that relying solely on the emperor would not naturally grant them everything in the world. His steady voice only made Saichai more anxious. Whether or not Teen Mach Thien Xung was present, the answer would still be the same. Tu Klong-yin then shot her a sharp look and gently reminded her that before the moon sect sealed this place, she should crush the secret stone and run. Xchi's legs trembled, and she stammered a question back. "What?" Sweat poured down her face, and she froze, overwhelmed with countless questions in her head. Tina Mach Thien Xung had been exposed so quickly. At that moment, Tu Klong-yi slipped past Achai, who was still in a daze. Knowing that the emperor was sealed, and that he had come here alone on purpose, a moment of hesitation flashed through Xi's mind. Should she run or attack? Just as she was still contemplating, Tu Lung was nearing Yan and Gait. In his heart, he silently hoped for her to just stand still, obediently allowing him to touch the Tram Tin Wen Gait. Before long, Yin Gait appeared before Ti Kueleung, with an admiring gaze. He murmured, "Is this the promise made when your eyes stopped on the beast's blade that once cut down the stars?" Without waiting another second, Ti Kueleung reached out to touch Yan and Gait, but his action suddenly halted as an angry voice came from behind. "Don't even think about touching the Tramcharm Tin Yen Yen Gai." Aichi's 3 beasts unleashed their power simultaneously. Charging forward, below, she stood proudly, pointing the way and loudly calling out for the Moon King. At that moment, they all rushed towards Tu Kueleng with the resounding roar of the Kain Vi Vang. Lukui Lion clapped its hands together, gathering a powerful surge of electricity, then spread its arms wide, creating a curved lightning strike. In an instant, the slash from the crescent moon, the lightning from the Lucky line, and the strike from the Kive of Vog all rushed towards Tu Liang. Just then, a flickering circle of light appeared beneath his feet, and a wave of water manifested around him. In a split second, a shield from the Trung Gait Lake was erected, surrounding him and neutralizing all attacks. Seeing this scene, Chai gasped. What? How is this possible? The sight of TQ Lao remaining unfazed inside the shield made her even more suspicious. Neither the thunder nor the slash had budged him at all. Looking at Tu Kuoqi's icy expression, Xie could not stay calm. Her insides were screaming fiercely. He could not even summon the beast. From another angle, as the shield began to fade, and Tu Leng panted heavily, whispering, "You scared me. It looks terrifying." But it turns out it was just a show. After silently thanking in her heart, although she could not fight back, He Trung Gait's ability to intimidate was truly remarkable. At this moment, Xji's body suddenly trembled. She ground her teeth and screamed, "Niguai Chi Viti." Radiant green patches appeared above her head. Alongside the slash of a waning moon, she spread her arms wide and spoke loudly, no longer needing to act arrogant. Tu Kuoning's gaze suddenly shifted to Xai Chi, her hands trembling as she asserted, "You have no ruler." In the next moment, her palms clapped together, beside her affirmed declaration. It was merely a show of power. Xai Chi gritted her teeth, a trail of blood flowing down her trembling face. At that moment, a formation appeared beneath her feet. The killing intent surged fiercely with deadly magical energy. She interlaced her hands high above, her face darkening, mumbling a few words. "Come forth, great moon demon king." In the next second, an explosion erupted from the sky, something emerging from the center. A wave of shock rippled through the students below after the recent tremor. Tu Kuling also gaped in astonishment, his face unable to hide his shock. Unease suddenly rose within him as he realized that Tianxing's silent battle skill had masked its presence. It was thanks to that skill that Tronchom Tin Yunengait remained unaware. The snake's skin gradually appeared from the void above. Ti Kuo Ying silently concluded it was summoning another supreme beast. The massive creature's darting tongue came out, ready to begin a fierce hunt. The great moon demon king landed right beside Xai Chai, its steel-like eyes fixed ahead. Fatigue was clearly visible on her face, yet her words still dripped with pride. "Facing my most proud offspring has frightened you, has not it?" On the opposite side, and Tu Leng stood tall, facing the giant beast without a hint of wavering. His expression remained indifferent as if nothing had happened. Seeing that expression, Xai felt a surge of confusion and questioned silently, how could he be so indifferent? The ferocity of her proud offspring only fueled her doubts further. Could it be that he does not even regard a supreme beast? However, at this moment, Tu Leng was filled with thoughts, remembering a lesson he had previously brushed over. One must have a fierce expression when facing a giant beast. He tried to maintain a calm demeanor. A deeply pessimistic thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could die with honor. At this point, Sai could no longer contain herself. She pointed straight ahead, her voice sharp. "Moon King, do not you want to summon your beast?" The great moon demon king beside her growled a terrifying sound. Then it furiously lifted its tail high, slamming it against a nearby rock as a challenge. The massive snake slowly lifted its tail covered in dirt. The rock crumbled down, dust flying everywhere in an instant. The violent scene made Tlaji exclaim, "No wonder it is a supreme level. Even going crazy is quite special." In that moment, Xai commanded the great moon to kill him. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a thick stream of purple poison straight ahead. At this moment, Tu Kuling tightly shut his eyes, silently wagering his fate. He had to see the lake of the moon. He waited in silence on the calm surface of the lake. In an instant, the attack from the beast struck down at Ku Eng. A massive shockwave erupted immediately after, the mystical black smoke gradually dissipating, revealing Tu Ling standing firm below. He smiled faintly after the intense attack, feeling overwhelming gratitude, nearly moved to tears. He then seriously assessed that the moonlight beast could only exert half its power during the day. This time, it could not even inflict 30% damage. With a smug look, Tu Lung felt a surge of joy. Breaking through the shield of the Lake of the Moon would require more effort, but he guessed it would not take too much. At this moment, Xai was sitting helplessly on the ground, utterly defeated. Her gaze turned vacant, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. How is this possible? Could it really be the legendary moon god beast? To further instill fear in her, Tu Ting spoke in a deep voice. The remnants of the Black Moon sect need not rush. After dealing with Trom Tin Yan and Guide, it would be your turn. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Xai dazed behind him. Only when Tikla Xingyi's figure was far away did she realize that the Moon King had always ignored her to avoid alarming Trom Tin Wan and Guide. His figure lingered in her snake-like eyes, long kept calling out silently, "Moon King." Watching Tu Ku Nung prepare to touch Yun and Guide, she wondered if his invisible shield beyond reason, could withstand the sword that had cut down the stars. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted as she screamed. Startling him. Silence the enemy. Cancel the skill. Instantly, a deadly aura erupted from the great moon demon. Yen Guide also radiated brilliant light, with green mist swirling around its body. Seeing the blinding light before him, Tukulung exclaimed in confusion. Oh no. Worrying that if he cancelled the shield, the breath of the Supreme would be detected. A second later, a hand appeared from the hidden moon. It clenched tightly, and its legs were lifted off the ground. Its awakened form revealed a girl with flowing green hair, arm raised high towards the moon. Her eyes slowly opened under Tiquel Eng's concern. Tram Tin Yanangite has awakened. At that very moment, Than and Gite were suddenly shaken violently in the air. Soon after, the tremors intensified even more. Then, the awakening presence of that weapon began to tighten its grip. In the next moment, she opened her sharp eyes, and the rocks around her unexpectedly cracked, making the scene even more chaotic. The shock made the students anxiously ask each other, what is happening? Just as someone reported that Tramtar Tainanangite was awakening, they yelled to run away quickly. All the students hurriedly ran outside. At this time, the might of Einangite had erupted fiercely. Tuolong also quickly used a shield to protect himself. He gritted his teeth and looked ahead, worriedly thinking, if Liangite Maivang only attacked at 30%, then the remaining barrier of Afatritrung Ungite should be able to hold. Right. Suddenly, something crossed his mind, leaving him dumbfounded. Inside the space of the summoned beast, the surface of He Trungungite was rippling violently. It was holding Tukulung from behind. Seeing that fearful expression, he was shocked, thinking, no way. The chance of blocking this is less than 1%. Unable to believe this reality, Tuolong asked in disbelief, what? Is there really such a huge gap between the supreme levels? He quickly turned his gaze behind, silently hoping to see how the woman Xa Chi could protect herself. In front of him, the scene of Van Gai Ma Vao curled up, protecting Xchai inside, left alone Ying speechless. Just as he was still in shock, Yin Guite raised the sword high. Tukul Ni's mood plummeted, and he pessimistically thought, if there was still no way to stop it. The hem of his robe fluttered violently in the wind, and his thoughts suddenly paused. Then, Tukulung slightly opened his mouth, fearfully exclaiming, Cloud Step Moon, save me. A few minutes earlier, outside the barrier, a voice filled with hatred echoed. Elder, did you hear that? Everyone said that a woman from the Gait Kwang Beast Taming Academy attacked us was Unka. In a fit of rage, he continued shouting without pause. How could someone from the Gait Kwang Beast Taming Academy do such a thing? Hearing that, Linguite sighed in exasperation, explaining, calm down. They are not from the Beast Taming Academy, but high-ranking followers of the Hefchinguite sect. She sighed tiredly, feeling relieved inside, realizing that encountering high-ranking followers and surviving was already a blessing. With that thought, she turned to look at that Ngite, who had been silent all this time. Seeing her seemingly unfazed demeanor, Lin Guite wondered why that woman was so calm. The Nguite's cold expression made her even more confused. Wasn't she worried about the safety of Mugite Azang? Suddenly, her expression changed. Her eyes widened as she accidentally realized something. Immediately, the Nguite turned her head back, hurriedly informing everyone. Trum Tin Yun and Guide had been disturbed. Everyone was simultaneously bewildered, asking in unison, is Trum Tin Yen Guide about to awaken? The Tinguite said nothing and rushed towards the group of students, urgently warning that everyone present should back away immediately. A second later, massive rocks flew out from the barrier at incredible speed, causing nearby students to scream and scatter in panic. The Tinguite watched the direction everyone was running, feeling confused. But what was that breath passing by? Is it the Emperor of the Great Master? Returning inside the barrier. At this moment, Tu Yen was doing his best to resist Yan Ungite's pressure. He raised his hand to shield himself from the intense force, wondering why nothing had changed despite clearly reading the name. Could it be that this enchantment combined with Nun Much the Inexung's combat skills blocked the sound? Looking at Yan Ungite, who was preparing to strike, Tu remained worried, silently judging that in less than 3 seconds, Trantarm Tunyan Gite would break through. As the countdown to the 3rd second flashed in his mind, he smirked, feeling pleased, thinking that the times had changed. With only 2 seconds left, Tikuo Nying hurriedly took out his phone and kept tapping the screen. The phone screen displayed a chat with Varane D. Mun Chi Itzi instead of responding to its messages. He typed an urgent message and quickly sent it to Evan Gite. Just then, Yin and Guite charged down, glaring at it, wielding a weapon, rushing towards him like the wind. In an instant, Yin Guite was very close to Telteoung. As the distance between them shrank, he immediately prepared to attack. Without waiting another second, Tutuolungu decisively thrust his hand forward. At the same time, Yen Guite was also ready to swing her blade down, just as his hand extended. She launched her attack. At that moment, a brilliant pressure appeared above highle palm in an instant. That enormous force seemed to engulf his entire being. Immediately, a tremendous explosion erupted violently, affecting even the area outside the barrier. Those standing within the blast radius were quickly blown away. The Teen Guite had just created a solid shield, protecting some of the people behind her from the impact. She stared at the strange event before her, silently questioning if the barrier's emperor had really been completely engulfed by the flames. At that moment, Teen Guite anxiously asked, "The great emperor is still inside, right?" The Teen Guite was also uneasy, only able to silently conclude that if it was not an illusion, the situation inside was likely much more complicated. A desolate scene emerged from the thick smoke. A familiar figure gradually appeared in the dense smoke. Highle hurriedly crawled out from the body of Yen Guite Mavevening, coughing a few times before saying, "They suffocated me." She slowly looked around, silently concluding that non much the insuving could no longer be sensed, possibly due to the influence of Trumchom Tin Yen Guite. Glancing at the weapon floating in the air, she felt overjoyed. A Trum Tin Yen Guite had also calmed down. XG suddenly became confused when she realized, "Wait. Nguite of V Young." She stepped down to the ground, looking around with a question. He was closest to Trom Tine Young Guite just now. Why can't I see him anymore? The eyes of XHI suddenly brightened with a flash of reasoning. Could it be that Trim Tom Tine Young Guite was beheaded to the point of no return? Her body shook violently right after, her mind still racing with thoughts. But since Trom Tine Young Guite was disturbed by my scheme, Chai, with her hands covering her mouth in excitement, joyfully declared, "I have defeated the Moon King." Thinking this, Sakshi burst into a refreshing laugh, then smugly said, "The Moon King was truly beheaded by Trom Tin Yun Guite." The image of Tichu Log scrolling on his phone appeared, leaving her feeling quite satisfied. That guy was still there looking at his phone. It was just too funny. Then she shouted loudly, enunciating every word, "I have defeated the famous Moon King." Saying this, Sakshi abruptly turned her head back, her face clearly showing delight as she said, "Now Trom Tin Yen Guite belongs to me." Unexpectedly, the weapon roared out once again. Chai stood frozen, staring at it, mumbling, "What?" Just a moment later, Ahuli awakened, curling around Yen Guite, leaving her utterly shocked. How could Trom Tine Yen Guite be disturbed again? Sakshi stood there, motionless, blankly stating that the current weakened state of the great Moon Demon King was clearly impossible. Suddenly, something caught her attention, causing her gaze to shift slightly. A cloud of dust billowed from somewhere, and strange rays of light appeared around. From within the mist, the imposing figure of Tal Ung gradually became clearer. Chai, sweating profusely in astonishment, exclaimed, "Impossible. He does not have a scratch on him, not even a speck of dust." At that moment, behind Ikuing, a massive silhouette began to emerge, gigantic legs revealing themselves from the dense fog. Looking at the scene before her, Sakshi stammered, "What the hell is that?" The sharp eyes of Han Guide appeared, and she wondered to herself, "This is way too big. Is it a lesser emperor level?" Sakshi stood there, unable to help but speculate. If it were at the supreme level, it would truly be too large. But if it were at the emperor level, there would be no disturbance in the North Realm. What exactly is this? Suddenly, her face darkened, her expression clearly revealing fear. Esmaiche trembled as she reached for the teleport stone, instinctively tightening her grip on it. A thought crossed her mind, making her abandon the idea. Now is not the time to run away. Moreover, even if I have to die, I must see the Moon King's monster. She resolved to stay while the massive figure had not fully revealed itself. This could be an opportunity that would never come again. In a moment, the shimmering antlers appeared clearly, and the splendid white body made its majestic entrance. That enormous deer was none other than the transformation of the supreme level of the moon. At that moment, a hazy figure of a young girl appeared right behind Etuen Nguite. Xjai collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide in disbelief, asking, "How is that possible?" In her heart, she continued to be astonished, secretly assessing this being as 4 to 5 times larger than the Great Moon Demon King. In terms of physique, the Great Moon Demon King was one of the most terrifying beings in the Black Moon cult. But to see something like this now was truly astonishing. Soechi glanced at Kazix, filled with doubt. How could he unleash the full power of a supreme level with just a single star's favor? She firmly concluded that this was clearly his only shortcoming. At this moment, Tukolung relaxed and smiled slightly. Long was still a bit unsettled. What a sight. He then looked toward Hoan Guite behind him, marveling silently at how a little deer could transform so magnificently. Even he was taken aback and wondered to himself, how did she get here? It was as if she had teleported. He could not quite grasp how she had saved him. Tikul Ningya's gaze lingered on the hazy figure of the woman behind. Still puzzled. Moreover, was that her ancestor behind her? Would she look like that when she grows up? At that moment, Ho Nine Guite looked also lying and transmitted a message, asking if it was possible to stop Trom Tin Yen Guite. I do not want to be struck down again, he replied, finally regaining his composure. Can we stop her? Hearing this, it said, if you are standing here, you must have a way to deal with this, right? Tukul Ning fell into thought, suddenly realizing something. Wait. You hurriedly summoned the moon script. My thoughts continued. Being struck down was like coming into direct contact with the entity. I should be able to see detailed information in the moon script. With that thought, Tukul Lung quickly flipped through the pages of the book. As he looked at the words before him, he felt a bit anxious. But reading it might not necessarily solve anything. If it did not, he would just have to let Van Hoan Guite carry him away. It stated that Trom Tom Tine Yai Guite at the supreme level was a legendary beast that lost its sword sheath after the moon shattered in ancient times. Thus, it had been searching for thousands of years. During this time, it often fell asleep and woke up, unable to return to the sword sheath. It refused to communicate with any living beings. The final lines provided additional information. The old sword sheath of Trom Tine Yan Guite. The Engyi Honan Guite Xong Ho. The Moonlight Supreme had not been unlocked. After reading those lines, and Tuoling pondered, realizing there was indeed another supreme sword sheath. If only I knew about the sword sheath, it would not be difficult to negotiate with Trom Tine Yin Ningayat. His eyes suddenly lit up when he thought. But even the oldest moon god palace has no solution. Tukul Ying stared at Yin Guite as she began to awaken, his line of thought gradually reaching its conclusion, saying, the origin of Tronkum Tine Young Guite predates the moon god palace. At that moment, Yin Guite began arching her back. In that instant, Tukul Ying suddenly understood. Perhaps even the host of the Ini Hien Xing Ho did not know its origin. The eyes of Yun Guite began to shine brightly, indicating she was about to unleash a powerful attack. A surge of power began to accumulate in the air, and Exaichi fearfully ran away, shouting, oh no, it is about to awaken again. She dashed to her beast and urgently commanded, Great Moon Demon King, protect me. As Exo muttered a few words, the Great Moon Demon King had already entered a bloodthirsty state. It immediately let out a fierce growl. At that moment, Yen Guite suddenly glared at Saur Guite. She was not backing down either, immediately shooting a look back, gruffly asking, what are you staring at? In the next moment, both sides glared at each other with hatred, their energies clashing fiercely, neither willing to back down. Just then, Tukul Ning's footsteps moved forward. He rushed straight to where Yan Guite was about to strike. Shy, preparing to hide, questioned Du Guite veering in confusion. Wondering what he was planning to do, he took a few more steps, just as she exclaimed in shock that he had left the protection zone of Chi Tun. At that moment, Tukuling smiled, slowly articulating, Trom Ten Yan Guite, submit to me. Huge pressures erupted continuously, creating a force field surrounding his body. Immediately, the Tuoling stretched his arm forward, his sharp gaze following just a little more, and his hand would touch the bright, shining energy above. At that moment, Nyen Guite suddenly became unsettled, frowning in distress. The energy grew larger, signaling a terrifying wave of destruction approaching. Nevertheless, Tuoling remained calm, clearly stating each word. The blade shell of Haangite will be yours. His words struck like a lightning bolt, leaving Yen Guite momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, his voice continued to resonate evenly. Trom Ten Yan Guite, you are looking for her, right? She cast her sparkling eyes toward Ta Ling, surprise evident on her face. Below, he maintained that imposing demeanor. Continuing, I will use the reputation of Moongite then theme Lia P. Within 3 years, the blade shell will be brought before you. Without hesitation, he immediately stated his condition in return. You must also grant me a request. As Tu Logi's words finished, Anon Guite fell into deep contemplation. She fell silent, thinking for a moment, then slowly closed her heavy eyelids and shut her eyes tightly, her body gradually dissolving into the void. In an instant, Yen Guite's body transformed into a faint silhouette hovering in mid-air. Tu Lo Ning's hand precisely reached straight into that vast source of energy. Behind, Sakchi stared in shock, bewildered, exclaiming, she passed through. How is that possible? Could it be? Just then, swirling water whirled up from beneath his feet. The turquoise water surged upward like soft threads wrapping around Yun Guite, who was floating in mid-air. The two alone below continued to watch every movement intently. In the next moment, Yin Guite transformed into a stream of green energy, blending with the water. Gradually, the mixture flew harmoniously towards Tuol Ing's chest. At this point, Saichi's speculations finally came to a conclusion. Trum Time Yan Guite has accepted the Knight of Venturing. Next to Honan Guite looked at him in astonishment, her eyes suddenly sparkling, staring intently at the miracle before her. The two streams of energy merged into one, swirling around Kulaji, causing Hoan Guite to exclaim that the outside world would surely be shaken this time. In an instant, he had completely tamed that wild weapon, looking up at the sky with satisfaction. At this moment, Akshi felt as if hundreds of beams were striking her face. She wandered in a daze, her heart filled with doubt, thinking this can't be true. Clearly, thousands of beast tamers had all failed because Trom Tine Yun and Gait possessed an indestructible trait. However, once a pact was made with someone, it could be broken by the death of the contract maker. Therefore, to get Trom Tine Yun and Gait to agree to the pact, it had to be someone she believed would never be defeated. The face of Tealug appeared in X-Chai's mind, and she was astonished to affirm that this was indeed the Moon King. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Sai-Chi stood up in a daze, murmuring, "Seeing it with my own eyes is the only way to understand." Suddenly, her eyes widened with determination as she declared, "If that is the case, I will use my death to send a message to the Black Moon sect." Right after that, Sai-Chi shouted fiercely, calling out the name of the great Moon Demon King. As her words ended, the spiky beast rushed toward its master with a roar. In the distance, Tu Leng quickly noticed something unusual. He glanced at Xechai, his expression cold as he said, "This woman has seen too much. Even though I do not have the habit of holding back." Hohenguite seemed to understand, stomping forcefully on the ground, then unleashing a brilliant beam of energy forward. The fierce light aimed directly at the great Moon Demon King. In just a second, the giant serpent vanished into the void, and the swift attack successfully knocked the great Moon Demon King away, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Looking at the flattened mountain range before him, Tukulnun was speechless in shock. In his heart, he worried slightly, wondering if he had been too careless with what he fed her before. On the devastated ground, drops of blood were slowly dripping down. The one suffering and spitting blood was Xechai. At that moment, she was quietly piecing everything together. The Moon God Palace, the Moonlight Pavilion, the White Deer, the Moon King. So that is how it was. Looking at the massive form of Hohenguite, she became more certain of one thing. This was not a born supreme being. Xechai was puzzled as her reasoning continued, concluding that this was a descendant of the Emperor. Her gaze fixed on the shadowy figure of Hohenguite. She felt confused as she thought. Moreover, her ancestors. Her train of thought suddenly halted. Xechai cautiously took out a teleportation stone, quietly reassuring herself, "I can't die." This news was even more important than Trunkam Tin Yun Ningayat. Everyone needed to know. Her face was filled with determination and a fierce calculation. First diverting their attention, then escaping would not be too late. With that thought, Xechai silently ordered her 3 remaining beasts to charge forward. Then, she turned around, gripping the teleportation stone tightly in her hand, reminding herself this area has not been completely sealed off yet. As long as she stays away from the Moon King, she would have a chance. However, a streak of light suddenly flashed across, snatching away Xechai's last hope of survival. She looked at her empty hand, at a loss for words. Opposite her, Hohenguite was also taken aback by the recent scene. Tikul Ningyi's little butterfly clutched the stone tightly in her hand. Hohenguite could not help but be surprised when she saw it. It was a low-level lightning butterfly. Very quickly, the Mkwang Viep brought the teleportation stone back to Tu Kueng. In front of her was still Xechai's dazed expression. He smirked slightly, explaining with great satisfaction, "In the battlefield of the supreme beings, of course, no one would pay attention to a low-level lightning butterfly. Do you think that is true?" Hearing those words, she seemed frozen, unable to move in the void. Then she finally spoke, her voice so calm it felt devoid of any desire for life. "Although it might be too late, I finally understand why you are called the Moon King." Hohenguite did not wait any longer. Inhaling the cold, curling air, and Shai's body began to fade away, her face blurring with a smile as she whispered her goodbye. "Ngayat Fajong, it is an honor to fight alongside you." She still kept her smile, but her life was gradually fading away. The scene shifted outside the barrier, and Thet Nguite suddenly widened her eyes when she saw something in front of her. Tukul Ning's calm demeanor emerged from the chaos, causing her to stutter and shout, Master, the great leader." He passed through the crowd, all eyes now on him, calmly announcing, "The Serpent Chief is dead. The seal is lifted." Then he slowly said 2 words, sparking everyone's curiosity. Tukul Lung cast his crescent moon eyes over, emphasizing, "From now on, Trum Tin Yan En Gait will be under my protection." The news of the Moon King capturing Trum Tin 19 Gait shocked all the forces of Ngait Kwang. At that moment, at Thung Ngait Than Tung, a place under the southern region, a silhouette of a young girl appeared with shimmering long hair. Behind her, a maid rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, the Empress of Thang Ngait, it is not good. Trum Tin Yan En Gait has been captured by the Moon King." She scooped some water from the pond and calmly replied, "No need to panic. I already knew." Then Thang Nguite stood up, still looking calm, explaining, "Nguite Fetching is the favored child of Menguite Kwang and holds the moon scripture. This is only natural." The maid was still unwilling to accept, raising her voice, "But Your Majesty, you were born a 4-star beast master. Moreover, You have a royal beast and possess eyes that can see through all the moonlight in the world. Hearing this, Thoen Guite smirked, responding with a very cunning tone. Indeed, I am also very curious about whom Guite Kwang ultimately favors. Then decisively ordered, for the ceremony to the moon god. Let all those who check qualifications in the sect withdraw. Those words struck the maid like a bolt from the blue, leaving her stunned, unable to speak. At that same moment, at the northern edge of the central area, somewhere on the shore, a figure cloaked in black from head to toe stood gazing into the distance. Behind him, a woman announced, Master of the Holy Mountain, those two are coming. Saint Sun immediately asked, Lin Chi, do you think I will still lose to the Moon King this time? Lin Chi quickly replied with confidence. Even if I am the only one among the top followers, I have never doubted that you will definitely defeat the Moon King and restore the glory of the Black Moon sect. Suddenly, whirlpools and mysterious rays of light appeared on the sea. From within the whirlpool came the voice of someone. Black Moon Saint Sun. I hope your plan won't let us down. The Tanminagayat from the Nine Eyes appeared, asserting that if we die in battle, our sect will willingly submit to the Moon King. Beside her, Zhuanghong Chiant, also from the Nine Underworld, agreed, saying, no one can stand against the gods. You should understand that. Hearing this, Saint Sun replied confidently. Don't worry, the plan will definitely succeed. Then, he turned and said decisively, let us go to the Moonlight Academy to train the beasts. Waiting for the Moon God ceremony to kill the Moon King, the scene shifted to the hall of the Moonlit Starry Realm, where someone was panicking and shouting, is the Moon God ceremony really about to begin? The previous words were from Ho Nagayat. At this moment, he was still astonished, saying loudly that only when the moon is brightest does the Moon God descend to guide. The last Moon God ceremony was over 1,000 years ago. To lying. Feeling discouraged, put his hand to his face, replying gloomily, I know the headmaster of the Beast Academy has contacted me for a long time. At that moment, a colorful ruby appeared, saying something to him. After the Moon God ceremony begins, all the Moonlight Academy Beastmasters chosen will become sacrifices to compete for the final Moon King throne. The reward for winning the battle will make the growth of the Beastmaster extremely terrifying. It even ignited the return of the Battle of the Emperors. Until someone ascends to the throne or others resign, the Moon God ceremony can only end. Therefore, this Moon God ceremony will not end until you defeat the great Emperor of the Moon after 3 years. Hearing those words, Talayan could only stare blankly in resignation. He opened his phone to show Honu Gayat, reading the text on it with frustration. Moreover, the offerings could also be tracked at the headmaster's request. I have to help her protect the 2 students as sacrifices. Like a bolt from the blue, he felt stunned inside. Why do I have to fulfill the promise of my predecessor? After all, the previous incarnation used the name of the Moon God to deceive so many people. Suddenly, Hon Gayat calmly said something that left him frozen, saying not to be so troubled. Isn't there a reward for the battle? Who knows? After 3 years, the great Emperor of the Moon might not even be able to defeat you. As he mentioned the extremely rare chance to obtain the missing pages of the Moon Chronicle, he felt something awaken within him. Seeing Talayang's surprised expression, Hon Gayat slowly explained, you do not know. It is said that the owner of the missing pages of the Moon Chronicle can cancel the contract limits and sign with dozens of monsters. Hearing those words, you were once again astonished. Your eyes wide in thought, realizing that with the remaining pages, you could sign so much, meaning you have an entire book. Then, feeling uneasy, you questioned yourself, but with Nguite Chaitha right there, how could anyone else have the missing pages? Seeing Tukul Yi just sitting there stroking his chine, Hoan Nguite nudged him forward with its head and demanded, stop thinking and tell the caretaker to let me move freely. It clasped its hands together with a pitiful expression, eagerly saying to Tu Laoxing, if I can go outside to take a look, I can conveniently help you with those 2 little ones. Not hearing a response, Hung Guite curiously glanced over at him. It turned out Tu Laoxing had accidentally been slammed against the wall by it after that last blow. You quickly stepped out of the room, rubbing your backside while pulling out your phone to search for something. Continuously complaining. One hit from a supreme rank almost punctured my kidney. The post 100 ways to cook venison had been shared by Tu Kuo, the Lung in the group chat with Hawan Guide. It could only sigh and send back 3 dots. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen, and Tu Lung asked in surprise, did those 2 students send in their materials already? Inside, an image of a cat-eared girl appeared along with some information. Bixtai Nai, 16 years old, from the Butch Thong clan in the west, is the daughter of the emperor, a hybrid of human and tiger, possessing supreme rank, but for some reason, she is in a deep sleep, suspected to be due to her low rank preventing her from appearing. After reading the text on the phone, you stroked your chin, initially thinking she was a cat girl, but turns out she is a tiger. On the screen, a girl with green hair appeared, next to similar lines as before. Bach Jiao, 16 years old, from the kingdom, the most prosperous human race in the Northern Territory. The fourth princess of the Bichongite Empire has been summoning supreme beasts to fight against enemies since she was young. After learning the information about the two, Tuling sighed, swiping on his phone and said, "The princess and the emperor's daughter are really two troublesome characters. I will send it off first and deal with it later." Quickly, the information about the two was shared with Hemin Gayet. It was very excited and immediately replied, "The one on the bed looks really interesting. Give it to me." Shifting scenes to the academy. As night began to fall, Dietne's sleepy face appeared. Swinging on the swing with Tachin, she began to lament. Trum Tin Yun and Gayet was captured by Nguyen Vindu just like that. I never even dreamed of it. Tikuntrin suddenly stood up, excitedly saying, "All right, let us hurry to the teaching area. Did not they say there would be some important announcements coming up?" So both girls strode together towards the teaching area. Hon Gayet's antlers had been peeking out from behind at some point. It silently concluded that she was the hybrid girl from the Butch Thaon clan. It kept its eyes on Dietne's back, muttering, "The scent is quite memorable, but the head is not very smart." A raindrop fell on Han Gayet's nose. It looked into the distance and said, "It is going to rain soon," then slowly walked back, thinking to itself, "I should head back first. My abilities will diminish significantly on rainy days, just in case something happens." But in less than a second, it came to a halt, its serious gaze noticing the anomaly. A violent whirlpool suddenly appeared in the void, then exploded fiercely, with water spiraling up as if to embrace the sky. Shortly after, the water beast Vibo Kwon of the supreme level appeared before Dietne and Tatuchin. It placed a hand on its chest and exclaimed, "Found it, one of the 5 supreme targets." Immediately after, Bio Kwon opened its mouth wide like a black hole, growling terrifyingly, "My child, I will give you 10 seconds to summon all the beasts. I have no interest in killing the beast master with a sneak attack." Below, Dainai and Tachin tightly held hands, their eyes clearly showing fear. Seeing the mark on its shoulder, Hon Nguyen from afar could not help but feel confused, thinking to herself, 7 stars. Is this guy a beast of the 7-star beast master? The fear was evident on Hon Nguyen's face as she realized it was the 7-star beast master. This proved he possessed the king's ability to shift to the path leading to the main gate of the academy. Currently, there were a few figures walking. A voice wrote, "It is raining." The servants walked in the rain. Princess Bitch Jia walked in the middle under an umbrella. She spoke up irritably, "Even with the rain, we have to gather at the teaching area. What is going on?" Suddenly, a small butterfly flew in front of Bitch Jiao. Her gaze immediately focused on it, observing for a moment. She was surprised to realize this was a low-level Thium Kwang Ziepi. The Thium Kwang leap gently landed on Bitch Jiao's finger, and she let it rest there. A maid hurriedly reminded, "Your Highness, that is a low-level beast. You should not." However, before the maid could finish, she cut in irritably, "Why follow the strange philosophy of the Moon King? Is it wrong to play a little? Who knows? The Moon King might be secretly playing with little beasts." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, causing Bichu Jiao and the maid to turn their heads. "Are you talking about the Moon King?" A short-haired woman smiled wickedly, subtly implying, "I love the topic related to the Moon King the most." Maya, from a distance, a figure with 2 long horns on its head slowly approached. The maid could not help but be cautious, immediately asking, "Who?" When the maid began to unleash her power, Bitch Jiao stepped back, gruffly saying, "Get lost, ugly. Can't you see I am about to attend a student meeting?" It turned out the person was Lin Chaita. She wore a fake smile, trying to stay calm while saying, "I also want to join." But inside, "I am really annoyed by the 3 words ugly creature." Then Lin Chi summoned her beast, proudly saying, "What a pity I have to deal with a kid who only has a budding supreme. I am almost crying from the guilt." All the maids gasped in shock upon realizing it was a supreme-level goat-eyed demon. Bitch Jiao behind also could not maintain her composure when thinking about the 3 words Black Moon Sect. Shifting scenes to the teaching square of the Beast Master Academy. Many students had gathered here. Everyone was feeling dejected under the rain. In the middle of the square stood Nu Gayet and Kim Gayet. Nu Gayet glanced at the people below, feeling a sense of unease. Bei Dai and Bitch Jiao did not show up, and it felt ominous. She cleared her throat a few times to regain her voice, and began to announce according to the plan. "Dear students, please listen carefully to my next words." As the offering words to the moon god were about to be spoken after over 1,000 years, the students below were clearly astonished. But Gayet kept looking around while still conveying her message. After the moon god ceremony began, the high-potential moonlight beast tamers would be chosen as sacrificial combatants to please the gods. Each victory would bring unimaginable rewards and rules to determine the ultimate winner. But before she could finish her sentence, a booming voice interrupted. It was the sacrificial beings fighting each other until only one remained alive. Noon Gayet and Kim Gayet both looked up at the brightly lit sky. The guardian spirit appeared with a rather strange smile, cheerfully continuing to speak. That person is the true Moon King of this era. Seeing that distorted face, Noongayat immediately ordered the students to retreat, but just as she finished speaking, the guardian spirit unleashed a meteor-like explosion down below, the blinding light nearly illuminating the dark night. Noongayat quickly activated her defensive skill. She looked ahead, a strong sense of unease rising within her. Damn it. That was the battle skill of the Supreme 7 Stars. But the hidden Supreme Ngayat could only protect herself. The students feared that all the dust from the earth-shattering explosion had gradually cleared. The rain continued to pour, but Ngayat Kong stood frozen, looking at the uninjured students. Speechless in astonishment, Elder Kim Ngayat had also approached her, both sharing the same question. What is going on? The guardian spirit still maintained a twisted expression, slightly worried as it realized my attack was absorbed. It seems the Moon King has intervened. Somewhere in the teaching area. The familiar cloak of Tuluong stood among the students. His back remained still, quietly observing the situation. Tuluong's gaze was sharp as a dagger, with the firm assurance of the guardian spirit that the Moon King was watching me. At this moment, he also silently deduced, thanks to the battle at Moon Hidden Mountain, Hutrung Ngayat's protective skill had tripled. A sense of unease arose again as Tuluong noticed Hutrung Ngayat's expression. But this time 40% of the shield had been blown apart. If it were before, everyone would surely have been blown to dust. However, he smirked, feeling pleased, almost forgetting how long it had been since he had sent it out. The moment the train of thought was extinguished, red lightning appeared in the sky, and everyone screamed in confusion. What is that? The space was torn apart. Leading Moon Goddess, a woman with 2 flapping angel wings, emerged from the void. Seeing the 7-star symbol on her chest, Moon could not help but fearfully think, the second level of the 7-star Supreme. The 7-star Beast Master means the opponent at least has 1 Emperor. Suddenly, Leading Moon shouted angrily, what are you doing? What if all these people die? Is it really necessary? The guardian spirit calmly replied, what do you understand? How could the Moon King care about the lives of these ants? She was not holding back either, immediately firing back. You idiot. This is the territory of the Twin Moon sect. And moreover, our mission is just to deal with 2 vice presidents. Hearing the previous conversation, Ningguite realized this and quickly asked the 2 strangers, wait, is Leading Moon Goddess from the Moon Dream sect? Then Ningguite, full of confusion, asked them, 5 years ago, I went to Moon Dream sect for training as an exchange student, and I was lucky enough to witness that person's skills. Why are you attacking us? The guardian spirit immediately turned to ask Leading Moon, what should I do? My other half. Hearing this, Leading Moon ordered the guardian spirit, all right, I will give you 1 minute to teach these knave students. After that, we will show no mercy. The students below all rushed away in panic after that statement. However, only one step remained calm and continued forward, among the crowd trying to escape the chaos. Tu Lung walked in the opposite direction, leisurely, with a phone in hand typing something. Approaching the 2 troublemakers, he gritted his teeth and asked, is it Moon Dream sect? They immediately turned around, their eyes wary towards him. At that moment, Tu Lung's face darkened, clearly showing his anger at the thought of himself not daring to reveal himself. Not even the Emperor dared to appear. Yet they dreamed of retreating unscathed after causing chaos here. The next second, Trum Tin Yanangite was summoned by him. Soaring high, surrounded by brilliant energy flows, Ningguite and Kim Gait both looked on in shock, internally recognizing Trum Tan Yanangite as a supreme level. At this moment, that supreme weapon had entered a state of awakening. Yanangite was momentarily silent as if observing the situation. A moment later, her eyes emitted dazzling rays of light. Yanangite gripped her dagger tightly, beginning to gather energy, signaling that a heavy devastation was about to occur. But Nguite immediately sensed something was off, feeling deeply anxious about her judgment. Wait! This stance did not distinguish between friend and foe at all. Looking at Yana Nguite's frightening expression, Nguite became even more stunned with the thought. Could she want to kill everyone present? Nguite awakened and unleashed an attack, devastating towards the guardian spirit and Leading Moon Goddess. The light emitted from the technique was incredibly blinding. Not long after, from where she launched her attack, a thick cloud of smoke rose up, and the ground was heavily damaged. Inside the swirling smoke, the sound of coughing from Nuugayat echoed. She sat on the ground, her body unharmed from the recent blow. She glanced at the scratch on her face, still in disbelief, yet she had survived. Nuugayat slowly stood up, looking at the deep pit before her. Realizing that the Moon King still cared for the lives of her people, the 2 guys were lying flat at the bottom of the pit, struggling to speak, completely unable to fight back. Is this really Trantanyen Gayat? At the edge of the pit, Tuluong stood tall with his robe fluttering. Above him the awakened moon spirit hovered. Daim Gayat looked at him, still threatening. But even if we die in battle, It would just be a meeting gift for you. The guardian spirit also regained its composure, continuing the threat with one last reminder that the Emperor would soon appear before them. The next moment, both began to combine their powers. The spirit burst forth with heavy light, leading Gaiet to summon orbs as she turned. Upon seeing the anomaly, her eyes lit up. She quickly flew over and looked straight down at them. Luong quietly stood behind, observing the situation, his teeth gritting in concern. Currently, after 2 attacks, the shield of Hotrung Gaiet was down to 4% and could no longer be used. At this moment, Gaiet and the guardian spirit were muttering something continuously. In contrast, Luong was in utter confusion with a jumble of thoughts. There were still 3 seconds before Tran Tin Yen Gaiet withdrew her blade. If they did not stop, everyone would turn to dust. His eyes seemed to blur as he asked himself what to do. But just then, he noticed Gaiet's gaze shining brighter. In the next instant, she swung her blade forward, creating a sickle-shaped slash that struck down towards the 2 below. Gaiet froze, staring at the attack before her, her face darkening, left speechless before the fragile life. Moments later, the attack from Yen Gaiet shook the entire sky, light bursting upwards continuously. So powerful that even the distant students struggled to stand. A bewildered male student exclaimed. With a commotion like this, is it the monster of the Moon King? Suddenly, a classmate behind shouted. Everyone, look at that. A crescent moon and a full moon unexpectedly appeared. The students were stunned to realize that there were 2 moons. From the thick smoke, the angry voice of the spirit suddenly emerged. Are you crazy? Why use the power to create a full moon for 5 minutes? She gradually took human form, still shouting. Even if you rely on the evolution of the full moon to save one life, have you ever thought about how serious the consequences would be? Leading Gaiet sat crying softly, filled with regret, saying, I clearly felt confident in my subconscious. But not letting her finish, the guardian spirit interjected fiercely. Foolish woman. What we face now is the Moon King under the full moon. The conversation between the 2 suddenly came to a halt as their gazes turned to the same direction. Before them, the Moonlight Rabbit appeared in a gigantic form. All thanks to the full moon tonight. The guardian spirit was taken aback and asked, is that the Moon's scepter, the supreme jade staff? But something feels off, leading the rabbit behind her. A look of fear was evident on her face as she announced it. Moreover, Yan Yu had also become unusual. They noticed the fierce glare from Yan Yu. A question filled with dread escaped their lips. Are we really facing both at the same time? Without waiting any longer, Yan Yu, in a fit of rage, tightened her grip on the sword and suddenly slashed at the Moonlight Rabbit's belly, blood splattering everywhere as its body was split in 2. The scene before them left the guardian spirit and the rabbit even more stunned. What was happening that they would kill their own teammate? After that strike, Yan Yu turned her sharp gaze behind her, shifting the scene to the Moonlight Beast Academy. Outside the royal mansion, a strange wave of magic was now rising from the ground. The servants of Bitch Jiao could not help but feel anxious in this oppressive atmosphere. Lin Qi leaned forward, looking at the summoned beasts, and could not help but scoff. What is this joke? You can last for a minute. Immediately after, Lin Qi calmly called out the name of the evil goat. The large beast behind her immediately shot out 8 beams of light like lasers forward. In an instant, those deadly beams pierced through the weak beasts opposite them. The punctured spots quickly turned into large holes in their bodies, smoke billowing from them. The entire body of the beast had turned to mush, and a thick cloud of gas rose, causing one servant to scream in panic. What the hell? Seeing the situation, Bitch Jiao did not wait any longer and shouted, Bitch Lin Eagle. The large beast quickly appeared beside her. Lin Chai on the opposite side was pleased with the situation, smiled, and said, finally, you called out your little supreme one. How interesting. But once again, those high-intensity beams quickly pierced through the beast, accompanied by Lin Chai's greeting. The Bitch Lin Eagle does not belong to the Moonlight system, so it does not match your attributes, which is why it is always in its undeveloped phase. Right. A servant immediately summoned a long-legged beast, then ordered it to carry Bitch Jiao away, instructing, Princess, you should run to the edge of the black mist. Maybe running out will lead to your escape. The previous scene only made Lin Chai more disdainful. She leisurely asked, are you really relying on just this level? As soon as she finished her sentence, the evil goat began to gather energy in its throat, and small rings of light appeared in its eyes. In an instant, the death ray was shot out again, piercing through the female servants. The leopard waiting for Bitch Jiao to escape could not evade, and immediately fell flat on the ground after the attack. Bitch Jiao's eyes suddenly widened, her mouth agape as she stared ahead, choked up and unable to speak. Lin Qi stepped toward her, calm and collected, threatening her. It seemed the end was near. Suddenly, a tiny lightning butterfly slipped through Bitch Jiao's fingers, fluttering in midair before her astonished face. Lin Chi was utterly bewildered at the sight of the tiny creature. Lin Chi's sidekick suddenly staggered, her legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly losing her balance. The next moment, Lin Chi collapsed to the ground, clutching her pale face. Wondering, how is this possible? How can there be a lightning butterfly here? When the butterfly flew before her, she was terrified, her voice trembling as she asked, "Why now?" Seeing Lin Chi terrified of the little butterfly, a thought crossed Buxiao's mind. Could this lightning butterfly be here to save me? The next moment, she turned and left, while Sidu calmly thought to himself, "Forget it. Just get out quickly first." Lin Chi remained pitifully kneeling on the ground, repeatedly pleading, Master Holy Mountain, I can't participate anymore." Then she hugged Lin Chi's sidekick tightly, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "Because in our Black Moon cult, we fear the lightning butterfly the most." Switching scenes to Tucson and Dai Nai, the two girls were hugging each other in fear, counting down from 10, 9, 8, 7. The tyrant continued counting down from 6, 5, 4, 3 behind them. Ho and Guite could not help but watch curiously, silently wondering, is the Supreme War Tyrant really here? Is the water-based Emperor also present? What if I hit the small one and attract the big one? This is a big trouble now. At that moment, the last 3 numbers were spoken from its mouth. Receiving no response, the War Tyrant immediately swung his hand forward, his tone menacing. "Then do not blame me." Instantly, swirling torrents of water erupted from his hand. In an instant, Dai Nai and Tucson were submerged by the rushing water. Suddenly, pink and purple clouds appeared from somewhere. The clouds rushed past the War Tyrant, leaving him astonished. How lucky. The sudden appearance of the clouds saved Dai Nai and Tu Chen. Following the recent event, the War Tyrant hastily asked, "These clouds, could they be the power of the White Saint family? It seems the intel has changed unexpectedly." "Who are you?" The 2 stunned girls also curiously followed his gaze. In front, stylish footsteps appeared lightly on the cloud, revealing Han and Guite's calm demeanor before them. Upon seeing Han and Guite, Takivan was taken aback, asking, "Intermediate level. As Butch Holux saved us from the hands of Vien Chi Tin." At that moment, he was feeling extremely bored. Trying to reassure himself, having promised the Moon King, he could only persist till the end. The War Tyrant immediately walked up to Han and Guite, respectfully introducing himself. Zi Hong Hong Chine, the third under the reign of the Eternal Emperor. War Tyrant. Hearing this, he glanced around casually, asking, "Isn't that Heavenly Emperor Thin Thu coming with you?" At this moment, the tyrant was extremely furious, daring to call the emperor that name. But on the outside, he still tried to appear calm and replied, "According to the rules of the Song Yu Gaiet sect, the emperor will not appear on the platform, especially since this is just a battle of the Supreme." A smile spread across Han Gait's face as he said, "So that is how it is, then there is nothing more to discuss." He then stood confidently, boldly murmuring, "Actually, I am the kind of person who bends but does not break." The other person, hearing this, could not hold back his rage, immediately clasped his hands together and sternly reminded, "Don't go too far." His hand struck, forming a combat skill. Deep beneath the sea, a box full of water appeared high above, with a torrent flowing fiercely at the bottom. Hoenn Nugite, caught off guard, was swept into the vast ocean of water. Suddenly, his body vanished from the flow. Moments later, brilliant rays of light began to gather at a high point in the sky. In an instant, Hoenn Guide appeared in the air, surrounded by dazzling rays of energy. His presence left the tyrant utterly stunned. "Am I like a non-existent being?" But he regained his composure, crossing his arms over his chest, murmuring that if it was like this, he could only use that move. The very next second, a torrent of water like a whirlwind appeared above Han Nguite's head. The ocean current from the tyrant's technique grew stronger and more violent with each passing moment. The energy was sufficient, swirling the water down like a great flood. Soon after, steam gradually dissipated into thin air. Looking down at the deep pit below, the tyrant smugly concluded that this time, he would surely die without a trace. But suddenly, something caught his eye. In the sky above, the sight of 2 moons appearing struck him, and he wondered, what is that Tin Mevlingite doing, changing the shape of the moon on his own? He looked around anxiously, thinking to himself that in a place with a large number of moonlight beasts, it greatly affected a water-type person like him. But then his unease gradually faded as he remembered. Fortunately, the enemy had been defeated. Thinking this, he calmly turned to leave, feeling frustrated, and vowed to demand an explanation upon returning. Suddenly, a long, lustrous hair swept past him, accompanied by the words, "I said." Hearing that voice, the tyrant instantly whipped his head around. A hot female figure gradually emerged from the gathering moonlight clouds. gliding across the ground and calmly warning him, "Let us wait until the full moon ends. Then we can continue fighting. I really do not need the full moon to easily defeat you." That truly touched the tyrant's limits, and in a fit of rage, he charged toward her with a fist, exclaiming, "What did you say? I want to strike when the moon is full." "So what?" But in just a few seconds, his smug expression completely vanished. At this moment, the tyrant's body was skewered through the unfortunate rooftops by a giant antler. His body began to fade away into nothingness, on the verge of death. Yet he could not help but wonder, how could this be? Is this power greater than the supreme bloodline emperor? Looking at Honan Gait's calm expression, the tyrant finally realized that there was someone here who was truly supreme, preventing him from making a move. At this moment, she spoke sharply, articulating each word. "I really do not want to use the full moon to bully you, do you hear?" Soon nearing the end, Bakuan tried to lift his face to the sky, silently sending a message. "Master, the next move must be." His entire being faded into nothingness, the message reaching its conclusion. Very carefully, not long after, the number of students observing Honan Gait grew increasingly crowded. Hearing the whispers behind her, she silently wondered, is this a bit too obvious? Her gaze suddenly stopped somewhere. Looking at the desolate scene before her, Honan Gait silently deduced that both the mastermind and Guayat Vang seemed to be there. Then she tilted her head to one side, anxiously asking herself, what should I do? 3 minutes earlier, in the teaching area square, a scene of devastation with dust swirling was revealed. On the ground, the guardian spirit and Gait were lying flat, completely unconscious. In the distance was the dark silhouette of Wang Gait. At this moment, Yin Guait was completely out of control, relentlessly throwing fierce blows. Its gaze suddenly halted in the void, as if it had seen something unusual. Right now, the body of Nguai Quangthe, which had been cleaved in two, was gradually regenerating. Clouds gradually gathered at the cleaved part, forming its upper body. In no time, Nguai Quangthe appeared in its full moon form. Low level, with a crescent moon physique, rapid regeneration, and enhanced physical abilities. Suddenly, it stood its rabbit ears up. Quickly, Nguai Quangthe reached out, gripping the blade in the hands of Ngait tightly. She was quite annoyed by its actions, her face clearly showing dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Nguai Quangthe, along with Ngait, leaped away, rushing off to somewhere in haste. Just then, inside the forest near the academy, Momoin Guait called out to the leading Than Sen. "Hey, Thavan Sen, are you sure this path won't be tracked by Song Ngait Jiao?" He slightly curled his lips in a smug smile, his voice filled with pride. "You really underestimate me." Then he began to boast, unaware that a fierce light was descending beside him. "This is top secret information sent to me by Nanziyang. There is absolutely no problem." Just as the blinding light exploded on the ground and shone directly in his face, Thavan Sen fell silent. From within the dense smoke, the enormous figure of Ngait Quangthe gradually emerged, still holding Yan Ngait and Than Vieki tightly. Seeing that appearance, he could utter no words. Mevin Haight and Hong Chan beside him were left gaping in shock. "Damn it. We have been discovered by Gait Vang." After a moment of shock, the Thansen regained a bit of composure, immediately speaking to reassure. "Stay calm, in such chaotic circumstances. It may not necessarily be Yin Gang." Before he could finish, Than Sen fell silent again at the sight of Ngait Quangthe putting its ears to its mouth to pull something out. In an instant, the cloak fluttered like a butterfly in the wind. The imposing figure of Tu Qualin was gradually drawn out from its mouth. Upon seeing the familiar face of the boy, the three of them were left speechless, completely unable to move. On the contrary, Tu Kulan Wang Dung glanced over, somewhat surprised to recognize it was Hevking Gait Gyao Ten Mian Ngait, along with Hong Chine. Right now, Hong Chine was extremely bewildered with a jumble of thoughts. Whom? I am the controller of water beasts. Why am I facing the Moon King under the full moon? Overwhelmed with fear, she resolved to go underwater first, desperately justifying. "Your Majesty, my journey is to protect the Black Moon Holy Mountain. I have no intention of waging war against you." However, the Holy Mountain boldly declared, "Moon King, I am here to declare war on you." Hong Tine stiffened at this, silently muttering, "Forget it, let it be destroyed." Tukulin looked down with curiosity, contemplating something. Suddenly, the crescent moon in his eyes sparkled, and he mumbled the words of declaration of war. Without hesitation, the Holy Mountain resolutely proclaimed, "On the next full moon after the moon god's ceremony begins, I will come with the Emperor to end it all, bearing the will of all the departed believers, to defeat you." With that, he clenched his fists, his whole body trembling with rage. Long recalled, 3 years ago, the headquarters of the Black Moon sect was destroyed, and I lost my eyesight because I had to face some incredible beings. The composed demeanor of Ti Kuang that day flashed in his mind. fueling his rising anger. Back then, you were just like today. He looked at us with pitying eyes, as if we were merely insects. This is the nature of Gait Fang. Just as his thoughts came to a close, Tukulung appeared momentarily dazed. At this moment, he was extremely confused. Wondering internally, what is he talking about? Why does the previous self have no memory of it at all? But then he cast a wary glance at Yan and Gait, who was bursting with energy. Anxiously thinking, no matter what, first find a pretext and then decide. Trom Tin Yan and Gait can hardly hold back now. After some reflection, Tu Lung finally spoke up. Although the wriggling of the insects looked quite unsightly, I can give you a chance. The three below went silent, attentively listening to every word spoken. His face darkened as he continued ferociously. But to pay for the provocation against me, I will order the Songhai sect to madly hunt you down during this time. And if you can retreat safely, then so be it. Just hearing this, the holy mountain trembled all over, while Min Yu Gait and Hong Tying beside him could not hide their fear. At that moment, Tu Kuo-Ying turned to leave, not forgetting to say his final words. By then, I will comply with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he loudly called for Trom Tainan Gait, as if waiting for the command for a long time. Yan Nu Gait, in a friend, quickly raised the Men Than Zhao, and in an instant, a terrifying attack lit up the night sky. The explosion sounded as if a meteor had fallen. 10 minutes later, the crescent moon still shone in the sky, below the forest. The dust had not yet settled, and the trees were charred. The sound of someone coughing rang out along with the question, has the Moon King left? The three others emerged from the ground one after another. Mi and Guide expressed concern, stating, the power of Trom Ten Whining Guide is unusual. If my king did not secretly intervene, we would not have survived. She then stood up, angrily suggesting that this went against the rules. And moreover, the master of the Song and Gait sect might have seen through it. So let us split up and act. Hong Choin sighed, feeling frustrated as she continued to think about how to avoid being chased by the Song and Gait sect. She glanced at the distant mountains, a sense of unease rising within her, not to mention Trom Tinian Gait. Even Vioguan, as the Supreme Seven Star, had no chance to escape. Then, Hong Choyan firmly stated that there was still an unknown force in the Moonlight Academy. After leaving the forest, Tukulong walked around the academy, looking at the heavily destroyed scenery. He could not help but sigh. This battle truly ruined the academy, did not it? He then stopped, questioning himself. But how could Trom Tinian Nungite and Zipi Vane Trine Tride easily defeat the Supreme Seven Star? Yet, he felt a bit of joy at the thought. Although he had not signed a contract yet, it seemed he had accidentally defeated a series of formidable characters. Suddenly, a loud scream from afar caught his attention. A figure suddenly dashed toward him, knocking Tukulyu off balance. Afaronugite, in her human form, was sitting on Tatuna's stomach, repeatedly hitting him and crying, "You have to listen to me. I just encountered a 7-star beast master, and I almost got defeated. It was terrifying." She continued to whine into Kazan-in's silence. If it were not for me, the entire academy would have been submerged. And that girl from Butch Than might have drowned too. After a bout of crying, Hanengite suddenly fell silent, realizing an important matter. Did I forget to change back? However, before she could do anything, Tu Lung gently placed his hand on her head. Stroking it, he looked at Hoangite with gentle eyes, his face showing obvious affection, calming her down. Then he suggested, "Let us return to the Song and Guite sect together in a few days. I have something to discuss with that lord." Hong Guite pondered for a moment, and Long Them repeated a few words. "Lord." When she thought of something, her face turned red with embarrassment, asking herself, "Is this the legendary meeting with the Lord?" Then Han Guite displayed a shy demeanor, softly asking, "Is it a bit too soon?" But inside, she was screaming with joy. The scene shifted to the early morning of the next day, at the Song Guite sect headquarters, which was Tiniefasi Island, a butterfly-shaped island floating among thick clouds. Below, a group of people in white cloaks looked up at the island, discussing, could it be the island based on the image of the legendary Emperor Fi's son Enyi Mun Mung? It truly was a magnificent masterpiece. The Song and Guite sect was indeed a force that could rival the Thanering Un Guine Than Ting. The only one not wearing this cloak was the Yong Guite Quan, the little ninth disciple of the Tharing Un Guite Than Ting. She looked back at the group behind her and asked gruffly, "You have not forgotten why we came here today, have you?" Then she turned her foot forward, clearly enunciating each word. "The treasure of the great Emperor VC is in the Song and Guite sect headquarters." Then Tu Su clenched her fists with determination, assertively stating, "No matter the cost, I must obtain it today." Not long after, Xiaoju and her attendants set foot on Qianfu Island. Upon seeing the scene before her, she gasped in amazement. The bustling streets filled with people, and the tall buildings around her made her exclaim that it was too lively. Xiaoju bit down on the white cloth in her hand, unable to reconcile her thoughts. Originally thinking that the Songyu sect would be very strict, but it turned out to be a scenic spot. A place where one had to earn a lot in a day. After that, she continued her journey with her group. At that moment, behind Xiaoju was someone cloaked in black, wearing a butterfly mask. That person was Su Lying. He turned his head slightly to look at Xiaoju, bit confused, and asked softly, "Why is the Beast Master of Daoyu Guan South region here?" Hearing this, Huan Yu also curiously peeked out to look, asking back, "Who are you talking about?" When seeing Xiaoju's back, it could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Is that girl not Dao Xiaoju?" Immediately after, Huan Yu tugged at Su Lying's sleeve, irritably stating some information. The candidate for the Saintess of Dao Yuguan, a crazy worshipper of Emperor Shang Yu, is out of control online. It then clenched its fist firmly, determined that it had been blocked when it scolded her in a private message, taking this opportunity to force her to apologize. Su Lying, hearing this, was utterly exasperated, silently questioning in his heart, what kind of absurdity is it to make someone apologize after arguing online? Seeing it sulking, he approached and suggested, "Forget it. Do you have anything else you want to do instead?" He thought to himself that they still had plenty of time before the moon rose. In contrast to Su Lying's enthusiasm, Huan Yu replied loudly with a single no. Just then, a sign printed with the words "Challenge Monster Eating," with no limit on the number of participants, caught their eye. The registration deadline at 5 of the clock hit Huan Yu right in the face. It immediately pointed at the sign, excitedly declaring, "I want to participate." Su Lying, hearing this, was speechless, only able to suffer in silence. The Moon King's monster was going to participate in an eating challenge, really losing all face. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, catching his attention. "Hurry up. Time is running out. Quickly register." That statement came from Xiaoju, who was currently very excited at the registration desk. After registering, Xiaoju eagerly said, "As long as I win the championship prize, my strength will definitely stand out among all the candidates for the Saintess." Su Lying accidentally overheard her words and muttered the word prize to himself. Then, he glanced at the prize list for the Central Extreme Great King. First prize, a drop of liquid from the Peiying powder. Second prize, a box of mass. Third prize, a bottle of hand cream. Looking at the words written there, Su Lying gasped in shock, unable to help but ask, "Wait, what the heck is the gap between these prizes?" Still feeling confused, he silently wondered, "Peiying powder. Isn't that the renowned king of the eastern region? It is rumored that wherever it goes, the sky turns red for 1,000 miles. The cherry blossoms are blooming. But because the electronic signals in the eastern area are isolated, very few people see their true beauty." Frustrated, and Tulining spoke up, "Who organized this competition? How dare they use the Emperor's essence along with hand cream and masks as prizes?" Hoan Guite was a bit surprised by his question and wondered back, "Is not that what Song Guite sect taught you all? It is to take revenge on the Fai and Fendren Wang." Hearing this, Tu Kuling was unexpectedly silenced. Later, Hoan Guite seriously explained that online information suggested that recently, the Song Guite sect seems to be gathering a large quantity of delicacies that the butterfly-shaped beasts need. There have been many conflicts with the Fai and Fun and Dying, don't you know? I thought you had ordered it. Hearing those words, Tu Long could only feel embarrassed and replied inwardly, "How could that be? How could my low-level lightning butterfly eat food meant for emperors?" Still, he kept his focus on the competition, feeling a surge of excitement. "But anyway, I am a bit interested now." At that moment, the information board about Nguite Chaithi appeared. Phase 2. New function. Requires a certain number of draws. You can see every clue of the unlocked pet. 5 draws are needed to obtain clues for high-level beasts. 30 draws are needed for clues for mid-level beasts. 100 draws are needed to obtain clues for supreme-level beasts. Seeing this, Tukulin could not help but smile, feeling secretly delighted. After unlocking a number of supreme-level illustrations, Nguite Chaitha was also upgraded, and perhaps new interesting functions would be unlocked. Soon after, the host took the mic to announce, "Welcome to the Monster Eating Challenge organized by the Song Nguite sect. I am your host, Nguite Nai." Nguite Nai stood between 2 competition tables, surrounded by a crowd eager to watch. Excitedly, she announced, "Thank you all for enthusiastically signing up." Some people in the audience wondered aloud, who would want to get caught up in the conflict between the Song Nguite sect and Phi and Fendren Dying? Are these contestants really foolish or just hired actors by the Song Nguite sect? Ignoring the whispers, the host continued explaining the rules of the competition. Each contestant can summon up to 2 monsters to eat, but be aware, the competition uses supreme-level monster food, and it is a spicy variation that only supreme-level beings can handle. Hearing this, the 2 companions of Tiu Suu were making faces, while she remained very determined. Bright red plates of cakes were gradually displayed on the table, with hot steam rising, carrying an indescribable spiciness. The aroma wafted directly to the noses of the pets accompanying Tucu, and they quickly could not take it anymore. In contrast to the discomfort, Aonguite was extremely tempted by the rich dish in front of her. Meanwhile, Tucu remained resolute, declaring loudly, "You do not need to force yourselves. I won't lose anyway." With that, she immediately summoned her pet. Come out. The heavenly flame butterfly is a pink-winged butterfly from the Supreme Fire System, holding the pet beast in her hand. Xiaoju glanced at the audience with a smug look, thinking to herself that it seems not everyone has supreme intelligence, even after leaving the moon cult. Suddenly, her gaze froze. Wide-eyed, staring across, the sight of TQ lying, Honhan Guite standing behind 3 bright red trays of cakes left her in shock. What the heck? That guy is using a common level beast to compete. Xiaoju sighed in relief, filled with disdain, wondering if he wanted his beast to die in vain. Over here, Tukulin was very serious, quietly assessing that although the girl had only summoned a supreme beast, her determination to win the prize would surely not be simple. He glanced at Han Guite, who was drooling, and muttered to himself that although he also had a moon spirit, it was obviously not the right time to bring it out. His eyes sparkled with confidence as he thought, but I still have another trump card. Opposite, Xiaoju also shot a fierce glare at Tukulinj. At that moment, Nguyenhai raised the timer high, clearly announcing that the competition would only have 1 round and the time limit was 10 minutes. As the 4 words "start the competition" echoed, both sides cast confident looks at their opponents. The intense belief in victory surged within everyone. Quickly, the heavenly flame butterfly grabbed a cake larger than its head, opening its mouth wide to prepare to eat. In one bite, it chewed loudly on the large piece of cake. Meanwhile, the low-level beasts below were struggling, tears streaming down their faces as the spicy flavor overwhelmed their tongues. Across, Honguite was devouring each cake one by one. She was thoroughly enjoying the taste. Seeing her eat at such a dizzying speed, Xiaoju could not help but wonder if it was truly a supreme-level beast. Then she raised her chin defiantly towards her heavenly flame butterfly, questioning herself how could anyone still play such a trick of pretending to be weak while eating strong. After that, Xiaoju shouted loudly, "No matter what, I absolutely will not lose." 3 minutes later, all the low-level beasts from the cloaked women lay flat on the ground, unable to withstand the overwhelming taste of the food. The heavenly flame butterfly was also exhausted, panting with its swollen belly, having eaten 30 pieces. Seeing its obvious fatigue, Xiaoju could not hide her shock as she had to affirm that the heavenly flame butterfly could no longer hold on. She then glanced at her opponent, her heart filled with concern. Meanwhile, across, Tu Lung was astonished by Han Guite's eating capacity, unable to hold back his worry as he suggested, "You can still eat. Didn't you just devour a bunch of food? You do not have to force yourself," while continuing to eat the cake. He explained, "It is no problem. I do not use the same stomach for snacks and beast food." Seeing Han Guite still devouring each piece, Xiaoju was filled with dread, thinking to herself, how could this be? It is like she is completely unfazed. After that, she regained her composure, secretly calculating with the 4-star beast tamer, while summoning 2 supreme beings, fearing it would not take more than 5 minutes. Then she gritted her teeth, her confidence in victory still strong. But because of the Emperor's serum, no matter what, I must. Without waiting another second, Little Ju shouted for her pet beast. Come out. The moon spirit beast, a muscular creature of the lunar system and supreme level, immediately appeared behind her. Without hesitation, it grabbed a plate full of spicy cakes and poured them into its mouth, swallowing them in an instant. Seeing the beast's horrifying appetite, Huan Yu could not hide her concern and asked, "Eating like that, will it get diarrhea later?" Right now, Little Ju had regained her confidence, clenching her fists, her whole body trembling with determination. The amount eaten had doubled. This time victory was certain. When the host announced that there was just 1 minute left in the competition, the moon spirit beast had consumed 72 cakes. While Huan Yu was still stuck at 34, the situation changed rapidly. But Tiguo Lung remained calm, muttering softly, feeling that the time had come. As his thoughts came to an end, he called out loudly for the name Huntre Trung Ungite. Streams of water appeared from Huv Trung Ungite, quickly wrapping around the plate of spicy cakes. The icy whirlpools hovered in the air, enclosing all the cakes on the plate in an instant. Outside the competition arena, everyone was stunned by what had just happened, and the atmosphere became lively. What just happened? What was that? All eyes turned to the 5 empty plates on a Tuoninga's table. One person exclaimed in shock as hundreds of servings of beast food mysteriously vanished. Little Ju was so shocked that she froze, stammering to say, This absolutely cannot be." Soon after, the host rang the bell, accompanied by the announcement. The competition ended. She reached out to Tikulaji and Huan Yu, whose bellies were bulging, excitedly declaring, The winner is this player. The recent announcement felt like hundreds of knives stabbing into Little Ju's heart. She knelt down, only able to murmur in pain. Immediately after, Nguai turned and walked away, her face suddenly darkening. As she walked, she said it to Loading in a low voice. Please follow me to the backstage to receive your prize. A while later, night had fallen, and a hazy crescent moon appeared behind a certain house. Inside, Nguai handed a vial of serum to Tae Ying, not forgetting to ask, Master, there are still a dozen drops of Phi and serum left in storage. Do you need to bring them all out? Receiving the serum, he was a bit surprised and asked back, You recognized me? She began to explain amidst Hyun Yu's confusion. At first, I was just suspicious because there were rumors that you were recently close to a white deer. Then Nguai Nai started announcing an urgent message. But just now, the Overlord awakened and told me to inform you to come to the main hall for an important discussion. So I officially confirmed your identity. Hearing this, Tiku Lai Ing, though very anxious, still tried to pretend to be calm, his tone dripping with disdain. Good. That guy awakens right after the moon rises. After a moment of gazing, he finally took the lid off the essence bottle, then slowly brought it to the nose of the person before him to smell the fragrance. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if sensing an ominous sign. Seeing Tialong quickly turn back inside, his body shook in waves, causing Nguai Nai to worry and call out, Master. His body kept trembling, and in his hands were lines of information from Nungai Chai Thys, the Celestial Void System. Emperor level. The Fian Fentran Zing had been unlocked. The reward is for 50 consecutive draws. Changing the unlocking rules. All Moonlight System monsters are within range. Automatically unlocking the illustrated book when reading the line about the Emperor-level monster that has been entrenched in the Eastern continent for over 10,000 years. One of the three Bix Tu has a combat power nearly unrivaled. Tu Kong Ying could not hide his astonishment when he suddenly realized that nearly unrivaled meant it was no longer an ordinary Emperor level. He gently raised his hand to steady the mask, whispering in frustration, The screen is overloaded, is paralyzed. Then he smiled, feeling quite cheerful with the thought. In other words, was it too early for the Song and Gait Jiao to conflict with Phi and Fen Lang? A moment later, in the main hall of the Song and Gait Jiao headquarters. At this time inside the spacious headquarters, the relaxed figures of Ti Quelei and Hoan and Gait were walking, their eyes continuously observing their surroundings. Hoan Gait noticed the women in cloaks standing with their heads bowed, and could not help but sigh. This lineup, is this the value of the title Moon King? Soon after, the two arrived at the gate leading to the main temple. The brilliant light from it spread outwards. Without waiting another second, Tu Ning stepped through that gate. He gently closed his eyes to await the destination. When the dazzling beam from the gate completely faded, he opened his eyes wide. Now Tu Logi and Hoan Gait were standing on a lake. High above a figure was sitting on the crescent moon. He could not take his eyes off the figure in the distance. Astonished, he exclaimed, This is the ruler. Tu Ung remained calm, slowly explaining to Han and Gait. That is right. This is the supreme ruler of the entire northern region. The monster guarding the Song and Guait Jiao. And also the 12th guardian of the moonlight. That person's name is Butchahai Chait Kung Ung Gait. After a moment of silence, Kung Gait in the misty atmosphere began to speak. Moon King. It seems you have finally made up your mind. Her expression darkened upon seeing this. Titon recounted that to wait for his response. The moon god ritual had to be delayed for 3 years. Below, Tu Kuo Wang was listening intently to every word from Kung Gait. The eastern and western elders were very angry, and the deities were also very displeased with this. As her words came to an end, he was trying hard to maintain his calm, while Dulong was very confused. At this moment, Tu Kuolong quietly thought to himself, indeed in the memory, the Moon King seemed to be waiting for an opportunity, but he had forgotten it. Nevertheless, he pretended to cough a few times and declared clearly, That is why I came here. The moon god ritual can begin. When he mentioned but before that, I have a question. Kung Guait felt a bit puzzled and slowly turned to look. Just then, Tu Lung asked clearly, What should I do to win the War of the Emperors? She quickly replied, What level is the Emperor? Be clear. During the moon god ceremony, I cannot intervene. Hearing that, Tikul Ning stroked his chin thoughtfully and then answered, Not sure. But it might be the Black Moon sect. Kung Guit's brows furrowed. She was very confused, silently repeating the words Black Moon sect. Immediately, she replied with a few words that left Tu Ku Ang stunned. Moon King. Please do not joke with me. You are a miracle of the moon. You should not waste my expectations on something so boring. Inside, he was suffering deeply for not being able to express his true feelings. But I am not joking. As a one-star beast master, I really can't handle an emperor. Just as he was feeling hopeless, a ring suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Both Tu Kuoli and Hoan Ungait looked curiously at the item, listening to Kung Gait explain. This is the token of the moon god, proving the identity of the king of the northern region. As long as you wear this ring, the moon god ceremony will officially begin. The ring immediately flew to Tiqual Ing's hand but refused to be worn by him. It kept signaling for him to remove the one he had on his middle finger. Seeing this, he complied and took off the ring, feeling disheartened as he said, "All right, quickly." The ring slipped onto Tiqual Ing's middle finger. Just a second later, a dazzling light burst forth from where he stood, surrounded by swirling colorful orbs of light. In an instant, a strangely quiet scene appeared. An ancient town nestled at the foot of a mountain. At that moment, system notification appeared announcing that the moon god was ceremony, and checking the token of the moon god to confirm the representative of the northern region. Soon after, the system turned red with a check error message. Reevaluating, Takuling opened his eyes, facing a test question that indicated the authority level of the holder of the moon book had been raised. The identity of the holder of the moon chai book could be disguised. "Do you want to disguise?"
Yep.
After reading the previous lines, he glanced around the space. All around were system panels, making him confused as he asked, "Where is this? Did I teleport?" At that moment, there was a system that made Tiquelang stop to read. It showed his face with the information that his name Taku Long Yu could be hidden. 1-star realm cannot hide gender. Male can change. Appearance can change. 3 character templates have been detected that can be inherited directly for disguise. Note that if you do not inherit, the true realm will be revealed by other representatives. After reading the previous lines, he smiled in frustration, not thinking about the 1-star northern region, as it directly revealed my identity. The 3 disguise templates appeared, listed from top to bottom as the Emperor template, Bija Hai Trech Konging Guide, the Supreme template, Tratomtine Nguite Supreme template, and Ape Van Have Guide. After observing everything, Tu Long stroked his chain, seriously pondering. The most important thing right now is to not reveal any weakness. Otherwise, things will go very badly once the moon god ceremony begins. As thoughts raced through his mind, feeling it was best to inherit a stronger template, he immediately tapped on the selection box for the Emperor's template of the Death Moon Sea. In an instant, the surrounding system panels gradually faded away, leaving only a final notification transforming into the template. At the same time, at the moon god ceremony, a stunning scene emerged with light shining down in the center, surrounded by neatly arranged chairs. A shadow slowly appeared from the path leading to the ceremony. The person murmured a familiar phrase. "The moon never sets, for the night is eternal. This is the moon saintess, the representative of the moon in the central region." As she sat down, she was momentarily taken aback by something she saw. Across from her, a shadow also stepped forward with a greeting. "Moon saintess. It has been a while. This is the great emperor of the southern region, Thon Yu Gayat." She strode over with a smile and said, "The moon god ceremony is finally about to begin." The moon saintess remained silent. Just then, a smaller shadow appeared. A girl in a nightgown slowly stepped out. "This is Tiwa, the representative of the western region." The moon saintess cast a rather unfriendly glance, while Thangong Guite cheerfully waved at the girl. "Long time no see. Western region's king." The enthusiasm was met with a lazy response from Taibui.
Yeah.
After climbing onto the high chair, the girl tightly shut her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Soon after, a disheveled head of hair appeared. The girl in the revealing outfit this time is Bang Dian, the representative of the eastern region. She glanced around and sighed in annoyance. "What is this? All women. How boring." The moon saintess responded with a tone of disdain, questioning why the ice girl from the eastern region was here. Those anomalies from the non-moonlight system would only threaten the purity of the moon. She sat down calmly, a smile on her face as she explained, "If the moon god's token is with me, I cannot not attend." The 4 had settled into their chairs for each region, but there was still one empty seat. Bung Dan noticed the empty chair and asked in confusion, "Why has not it appeared yet? When will the next step proceed?" Thung Guite smirked and announced, "Only the northern region remains. It must be the Moon King." Teu had also woken up by now. The girl, still looking sleepy, glanced over and quietly asked, "Is it that guy who caused a scene 3 years ago, making the full moon last an entire month?" The moon saintess smiled derisively and quickly replied, "Just a false reputation." As she finished speaking, slender feet appeared, clicking towards them. Tu and Thanging Guide immediately turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Chiguang Guite and Bang Dine could not hide their curiosity as a figure of a young girl gradually emerged from the darkness. Upon seeing her, Bung Dan gasped in shock. "What the heck?" Thoing Guite also stood up in shock, unable to believe it, shouting loudly, "This can't be happening." Tikukulai Ing, within the body of Bichai Chik Kangang Guite, stepped forward in front of everyone, representing the northern region. His eyes shone with the familiar crescent moon. The Luang Guite stared in disbelief, still unable to accept the reality unfolding before her, stuttering her words as the moon directed the way. As he began to sit down, she continued to yell, "The representative of the northern region. How could it not be the Moon King?" Chuo Ungite appeared much calmer. She confidently offered her guess, suggesting that the Moon King was just an ordinary person, with many more suitable options than him. After saying that, Chiguangguite fell silent for a moment, gently glancing at Tulong to observe him. His strangely composed expression made her feel suspicious, and she had no reaction. Could it really have nothing to do with the Moon King? At this moment, he was actually feeling heartbroken inside, looking quite adorable. Yet how could he be so sharp-tongued? But then he regained his seriousness, internally acknowledging that the form of Bicha Hai Chit Kung Gait left them all bewildered. It seemed that the authority of the Moon's decree truly surpassed that of the Moon King's token. The representatives from the 5 regions had gathered, and the announcement was now being made. After thousands of years, the Moon God ceremony was about to commence again, and the final victor would be decided by the kings. The voice echoed, making Chiguangguite extremely uncomfortable. But before the final brutal showdown, it seemed the Moon God wanted to have more interesting things to offer. The announcement continued while Taiyu was still half asleep. Choose the strongest offering you believe in, and before the unique offering is defeated, the kings are forbidden from fighting each other. Bung Dan seemed to enjoy it, listening intently to every piece of information. If the king personally slaughtered the other offerings, he would lose his eligibility to participate. Chiguangguite ignored the words around her, continuously glancing at Tasu. Finally, she restricted the appointment of the beast to be the exclusive offering. The beast must belong to her side. Otherwise, she would have to choose again. After a long wait, the call finally went out. All right, now please announce your exclusive offerings. Tikul Longing was currently very startled as he suddenly realized the announcement of the exclusive offering. Besides the beast from the Songhangite sect, do I have any other choice? Sweat poured down his face, a feeling of shame rising within him. The difficult disguise had been exposed right from the start. How embarrassing. At this moment, Bung Dan let out a long yawn, then sighed with boredom. Initially, she intended to check the strength of their offerings, but in the end, she could not even participate herself. Saying that, she immediately summoned her exclusive offering. A system panel appeared right after the exclusive offering of the Eastern region was identified as the Celestial Void System, a royal grade with the name of the Pink Copper Princess. The earlier scene only added to Tuhalingi's confusion. Starting at such a royal level means she could very well have made a pact with something even more terrifying. The next moment, the exclusive offering of the Central region was determined to be the Moonlight System at royal grade, called the Full Moon Descent. Reading the lines on the system, he became even more bewildered. The Full Moon Descent Royal of the Moonlight System had a legendary reputation, the emblem of the Moon Goddess Palace. Little Echu, still drowsy, had also summoned the offering. The girl complained in frustration, finding it really annoying. The system quickly displayed the information. The exclusive offering of the Western region was identified as the Moonlight System at royal grade. The initial White Saint. Tu Loi stared in shock, while Long Them muttered the words. The initial White Saint. His emotions plummeted when he suddenly realized the first ancestor of the White Saint clan had power rivaling that of a second-tier overlord. Chiguangguite remained unresponsive, her gaze still fixed on Tassang. At that moment, the urging voice rang out, all remaining kings, please present your exclusive offerings within 1 minute. Right now. Tikul Ying seemed to remember something important. That is right. The royal once existed in the Northern Territory, but its current whereabouts are unclear. At least there is some connection to me. Moments later, a hazy figure with deer horns appeared. He felt a rush of joy, whispering to himself. Found it. Without hesitation, he declared loudly. Moonlight Tum. Use 100 draws. Each page of the Moonlight Tum flipped quickly like the wind. And soon, an announcement about an illustration book of a royal-grade monster appeared. Inside was the image of Vanadabun Chin Chipasi with information about royal-grade monsters from the ancient northern region. The founder of the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy collected information 1. Thousands of years ago. Vinadi Mensing Chizantase was the protector of the White Deer Palace in the 12 Moonlight Enclaves. After the Moonlight Enclaves were shattered, it fell from its dominant position to a regular royal and fell into a deep slumber, resting in the clouds and mist at the northern border, waiting for the day the moonlight converged to awaken. Collected information 2. The 12 Moonlight Enclaves belong to the 12 pieces of the Moon Goddess Shimmer system. The only remaining guardian to this day is the 9th Enclave, the Butchahai Death Enclave of the Archer Palace. The announcement unexpectedly rang out while Tu Lun was still in a daze. In the last 5 seconds, if you do not make a choice, you will be deemed to have forfeited your qualification. Collected information 3. The descendant of Vananda Munchi Tauses, named Zape Van Triangite, seizes the supreme power. After acquiring the Moonlight Fragment of the White Deer Palace, it can be upgraded to royal grade. Right now, Tu Kuongyin was still shocked by the words before him, even as the countdown began. Counting down 5, 4. Collected information 4 was also the final report. It was discovered that Viney Donadabong Chi Dandarasi and its host belonged to the same faction, and could go through the exclusive offering judgment of the Moon Goddess ritual this time. You seem to regain hope, your eyes shining bright. As the countdown reached 3, 2, 1, Both Tulung and Thang Ungite presented the offerings simultaneously. The first notification appeared. The exclusive offering of the northern region had been identified as the Lunar Radiance System. Royal Class. Dreaming Aspirations. Thang Ungite was speechless after reading the information because she never expected it would not be a monster from the Moonlight Cult. At that moment, Tukulin was also wide-eyed in shock. Realizing what was happening, the exclusive offering chosen by the Empress Thang Ungite was actually of the Supreme Class. The notification board displayed the exclusive offerings of the southern region identified as the Lunar Radiance System. Supreme Class. Upper Crescent Moon. Lilacs. The previous information suddenly reminded him of something quite important. And moreover, this prefix was like the blade shell that Trom Tiny Yin Nungite was searching for. Upper Crescent Moon. Suwon-ho General. Immediately after, rings of light appeared throughout the room with an announcement. The exclusive offerings of the 5 representatives have been confirmed. The Lunar God ceremony is about to begin. Please enjoy. Tukuling's body began to fade away. This was the process of returning. Tiyuho prepared to close her eyes and take a nap during this process. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her face revealing surprise as she realized, wait a minute. Venadeng only wished for it. Taiyu looked where a Tukwang was gradually disappearing. Astonished, she exclaimed, how can this be? This name is actually... Before she could finish her sentence, the process of returning came to an end. Tu Alung had returned to the main hall. He was quite surprised by the scene before him. Just then, Kang Yugite, sitting on the crescent moon, gently called out to the Moon King. Then she began to speak to Tu Linj. Can you feel it yet? Just a few seconds ago, the Lunar God ceremony started. Now go and compete for the gold that belongs to you. Hearing those words, his gaze became unusually determined. Just a second later, he turned around and walked away, not forgetting to say a few words. All right. I should prepare a bit. Let us stop here for today. Kang Yugite happily replied from above. Okay. Next time we meet, the Lunar God ceremony may have ended. The figures of Ti Kuling and Hoan Ungite gradually became faint. Kang Ungite continued to watch as she spoke with a hint of promise. I hope by then our agreement can be fulfilled. The person from Fang. When his presence was no longer in the main hall, she turned away and asked in confusion. So you are asking me how to defeat the Black Moon Holy Mountain? Amir, remembering his firmly determined face at that time, she was certain of one thing. He was vague about his own strength. Then, Kang Guite began to express her reasoning, questioning the choice of Guite Chaitha. Feeling fearful of the other emperors, she slightly curled her lips into a smile, excitement evident in every word she spoke. It seems that his memories have returned. How will those from the Moon God Palace react? Looking forward to the transfer to the center of the Song and Nugite cult, a huge pillar of light suddenly shot straight into the sky. The aura around it erupted violently. The scene before everyone caused a commotion, and everyone could not help but feel bewildered. What is going on? In the crowd, a girl rushes out, pointing at the sky, shouting, quick, look, a deep crimson crescent moon appears, shining brightly in the night, its eerie light mingling with the unending echoes of her scream. As the moon turns blood red, at that moment, a crescent moon mark, seemingly carved from blood light, appears on the back of her hand, causing her to scream in panic. What is this? Everyone present has a mark on their hand. Amidst the horror, they frantically speculate, could a disaster have occurred? Over here, while Thang Ungite is still leisurely soaking, a maid rushes in to report. Your Majesty, the Moon God ceremony has officially begun. Your Majesty, she seems completely unconcerned, just mumbling in disbelief. This can't be happening. Thang Ungite's face becomes vacant, her eyes empty, as she keeps repeating to herself, the Moon King is the answer that the moon is providing. Does not that make me a laughing stock? The maid shyly continues. Your Majesty, you just said that once the Moon God ceremony begins, all disciples in the sect should give up. Right. She slowly turns her face, her dull expression and cold gaze immediately striking the other person. Thang Guite's eyes slowly close. After regaining her composure, she brushes her hair back and replies indifferently. No need. I have changed my mind. Thang Guite stands up, seriously announcing, all ceremonial items in the sect will be temporarily handled. First, let Eng Dai participate in the ceremony to eliminate the offerings that the North is about to hold. With that, she reaches for a cloth and coldly says, I must also go there myself. Thang Guite rises, draping a cloth loosely over herself, adding, I need to see what exactly is happening with the Moon King and the moon over there. Watching her fading figure, the maid suddenly remembers something and calls out in a panic. Your Majesty. Wait, she hurriedly chases after her while suspiciously asking, the ceremonial items of Nai Deep, are they all just pawns sent out? Receiving no response, the maid stands there worried and bewildered. On the day of the ceremony to eliminate the offerings in the north, it is also a full moon night. What awaits? Outside the Song and Guide sect, The maid's voice lingers in the silence of the struggle among the emperors. At that moment, Hononguite also lands on a nearby rooftop. It carries two logging on its back, silently observing the situation around. In the next moment, he coldly steps down, thinking to himself, the number of hidden powerhouses around the academy has suddenly become unusual. It seems the sect of Songenguite is in a hurry to arrive. In the midst of his fleeting thoughts, a familiar voice rings out, Your Highness the Moon King. You finally returned. Tukuling incuriously turns to see then H.R. rushing over, holding out a phone in front of him. Looking furious. You have to speak up for us. The Empress Thangengite suddenly declared war on us. Tu Lung takes the phone to check and receives the news. Unexpectedly, Empress Thangengite has declared war on the Academy of Muguite Quang Unity. And Eng Dai Dape Nam VC will participate in the ceremony to eliminate the offerings of the North. Then H could not hide his anger and exclaimed, This is to eliminate all the sacrifices in our academy. He stared intently, sensing the ulterior motives behind Thangengite's declaration of war against the academy. It seems she wants to probe me. So she intentionally sent Ngavape to cause trouble. Atualing maintained his calm demeanor, gently waving his hand and reassuring. Don't worry. I will let Ngite Jiao handle this matter. With that said, Tuol Enyi and Han Gai turned to leave, reminding, I need to rest. Just send me the list of factions participating in the conference. Although a bit surprised, then H reluctantly agreed. A few hours later, in his room, Hoan Gait was hugging Gait Quang Thai and the lifeless Quang Liep Kun Min, sleeping soundly on the bed. Under the light, Tukul Lun Yu was quietly checking each name on the list of factions participating in the conference that had been sent to him. He tilted his head, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. It turned out that this elimination conference was first proposed by the Beach Ungite Empire. But as the descendant of Bicha Hai, the moon god, it surely would not put him at a disadvantage. Staring at the list for a while, Tukuling's mind was still swirling in unfinished thoughts. Lin Ongui Tung and Vian Guide are old friends. They might just be coming for fun. The participants from Bisi Vis, Biching Guide Empire, Ingui Quang Yanthar Academy, Lin Gui Kong, VM Nu Guide. The participants from Trung Vice, They Ti Niguite Zine, Athian Chuvnig, and the participants from Nam Vice, Ingi Depi, They Ti Niguite Zine, and Heistai Thenix Stong from Trung VC are all small forces showing support for Song Gaiet Giao, so they can be temporarily overlooked. At that moment, his face was completely still, eyes holding a quiet intensity. Ultimately, the key thought that crossed Tukolo Aginia's mind was that the first name that appeared was Ingi Dd. His eyes lingered on the line participants from Nam Vice. Ingi Depi. The image of a little girl flashed in his mind. Just a candidate for the moon goddess with two supreme abilities. Tukul Eng quickly realized the power gap. He could only imagine how strong a true moon goddess would be. Perhaps if Epi Vaihum Trogite and Trunhum Tian Nungite would not be real opponents after all. He stood up abruptly, thinking that he might have to hand this over to the 12 Nugite to handle. Tuoling plopped back down on the bed, looking exhausted and muttering to himself. Feeling really tired and troubled, he glanced at Han Gai, who was sleeping peacefully beside him, and thought. Even though he now had Zaipeep Thayarn Troanguite and Trimcharm Tine Winguite, along with the invincible Nyifiki Thai for the full moon night, he was far from weak. Soon after, an uneasy feeling crept back into his heart. But next, he would have to face a true emperor, and with them, he currently could not reach the end of Mugite Then Tench. In the moment of silence, he gently stroked Han Gait's ears. Without magic, the only option left was to let the little deer claim the broken piece of the moon from Betch Luck's palace. Suddenly, something made Tu Law pause for a moment. He looked at it with a bewildered expression, thinking to himself. She went to sleep without even taking off the crystal necklace on her head. Tukul Wang kindly approached and gently removed the necklace from Han Gaiet's head to help her take it off. You did not think twice. Quickly climbed into bed and pulled the blanket over. I am so sleepy. I should go to sleep too. At that moment, Tukul Lung suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, his eyes slowly opening in the dark. You drowsily wondered. Is it still late at night? But I have no idea there is a strange shadow close beside me. As soon as you realized, Tukul Nung's eyes widened in shock. Speechless, it turned out to be the girl Hoangite in human form, completely naked, who had rolled over in her sleep to hug him tightly, leaving him utterly confused. What is this? Their bodies pressed against each other, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, making the atmosphere even more ambiguous. Feeling the contact below, Tukuling's face instantly flushed. His body stiffened, his eyes went wide, sweat pouring down his face. Thinking that it must be because he took off the necklace without permission. Tukuling timidly glanced down at Hoan Guite sleeping on him, fear rising in his mind. Wondering if she would kill him when she woke up, he did not dare to move. Fearing that she would wake up, just silently staring at her peacefully sleeping face. She was completely unguarded, unconsciously inching closer in her sleep, leaving Tu even more flustered. At that moment, Honguite suddenly fluttered her eyelashes, her eyes slowly opening. The two of them accidentally fell into an awkward position, the embarrassment spreading throughout the room. When suddenly, Nguite Kwang mumbled something in her sleep. The two of them exchanged glances. He slightly curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a nervous smile. Tukula Wang panicked and quickly sat up, his face pale. Tongue-tied, the first thing Han and Guy did after opening her eyes was not to deal with Tikuli, Ing. But she hazily reached up to feel the top of her head, realizing something was off. Coldly asking, "Where is it?" he thought to himself in fear. It really was because he took off the necklace. This time, I am definitely in trouble. Tukulin could only stammer a reply. After hearing this, Hoan Guite's expression remained as indifferent as ever, her eyes fixed on him without saying a word. After a while, when her consciousness gradually became clearer, she softly let out a response, her face still clearly showing signs of sleepiness. Hoan Guite did not say anything more and rolled back over to sleep soundly, leaving Tu Bogyu still completely bewildered. "Wait, are not you angry? I took off the necklace myself." In response to the barrage of questions, she hazily opened one eye, sleepily replied, "Just put it back on later." Why be? It was only now that Hoan Guite noticed his unusual flustered expression and curiously asked, "You seem very tense. Is something wrong?" And Tuoling blushed deeply, awkwardly whispering, "Well, do not you think our current situation is very embarrassing?" Hearing this, she could not hide her confusion, a multitude of question marks appearing in her head. Embarrassing? Well, after a moment of surprise, he suddenly understood the issue. Wait, did not they say only king-level beasts could transform into humans? Could it be they were used to not wearing clothes? What does a beast look like without clothes? Seeing Tuoling lost in thought, Hoan Guite felt a bit annoyed and urged him to hurry. Where exactly is the embarrassment? You are just backing away. Flustered to respond. Thanks to his quick wit, Tuoling quickly found a reasonable explanation. Your human form is very beautiful. The most beautiful creature I have ever seen. Too beautiful to describe. Hoan Guite was momentarily stunned by a response she could never have expected. In an instant, her cheeks flushed bright red, leaving Louis more confused. So where is the embarrassment? The next day, the dawn sky donned the vibrant blue of early morning under the light of dawn sneaking through the window. She lazily rubbed her eyes, her face still sleepy, as she pulled the curtain aside. Tu Kuo-Ying turned to Han Guite, gently asking, "Are you awake?" Still not fully alert, she quietly watched the boy, her expression dazed. Just then, Han Guite softly asked, "Tiku Ying, do you know why ever since the first time I saw you, you have always seemed so tense, as if worried?" She tilted her head, unable to hide her astonishment in every word. "But today, you seem to have changed, becoming very comfortable and happy." Tu Kuling smiled gently and replied, saying, "That is right. I used to think of myself entirely as Nguite Ving, focusing on how to deceive the world and defeat my enemies. So tense that I almost collapsed. But after experiencing last night's heartbeat, I realized that as soon as I thought of that, and Tu Aloning expressed sincere gratitude towards you. Thanks to you, I have calmed down." Han Guite froze, disbelief clear on her face. Tu Kuo-Ni stretched excitedly. "Next is to prepare well for the moon god ceremony. I think I have found a way to defeat the emperor," she asked in confusion. "But I did not do anything." After a while, Hoan Guite finally understood and immediately rejoiced and cheered. "But are you planning to go out like this?" Seeing her about to run off without a stitch on, he hurriedly reminded her, "Wait, put some clothes on." Before long, both of them were on the roof of a towering tower. At that moment, Tukulin cautiously turned to ask, "So what happens if you take off that string of Mingain?" At that question, Hoan Guite looked a bit puzzled. Seeing her silent, he felt a bit flustered and explained, "Didn't I take off your string yesterday?" Although you still seriously asked where the necklace was, Hoan Guite answered without hesitation, "Because it was left to me by my mother. Of course I have to ask where it is. I suddenly turned into a person just because the full moon was approaching. My blood vessels were out of control. What does that have to do with the necklace?" And Tu Aleng exclaimed, perhaps thinking too far, being doused with cold water by the answer and freezing in place. "Let us set that aside for now." At this moment, she suspiciously asked, "But why did you bring me here? Isn't it to prepare for the battle of the emperors?" Tukulin looked ahead and began to analyze. This is the tallest building in the academy, allowing a view of the entire school, including the site of the sacrificial ceremony. Saying that, he shifted to a serious tone and announced, "I am preparing to confront the emperor here." Hoan Guite glanced around. "Aye. But there is nothing here." Talying turned and smiled softly. "I want to check first if I, as the Moon King, can communicate with the gods." With that, he loudly declared. As soon as Xiam Kwangib heard the command, the familiar creature appeared, glowing brightly like the sun and moon combined. Hong Guyet quietly watched it, flapping its wings to fly high into the sky. The next moment, she quickly asked, "What kind of experiment is this?" "It is just releasing a fleeting butterfly." Talaying pointed ahead and called out, "Look over there." Hongayat also curiously followed his finger, and the scene before her immediately left her in awe. It turned out to be a swarm of luminous butterflies coming together, so numerous that they filled the space. Talaying calmly explained, "Low-level shimmering butterflies can basically only be used for reconnaissance. But they have one characteristic. They love to gather together." He looked at the familiar resting on his hand with affectionate eyes, continuing to explain, "Whenever my shimmering butterfly goes out, it attracts many wild shimmering butterflies along the way, and no one can tell which one is mine." A vibrant swarm of butterflies suddenly fluttered in front of Hongayat, making her curious to come closer and observe. They formed a point and then suddenly burst apart, erupting in a dazzling light. Startling her, Hongayat spun around and asked, "It is Talaying. What did you do?" Immediately after, he raised a finger to his lips to signal silence, casually responding that they would find out under the full moon. Upon hearing this, Hongayat felt unhappy, her expression darkening immediately. In that moment, a sudden notification rang out. Surprising Talaying, the contract was completed. He thought he had succeeded. Above Talaying's head, a monster information panel appeared, including a high-level moon rabbit named Ho Trung Ngayat, a mid-level moonlight butterfly, and a low-level moonlight butterfly. Glancing over the information panel sent to him, he found it hard to believe, silently marveling at the unlimited contract signing ability of the Moon Chai book, and signed contracts with over 1,000 shimmering butterflies in one go. Talaying raised both hands, pondering deeply, his eyes filled with thoughts. He was still far from reaching the limit and felt no sensation at all. He smiled with delight, feeling even more excited about the plan being laid out. If the gods loved miracles, all he had to do was present the most spectacular miracle, and the gods might come. At that moment, Hongayat crouched in a corner, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze never leaving Talaying, who looked reproachful. Suddenly, a stream of insults erupted from below, startling her to turn around. Unable to believe the rotten fish and shrimp were here, the voice continued to echo below the academy, successfully attracting everyone's attention. 1 star. 2 stars. And even 3 stars were rare. It was truly unbelievable. It turned out those words came from the 5-leaf holy maiden Cuck Ngayat Day, who kept rambling on. 3 stars were the lowest standard for joining Cuck Ngayat Day. Why did the emperor send us here? The girl, the Saintess May Ngayat Xtung, stood coldly beside her and casually replied, "The emperor has made arrangements himself. And without the Moon King, the Moonlight Academy's beast taming is insignificant." Ngayat Ei showed a bored expression as she looked at her, then grumbled a few complaints. Feeling quite disappointed, at that moment, an invisible killing intent brushed her neck, causing her to shiver, as if a soul-piercing gaze was quietly watching Ngayat Ei. Her intuition immediately picked up on something. She momentarily froze, her expression quickly turning cold, her eyes frozen in shock. Ngayat Ei silently speculated that something was there, and upon seeing her unusual fear, the Saintess Ndpzo Ngayat Quan beside her also vaguely sensed it and softly added, "I have a feeling that it is not an enemy we can handle." She hurriedly reminded, "It must be a powerful figure from the dual moon sect. It is best not to look at it." Over here, Hongayat sat with her chin resting on her hand, staring off into the distance, clearly looking bored. Tukuling unexpectedly exclaimed, diverting her attention, "Truly, the power of the sacred moon sect was unmatched everywhere." He slowly approached to observe, casually adding, "Is being far from the king worse than being a dog?" Hongayat turned to look at him with an indifferent face, then bluntly reminded, "You have read too many novels. It has been years since we have seen a battle among the emperors, has not it?" Hearing this, Tuoling curiously tilted his head to look over, catching a glimpse of her somewhat irritated expression, and quietly asked, still angry. Seeing that Hongayat did not respond, he understood and smiled, attempting to reconcile. "Let us make up." Unexpectedly, she huffed in annoyance and turned away without even glancing back. Watching her indifferent back, Tuoling fell into deep thought, remaining silent for a long time. In the next moment, he revealed a sly smile, an improper idea popping up in his head. "If that is the case, do not blame me for using the trump card." The thought just flashed, and Tuoling immediately changed his tone slightly. The girl, upon hearing it, involuntarily startled and quickly recognized the familiarity. He enjoyed his little joke and continued to tease her. She had successfully captured his attention, which indeed made Hongayat furious. She angrily turned her face back, her face flushed, grinding her teeth in silence. Tuoling found it amusing and chuckled, each word blocking any excuse from Hongayat. "Are you afraid I will expose that you read novels?" At that moment, her anger peaked, and she could not help but shout, "Of course. That is no different from killing me." And Tuoling slightly lowered his head, bringing a hand to his mouth as if pondering something. only responding with a casual. After weighing his options, he made a request. All right, then come here, Houngwide asked in confusion. For what? Takuling smirked, looking at her with a mischievous gaze. Beginning to threaten her, come here and stand firm. I want to eat your tofu, if you dare to refuse. I will spread that statement throughout the academy. As soon as the words ended, Houngwide was taken aback. Her face flushed like a ripe tomato. She smiled slightly, feeling a bit helpless at the embarrassment of the girl she just teased. In her extreme embarrassment, she noticed Lung Then did not dare to respond, biting her lip in frustration. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Takuling waved his hand and spoke up. All right. I was just joking. At that moment, her long, shiny hair suddenly fluttered with the gentle breeze. Houngwide rushed over and hugged Takuling tightly, leaving him no time to react. Takuling froze, his eyes widening in surprise. The two of them sat down on the ground, and he stared blankly at the girl, still trying to process what just happened. Once he realized it, Takuling's face turned beet red, his voice stammering as he managed to utter a single word. Both were in an ambiguous position, feeling extremely shy and unable to look each other in the eye. Houngwide suddenly timidly leaned closer, gradually bringing her ear near him, her warm breath easily brushing against Takuling's ear, making it turn bright red. She held onto his shoulder, slowly pulling back, each gesture leaving him bewildered. Houngwide appeared visibly upset, complaining about how he took advantage of others. It was so annoying. Without hesitation, she turned and walked away. I want to go back to Ngidel, Engquan, she said, leaving Tuing still in shock. However, her face did not hide her embarrassment. Don't come looking for me. With that, her figure transformed and vanished into the sky. Takuling stood up helplessly, quietly watching and thinking to himself, she is really fast. He kept getting lost in thoughts about Heron and Guite, wondering why she was still here. Did she really pay attention to that boring threat? He did not even notice a shadow suddenly appearing behind him. Takuling remained oblivious to anything unusual, still lost in his thoughts. Clearly not wearing clothes was not a problem. He truly did not understand her embarrassment. At that moment, the person spoke respectfully. Master, I hope I am not disturbing you. Hearing this, he froze in place, shivering slightly. It turned out to be Song Gait Giao. The second position in the 12 moons was the silver rabbit. Takuling quickly regained his composure and coldly replied, it is. Go ahead. On the surface, he seemed calm, but deep down he was truly worried about how to end this. The silver rabbit quickly bowed to report. We have severely injured Hexin Gai Than Sen, but the problem is that he escaped the battle of the emperors during the full moon. Before she could finish, Takuling calmly interrupted her. No problem. Just wait for the full moon, she quickly replied. Understood. The silver rabbit did not linger any longer and immediately left. He stood there, gazing at her, lost in thought. After all, being inherited from Hekai Giao, it was not easy to be defeated. That was only natural. The next moment, Takuling solemnly summoned a Trunging Gait. After the call, a light blue ripple suddenly appeared, freely twisting in the air, then gradually faded away with the wind, leaving Trumpam Tengayan Guide in the form of a floating sword before him. Takuling did not wait long and hurriedly spoke. Trum Tenyan Guide, let us make a deal. He quickly stated his proposal. You lend me your power on the night of the full moon. Yan Nu Guide, hiding within the sword, casually responded. I will give you information about the sword vase. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword lightly trembled, her eyes still tightly shut, before coldly opening. A brilliant light suddenly erupted from the top of the tower, spreading across the sky, accompanied by waves of dense spiritual energy. The group of Ngai Daipi below quickly noticed the strange noise and looked up in confusion. Nguite Quan wondered aloud. What is that coming from over there? At that moment, a hand suddenly appeared, decisively grasping the sword and then swinging it fiercely. At the same time, Yin Guite manifested, hovering in human form in the air. Takuling looked up and sighed with relief, thinking to himself, it seems like she has agreed. He immediately took out the Guite Chai Chaithi and declared loudly, Nguite Chi use 30 draws to inquire about the information of the supreme level monster. Chi Tenthe Hunan Guite X Agane. In the next second, it quickly flipped through the pages, starting its search. On TikTok, a notification from the system appeared. The host does not have sufficient authority, and some information will be hidden. This surprised him. Only a shadowy figure with unclear features along with basic information was provided, such as the supreme level of the Ngite Quang system. The Yingho Ngite Axing Ho had unlocked basic information. The dance of Trom Tenayan Ngite, one of the 7 Haiyan from ancient times. Additional info 1. The 7 Haiyan are the 30 greatest masterpieces. All 7 are weapon-shaped monsters. Additional info 2. The 7 Haiyan were born in the order of Fine Jurex. The Yanexich. TTU. Sex Strong Ho. Nai Lai Lex. Ingi Si Sis. like Ha. Each possessed a different core ability but had enough characteristics for the host to evolve to level 1. Additional info 3. The Engi Honen Guide. Sek Strong Ho and Truntrum Tin Yen Guide defeated the Gemini Guardian, who protected the 12 Ngaido 20,000 years ago, and then were all injured and fell into a deep sleep. A Trom Tin Yen Guide awoke 10,000 years ago, but the Engi Honen Guide in Dugag Ho remained in deep sleep, currently located in the eastern area of the treasury of Queen Bibevi Thin Lam. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a warning, and Tiu Lung was surprised to exclaim. The content roughly included: the host is not qualified to fight the Eastern Domain Overlord. Being them, the host must sign a contract with at least one royal-level monster to gain the most basic qualification to survive in the Eastern region. He stared at the display in shock and thought quickly, what the hell is this? The Overlord of the Eastern Domain. I want to retrieve the sword sheath from her. Am I dreaming? Tukualong also quickly sent a message to Trom Tin Yin Ngayat. The Engi Honen Guide. Samdring Ho's location. Eastern Domain. After hearing this, her eyes remained shut, not responding. In a serious tone, he continued, but to get it back, we need to face Tu La without hesitation. Queen Bing v Thin Lam. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Guite seemed to realize something, her body involuntarily shivering slightly. In that moment, her expression suddenly filled with murderous intent. Darkening, Yan Guite said nothing and coldly turned away. In a fit of anger, she clenched her fists tightly. Seeing that scene, and Tu Leng fell silent, his face turning pale. He pondered deeply, realizing that the current forces of the Song Ungait Jiao were no match for the Ice Queen BV Give Thin Lam. Images of Thang Ngait and the Ice Queen Bang Vive Thin Lam flashed into Ying's mind. The disparity in strength was so evident that he could not help but feel worried. This opponent was far more terrifying than the Thang Ngait Emperor he would face 3 years later. Looking at Yan Nguite's aloof demeanor, he was lost in his thoughts. But he could not understand why Trom Tin Yan Ngait looked so serene at that moment. Tukul Ning's face was tense, swallowing hard as if to reassure himself. After a moment of hesitation, he gradually regained his composure and bravely spoke up. That Tukul Ning spoke boldly. 3 years. Just those 2 words made Yan Ngait curious enough to turn back. His expression was extremely determined as he placed his hand on his chest and sincerely declared, "Give me 3 years, and I will defeat Queen Bang Thun Lam." Yan Ngait was momentarily stunned, speechless upon hearing Tualzinu's promise. Under Yan Ngait's gaze, he suddenly froze for a moment, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. What did I just say? Tu Long asked suspiciously. If I say that, will you believe me? She remained silent as usual. But unexpectedly, Yan Nguite suddenly spoke up. Tikukulai Ing. In ancient times, the 7 mystics and the Sigongagite then Them Liep factions have always been incompatible, and I have always held a hostile attitude towards you. Atul Ing's expression froze, unable to hide his extreme confusion, and she added, "But thank you." In that moment, Anon Nguite's eyes slowly opened, her gaze somewhat hazy like a mist. She smiled gently. "Even if it is just for a moment, let me dream a short dream." The anger within him surged. Tukul Ing clenched his fist in fury, his face darkening with resentment. No way. So you can actually communicate. Images of Yun and Gait flitted through his mind. Tu Ung reflected on it. Is this so-called random threat merely to intimidate me? If it were not for Hu Trungai, I would have been torn apart several times already. Tu Lung sighed helplessly, knowing he could only push it aside and reassure himself. Forget it, given the situation. Pursuing it further was pointless. At that moment, he calmly lifted his foot and walked away, casually passing by Yin and Gait as he left his promise. No matter what, I will make this dream last as long as possible. A cunning look appeared on his face as Tukulai Wang turned back with a sneer. But if it really comes true, do you want to pledge your body? She slightly bowed her head, answering seriously. The age of enmity among the deities has long since ended. If you find the sword sheath for me, it would not be impossible to resolve the matter. But if you want to create a future now, I can do that without the sword sheath. Hearing this, Tukulin was left speechless in shock. He could not believe his ears, thinking to himself, this kid is surprisingly serious. As the scene shifts to the guest hall of the Moonlight Beast Academy, at this moment, Ngayandai was furious, cursing rudely. Little demon. What did you say? Repeat that for me. The girl in the black dress stood proudly with her hands on her hips, mocking. Are you deaf? I told you to get back to where you came from, so off you go. She glared directly at Nguide Li, shouting angrily. And also, Emperor Thong Yiguite has declared war on us, so I can take you lot down right here. She was fuming, shouting. Damn it. Before she could finish venting her anger, a hand from behind covered her mouth tightly. It was Nguite Quan. She hissed in her ear. Shut up. You can tear her apart, but you can't insult her. Looking at the girl in front of her, Nguite Quan whispered a warning. This little demon is a descendant of the beach high Trech Kung and Gai. Be careful with what you say. Even Emperor Thong and Gai can't save us. She stepped forward to speak. But her tone was as if she was confronting the opponent directly. You are Bidika Sai, the 7th princess of the Baicheng Guide Empire. Although you are a holy moon body. If you wish to challenge me, wait another 10 years. Upon hearing this, Nguyen Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. Still reeling, as this little demon managed to unleash the full power of the summoned beast holy moon body in broad daylight. Facing the group of Enga Dipe alone, the Thunhe showed no fear, boldly declaring, whether you can fight or not is another matter, but this guest hall is sponsored by our Baicheng Guide Empire. And I say you can't stay, so get out and sleep on the street. Her mocking words left the 4 holy maidens unable to hold back any longer. Anger immediately erupted. Nguyen Quan glared at Thati, warning sharply. Little demon, do not go too far. Athuinka merely smirked. Her calm demeanor felt like a slap to her opponent's fury. Without saying a word, the girl unleashed her power. A massive surge of energy created a whirlwind that pushed them away. Just then, as the thick smoke gradually dispersed with the wind, a figure emerged. The cold, threatening words of the Silver Rabbit made Nguyen and Nguyen Quan turn in shock. Before the conference began, if Dip dared to act again, they would be eliminated. The Silver Rabbit looked at Thong Kaisha and said in a deep voice, 7th princess, let them in. This is the will of Mugait Fang. At that moment, Nguyen Quan seemed curious, asking, are you the 12th moon of the Song Guide sect? The Silver Rabbit ignored the question and sternly repeated the order. 7th princess, let them in. Thon H's expression darkened, her gaze turning somber. After a moment's consideration, the girl immediately changed her attitude, breaking into a bright smile and obediently replied, Yep. Big Sister Rabbit, in an instant. With the 7th princess's nod of approval, the group of Engolia Dipe entered the guest hall of the Song Guide sect. However, their expressions seemed heavy, and no one spoke. At that moment, Thon Kaiyan, standing behind, cheerfully asked, Oh Big Sister Rabbit, what rank are you in the 12 moons? The Silver Rabbit gently turned back, smiling as it replied, what is wrong with the 2nd seat? Upon hearing this, Thankye fell into deep thought. Is this the level of the 2nd seat? So the 12th seat must be just slightly stronger than me. If I become the top in 3 years, then I will be qualified to challenge the 4 moon generals. The Silver Rabbit listened quietly, eyes fixed on the little girl. Then H's face flushed red, her fingers intertwined, daydreaming with delight. If I had not been born 3 or 4 years late, I might have been able to leave the strongest bloodline in the world with the Moon King. The Silver Rabbit forced a smile, brushing it off. Then I will wait for the day we fight side by side. After that, she did not linger, quickly turning to leave. After walking a bit, the Silver Rabbit's face turned cold, thinking to herself, what an arrogant little devil. She smirked slightly, a mysterious glint in her eyes, continuing her train of thought. However, I will find out the true strength of this holy moon body at the meeting the day after tomorrow. On the night before the full moon, under the bright moonlight, 2 guards in white cloaks quietly patrolled the academy grounds. As they passed a tree by the road, they were unaware of a 6-tailed spirit beast lurking behind. Waiting, it was none other than the 9 underworld star, the 6-tailed fox, reveling in her cunning disguise, proud of her low defense level, completely undetected by them. LaCV glanced at Lama Mum on a leaf in the tree and suddenly spoke up. Is your Tang Huang Quan here to join the fun too? A large droplet of water on the leaf trembled slightly, followed by a voice echoing, you would better keep it down a bit. We are in the North region, and we might be under surveillance. It turned out to be the particularly skillful transformation of the 9 underworld. Tang Huang Quan at the Emperor level. With Londowan, LaCV leaned against the tree, dismissively retorting, stop trying to scare me. Aren't you just curious about the commission from the Black Moon sect too? In the next moment, she flashed a strange smile. Levan Thewing. Who do you think will be the final victor? I can imagine what the beast of the Moon King will look like. LaCV's face showed clear excitement as she continued speaking to Lan Lone. He is just a 1-star beast master. Right. Can he really control an emperor? I am really curious. She received nothing but silence in return, and she looked up in annoyance. Why are not you saying anything? At that moment, Lun Doan slowly descended, stating that according to her, the level of a 1-star beast master, that is what is frightening, the Moon King. Before she could respond, LaCV was halted by its next question. Do you know the difference between a vessel and a representative? After thinking for a moment, LaCV skeptically asked back. You mean the representative of the gods? Someone who never loses in their lifetime is the representative, and the one who is defeated is the vessel, because the moment they fail once, they lose the right to be watched over by the gods. Accompanying her recent answer, a sharp gaze emerged in the darkness. A gigantic hand reached down from above, manipulating a mindless wooden puppet with thin strings. After hearing this, The leader shook his head in denial. Your hypothesis is not wrong. The apostle is indeed more powerful than the vessel. But it is not judged by the final outcome. The current image is a clear testament to every explanation from the leader, according to the ancient records of the Huangquang clan. The most direct difference between a vessel and an apostle is that the vessel believes they have received guidance from the gods in the darkness, as if receiving a main quest in a game. It adds that most representatives of the gods in the world are vessels. But only a few are apostles. Their accounts say they had seen the gods in their dreams, as if they had become part of the gods. But do you know what the Moon King said at that time? Lukvai was momentarily dumbfounded by the question. The scene shifts to Dalying, who stands silently on the tower, lost in thought gazing at the bright moon in the sky. But the leader's voice keeps echoing, even now. Every time I think back to those words, I still shiver. He said. At that moment, he nervously stared in one direction. A blinding light suddenly flashed from behind the buildings, tearing through the darkness, shining directly in his face. Dalying instinctively opened his eyes wide, his gaze full of caution. Then the light grew more intense, piercing through the top of the tower. In the blink of an eye, it mercilessly slammed into Dalying. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the entire sky. As the sound of the explosion faded amidst the thick dust, a cheerful laugh suddenly rang out. Lin Chi, along with her beast, appeared through the smoke, panting while smugly saying, "This final blow has drained my lifespan." He really could not block it. Lin Chi glanced at Hefi Khan, who was peeking out from behind a tree, feeling grateful. Well done. Hafisi Kain, thanks to you, I can get closer to the Moon King, he anxiously asked. Lin Chi, what should we do next to get out? She casually replied. Get out? Why would I when I have defeated the Moon King? Lin Chi knelt down, spreading her arms wide, lost in her own dreams. From now on, the gods and the moon will watch over me. Not long into her joy, she suddenly opened her eyes wide in horror, as if she had just realized something. Smoke and dust were swirling around the tower. At that moment, Dalying stepped out unharmed, surrounded by protective waters. He softly praised. Well done. A Trung Nguite. Then he commanded loudly, open your eyes. An Nguite immediately manifested as a person. Surrounded by He Trung Nguite, he called out, deepening the trance of whining Nguite. Her eyes also opened, coldly glaring at Lin Chai. Yen Nguite, in anger, gripped her sword tightly and was ready to strike. Around her, flashes of green lightning flickered. As soon as she saw it, Lin Chi jolted, trembling and biting her teeth, her face drenched in sweat. In that moment, she slammed her hand down hard onto the ground. A blood seal was immediately summoned beneath her, swiftly taking Lin Chai away without leaving a trace. Blackwell screamed in fear, helplessly thinking, how could I leave the monster and run away alone? At the moment of life and death, the antelope demon suddenly grimaced and quickly unleashed its devastating combat skill. It quickly expanded its defense, managing to withstand the ferocious attack from Yen Guyot for a moment. Tulong Yi stood tall and proud, coldly raising his hand. And immediately, green energy began to converge from all directions. Next, Tulaling slowly moved his arm forward, unleashing a tremendous force decisively. And the aura around him surged everywhere. Under that intense might, Black Whale and Antelope Demon were caught off guard and were sent flying, shifting to Lin Chi's position. She had escaped to a forest. Exhausted, leaning against a tree, panting heavily, she had run hundreds of kilometers and felt safe here. She never expected Talaga's strike to be so powerful. And now it was rushing towards her at a terrifying speed. As soon as she realized it, Lin Chi quickly turned around. But the source of power was already close. The brilliant green light illuminated her tear-streaked face, and she trembled, screaming in terror. My Lord Saint Mountain. I still had unfinished words. And Lin Chi's figure vanished in the whirlwind of light. Time passed quickly. And finally, the day of the grand tournament had arrived. Little Nine happily stepped out, waving her hand cheerfully. Everyone, the sacrificial offering elimination tournament is about to begin. She smiled brightly, happily live-streaming while announcing, I will take you through the whole process. Just tap the screen 3 times to follow along. Little Nine stared intently at her phone screen, watching the viewer count skyrocket, unable to hide her delight, thinking that tens of millions of views online were 100 times more than usual. The main goal for Little Nine, and most others, was to finally see the beast lineup of Ngayat Fuang revealed today. Meanwhile, there was not a single person in the stands yet. At that moment, 2 girls were chatting, wondering if it was a bit early for the conference to start. Is it still early for the full moon? Modung agreed. That is right. If it is not yet the full moon, how can we unleash our full power? Ngayat Quan chimed in. Not just this tournament. Even in the moon god ritual. Whether we win or lose does not matter. She seemed indifferent to glory or shame, resolutely sticking to her original intention. As long as we can witness the battle of the emperors today and survive to return, that is enough. Soon, the stands were packed with spectators. Ngayat Kwan pondered. Although our competition is just a prelude, looking over, Saint K smiled calmly, seemingly unconcerned. But her thoughts began to strategize. It would be better if this little demon could be eliminated here. Ngayat Kwan fell silent, her expression tense. Internally calculating, if she continued, it might affect the outcome of the moon god ritual. As the moonlight gradually emerged, brightening the dark night, the Mimsi's signal rang out. Thank you all for coming to participate in this sacrificial offering elimination tournament. Bichi, the caretaker of the Songhai sect's imperial family of the Guiding Guide Empire, stood in the center of the arena and began the introduction. Let me once again explain the rules to you all. Each rule was announced in turn under Yvi's guidance. First, contestants must be under 20 years old. Second, the beasts must be summoned before the battle, and summoning after the battle is prohibited. Third, both sides in the battle can retreat unconditionally, and will not lose their eligibility to participate in the moon god ceremony. Everyone listened seriously. Fourth, attacking the audience and beast masters is prohibited. After reading through the rules, Yeva declared the competition open, stating that the contest officially begins now, and invited challengers to come up to the stage. As soon as she finished speaking, Thuan K eagerly rushed over, excitedly asking, Auntie, am I ready to go up to the ring? Vika smiled warmly, gently patting the girl's head, saying, Not yet. The full moon has not appeared. She tenderly patted Thenech's head. Her calm voice continued to resonate, but each word carried absolute faith. You are the one who will help the Moon King defeat the Moon Emperor in the future. Elsewhere, Tikul Lung was quietly observing the events of the tournament from a distance. He pondered. The battle had begun, but the real threat was not there. With his keen perception, Tikul Ing quickly sensed that some powerful forces were approaching. Surely the emperors among the beasts. He immediately grasped their intentions. They must be here to witness the battle between him and the Emperor of the Black Moon sect tonight. In the midst of his thoughts, footsteps echoed, and the other person spoke up. Tikul Ing, can you sense it? It turned out to be Yan Gai. After hearing this, Tikul Ing guessed. You mean those emperors? She closed her eyes tightly, looked up, and replied softly. I mean, Nun Guai paused for a moment, then spoke in a serious tone. The gods are watching you. Meanwhile, the battle in the tournament was still fierce. A loud explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. After the tremor, thick dust rose, and a powerful beast emerged from the haze, aggressively opening its mouth, releasing a wave of spiritual energy that spread throughout the space. At that moment, the man across from him collapsed by the edge of the pit, tears streaming down his face as he cried out in anguish, My beast! At that moment, the moon seal on the back of his hand began to fade away. The other side of the arena awakened, her face sleepy and yawning. Frowning. The battle between the Heavenly Conference and the Lunar Sect is indeed quite loud. You woke me up, she hazily asked. What number battle of high-level beasts is this? Mazidung replied immediately. The 5th battle. Nguyen Lai stretched, yawning lazily as if still not fully awake. What a waste of time. It is almost our turn. Right. She smirked, flashing a sinister smile. That little demon with noble blood could not sit still any longer. As soon as she finished speaking, Nguyen Lai shot straight down to the arena. She waved her hand arrogantly, wearing a provocative expression. Dealing with a few little demons from the Beach and Guide Empire should be no problem. Right. Thum Haingja gritted her teeth, furious at the disrespectful remarks. Before charging into battle, the girl still hesitated, stepping forward to ask Yvi for her opinion. What? She firmly raised her hand to stop. It is not time yet. Just then, an old man with a white beard appeared from nowhere. Speaking up, let me handle it. He placed his hand on his chest in a respectful gesture. The Saintess Chixin Guide ranked 4th in the NGDB. Handing her over to the 7th princess would truly be a waste. 5 minutes later, witnessing the scene before them, Avian and Thanche were left speechless with dissatisfaction. Previously, they confidently declared the old man weak. Yet he now sat feebly on the arena floor with his beasts, holding the upper hand. Yingwai Ti and her 2 beasts, Yingwai Ben Ho Hong 6 stars, the Supreme Lunar Radiance System, and Nguai Evanena and 6 stars. The Supreme Lunar Radiance System stood in front of him, scoffing with disdain, not forgetting to kick him while he was down. Is this the level of skill? A smile of Hiu Thang appeared, as she calmly mocked. This little reward I earned is not even worth a few days of sitting in meditation. Something zipped past Avi at the speed of light. Startling her, Yvi turned pale, realizing it, and shouted loudly. We need to wait a bit longer. It turned out Than Kaosh could not hold back and jumped down, replying, It is. We just need to stretch it out a little. At that moment, she quickly appeared on the competition floor, her expression still one of arrogance. Fearing that if she delayed any longer, the Black Moon Sacred Mountain would arrive soon. Yinglai glanced at Thine, her tone clearly provocative. Little demon, do you really want to fight me seriously? The girl chuckled softly. Li Nin replied. Since the moon was almost full, if we do not enter the arena now, there won't be any time left. Thonkev looked at her with a clearly disdainful gaze, not holding back her mockery. How could she miss the chance to shut up those little brats from Nam Vis? Ngoyen ipoted, her face turning green, unable to think of anything to retort. Just as she was about to explode with anger, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. Nguyen Quan stepped forward coldly, announcing simply, "Switch." Nguyen Li looked confused, hesitantly asking, "It is just a 3-star little demon. Why do you need to do it yourself?" She opened her eyes wide in shock, thinking, could it be? Seeing Nguyen Quan's tense expression and cold gaze, Nguyen Dian immediately raised a question. Did she want to accidentally kill that little demon here to avoid future troubles? Thinking of this, Nguyen Li worriedly reminded, even if you are the leader of Engage Deep, that is still too arrogant. But in response, she was met only with a chilling silence and a piercing gaze from Nguyen Quan that made Nguyen Li flinch and dare not say another word. Standing behind, she could only hold back her anger and glare at her opponent. In contrast, Nguyen Quan glared at Thati, sensing something unusual. This little devil has something off, she resolutely told herself. Deep must not be eliminated in the early stage of the Gait then T. I have to see for myself. Thovun calmly smiled, her taunting voice threatening, making a wise choice. Those nonsense words earlier, I will eliminate them right away. Upon hearing this, Nguyen Li went crazy and rushed over, only to be stopped and yelled out in anger. You damn little devil. What did you say? Turning her gaze to the impassive face of Nguyen Quan, the girl showed some amusement. If it were you, maybe I could play a little longer. At that moment, 3 beams of light of different colors shot out from Nguyen Quan. It was indeed the aura emanating from the beast she held. The first to appear was a blazing orange sphere, the Nguyen Lin Chao of the Nguyen Quang system at the supreme level, followed by a human-shaped beast, the Dien Guide Fiats, Thui of the Nguyen Quang system at the supreme level, and the last beast was sitting on top of Mu Guide Quan, the Lashi Daipi Lo Thien of the plant system at the supreme level. Looking at her opponent, she curiously asked, aren't you going to summon your beast? You are not scared to the point of backing down, are you? Thunun chuckled softly, naively replying, my beast is constipated, so it will have to wait a bit longer. Upon hearing this, Nguyen was left speechless, her face frozen in shock. Is that allowed? Yet Nguyen Quan remained calm, readily agreeing. No problem. Take as long as you need. The entire audience suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Thunlicha suddenly took out a brown pill. Without hesitation, she swallowed the pill in front of everyone, smiling as if nothing was wrong. Nguyen Z, having regained her composure, quickly pointed and accused. Why are you even using medicine? Afiam Nguyen Quan calmly explained. This is not a boosting medicine, but rather to assist with cultivation. Its effect is not strong. Mu Vidung standing next to Nguyen D also realized that she was stuck at her level, so she wanted to break through before the fight. At that moment, Thon H's eyes suddenly widened. The girl is about to break through to the 4-star level. Mazei Dung stroked her chin while calculating. If she breaks through to 4 stars, she can unleash the full power of her supreme beast. But with just this level, defeating Zio Gait the 6-star saintess is still impossible. Thon Kedi smirked confidently. Alright, it is decent enough. In the blink of an eye, 2 streams of spiritual energy, blue and gold, burst forth behind Thavankyle. First, a mermaid-type beast that she called Kiu Nguyen N appeared. Kiu Nguyen N, of the Nguyen Quang system at the supreme level. Next, Thuankin confidently shouted, Song of the New Moon. And the second summoned beast appeared. A crescent moon intertwined with delicate strings like silk. Song of the New Moon, the supreme level of the moonlight system. Nguyen looked on in disbelief at each beast the girl summoned, then asked hesitantly, do you really think this can defeat me? Or once you can't hold on any longer, will one of Bachangai's people come out to disrupt your dignity? Hearing those words, Thauno was momentarily stunned. Her cheeks soon puffed up as if she were holding back a large amount of air. After a few seconds, she could not hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Then said, you from the southern region really know nothing about the holy moon body. Than Kai, holding her forehead, looked up, struggling against the urge to laugh. Don't worry. You will understand soon enough. The girl fixed her gaze on Gai Quan, firmly asserting the difference between them. Immediately after, Qiu Nguyen moved, disappearing from her original position in an instant, leaving Nguyen Quan astonished, frozen for a few seconds. In reality, Qiu Nguyen was charging straight at Nguyen Quan at the speed of light. The two were now face to face, with 2 attacking paths quickly crossing each other, while Nguyen Quan stood frozen, unable to react. In that moment, a fierce blue light descended, enveloping the arena, the terrifying pressure causing the ground to crack. The audience could not believe what was happening, screaming in horror. What the hell is this? Is this really the power of the Supreme Four? She clenched her fists in frustration, her eyes burning with fury, not even having used her combat skills, while Dung remained oddly calm, reassuring her. What are you worried about? It is just the beginning. At that moment, amidst the dense dust, Nguaiquan's figure was no longer visible. She emerged unscathed, thanks to the protective shield created by Lacey Date. Seeing that she was unharmed, Kyungait gritted her teeth, growing more agitated, fiercely charging forward to unleash a flurry of intense attacks on her opponent. The booming sound echoed throughout the stands, making everyone wince in discomfort, clenching their ears. Damn it. I am going deaf. The person closed their eyes, then opened them to give Kyungait a fierce look, their voice icy as they asked, had enough fun? At that moment, Nguait Lin Chu suddenly descended, blocking between the two. It launched a direct attack that Kyungait could not react to in time. Knocking her back, she fell flat onto the arena floor, the impact stunning, the terrifying pressure causing the ground to shatter. Kyungait, seething with anger, opened her mouth to roar, struggling to rise while facing the floating Nguait Lin Chu. Kyungait lifted a rock with her tail and, seizing the moment it let down its guard, swung her tail to knock it away. After taking care of one, Kyungait quickly moved to her side before she could breathe a sigh of relief. Kyungait, furious, growled a few piercing sounds as if to intimidate her opponent. Kyungait smiled faintly, lightly pointing her hand, and a small orb appeared, showing the image of Kyungait. Moments later, the orb shattered with a gentle touch. Kyungait curled her fingers, guiding the power silently into Kyungait, gnawing from within, causing her to writhe in pain and despair. Before long, Kyungait's body turned to dust, leaving only a fish tail lying on the ground. Witnessing it all, the guests were left in utter shock at this cruelty, gasping in disbelief. It is so brutal. Nguyen Day reached out, shaking his head repeatedly, smugly stating, is that really the six-star Saintess Dao Gaian? No matter how powerful the holy moon body is, it can't surpass the realm's distance. At that moment, Danqi was just a bit surprised, still staring ahead, her voice ringing out like a warning. This match should end now. Coincidentally, at that moment, a water orb appeared, reflecting the little girl's silhouette inside. Kyungait, without a second thought, poked the orb, causing it to shatter instantly. Ironically, this time the one who got hurt was the Moon Monarch, its actual owner. She was still unharmed yet suddenly coughed up blood. Suddenly, flames erupted, and the explosion knocked Moon Monarch off balance, sending her flying back. Nguyen Dai shouted in horror. What? How is this possible? She knelt down, one hand on the ground trying to stabilize herself, her body drenched in blood, unable to believe what was happening. What is this? The Moon Monarch trembled, gritting her teeth as she gazed ahead, her eyes filled with rage. Thinking that Kyungait's attack had bounced back, Luck Diet panicked upon seeing his master severely injured. Without a second thought, he scattered healing petals. He lowered himself, vigorously pushing the wind to help the petals merge with Moon Monarch's body. Before long, her chest wounds had healed. Inside the barrier set up by Luck Diet, Moon Monarch gradually regained her strength as before. Seeing her safe and sound, Nguyen Day breathed a sigh of relief, but the audience erupted in whispers. Healing while defending. Clearly not a Moonlight beast. How could it be this strong? Looking over at Thanfine, Moonlight also became cautious with every move. Kyungait the witch could not use her powers for now, so she sent Moon Lin Chao to scout a bit. Her face involuntarily fell, brows tightly knit, silently telling herself that Moon Lin Chao possessed an incredibly terrifying explosive power, and it surely would not be easy to block. Moon Lin Chao tore through the air like a blazing fireball, carrying a tremendous destructive force. The fish tail lying in the rubble suddenly stirred, as if brought back to life, and began to thrash about. Immediately after, Kyungait's body gradually reconstructed, with flesh and blood reconnecting. She was resurrected in the blink of an eye, but this time, she returned with a distorted, eerie appearance, full of malevolence. Upon seeing the moonlight, Nguaiquan could not believe his eyes, stunned as he shouted, "How is this possible?" Kyungait aggressively rushed forward, confronting Nguait Lin Chao directly, swinging a lethal strike, brutally interrupting the opponent's attack. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the sphere. Nguaiquan found it increasingly hard to believe, pondering how a beast that had died could resurrect so quickly. It was truly absurd. Seeing Thun Etch quietly looking up at the sky, she fell into a whirlpool of thoughts. Could the holy moon really do this? The little girl calmly spoke. It seems like it is really starting now. Then Thankei slowly walked towards Nguaiquan. Her silky black hair flew in the wind, illuminated by the moonlight, giving her an even more striking presence. This game had to come to an end, and then the moment of the full moon that had been awaited for so long finally arrived. Kyungait let out a piercing scream. In an instant, she entered an evolutionary state, her entire body transforming dramatically, as if fueled by a tremendous surge of power. The moonlight gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the full moon would significantly enhance the strength of the moonlight beasts. But this was just too unreasonable. Nguai bit his lip, silently speculating. Could the holy moon body and the full moon surpass the 3 stars in the night sky? A familiar voice suddenly broke the silence from afar in the arena. So that is how it is. Tukuling gently stroked his chin, smiling thoughtfully. Can a 4-star realm really touch the supreme 7-star? The holy moon body is indeed extraordinary. From the top of a tall building, he intently observed the unfolding battle, his words reflecting curiosity. Yet this child did not summon any beasts beyond the supreme. Tu Ho-ing quickly realized that it did not seem like the crescent moon body. The beasts influenced by the holy moon body could not fight across levels. In the tournament area, Qi Wenguai had grown significantly, baring her teeth in anger, growling threateningly. A powerful tail swipe from her cracked the ground, sending debris flying. Nguai Quan, not having time to react, instinctively raised her hands to shield her body. Qi Wenguai hovered in midair, her entire body glowing brightly, radiating a heavy pressure. She fell to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief, wondering why she was not being attacked. What was she trying to do up above? Qi Wenguai swung her tail without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power. Immediately after, from the dissipating spiritual energy, a cloaked stranger slowly appeared. T. Deving stood proudly under the bright moonlight, his voice ringing out sharply. Did gaining the holy moon body make you this arrogant? Bitching Guide Empire. He smirked slightly, a sinister smile spreading across his face. But with just this level, you are far from qualified to interfere in this battle. As soon as he finished speaking, T. Deung raised his arm, and from above, a massive bolt of lightning descended at his command, striking Qi Wenguai directly. A painful scream echoed in despair, and her body quickly disintegrated into ashes. At the same time, the phone streaming the tournament's events for Tu Siu suddenly went dark for no apparent reason. She panicked and screamed loudly. Oh no. It can be streaming live from such an exciting place. It was my dream to become famous. And Tiu Hu looked around in confusion, realizing everyone else was in the same predicament. Their devices shattered. Suddenly, her gaze collided with something that left Tu Siu momentarily stunned. She saw the gigantic moonlight rabbit facing Ti Dung in the sky, unable to hide her shock. What is that? It was rampaging, its long ears twisting, creating a terrifying pressure. He too shouted loudly. Munsin Heem, in the blink of an eye, a fierce bundle of dark gray light fell straight down before the moonlight rabbit. Its beast appeared, similar to a rabbit but entirely covered in deep black, with a clear crescent moon insignia on its chest, known as the Moonstorm Gem, embodying the supreme level of moonlight energy. It approached the rabbit and asked, "You look like a moonlight rabbit. Are you male or female? Can you talk?" In response to the barrage of questions, the only reply was a displeased grimace from the moonlight rabbit. Maxine M sighed in helplessness, sounding quite frustrated. Realizing communication was impossible, it was so boring. The moon insignia on its chest suddenly transformed into messy ink marks, forming a small pink hole. Messy Neum calmly tucked its ears in and pulled something out. At that moment, the long ears flared up, dragging along 2 heavy spiked flails. The moonlight rabbit, losing patience, immediately went into a rage, for bristling angrily, eyes glowing red. It stomped violently on the ground, then lunged directly at its opponent. But strangely, Maxine Him was nowhere to be seen. Only the flail struck it decisively. A horrifying explosion occurred. The cold sun spoke coldly, its voice haunting. Each word seemed to conceal a dark secret, getting closer and closer. It cast a piercing gaze toward the building where Tukul Inning stood, smiling in a disturbingly eerie way. The sound of the cold sun echoed in the air. Moonlight King. At this moment, he stood solemnly, quietly watching below. Surrounding them were bright shimmering lights in the night sky. With Tikul Ning at that moment were 2 girls, Yan Gait and Hoan Gait. Faced with this situation, Hoan Gait could not help but worry, softly asking, "What do we do now?" Yet, he remained strangely calm, gently reassuring. "Don't worry. It is a moonlight rabbit with a waning moon constitution. Its regeneration ability is even more terrifying than the holy moon." While talking, Hoan Gait was suddenly startled by a loud noise, and Yen Gait beside her could not avoid it either, grimacing in discomfort. At that moment, someone's hand suddenly rose up. It turned out to be a princess, Luan Yu Gait, of the Supreme Moonlight System, gathering bolts of lightning in her hand, ready to unleash. In the next moment, Lun Gait coldly lowered her hand, unleashing radiant energy that spread across the sky like a net of divine lightning, tearing through the night and crashing down into the arena. In an instant, they ruthlessly swept through all the buildings within the academy. The lightning struck decisively into the ground, pulverizing rocks into fragments, leaving only a thick gray smoke rising. As the chaos settled, A sturdy barrier was erected just in time, successfully protecting the arena. The priestesses of Ngai Deep clutched each other in panic, their faces filled with shock. Avi anxiously looked up, feeling a bit relieved, thankful for the protective shield established by the emperor of the Song Ngai sect beforehand. She startled as if remembering something important and shouted in panic. But what about the Moon King? However, something made Avi freeze, eyes wide in disbelief. As if she could not believe what was happening, she gasped. What kind of situation is this? At that moment, facing those fierce lightning bolts, the building where Tuklazi stood remained steadfast amidst the wreckage. Unshaken, Tie Dung stood on Lucky Gait's shoulder, irritated and in disbelief, thinking this could not be happening. Watching TQ Lagon remain unharmed despite the intense attacks made it even harder for him to believe. Could he really not be defeated by such an overwhelming attack from the Moon King? Contrary to the rugged hero image everyone had of him, he looked pale and thought, damn, that scared me to death. Looking over at Trung Gait, he could not understand how her defense could clearly withstand even the haphazard attacks of Trum Tainwen Yuan and Gaiet. Tukul Nyi seemed to be nearing a warning level, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Yet he was knocked away by Princess Lokwu Guide in one strike. Nguite stepped forward, boldly demanding, Tikuk Ing, let me go up. Before he could even speak, she leaped into the air, arms wide open, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. Just seconds later, they transformed into countless sharp shards. Nguite gently raised her hands, causing the shards to gather as if summoned by an invisible force. After witnessing all this, a sense of unease suddenly arose, and Dendron cautiously warned, be careful. As his voice echoed, the counterattack began, and the shards surged forward, glowing brilliantly like a moonlit path in the night. At that moment, the weapons in Lucky Ngait's hands suddenly shook violently. Sensing something was off, she hesitated and let the two weapons rise on their own. In an instant, they quickly manifested into human forms, known as Gait. Countering, from the Moonlight System, the Supreme Conqueror, Trum Ten Yan and Gait. The two of them excitedly shouted, let us be your opponents. Pink-haired Dam Gait sneered, teasingly saying, I have heard you are known as the strongest supreme weapon, a relic from ancient times. As they charged in with confidence, they unleashed mocking taunts. It is a pity I was born too late. Otherwise, I would have made my mark in that era, just as you could not boast for long. A blinding light suddenly shone directly at Gait, causing her to freeze in shock. The powerful attack from Wayne Gait came crashing down, instantly gaining the upper hand, so fast that both Gait did not have time to react. They were defeated in one blow from Yin Gait, leaving the two saintesses of Mungait Li and Nugait Quan below screaming in horror. What? Just a few minutes after the battle began, the first supreme killer has appeared. The pain surged as the familiar beast suffered a fatal blow, and Ti Dung immediately spat blood on the spot. He clutched his chest, trembling all over, his eyes red with fury, gritting his teeth. Damn it. Ti Dung suddenly looked up at the sky. The shards swirling on the moonlight began to gather under the control of Wine Gait, signaling an impending attack. Ti Dung panicked and shouted, not good. Stop it. He quickly unleashed the Hien Gait technique, a supreme moonlight system, creating a protective shield in front of Lo Wine Gait against the fierce energy descending from the shards, devastating the entire space below. With no signs of stopping at that moment, the arena had turned into a pile of ruins. Although safe, Xiaoju and the two descendants instinctively covered their faces in fear. Oh my. Only when she calmed down did she dare to open her hands and cautiously peek outside. Outside the arena, the once bustling urban area had turned to ash, with only remnants of debris left. The Epshin Guite master was now in shambles, scattered everywhere, and the fragments began to gather once more. Yet it obediently returned to Yan Gait, slipping right into her body. Tu Loi stared in shock, realizing that her combat skills were not limited to just wielding a sword. Perhaps the complete form after the body and sword combined was not just a weapon. Nguite Quan was momentarily stunned, mumbling, just one strike was enough to injure all three of the Black Moon sect's top leaders. No wonder the Empress of the Moon. In the next moment, she suddenly fell silent and looked down, her expression darkening. Thun Kaitian, severely injured, was being taken away, yet could not hide his delight, chiming in with a few words of admiration. Truly a top leader. Even the Empress of the Moon could not subdue him. This is the strongest beast master of the Moonlight System, the power of the Moon King. Yin Guite suddenly turned serious and reminded, Tikuk Lai Ing, you would better not get too relaxed. That last move can only be used once more, even on a full moon. He smirked slightly, full of pride, and replied without hesitation, so I can still use it once. That is enough. Then he shot a glance at Haon Gait and advised, it is your turn now. Try to hold off that team as much as you can. Hearing that, she pouted in displeasure and retorted, you really know how to set difficult demands. At that moment, A shimmering butterfly suddenly flew to his hand. Following that, a swarm of shimmering butterflies surrounded Ti Chu-ling. His voice rang out clearly. It is almost time to prepare for the next battle of the emperors. The scene shifted to Ti Ding-dong, who was suddenly coughing violently while standing on Lucky Nu Gait's shoulder. He quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice filled with suppressed anger. It had been a long time since he had to endure the pain of losing his beast in battle. Fragments of memories suddenly filled Ti Ding-dong's mind. The last time was on the full moon 3 years ago. He remembered it vividly. That day, the demonic figure of the cold-blooded white-haired youth looked like a miserable stray dog, remembering Tu Guogyu's icy face from before. Ti Ding-dong wondered if this time would be any different. After a weary sigh, he suddenly burst into a mad laugh. Tiong looked up, his eyes shining, his mouth still curled into a crazy grin. Ngait Fazhong. Regardless of whether you represent the moon god of the North region or not, he shouted. The important thing is that you are sick. You have forgotten many things. Do you still remember what you told me? Faced with those words, Tu Kuling could only stare blankly. Not knowing how to react, he involuntarily widened his eyes in shock as each question echoed in his ears. Why did you spare me? What the hell happened after I passed out during the wedding, after our battle? How could the North region's territory have decreased by a third? Why has one of your important beasts gone missing? Could it be that you were abandoned by the gods? As he felt a sharp pain surge, Tu Kuling immediately held his head, enduring the ache. Indeed, the headache was unbearable. He could not understand, thinking that he had no recollection of what that guy said, nor any memories related to his past life. Moments later, Tu Kuling then regained his composure, reminding himself that no matter what, he could not waste energy on the looming threat. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something important he had almost forgotten. Below the pile of wreckage, the smoke rose thickly as if it were about to cover the whole sky. Tu Kuling glanced over, curious, and thought to himself that he still did not know what she would look like on the full moon night. It would be great if he could manage a 1 against 3. The fog was now gradually enveloping Lucky White and Ti Ding. Shifting back to the battle of the two rabbits in the arena, Machine Him gazed up at the strange clouds in the sky. Bewildered, the next second, a cloud of smoke suddenly rose behind him. Mytha Si Neem, curious, quickly turned around to check, only to see the smoke billowing up thickly, even producing strange, eerie sounds. Immediately after, the moonlight rabbit emerged from the hazy smoke. Upon seeing it, Metsi Nim scoffed, brimming with arrogance. A rapid rebirth. Now we have something to play with. The moonlight rabbit glared with its red eyes and charged forward decisively. Metsi Nim quickly activated his spiked club, mockingly stating how slow it was. He grinned with delight as the 2 spikes on his ears began spinning rapidly. During the fight, he took advantage of the moonlight rabbit's apparent inattention and decisively severed one of its ears. Yet that ear instantly regenerated back to its original state. Machine Him gritted his teeth in anger. Unable to believe the speed of this regeneration, in a fit of rage, he unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks, leaving the moonlight rabbit barely recognizable. In the blink of an eye, the moonlight rabbit had completely regenerated, its body unscathed, moving so fast that Mai Nim was left in shock. Did you feed on divine flesh to grow this strong? Its ears were now exhausted, flopping down to the ground, as Mai Nim felt drained. Panting heavily, just a lowly creature. As he lifted his head, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Wait, as long as I take it to a place it can't escape from. That'll do. Without hesitation, Machine Him took action. His drooping ears suddenly raised high with determination. The moonlight rabbit looked up in confusion at the 2 ears. The Machine Him slammed down with immense pressure, causing the ground to crack, aggressively crushing the opponent without mercy. The barrier surrounding the arena was also affected, shaking violently under the extreme pressure. The moonlight rabbit exclaimed in shock as the ground sank, while Metri Neum kept his ears firmly planted in the hole, with thick black smoke continuously rising. He thought he had won completely and slowly pulled his ears up, wearing a smug smile. He surely had turned it into a meat pie, pinned down thousands of meters underground with no way to escape. Tu Huang was still watching the battle from afar, softly exclaiming in surprise at how terrifying this rabbit's power was. In this critical situation, he could only think that, if it was this bad, he would have to arrange for Tromchom Tin Wan and Gait to handle it. Before he could finish his thought, the ground beneath him suddenly shook. Tu Kuling was momentarily stunned. While in the arena, Machine Him also lost his balance due to the earthquake and exclaimed, "What?" from the mouth of the pit. Something was gripping the edge as if preparing to leap up. It was the moonlight rabbit, appearing in a strange, exotic form. Bouncing up into the air under the full moon, Memsim seemed frozen in place. Suddenly realizing how it had evolved into a mid-level jade-tailed rabbit, he could not help but feel puzzled. Was it really true that the furious appearance of the moonlight rabbit was even more confusing? Was this guy truly just a low-level moonlight rabbit before? Ti Kulang hurriedly flipped through the moonlight book, examining the changes that had occurred with the Moonlight Rabbit, mid-level Jade-tailed Rabbit. Moonlight System, Full Moon State. Third Stage. Combat Skill. Rapid Regeneration. Physical Enhancement. Hardened Body. Increased Jump. Star Reminder. The Jade-tailed Rabbit's physical attributes can specialize during full moon nights. The evolutionary ability increases over time while operating under the full moon. The evolution cycle can be greatly shortened when emotional fluctuations occur. He watched in astonishment, thinking to himself that it really had evolved. It turned out that the moonlight deficiency attribute would keep increasing with the passage of time. At that moment, Him was unwilling. His face hardened, gritting his teeth. This could never happen. Just by the appearance of the Moonlight Rabbit, it was already on par with him. Him was furious, charging at the Moonlight Rabbit and attacking wildly. Are you trying to cross the ultimate boundary? Arrogant fool. Even facing each devastating strike, the Moonlight Rabbit remained unfazed. A voice suddenly reached Him's ears. As long as it is a full moon. Is not that enough? What? Each month feels long. I just need one night. Can't you do that? Hearing this, he paused for a moment, his expression showing clear confusion, wondering what it meant. Meanwhile, the Moonlight Rabbit's ears were quietly perked up. Him was enraged, charging forward to confront it, but suddenly he froze. His eyes widened as the ears atop his head vanished in an instant, leaving Him stunned. Fresh blood streamed down his face as he faced the Moonlight Rabbit's ears, which were aimed directly at him. Scrutinizing him. What are you? Really? Before Him could hear the answer, he was struck by the Moonlight Rabbit's decisive blow. Devong tightened his cloak, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Even Him suddenly had a figure appear, and he was also aware of that presence. Aoang Guide appeared before Tugog and Lian Gait, leaving both in shock for a moment. She cast a cold glance downward, exuding an aura around her. And Tiang stood agape, unable to believe his eyes, silently exclaiming, "Is this a beast that can turn into a human?" In his mind, he seemed to guess something. So that was it. Defeating that guy Vbo-kun was you. The bloodline of the Emperor. Tiang watched Hayrite warily. Beside him was the Princess Luguide, a top-tier moonlight system. She held the Thu Di Thin, a top-tier moonlight system, and Ejunanguai Du, also a top-tier moonlight system. Dinong spoke with disdain. But you alone cannot defeat me. Yet you can see my companions. Before he could finish, Apengwite arrogantly interrupted, saying, I do not want to waste time with these three useless fools. Bring out your strongest. Her arrogance infuriated Dithin. It shouted loudly. Speaking arrogantly, it flipped through the pages, revealing strange images, and said, as long as it is the Supreme One I defeat, I will use their combat skills at my discretion. Dithin's next words stunned everyone in the stands, saying, you are fighting 10 Supreme Ones at once. It kept rambling. After defeating you, I want to see if you are worthy to replace one of them. Yet all it got in return was Heferagite's disdainful gaze and words. She began to close her eyes, focusing her spiritual energy. Then said, if that is the case, let me show you a thing or two. Hohenguite raised her hands high. A surge of power emerged. Her voice echoed in the space. A technique that could only be performed on a full moon night. Ti Dangdung and Liang Guite shielded their faces with their hands, unable to hide their confusion. Luqian Guite was so stunned she could not form a sentence, as Han Guite held two figurines. Standing proudly, Lulba Guite quickly recognized them and thought to herself, those are weapons of the imperial level. Hohen Guite sighed, adjusting her inner energy. She lightly twirled the sword in her hand, like a gust of wind brushing past Liang Guite before she lifted the sword to attack. With one decisive strike, she nearly incapacitated Ti Dong and Liang Guite. The spectators were astonished. One exclaimed, it ended in an instant. That is the Emperor-level Venus. And the ground was now covered with thousands of cracks. Di Thin and Luqi Guite could not hide their fear. The purple shards of Ngaida Di began to vanish, almost completely gone. Hong Guide expressed her surprise, commenting on the self-sacrificial form to redirect the damage. Di Thin seemed unconvinced, loudly saying, don't get too cocky. A butterfly shape appeared and glowed. Hoan Guite's eyes widened in disbelief as the beams of light attacked her, thanks to her quick reflexes. Hoan Guite skillfully dodged the attack. Suddenly, a light appeared behind her. Although she dodged, a corner of her dress was cut through. Hoan Guite looked down at the torn hem, her expression displeased. Then a loud explosion rang out, unbeknownst to her. Hoan Guite had stood behind Di Thin, speaking with disdain. After all, the combat skills you have gathered are only at this level. That is why they were defeated by you. Right. Di Thin could not believe what it heard, muttering to itself, What? Hohenguite raised her sword high, her voice ringing out. Why rely on the strength of someone weaker than you? Then D Thin was split in two by her slash. T Dong clutched its cloak, muttering, in an instant, only one survived. I have lost. Hohenguite soared in the air, her voice full of bravado. If you had followed my initial instructions, you would not be in such a pitiful state. He secretly took out a talisman, but he still spoke as if he had bowed his head. Right. I did not realize how delusional I was, thinking I could defeat the Moon King. Tadinarong waved the talisman and shouted, Moon Divine Palace, let us sign the transfer documents. LaCV sat on the cloud, sneaking glances, yawning and sighing. Boring. It is just ending like this. Lundoin seemed to sense something. That child, she secretly guessed, might become the next Ice Queen. LaCV did not believe it, jokingly asking, is the Ice Queen of that rank really touchable by a supreme rank? Suddenly, LaCV jolt. A massive surge of power appeared. A beam of light shot straight down to the ground. Dust swirling. A city turned to ruins in an instant. Tuko Ning floated in the air and then saw Hohenguite, and Tuling asked, is this aura from a king? Hohenguite replied, of course not. She stood up, leaning on her sword to speak. But it could be said of this person. Her gaze was sharp, indicating she had already stepped halfway into the threshold of a king. A dazzling blue light appeared. From within that sphere of light, a foot stepped out. The person was a girl with messy green hair, looking lazy and lethargic. Seeing this, Nguai Quan exclaimed in surprise. What? LaCV, who was observing, could not help but scream. This is against the rules. Is not that the supreme being of the Moon Divine Palace? Why is she summoned by the Black Moon Holy Mountain? At this moment, the system interface appeared before Twil Inj. The new beast had been unlocked. The number of illuminated illustrated books had increased, each word displayed on the system summary. With a high concentration of royal blood in her body, the Moon Divine Palace regarded her as a treasure. Even the current saintess could not easily sign a contract. Her fighting power was infinite. Close to a royal beast, and known as the strongest supreme being in the world. This green-haired girl was Ji Jun Yilun, a supreme being of the Moonlight System. Than Kaiyan, lying on the stretcher, could not help but curse. The Moon Divine Palace dares to meddle around. Shameless. So all the members of the Twin Moon sect also joined in. However, Ava quickly spoke up to stop them. If the Black Moon Holy Mountain has formed a contract with her, then it is no problem at all. From now on, she is the beast of the Black Moon Holy Mountain. Yilin yawned, looking up at something. Her face suddenly turned pale. Ti Jiang, standing on Lokiguite's shoulder, curiously asked, what is going on? Yilin replied, the moonlight here is unusual. She began to explain. The distribution of lightning butterfly here is also very strange. No matter how strong the moonlight is, it can attract most of the lightning butterflies from more than half of the northern region. Hearing this, Tio Dekring quickly guessed the lightning butterflies from more than half of the northern region. Yilun spoke dejectedly. Forget it. Anyway, what happens next is beyond my control. She looked at Hohenguite and said, first, we need to deal with the opponent in front of us. Hohenguite still held the sword firmly, her gaze radiating killing intent. Meanwhile, Alen smiled with interest, saying, Vemency. So that is how it is. She began to concentrate a massive amount of power, her hands morphing into sharp claws, with lightning striking around Nukha Lan's body from nowhere. Hohenguite steadied herself, executing her first move as two forces collided, bursting into a shower of lights that flickered like strobe lights. Seeing this, like a moon, she exclaimed, so fast, I can't see anyone. Nguai Quan chimed in, amazed that the beast of Ngait Vetting could match the strength of Siwu Chai Niti Linian, nearly like a king. Tikukulai Ing, on this side, quietly thought, since he met her, this was the first time he had seen her fight with all her strength. He kept observing the match, reflecting that this was the first time he witnessed a high-level battle of this scale. Those thoughts flooded back. Perhaps as a human, he could not intervene anymore. After taking that last blow, Hohenguite was panting heavily. Ingaklon showed no signs of weakness, manifesting a tremendous force. The power transformed into a massive green orb, illuminating the entire area. Hohenguite was taken aback by the source of its strength. Her figure merged with the green light of Uruki Lan. That spiritual force seemed to rip apart the sky. Yet, Hohenguite managed to escape. Though her clothes were in tatters, she clenched her teeth tightly. Tukul-in looked on in horror. He thought to himself, how could this happen? He was stunned. Even the jade rabbit was injured. This was an incredible power. Thoughts rushed back like a torrent, but if he remembered correctly, the strength of the crescent moon fluctuated with time and mood, becoming even stronger. Nguai Kwang the rabbit bent down, preparing to leap. Then it sprang forward, where it leapt caused the earth and trees to tremble. Ngi Lan and Hohenguite clashed fiercely, and Ninka Lan seemed to see something. The Nguai Quang rabbit pounced on her from out of nowhere, and Lan screamed in fear. Wait, why are you attacking me sneakily? It lifted her up with its ears and threw her straight down to the ground. A loud crash echoed, and dust billowed up. Hoguite looked down from above, her eyes shining brightly as she drew her sword into an X shape. Gathering spiritual energy, Nguite raised her sword high, energy swirling around the blade in intricate patterns. Preparing to strike down, in an instant, her gaze turned lethal, and she unleashed a powerful strike to the ground. Another thunderous explosion rang out. Dudring quickly exclaimed. Not good. Princess Titan Gite, hurry and help. Guite raised her hand. Conjuring a source of power, she recited a spell. Summoning thunder and the remnants of the moon, the sky now released faint purple lightning. Dark clouds began to swirl together. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Guite turned her head back. Nyen Guite was slowly approaching, her gaze hollow but filled with deadly intent. Guite gritted her teeth, thinking, Trum Ten Yan and Guite. When did she come here? She unleashed her spiritual energy, silently affirming that she must protect the holy mountain first. Yen and Guite continued to walk as if nothing had happened. A thunderous sound erupted as Haon Guite landed on the ground. Beside her was Nguite Quangtha. Lan angrily spoke, daring to ambush those cowardly worms. She had completely transformed from her original form. Lan shouted in fury. Feel this fear. She roared wildly. An endless jade wind. Countless crescent moons radiated from her body. Charging forward, 3 bursts of power erupted, causing the ground and rocks to crack. The green crescent moon touched her. Turning into mist, she transformed into a misty form, twisting and dodging each burst of power. However, Nguite Quangtha was not so lucky. Haon Guite landed on the ground. She sighed in relief, thinking it was too dangerous. The mist form could not keep up with the crescent moon's speed, almost tearing her apart. She thought to herself, she would just have to hide behind this rabbit for a while. A flood of thoughts rushed into her mind. Luckily, no matter how injured, it could recover. Haon Guite hid behind Nguite Quangtha, pondering. But if it continued like this, there would be no end. If she could delay it for a minute, that would be good. Suddenly, she seemed to see something. Sharp arrows flying forward. Lan saw this and exclaimed in shock. What? Ginun cursed. Damn it. Is that Trom Tinian Guite? She gritted her teeth. Truly troublesome. She was clearly close to resolving it. Haon Guite seized the opportunity, thinking to herself, the time has come. Let us end it like this. Then she closed her eyes, swinging the sword in her hand. Raising her hands to begin concentrating her inner power. Tukul Ning thought to himself, what an embarrassing stance this is. A source of power began to emerge, then gathered into waves of spiritual energy. Lan also appeared extremely confused by this scene. Nguite Quangtha stood there. Behind it was a towering tornado made of spiritual energy. Nkina spoke. Who exactly are you? She said as if giving an order. Reveal your identity. Haon Guite floated above, responding. Zapi Van Tringuite, she pronounced loudly. If you can survive this blow, I might consider taking you as my subordinate. Lan laughed scornfully. She spat. I am your mother. Then both of Lan's hands came together, chanting loudly to destroy Ng Feng. Nguite Quan stared at the enormous black hole above, exclaiming, that is the strongest battle skill of Siu Cho Nuk Lam. Her voice echoed in Haon Guite's ears. Just touching the black hole would destroy everything. However, Haon Guite showed no signs of flinching. She closed her eyes to cast a spell, then transformed into a giant white deer twice the size of the black hole. Its legs glided lightly in the air. Then it charged straight into Yudukov Lone's black hole with its powerful horn. A resounding sound shook the air. Dust and smoke billowed up. Everyone present in the stands fell into a suffocating silence. Dudring laughed out loud. He remarked, that was completely no match. Truly a terribly unworthy battle. The 4 of Han and Guite, Tikukulai Ing, Yen Nu Guite, and Nguite Quangtha stood united. Tidang looked up at the sky and said, that is enough. Surely the gods will be pleased to see this. He spoke meaningfully. Now the real dinner can begin. Ingine Li looked around in fear and exclaimed, why can't I see anything suddenly? The guard quickly reassured him, calmly explaining that the night had suddenly darkened. The moon gradually turned pitch black, and dark clouds began to gather. Tukul In closed his eyes to stabilize his emotions, thinking to himself, honestly, his heart had been racing throughout the supreme battle. Deep down, Tukul Wang reminded himself that he was about to face the emperor, yet he suddenly felt no worry at all. Haon Guite anxiously asked Kileo, are you sure? He smiled knowingly and confidently replied, I do not feel like I can lose. Haon Guite questioned him, wondering if he was serious. Tukuling gently smiled and said, yep. It sounds very arrogant. Just like the Moon King before. Memories of the past slowly surfaced in his mind. The words of Hefking Guite, Thine Sin triggering some memories that should not exist rather than memories. It felt more like an illusion. For example, the past life that grew up in the moon god palace in the northern region, such as the scene of the past life's mother, or the past life as a young person. To verify the authenticity of the memories, he once wrote a notebook in English. However, one day, all those memories were erased by some existence. So actually, there was no body snatching. The past life was indeed himself. Since birth, Tu Kuo-ying had carried the memories of his previous life into this world, only to be forced to erase them and become that form 3 years ago. Only 2 months ago did he regain part of his memory, breaking away from those thoughts. Tu Kuo-ling's expression grew serious. He thought, if that is the case, then that existence must be beyond his reach now. He looked up at the round moon that had escaped the darkness, silently calculating, and just as F. King Gaithon-sen had said, 3 years ago he had indeed forgotten a very important beast, which was why he became the messenger of the gods. At this moment, a gigantic leg lifted high, its eyes looking down at the ground, which had been trampled into a small hole. That massive being was the Tiangui Byoegiak Lun, a royal-level moonlight beast. Its eyes scanned the hiding group. The protective shield now showed a crack. Tu Long narrowed his eyes in thought, realizing that the protective shield was about to give in, hoping it would not recklessly harm the innocent. He looked down and murmured, not knowing what era it was now. But Evergreen Guide had declined significantly. Mchi Lin asked to dong on its eyelashes. Who is the opponent? He quickly replied, my lord. I had to sacrifice 20 years of my lifespan for you to reappear in this world, to defeat a messenger of the gods. Hearing these words sparked its interest. Messenger of the gods. Then it looked down at the spot that had just been destroyed and murmured to itself, all right. The northern region can no longer feel the will of half of the followers. Has the Echi Nugite sect reached its end? Its eyes swept over the destroyed area and made a decision. If that is the case, then let us have one final exhilarating battle. The scene shifts, and in the distance, the figure of Tu Lung appears. He remains unfazed as he looks towards it. In Tu Kuo-ling's hand is a vial containing the essence of Fai and Fin dying. Hong Guide is astonished to realize it is the vial of the precious essence. He does not say anything and directly opens the lid. Tu Kuo-ling pours the liquid from the vial down below. This scene leaves Hoan and Gait and Ingait gaping in shock. She questions him, as that is an extremely valuable essence of a high-ranking emperor. Is he really just throwing it away? What are you doing? Tu Kuo-ling smiles and explains. I believe this will help them find their direction more easily. After hearing this, Hoan Guide is taken aback. What? Suddenly sensing something, she turns around. Inside the arena, everyone also gasps in surprise, and Nguai Quan unconsciously exclaims, what is that? From afar, I can see golden lights appearing in the sky. As those lights draw closer and become clearer, it turns out to be Tuklaji's thunder butterfly. He closes his eyes, and his voice resonates in the air. The master of Muguite Chaithits. In the base, everyone can hear his words along with the envoy of Mungaya Di-Du. Tu Kuo-ing calls upon all the thunder butterflies in the North Realm. They are also astonished by this scene. What? At this moment, a tremendous number of thunder butterflies are flying toward him, forming a symphony. Hoan Guite stares blankly at the thunder butterflies flying around her, and suddenly his voice rings out. I want to join all of you. Tu Kuo-nung's eyes narrow as he emphasizes. The image of the contract rewinds to the past. This is the message that Ti Kuo-ing had sent via the thunder butterfly to their kin a few days ago. Many had cheered excitedly back then. The thunder butterflies from the breeding area have all taken flight. The same goes for the city. Why did my thunder butterflies unilaterally end the contract? He thinks quietly, but to avoid drawing attention, he has let them hide throughout the northern territory. Tu Longyi looks up at the sky filled with numerous thunder butterflies. He can't help but feel satisfied recalling his plan. They will only be called back when the Battle of the Emperors begins. The Muguite Chaithi opens by itself. Than is sitting in Ivi's arms. Curious. Are we almost there? The Emperor of Ngait Vizing. Nguai Dai exclaims in surprise. Why are the beasts of Ngait Vajrang suddenly leaving him behind? In the sky are Tu Lagi and many thunder butterflies, with various beasts standing behind him. Hoan Guide is somewhat astonished by this scene. Nguai Quan's voice of reprimand rings out. You idiot. They are retreating. She looks at Tekling in the sky, unable to help but murmur. Because it is about to happen. When was he floating with the thunder butterflies? Nguai Quan's assertive voice rings out. This place will become the battlefield of the emperors. He suddenly looks up and asks, Current moon god, are you watching? Talaying looked at the full moon today and murmured. I wonder if this opening ceremony of the moon god festival will satisfy your taste. He ignored his gloomy expression and smirked. If you have awakened, then enjoy witnessing this miracle. Mchi Lin saw this scene and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Although there was no threat, this was already enough trouble. It closed its eyes and calculated carefully. Even if it truly wanted to strike him dead, it would not be able to. Mchi Lin looked towards Talaying, who was flying in the air, and thought. Since it could not interrupt the deity's interest, he was currently smiling in satisfaction. Soon, the system continuously displayed notifications. Signing a contract with the low-level shimmering butterfly 1300374886. The moon book was also being flipped through wildly, when it suddenly stopped at a line, in the royal level catalog. Talying was puzzled and could not continue flipping. His expression darkened as he thought it was still lacking a bit. This might be the hardest page to turn in the moon book. He recalled the content in the moon book. Filled with thoughts he once believed it could reveal the deities, Talying suddenly realized. But the intelligence from the 7 mysteries had to be concealed, reminding him that the moon book was merely a tool of the deities. He unwillingly thought that even his original power should surpass the moon book by a lot. Suddenly, a spark butterfly flew towards him, and at the same time, thunder roared in the sky. Talying opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The moon book flipped to a new page. A column of light shot straight up to the sky with Talying at its center. Luckvi was so shocked she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Mumbling. The oppression could make our emperor so frightened. No wonder there is chaos even in the southern territory. So that is how it is. Luckvi cautiously looked back and saw the figure of Thuong Nugayat, who smiled with delight and said, Moon King, whether you are a representative of the north or not, you can still accompany me to the end of the moon god emperor. Thuong Gayat turned away, mumbling, and it was no longer necessary to continue watching. Luckvi was stunned watching her figure leave, and after a moment, she spoke up, Whoa, when did Emperor Thuong Gayat sneak up behind us? You scared me to death, Luckvi shouted in outrage. A female ghost scene shifted, and in the sky, a swarm of shimmering butterflies had gathered. They arranged to transform into a pair of large wings. Everyone below opened their eyes wide in amazement. Ivu and those around her could not help but kneel down. Tears rolled down her cheeks as her voice trembled. My lifelong wish has been to witness the miracle of this moment. Tudong was also terrified by this scene. Stuttering. What is happening? Can we handle this? Mchi Lin looked up at the sky in silence and suddenly let out a puff. Tudong sensed something and looked at it in horror. The shadow spirit has tears in the corners of its eyes. It laughed maniacally and yelled. Little devil. Do you want me to deal with this person in front of you? Its voice trembled. Although brief, the mission of the Black Moon sect has come to an end. Mchi Lin closed its eyes, resigned to fate. Its voice became resolute. This is the end. Let us go down. Tudong was thrown far away, and Mchi Lin's voice echoed. Just watch the final act. This is not our era. Tudong lay in the hands of Loing Gayat, looking at it in horror. Mchi Lin glared in question. The messenger of the divine. I have never heard of such a thing until now. It looked toward Tu Logi. Its voice tinged with disbelief. And there is a divine messenger at this level. Meanwhile, you stood tall. Looking down, behind Kulung was a gigantic figure. The Moonlight 12 Palaces. The guardian of the second palace. The Golden Butterfly Palace. The BKDC Moonlight Monarch. Tudong weakly murmured. So that is it. This is no battle of emperors. The 8 wings trembled gently, radiating a brilliant halo. Everyone in the base was blinded by this light. Many fainted from the overwhelming brightness. Loing Gayat was no better off. She was also suppressed by this power. Hon Gayat. I Nugayat. And Nugayat Kwangtho were no exceptions. Luffy shouted loudly, struggling to resist. What kind of power is this? Just the oppression alone could shake an entire continent. She was blasted away by this force, crying out in despair. Even the entire central territory was gone. Mchi Lin silently witnessed the scene before it, struggling to speak. Feeling honored. In this life, I have no regrets. It looked at the light approaching and muttered. After the light will sweep through mercilessly. I hope to become a part of the moonlight. As soon as it finished speaking, its body began to gradually disappear. In its last moments, Mchi Lin left a final remark that would last forever. Its eyes grew silent, as if completely accepting its fate. Finally, the light swept over Mchi Lin. It vanished from this space. The quiet night descended, and from behind the thick dark clouds, the crescent moon silently appeared. Amidst the devastated battlefield, Hon Gayat and Ein Gayat lay motionless on the ground, each beneath a deep pit. Tukulumon quietly rose, a small figure amidst the sky. He lowered his head slightly, feeling a heavy sigh escape him. It is like this again. Painful memories flooded back. Tukulun was bare 3 years ago, in a scene as desolate as this. With nothing left, he was quite surprised by the adoration of the people. Back then, he was inexplicably hailed as the Moon King. Back to reality. Tukul Ing looked at his palm, puzzled, but this time he had not lost his memory. The events that happened then had nothing to do with the BIKDC Moon Monarch. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he discovered something. Atialing muttered. You quickly returned to the base. In front of you was just a pile of wreckage that made Tel Alingi exclaim. Indeed. The protective shield had been broken. You stood calmly, watching each face lying motionless, assessing the situation. But the people inside seemed unharmed. It must be that bitch Hai's death was blocked by Ngait. Tukul Ying slowly walked over to the person and thought to himself. Perhaps she did not realize she had lost her memory. which is why she felt strange and worried about the war among the emperors. It seemed like you would bend down in pity. But Tu Lung passed her by indifferently. You silently calculated something. But if you wanted to return to your original self. Tukul Ningyi's figure grew further away, as you reminded yourself that you needed to regain the memories you had lost first. Tukul Ning's gaze stopped on the trembling Ti Dengong lying on the ground, his whole body shaking. You muttered. This guy. Tukul Un recalled and remembered that the method of absorbing 20 years of lifespan was used by the F-15 Gai Jiao since ancient times. And Tu Ling pondered, saying, whether you win or lose, you can't survive today. What is the point of this fight? Just then, Ti Deng gradually regained consciousness, interrupting your thoughts with his voice. Indeed, the gods do not watch over me, Tukul Nyi bluntly questioned. You would not mind sacrificing your life just to fight me. Do you think the Thine Yin Gai Thun Ti can save you? Your abrupt question left him silent for a moment. Then Tidivong smirked, finding it laughable that the Moon King would ask such a question. His weak tone echoed in the air. As a member of the Nugait Kwang system, what was wrong with wanting to surpass the strongest? Tiding lay there but boldly said, as long as I can defeat you. My life is not something I can't give up. He struggled to turn and lie straight on the ground, taunting. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. Perhaps even the gods thought this was a boring farce. Tidong posed a big question. Why should one please the gods? You squinted, trying to find a reasonable answer. At least for today, I am quite satisfied. And that should be enough. Right. He showed disbelief and retorted. Is that? Are you really satisfied? Tiding half opened his mouth. Continuing. Finally, I have been able to give you a headache. Tuolung glanced to the side and nodded slightly. That is right. Completely stuck in a tough battle. After saying that, you tightly shut your eyes as if to show your tolerance. Tukul Ning thought to himself. Given how things had come to this, there was no reason to insult him anymore. Ti Dandring chuckled and thanked you, finally letting me hear a lie from Mengain. Moon King, remember what I am about to say. It may relate to the reason you lost your memory. His words made you widen your eyes. Lips pressed tightly together, listening intently to every word. Ti Dandring struggled to say, although back then, I was likely facing Beta Scene Guide. He recalled the image of Bat Duck and continued. But for some reason, even if that scene reappeared, the strange feeling in his heart never vanished. That incident caused 1/3 of the Northern Territory to disappear. Yet no one mentioned where those who vanished had gone. A huge question arose. Could they really be forgotten in the air, leaving him in silence? Tiny sparks began to appear around Tudong, and he hesitated. Moon King. What happened back then was certainly not that simple. Next, Tudong's body gradually faded away with the wind, and he did not forget to leave one last message. Before leaving this world, take care of yourself. With those words, Tudong completely vanished into the air, leaving only a small beam of light in front of Tuluong. He stood there in silence, shaken by what he had just heard, feeling a slight unease in his heart. Tuluong looked up, irritated, and said, with the death of the last person, the Black Moon sect finally comes to an end, but I do not feel happy at all. His hand clenched into a fist. Tikul Nying convinced himself that the reason for his memory loss had nothing to do with the Black Moon sect. He raised his hand as if wanting to touch each spark reflecting his face, pondering. But the existence that caused 1/3 of the northern region to be forgotten now eluded him. He still could not reach it. Once again, Tukul Nung tightened his grip, his body trembling. Soon after, he had no choice but to relax his hand. In the vast space shrouded in darkness, he stood silently alone, sighing as if to dispel something heavy in his heart. Tukul Nying helplessly ran his hand through his hair, lamenting. Why do I feel so burdened? At least the current threat has finally ended, he tiredly muttered. No matter what happens next, I can relax for a while. Tukul Nying gently tossed his coat behind him and quickly lay down on the ground, as if wanting to rest after a long day. A few hours later, a voice suddenly echoed in the space. Looks like everything has come to an end. Lasavi complained, scratching his head with a frown. As the lingering effects of oppression left us dazed for hours, Lun Boan chimed in. After all, that was Lord Decine Gai. She turned her head back, frowning, wondering if all the spectators had already left. Suddenly, Lasivi's eyes widened, his pale face showing clear signs of fear. Lun Doan also turned her gaze toward that direction. She gasped in horror, drenched in sweat at the sight of a white deer before her. At this moment, Kippenguite closed its eyes, radiating its proud beauty. Ampha quickly jumped over the crowd to her side, raising both hands and cheerfully asking how Ven and Vi Hai was doing. Amphi glanced at Kippenguite ahead while assessing if the opening ceremony of the Gaiten Tendo we organized was splendid enough. It waved its arms excitedly, recounting the story. The pieces of Nugait Daidu were coming together. The Thite Haiyan and Butchloff clans had yet to show any signs of activity. What should be done? Meanwhile, a voice interrupted. Contemporary Nugai Thon. Stop. Don't interfere with the Nugai Thun T any further. Keep Ngayat opened her eyes and emphasized. I won't allow you to cause trouble in Bisi Vishur. Emphi was taken aback by these words, staring blankly at Keep Ngayat in front. Suddenly, its attitude turned 180 degrees, no longer showing fear, but instead a bright, fierce expression. Emphi playfully bounced around Keep Ngayat, explaining, but you misunderstood. I did not intervene in the Ingwai Thun Z on my own. Its eyes sparkled as it rubbed its chun, continuing with a mischievous look, claiming that a little demon had snatched the Ngai Chai Thej and won the battle among the emperors. After saying that, it put on a cute expression, winking and demanding, that deserves a reward. Right. Emphi would not let Keep Ngayat respond and kept talking as it walked away. You do not need to worry about candidates anymore. After walking quite a distance, it turned back, pulling one corner of its eye down and sticking out its tongue in jest. Pure white Keep Ngayat. Keep Ngayat said nothing and just coldly watched Emphi vanish in an instant. Keep Ngayat remained quiet, slightly squinting, its gaze reflecting a hidden helplessness that was hard to notice. Just a moment later, that gaze slowly moved downward. The one who caught Keep Ngayat's attention was none other than Hoan Ngayat, lying motionless on the cold ground, her body limp. Meanwhile, Tikukulai Ing, with his handsome face, seemed to be deep in a dream, a peaceful expression on his face that made one reluctant to disturb him. The corner of its mouth suddenly curled up, as if hiding some mystery. After a long silence, Keep Ngayat turned and walked away, its figure fading among the white clouds. Half an hour later, Lukvi was still sweating profusely, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She bit her lip and gulped, clearly showing signs of panic. Lukvi did not dare to move, finding it hard to believe that we were still alive in this situation. She quickly realized that just now it was the master of Venavidi High, the divine being of the Bechlasaf clan, the creator of the pure white Keep Ngayat and the contemporary Nungayat Thon. Tichelo Changayat the Jai Phi, the pure white Keep Ngayat had not appeared for 20,000 years. And even the previous eras Ngayat Thon T did not participate, Lukvi whispered anxiously, showing that the two gods still maintained a hostile relationship from their conversation. The flustered Lovenvoen stammered. The gods really do not care about our existence. He quickly thought of a way and said, let us just pretend nothing happened, and absolutely do not tell anyone. La CV nodded vigorously in agreement. But suddenly a powerful force flew past them, making them jump in fear, their hair standing on end. They both turned to La CV, who shouted loudly, who is it this time? Aviim and Kung Guide appeared before them, questioning, did a god really come here just now? La CV thought to himself, humans can actually sense the presence of gods. Lun Won was also puzzled, wondering when they arrived without noticing. Kung Yuguite, standing on Ivai's palm, looked up to confirm, but since they had already left, there was no need to worry. La CV awkwardly pointed at the two adults, asking, enough already, stop pretending to be gods or ghosts. Who are you really? She closed her eyes and calmly introduced herself. Noble sovereigns of the 9 hells. I am V, the keeper of beasts for the Song and Gait sect. Just a mere mortal not worth mentioning. Lasisi V and Lan exchanged glances but still strained to listen. I apologize on behalf of the Baichingguide Empire for not welcoming you to the northern region in time. Avi gently lifted Kangait, smiling. Next, this esteemed individual in my hand seems to have something to say to you. She, in the form of a bird, remained silent, her emerald eyes wide open, intently looking at the two. The icy gaze sent chills down their spines, leaving their faces pale and unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Lasivi knelt down, as if encountering a great being. She was bewildered, her face drained of color, thinking, with just one look, could this be the moment Kung Ngait spread her wings, soaring from Wai's palm? In an instant, she radiated a dazzling light in the air, leaving Lasivi in awe. The vibrant blue hair instantly appeared, flowing in the wind alongside Kung Ngait's voice, who, without further greetings, remained as annoying as ever. The woman in the stunning blue attire standing before them was Bazbach Hasai Chit, Kung Ngait, the 12th moon goddess, the protector of the horsemen, and the dominator of the Songangwite sect. She coldly warned, you have violated my rules by entering the northern region without permission. You will not be able to leave for a year and are prohibited from spreading any information. Kung Guite's threatening tone made the two of them bow their heads and tremble in fear. If not, Tin Emian and Guite and Gaigo Hong Tone will face the disaster of annihilation. She closed her eyes and hesitated to say. Moreover, although I cannot interfere with the initial outcome of the moon god ritual, Kung Guite extended her arm forward, continuing, but regarding the moon god palace, you have broken the first rule. She positioned herself as if drawing a bow, raising 2 fingers at them like an arrow, still capable of enforcing a warning. The centaur star appeared, connecting in the heavens. Kung Yunguite's stance resembled that of a legendary archer protecting the centaurs. Not long after, 4 jet black whirlpools suddenly appeared in the sky, spinning violently as if signaling an impending disaster. Her figure glided through those whirlpools, gracefully yet decisively, and then stopped in front of a gigantic cannon standing tall against the sky. Kung Guite coldly pulled down with 2 fingers, her gaze sharp as a knife, looking straight ahead without hesitation. Immediately, the light at the cannon's muzzle began to gather, each beam of spiritual energy converging into a single point. In an instant, a blinding stream of spiritual energy shot out, spiraling in the air, carrying a terrifying pressure before shooting straight ahead. That energy surged away at the speed of light, piercing through many towering mountains. With Nguite then Kung directly ahead, as expected, that terrifying stream of spiritual energy struck down here, causing an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. The mountain range shattered into large and small pieces. Moments later, the ground where the impact occurred had turned into a deep pit, thick black smoke billowing up. Chiamungguite and the 2 envoys stood frozen amidst the desolate scene, unable to hide the horror in their eyes. The lord defending Nguite Then Kung, dressed in extravagant attire, stepped forward, revealing her enchanting beauty as the raging energy continued to pour down, threatening to crush everything. She could only bow her head and plead, "Lord of Nguite, we absolutely do not intend to provoke. Please, do not be angry." The furious lord turned and shouted, "Who dared to send Su Chine Gufi Alam into battle, standing up for this old woman?" At that moment, a foot slowly stepped forward. Tifi clasped her hands together in front of her, her face showing a forlorn expression. She stood before the lord, as if taking the blame upon herself. Seeing this, the lord ordered that from now on, Tifi would be removed from Thap Tra Phi and must leave Nguite Then Kung within 3 days. She could only bow her head and respond softly. Yep. Tifi walked alone through the thick night, under the pale crescent moon quietly illuminating her shadow. She suddenly stopped, leaning against the wall. Tifi took out a photo, her gaze lingering on the image. Filled with an unnamed sorrow, she clutched the photo tightly, posing with a white-haired person in her hand, her heart troubled. Why does everyone say the branch of Nguite Then Kung in the north does not exist? Clearly, my sister said she would take the position of branch leader. Tifi warily whispered, her voice mixed with resentment and pleading. What happened 3 years ago? Can you give me an answer now? She looked up at the crescent moon, softly calling out, Nguite Vix Tu Logi. My grandchild. The scene shifted to Tufo Lenge, who was still lost in his dreams. Gradually, Tukulung opened his eyes, surprised by the scenery around him. Tukulung sat up suddenly, wondering to himself, where is this place? He looked around for a while, still unsure of where he actually was. Tukulogi squinted into the distance and saw a small, hazy shadow. It was none other than Amin Lofi with her sparkling eyes and long ears. He stared at her blankly and uttered a single word. After a moment, Tukulung suddenly realized and shouted, Moonlight Rabbit. You crouched down, looking incredulous, whispering, why the hell is there a moonlight hair here? Tukulung Ying could not help but reach out his palm, intending to touch its hand. Before he could do anything, before he could even touch it, Jamufi had already wrapped his body and squirmed around. Pervert. What do you want? That action startled him, leaving him so confused he was sweating bullets. Feeling flustered, thinking to himself, what the heck? Tukulung regained his composure and frowned, bluntly asking, wait a minute, you can talk? He intently observed its smug gestures. Tu Ho Ying concluded that it was extremely rare to speak a human language at a high level, and absolutely impossible at a low level. He stood up, pointing directly at its face, demanding, stop pretending. What exactly are you and where is this place? Empfli seemed to be praised, but after being scolded by Tu Kunch, could only sigh in lament. So rude. I came here specifically to give you a gift. He leaned back, feigning surprise. Repeating the words give a gift, it smirked and nodded. Of course. It was a reward from the moon god ceremony. Ymir Fi Tin Ach walked around him, while listing a series of remaining pages of the moon book. Supreme beasts, half-breed beauties, or those who are immortal. Finishing, it looked at Tukulung with a mischievous gaze and asked softly, Tukulai Ing, what do you want? Not waiting for a response, Empfli continued to ramble. I forgot that my moon book was already snatched by you. He was shocked and confused. So your moon book, you are that kid. He observed it from top to bottom and suddenly realized the current moon god was Techulul Chai Ingai Thai Jon M Phi, who had won in the previous moon god ceremony. Tukulung pursed his lips, thinking to himself, so this is the guide from the dream. But the one replacing the current moon god is not me. Jomumfi looked up and got straight to the point. Alright, no more joke. The master of the Kim Liep Palace. I am telling you straight, it boldly called out. Join my side and win this time in the moon god ceremony. You really are going from one surprise to another. Tukulung protested. What are you talking about? I am an envoy of Ngai Dung. We are essentially adversaries. Highle smiled softly and said, "You still do not understand." Its flesh gradually transformed into a human shape. Jumufi invited, bringing the Kim Liep palace closer. In the form of Thingayingite. It spoke. "Don't you want to defeat the great emperor Thiangingayat?" Takualung was also taken aback by this new appearance. He turned away, pretending not to care. But Jomifui still tried to persuade him. "Whether it is the great emperor Thangangite or an even more powerful being, I can help you easily defeat them." It leaned in closer and lightly nudged Takuli Lingyi's shoulder in a taunting manner. "Your weak friends can't do that. Can they?" Jomifui lowered its head and said with a growl, "That moonlight hair of yours is just a defective product that I have diluted through generations." As it finished speaking, a stream of mysterious pink energy enveloped Tu Leng. Jomifui gently lifted his chain, their hand resting on his cheek, their voice sultry and alluring. "Let go of them. I can give you the power to trample everything. And you could even leave behind perfect bloodlines with the most beautiful beasts in the world." At that moment, Tu Ling's eyes widened as if he saw something strange. He had recalled the people who were accompanying him. Takuling immediately swung his hand to push Jumefei away, responding firmly, "I refuse." They gasped in surprise and questioned him. "Why should I satisfy all your desires?" Jemfi gently stroked their hair, adding another argument. "Little demon Phythovo from the Moonlight sect was just like you, but in the end, they followed their heart and joined me." They pointed their hand at Tafsoleleg as if trying to coax him. "Your existence is even more important to me. So for now, feel free to act spoiled and throw a tantrum." Tu Leng quickly grabbed Fai's wrist to retort. "You are wrong." Tu Kulingi's tone grew stronger. "The moon god can fulfill every wish, but they cannot decide the ultimate winner in the moon god ceremony." His brows furrowed as Lung hit the nail on the head. "You are pulling me in because you are worried that I, the emissary of the Moonlight sect, will sit on the final throne." He unleashed a barrage of words that made Jabu Fi's face darken. "You have no right to judge my companions. One day I will bring along the weak ones you spoke of." And Tu Leng continued firmly, "I will defeat all your emissaries and seize the final throne of the moon god." He loudly cursed, "Before the Moonlight sect prevails, you can wait in suffering, despair, and torture." Upon hearing this, they could not help but glare, furious at the countless insults just thrown at them. But Jomifei still did not make a move and only let out a laugh. The next moment, they looked up at the sky, laughing maniacally. Jomifei used their energy to revert to their original form, escaping Tia Ling's grip before speaking. "All right then, emissary of the Moonlight sect." They stood before him like a cute bunny, issuing a challenge. "If you are so confident, then I will patiently wait." Jomifei's eyes lit up, emphasizing, "Just as the Phi of the sect is about to revive, my descendants, having evolved to perfection, will reappear in the world." In an instant, a dark vortex surrounded the two. They gradually retreated into that circle, and Jomifei issued a challenge. "The unbeatable solar eclipse of October awaits you." Before they completely vanished, they did not leave a single word behind. From now on, the Moon King Tukulati and the current Moon God. Upon hearing this, Tu Ling could not help but look up. Appearing astonished, 3 bright white orbs flew past him from nowhere. Takualung closed his eyes and suddenly leaned back, gradually fading away from this place. Takualung's eyes were tightly shut, as if filled with inner turmoil, a thought echoing in his mind that he would fight until his last breath. The scene shifts to 10 days after the Battle of the Emperors, where everyone was working together to rebuild their home. A person cleaning the battlefield stood on the cliff, coldly gazing at the construction site when suddenly a voice echoed in his ear. "How?" A Weehite whispered beside her. "Do you feel anything?" Alun shivered, stammering, "It is terrifying. It has been 10 days, and the aura of the 2 lords has not completely dissipated." He lifted his face to the sky and set a goal. "Before the moon goddess right reaches its peak, we should conclude the investigation and evacuate as soon as possible." Avi had deduced that the Shapelpjalum pillar guarded by the moon goddess palace had fallen into enemy hands halfway, and the Phythu palace, the leader of the Sha Pingite, was about to descend, marking the beginning of an era for monsters. He turned to the side and asked, "In your estimation, what is the probability of Tasolenge, the current Moon King?" A line fell silent for a few seconds, as if calculating in her mind, and then she quietly replied, 0.08%. Avit was taken aback and shouted, "What? How can it be that high?" Alun said nothing and simply opened a book to examine it, where it recorded Tyves. Song T. Buxdite Hun 0.018%. Nam Vis. Thunungwai Eid 0.03%. Trung VCs. Chigolungwai Thun 0.001%. Bobby C. Vis. Ingwida V. Young. Takun 0.08%. Bobby C. Vis. Vinang. Avit retracted his doubts and instead felt absolute trust. "If that was your estimation, then it must be correct." Avit recalled the past, 3 years ago, when the full moon hung in the sky for 30 nights. And since then, our gods have fallen into a deep slumber, although the probability was very slim. The prisoner must belong to the group of apostles of the moonlight. Tukuling had once affirmed that, indeed, those numbers represented the odds of defeating the gods. Returning to reality, he felt a bit uneasy. No matter who it was, once discovered, our cult in the other world would undoubtedly pursue them to the end. The 4 words "chase to the end" rang hauntingly like a foreboding of the tragedy about to unfold. The scene shifts to a simple hut situated amidst the remnants of the battlefield, with 2 people standing guard outside. At that moment, Tu Long lay on the soft bed, his eyes tightly shut as if still lost in a dream. After a short while, he slowly opened his eyelids. The first person Tikla Ying saw was Hoan Gait with her full curves. It turned out that the soft bed he was resting his head on was her thigh. Hoan Gait was a bit surprised to see Tukulai Eng awake. Before he could gather his senses, she urged him, "You are awake, so get up quickly. Don't just lie around. You have been sleeping for days." Tukul Ni still looked dazed, his eyes glued to her plump bosom. Without saying anything, he shut his eyes again, leaving Han and Gait bewildered. Tukul Ngi silently called for Gait Chili, which immediately appeared, displaying the monster information board, updated with Gait as the ruler. The moonlight system at the emperor level, in a sealed state due to the low cultivation level. It could only be unlocked by raising the host to 7-star level or by integrating the explosive energy, when 100 billion low-level lightning butterflies appeared simultaneously. The unlocking condition could be temporarily activated. The low-level moonlight system, with a status seal of 137,422,834,056. Due to the low level, the host can't summon all of them, and during the full moon night, they can summon 100,000 at once, while at other times the maximum limit is 10,000. The mid-level moonlight system, physically a moonlit lake. The high-level moonlight system. He frowned in thought, wondering if turning against the moon's book would lead to confiscation. It seems the other party does not have that strength. Huan Guait thought Tu Kolang was asleep and flicked his forehead, saying, "Can't you hear me?" Tiku Lai Ing, affected physically, opened his eyes reluctantly. He turned to rub his face against Huan Gai's thigh like a little child seeking affection. She was at a loss for words at Tu Kao Ing's childish behavior. He buried his face in Huan Gai's thigh, lazily asking, "Have I been asleep for days?" Just then, Yin Guait walked in, arms crossed, continuing, "What are you up to?" Tukuling saw this and bounced up, pretending to cough a few times to ease his embarrassment. Tukuling's face paled at the scene of death, staring at the 2 women, thinking to himself that he had forgotten Chem Tim Yin Guait was also here. He waved his hands awkwardly to hide his embarrassment, trying to sound calm as he asked, "What is going on? What is the situation now?" Hun Nu Guait, sitting beside him, explained that the school was being rebuilt. The north region was relatively peaceful, but the central region. Yen Guait chimed in that the Hon Un Guait 7 stars had emerged in the central region and were frantically attacking the 10 yin pillars. The Moon God Palace could only hold out for another half a day at most. Tu Lung listened closely as she continued. Once all the 10 yin pillars were destroyed, the legendary protector of the palace would be revived. She half closed her eyes, saying, "By then, the Moon God ceremony will truly be revealed." He leaned forward seriously and asked, "Who is the protector of the palace?" Yin Guait sighed. She once led the Hungai 7 stars to hunt down the final victor in the Moon God ceremony of the previous era. She bluntly pointed out that she was originally the 8th palace in the 12 moonlight constellations, protecting the palace. Currently the leader of the Tai Yin Thap Hoguait the Sikhs. Foita Bechti Khan. Yin Anguit's next words left Quell and Yi utterly astonished, revealing that the owner of Fet Tai Tiuching Vect Khan was the Moon King of the previous era. It hit him like a thunderclap. Tukul Yi's eyes widened as he thought of one person. He recalled the scene of many people lying scattered below, and a noble kneeling chair atop the steps. Wondering, isn't the final victor in the Moon God ceremony of the previous era the strongest being in the moonlight system? Tukuling immediately had doubts. How could such a being betray the moonlight constellation and become part of the strongest formation of the Tai Yin Phi? He was lost in thought, waiting if they had won in the last Moon God ceremony. Why was it said they would be revived? Finally, Tukuling firmly asked, "Why was she sealed?" Yin Guait blushed slightly and replied vaguely, This I do not know. I do not know what happened after she fell into a deep sleep." She noticed the expression on his face quickly changed, wondering why she reacted so strongly, as if hiding something. At that moment, Hoan Guait Feng stared at Tukhao Lani N without blinking, feeling aggrieved and wondering why everyone was silent. Had something happened while she was away? In Nipe Van Triguite's mind, the two were holding hands, radiating happiness together. Hoan Nuguite, with a headache, pondered whether she had a little secret of her own. Suddenly, she clenched her fists tightly, and a scream of pain erupted from the hut, startling the birds into flight. Tikul Wang stepped outside with the imprint of someone's kick still on his back. He hugged the tree trunk, feeling frustrated, and asked, "What did I do wrong this time?" He turned his head back, holding a grudge, and thought he should teach her a lesson without realizing someone was being escorted ahead of him. Once he was done with his own issues, Takulung finally noticed the scene. He spotted the woman tied with red ropes, her body stained with ink, and recognized her as Su Chai Nungai Lan. She glanced at Tu Lai, her face marred with scratches. Gritting her teeth in anger, he silently watched as Nufi Lan was pushed forward by the two men. One of them kept shouting for them to hurry, causing Takuling to look back, feeling a deep melancholy as he thought, since it was a temporary contract, she would not die alongside Hekingguite Thine Sen. Would she? Avi and Kung Yuguite approached. "Greeting, Master. We are about to depart for the Beach Nguite Empire." Seeing him silent, she followed up with, "What are your next plans?" Aviga's question made Laji ponder. Plans. He recalled that fierce battle. Having only thought about surviving the conflict among the emperors, he had never considered what would come next. Instantly, the image of Mephi's arrogance appeared in Tikuling's mind. It seemed he had found his own answer. But if he had declared war on the current moon god, then the next goal was clear, and Tuolung devised a new plan, first needing to strengthen their formation, defeat all, and reach the end of the moon god empire. His eyes sharpened, immersed in his imagination. Only then could he step before the arrogant deity, pulling her off her throne. Unbeknownst to him, a voice called out nearby, "Master." Yvi tilted her head, respectfully calling out, "Master." Tuolung suddenly suggested, "Let me hitch a ride with you." This surprised her, making her exclaim, "Ah." He quickly made up a reason and smiled. "I have never had the chance to tour the Butching Guide Empire." Avi was momentarily stunned, her pupils dilating. She had no choice but to clumsily raise her hands in agreement. "Yep, sir." Tuolung turned away, stroking his chin in thought. The Butching Guide Empire seemed very close to the ruins from 3 years ago. He posed a question to himself. If he returned there again, could he uncover the truth about the past? Standing behind, felt something was off as she looked at Tukulung's back. The master seemed different from before. She recalled his stern face and compared it to that of a cold, terrifying apostle who used to monitor the steps of the gods. Next is the image of you with that beaming smile that made YV blush. She murmured, "He is something else right now." The scene shifts to the north border, where a bird is soaring high in the sky. Avia respectfully places her hands before her belly. "Greeting. I am sorry to trouble you all by coming here." She gently brushes her hair, skillfully starting a conversation. "Although the great leader does not need our protection." The woman with the bird mask nodded and spoke. "I understand. Our responsibility is to ensure that the great leader does not feel bored throughout the journey." The silver rabbit also agrees to the instructions. "All right. Next we must always be vigilant." The three of them stood on the bird's back, looking into the distant horizon together. Tikulung stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, exclaiming, "Can this beast really play like this?" And Tuolung was amazed to see the hot spring, saying that besides the restaurant and inn, they could even build a hot spring. At this moment, Yin Guite was reclining on a red chair. She closed her eyes, enjoying the atmosphere here. Below in the hot spring, Trung Ungite was soaking, looking completely relaxed. He quietly stepped in while Han Guite was playing, splashing water towards the white rabbit, making it raise a white flag in surrender. It turned its head and saw him, cheerfully saying, "You finally made it." But Tukulung was still thinking about whether he should place something on the back of Yapi Van trying Guite later. This left Han Guite a bit confused, and it loudly urged, "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and take off your clothes." Hearing this, he was taken aback and stammered out one word. Tukulung blankly realized, "Wait, even though you are beasts, you are all female." He closed his eyes and walked straight ahead, wondering, but this way he could not bathe in the hot spring. Moreover, after all, there are no secrets between the master and the beasts. Tukulung slowly took off his coat, threw all his clothes on the ground, and quickly jumped into the hot spring, soaking in the water. He sighed in relief, feeling truly comfortable. Han Guite saw him so happy, but keeping a distance made it rise with a bold idea. Han Guite gradually approached, causing him to ask in surprise, "What are you doing?" It gently touched Tulai's cheek, eyes sparkling and voice enchanting. "I once read in a novel that it is not embarrassing for men and women to bathe together." "Right," Han Guite potted, rubbing his cheeks, complaining, "Why do you not look the least bit shy or your heart racing?" Tuolung was stunned, thinking, "This silly deer." He narrowed his eyes at it and explained, "Aren't you running around naked every day in beast form? Is there a difference between being above ground and underwater?" Han Guite rubbed her chin, rebutting, "You must be pretending. It moves from place to place to investigate. It must be examined carefully." Ahon Guite insisted on thinking of a plan. I must make sure he never gets the chance to threaten me with the term woman. She has successfully caught my attention again. I absolutely cannot miss this chance to uncover his secret. It raised its front leg out of the water, instantly transforming into a slender hand as if inviting Tuku Wang. Hong Guite immediately transformed into an incredibly beautiful young girl. She instinctively dove into his embrace, making Tupu shyly catch her. His face turned as red as a ripe tomato, feeling quite flustered inside. Wait, what is this? Hong Guite's alluring curves were now pressing against Tu Nun's six-pack abs. He felt so embarrassed that he was burning up, his head spinning like a top, wondering what was happening. Meanwhile, as she rested one cheek against Tukualing's chest, she whispered strangely, "Why was I forced to become human? The full moon is still far away." Suddenly, Hong Guite's sparkling eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed. Hong Guite looked down at her breasts, bewildered, and asked, "What is this?" She looked up at him, and Tukualin quickly turned his head to the side. Hong Guite continued to stare at him without blinking. She suddenly stood up, making Tuug feel even more embarrassed. Taking advantage of the moment, Hong Guite pressed closer to him, grinning and asking, "Come on, what is this?" Waldo blushed and turned away. Hong Guite was clearly enjoying teasing him. "Isn't this something I have seen in novels before?" Her hand mischievously explored everywhere. "It turns out the Moon King in legend is just like this, no different from an ordinary person." Tiku Lai-ing, his face red as a tomato, grimaced and said, "Do you have a misunderstanding about the Moon King in legends? I am just an ordinary person," Hong Guite skeptically replied. "Clearly you have fallen into my trap. What is with your attitude?" Not hearing his response, she took a step closer and asked, "Shouldn't your reaction be a bit bigger?" Tuolin could not take it anymore. Hurriedly grabbing Hong Guite and shouting, "Stop messing around." She struggled in annoyance and forcefully pushed his hand away. Whether intentional or not, that hand slipped down to the fruit basket below. Hong Guite's eyes suddenly went wide, her body stiffening. Tukuo-ing stood there dumbfounded for 3 seconds, feeling the weight of the large bao bun in his hand becoming heavier. Hong Guite's attitude began to shift from confused to panicked, her face turning bright red, her voice stammering and unable to speak. Tukuo-ing also widened his eyes in shock at the sight of her, and seeing her reaction, he clenched his teeth in discomfort before wrapping his arms around her tightly. Tuolung whispered softly in her ear, "Don't be so reckless. Do not you know the allure of the Tamer tribe?" At that moment, Hong Guite looked somewhat anxious and a bit fearful. Tukuling suddenly raised his voice, emphasizing, "After doing something like this, do you think you can just walk away?" Hong Guite said nothing, and then suddenly opened her mouth wide, as if she would scream. But instead, she bit down hard on Tazun Yu's shoulder. "This action made you scream in pain, as if you wanted to break the house." Yan Nugite, who was relaxing, was also awakened by that thunderous scream. While wondering what was happening, I spotted TQ Lai Mingthang walking out looking very disappointed. Noticing Yun and Guite looking at the bite mark on his neck, he quickly explained that it was just a mosquito bite. After saying that, Tukuo Ying turned and walked straight out, leaving his sister confused and clueless. Yin Guite then stood there dumbfounded, thinking it was quite ridiculous. Stepping out of the bathroom, Tukuolung crossed his arms and pondered. He actually wanted to sign a contract with her so she could understand the relationship between the master and the monster. But with his 1-star level and having signed a contract with a supreme being, he could not summon her anymore. At this point, he touched the bite mark on his neck and sighed, remembering the intimate contact from today. The scene then shifted to the northern region of the Butch Nugite Empire, where there were many modern skyscrapers. Tukuolung's crane landed on the rooftop of a building. The splendor of this place made him gasp in awe. The Bichengite Empire is truly prosperous. Meanwhile, the silver rabbit and white crane focused their attention on Tutukuolung's collar. Why does the master always pull at his collar? Avi spoke up to answer his question. In fact, the Bichengite Empire has only developed to its current state in recent years, thanks to the ban from the Grand Master of the Sagittarius Palace. The Grand Master of the Sagittarius Palace once said that the technology from 10,000 years ago was hundreds of times more advanced than now. However, upon hearing this, he turned back to listen closely to the story. Avi continued. However, due to the total war between the two overlords, all electronic devices in the world were destroyed, and technological advancement was set back tens of thousands of years. Tukuolung was startled and asked in surprise, "All electronic devices in the world?" She nodded and replied, "Yep." It also caused the deaths of billions of people. Of course, both overlords were severely punished afterward. Standing aside, Yan Guite thought to herself, "This idiot does not even know who the two overlords are. Yet he says he will help me get back the peach shell." Belong Hoku breaking the rules to participate in this moon god ceremony might be because she could not completely defeat the Phoenix Palace before. Surely she has been holding back her anger for tens of thousands of years. Thinking of this, she let out a worried sigh. Tiku Lai-ing, you better not get involved. or you will die quickly. At this time, he spoke loudly to everyone. All right, next, let us explore on our own. You all can leave us here. Immediately afterward, a strong wind erupted. An Edhar guide appeared in the form of a beast, allowing Tu Logan to ride on its back. The strong wind along with the dust made the girls here squint. And when the dust cleared, his figure was nowhere to be seen. The silver rabbit looked up at the sky and asked, "Do you all still remember what the Moon King looked like originally?" Seeing this, the white crane asked, "Are you talking about the day Thin Ivan appeared?" Of also added, "How could we forget?" The silver rabbit shook its head in frustration and said, "I can't believe the Grand Master took his pet on a sightseeing trip." The white crane agreed. "I thought he did not even have the most basic human emotions." However, Avu reacted strongly upon hearing them say that. "All right. Stop talking." Her voice was filled with emotion as she recalled that day. In fact, the ones most afraid and in awe of the Moon King were not outsiders but us, the apostles who witnessed the miracle firsthand. In her mind now, there was only the grand image of Tulong. The scene shifted to a white mountain, shrouded in mist year-round, known as North Valley Celestial Abyss. Here, there was also a strange fissure. Looking down into the abyss, Tulong said, "That is why it is called the Twin Moon Cult." He instructed the two subordinates standing there, "I must go inside for a bit. Do not let anyone else in." They immediately bowed their heads in obedience. In the distance, two people from the cleanup team were observing Tulong's every move. One of them spoke up, asking, "Why did the Moon King suddenly return to the Moon God Palace?" The other replied skeptically, "Princess Van's odds were already the highest. But it seems something has gone wrong," she said. "I vaguely sense the aura of a god. His level of danger is even higher than Princess Van." Hearing this, Adat boldly said, "Let me check it out. You stay here and prepare for a complete wipeout." Aline was startled and asked, "What?" Adat did not explain further. "Just instructed, you must run immediately. Increase the probability of the Moon King to 100%. And inform the others in dreams to gather at North Valley, and work together to eliminate the Moon King." Tuluong and Achar Gait were now walking along a path between two high cliffs in Celestial Abyss. He glanced around, wondering why. Even though it was daytime, he always felt a bit suffocated. Seeing Tuluong quietly observing the surroundings warily, Hao Guide asked from behind, "What is wrong?" "Lost?" He closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Just have a bad feeling. This place seems a bit strange." Saying that, Tuluong fell silent and continued on. He had many thoughts in his head. The headquarters of the Twin Moon Cult and the Beach and Guide Empire were nearby. If there really was a problem, Beach Hai Chit Kungangwite would also notice it. The two continued deep into the interior, along with Tulong's tangled thoughts. Although he could not remember anything now, following the original path should lead back to the place of initial memories. He thought that perhaps this place would hold some clues. Anoangwite saw Tuluong deep in thought and could only silently sigh. In this gloomy atmosphere, they were unaware that someone had been following them the entire way. It turned out to be Aline. After following Tu Lai for quite a distance, she calculated and snapped her fingers. A strange object suddenly appeared in the space, resembling a huge black dome. Then it fell into the gorge at an extremely fast speed. At this moment in the gorge, Tukualeng pondered as he looked down. It seemed this place had been preserved very well by the Twin Moon sect. Not a single footprint to be found. Suddenly, he was startled, his eyes widening. Perhaps because Tu Kaozumwang stopped abruptly without warning, causing Han Gait to bump into him. She blinked in confusion and asked, "What is wrong?" At this moment, Tikuang Yu was focused only on what was in front of him. He exclaimed, "How is this possible?" It turned out the thing that had Tukal Ying stunned was the purple notebook lying on the ground, not far from them. Tu Alung wondered why his diary was here. At this moment, his mind traveled back to when he first came here, still in the form of a modern person. Wait, could it be that he had always carried it with him, so it remained intact? Then I lost my memory, did not understand anything, and threw it here before leaving. Just like that, the diary was forgotten in this place. Without any hesitation, Tu Leng dashed straight to the notebook. Although he did not understand anything, Hon Guite followed closely behind him. Suddenly, a hand swiftly grabbed the diary. A woman in a stunning crimson robe appeared out of nowhere. She joyfully exclaimed, "I found it." Then, this sister quickly flipped through it with excitement. This is the guidance left by the deities. But in the next moment, the contents made her freeze in shock. Inside the diary were messy English phrases, along with some meaningless drawings. These made her bewildered, wondering if the divine guidance was too complicated. As for Tu Lung and Haningguite, both were stunned upon seeing this crimson-robed sister appear. Sensing danger, Hanguite immediately rushed forward and shouted, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, Tu Lung was still tense and thinking. Although he did not know this person's realm, he felt a strong sense of danger. He called out for Trom Tine Young Guide, and in an instant, Nun Guide appeared powerfully. The crimson-robed woman remained silent before the green blade and purple horn. Both sides did not speak further. And Yanguai, cold, charged forward. She leaped high and struck down with immense force, creating a powerful beam of light that struck down, causing dust to fly everywhere. Tikuo Ni stood watching, then was startled to see through the dust. What is going on? This power seems quite ordinary. The crimson-robed woman remained standing there, unscathed. She innocently asked, "What are you doing? You do not want to start a fight with me in broad daylight, do you?" The trio on this side looked uncomfortable, each face showing annoyance at facing a strong opponent. He thought to himself, she is right. This is an issue most moonlight beast tamers want to avoid. Looking up at the glaring rays of sunlight filtering through the gaps, Atioleng wondered, if it is a fight during the day, what should I do? Then the crimson-robed woman said, "Moon King, we currently have no reason to start a war with you, so we will take our leave." Seeing this, Honguite lost her composure and charged forward. "You can leave, but leave what is in your hand behind." Atuoleng shouted loudly. "Wait!" In an instant, he was shocked, not believing his own feelings anymore. This aura could completely surpass the supreme being. This person is an emperor. Atuoleng stood frozen, watching the figure in crimson fly away with a whirlwind of thoughts in his head. And Guy Chitha showed no reaction. Not of the moonlight system. How could she hide Bitch Hai's dead palace here? Who on earth is she? Suddenly, the crimson-robed woman turned around and asked, "Do you know what is written here?" As she said this, her expression gradually shifted to a dark, sinister one that was terrifying. "Do you know what happened here?" The coldness radiating from her maid Tu Kuang even more stunned. Unable to say a word, the Scarlet Cardinal shouted joyfully, "I have changed my mind. I want to test your memories." She extended her hand forward, unleashing countless dark tentacles reaching for Ti Ming standing there. Quickly, Honguite reacted and rushed in front of Ti Chu Lang. She created a beam of purple light to push back the approaching dark energy. The black tentacles suddenly became sharp and sturdy. They pierced through Han Guide, causing her unbearable pain and leaving her unable to fight back. Tu Ling yelled loudly, "Trum Temden Nguite." The hidden moon blade appeared in his hand, just in time to block her large hand. The two immense forces clashed, creating a powerful shockwave. Tu Ling was thrown to the side, coughing violently, just escaping death. He thought to himself that if it were not for the immortal property of Trumtin Wainyan, Ningit, he might have died. Seeing the chaotic situation now, with NN Guite lying motionless on the ground, he felt extremely worried. How could this be? That was just a random attack from the opponent. While thinking, Tukul Ning struggled to get up. Is this the price to pay for facing a ruler in broad daylight? The Scarlet Cardinal calmly said, "Just give up. The marvelous Moon King of the lunar light system will only bloom on a full moon night." Her hand retracted, her voice filled with pride. "You are basically no match for me right now." This Scarlet Cardinal is the master of the Being Yen Divine Sect. Tu Hai slowly approached and said, "Don't hope for luck. The bowman won't even notice what is happening here." Asi arrogantly stated, "This is the favor that the gods of the Ningen Divine Sect have granted us. Even the Holy Land cannot observe our presence." These words infuriated Tuaji, who gritted his teeth, took a deep breath to calm down, and then responded to her, "You are right." Tukul Ong wiped the blood on his face and slowly spoke with a provocative tone. "But that is no reason for you to enthusiastically consider my childish scribbles as masterpieces. Right. It gives off a sense of small-mindedness." Avashir initially looked visibly annoyed and had no response, but then she smiled smugly and said, "As long as I can read your memories, this won't be an issue." However, Asi still had a doubt and asked, "So if you have been here before and are now back to the old place, surely the legendary Moon King has not lost part of his memories, right?" Hearing this, Tukuogi felt a pang of panic. His body stiffened, and his eyes shook, leaving him speechless. Realizing his attitude made Havaser bewildered. Then her voice trembled, tears spilling from the corners of her eyes unconsciously. "So that is it. You did it." Asir covered her face and cried out loud, "I witnessed that existence with my own eyes, but I only lost part of my memory. This means you suddenly saw her burst into tears." Tukuli was somewhat confused, silently standing there watching with vigilance. After a while of crying, Acher yelled out in anger, "From now on, the god of being in Vime will confront the Songung Gite sect until death." Pointing at Teksu, she shouted, "At the same time, I will kill you here." After declaring her challenge, she let out a loud scream, her power bursting forth and tearing her clothes apart, revealing a hot body covered in countless mouths. Additionally, a giant red-leafed maple tree appeared behind her. Tu Lung watched in fascination and thought, "It seems I have found the reason for my memory loss. Although this situation feels a bit hopeless." Asi said little, simply pointing to command something to shoot towards him. The red maple obeyed her command, unleashing a fierce power, with red leaves flying everywhere, creating a whirlwind at an incredible speed. In the face of this attack, Tu Kuang Ying could only grip his Yanning White sword tightly. waiting for it to come. However, just a second before the whirlwind reached him, highle rushed in to shield him. She released a massive amount of energy to counter the red maple whirlwind. A strong shockwave was created, uprooting the ground and stones around. Tuolung was thrown aside, while Heverongite lightly landed on the ground. He hazily looked through the dust and smoke, seeing her still standing firm. As the smoke gradually cleared, could see Heverongite now exhausted, her clothes tattered, unable to stand any longer. Immediately, Anangite collapsed in front of Tukhalding, unconscious. He saw the purple stone on her head fall to the ground and shatter. Tuolung reached for the Yanangite sword. His grip tightened on the blade, and then his hand began to tremble. His voice lowering, Tuolung shouted in anger, swinging the sword, unleashing numerous powerful green moonlight slashes. In response to his counterattack, Atsi stood still and unmoving, yet none of his strikes hit her. AC glared, thinking, was that just my illusion? She looked towards Heverongite, who was lying down, wondering, this guy seems to have fallen asleep before I seriously injured him. Asir coldly snapped her fingers to strike once more. Tukuling took the blow directly, crying out in pain. However, that strike still could not kill him. Despite being beaten and coughing up blood, he remained determined not to fall, his grip on the sword unwavering. Tukulning thought irritably, it is just because it is daytime that the gap is so huge. The pinnacle of the moonlight system facing a mere royal of the ordinary system. Yet I can hold my ground. Asir mocked loudly. Stop flailing. Moon King, you will never be able to defeat me. Honestly, I can't easily kill a disciple like you. Then she began to sweet talk. Even if the hatred from 3 years ago is real, I will temporarily withdraw and wait for my revenge in the future. Atsi smiled brightly and continued. So let me see your memories obediently. You also want to know what happened back then. Right. Tuho Ying did not bother to respond and struggled to stand up straight. He looked at her with cold eyes, while his large Dung Than sword pointed toward her. Hoko said disdainfully, fine. The negotiation has failed. Then she stepped closer to where he was standing, but in the blink of an eye, Tuolung saw her right in front of him, just an arm's length away. Suddenly, a large mouth on Hoko's chest opened wide, and a dark tentacle shot out. That thing reached out to attack, forcing him to struggle to defend himself. However, it seemed like she had the upper hand. Yet Hoko suddenly realized something was off. Tuolung quietly smiled, thinking to himself, did it? Thanks to her rambling, he had time to come up with a way to defend himself. To explain this, during the challenge to feed the monster, Hutrungangayat had stockpiled a large amount of food for the monsters. By consuming the monster food, Hutrungnugayat's shield energy could be restored at a rate of 5% per second. Not willing to back down, Hoko flew up and launched even fiercer attacks. The ground beneath them cracked once again from the clash. Tuolung was both defending and calculating, but purely defending was pointless. He needed to find a way to defeat her quickly. Hoko seemed to be going insane. This was impossible. Now, the large mouths on her body had multiplied. This madness made Hoko's combat power even more ferocious. Tuolung struggled intensely, but the confidence he had earlier was replaced by anxiety. Damn it. The attacks were too fast. Too fierce. His hands were about to be overwhelmed. Sensing a gap in his defense, a tentacle lunged at him. It aimed to snatch the Than Dao from Tuolung's hand. However, Than Dao reacted, flying up to physically impact the tentacle. Tuolung was startled, wondering why Than Dao was moving on its own. As a shadowy hand reached out to grasp Than Dao along with him, it turned out to be Yen Gayat, the spirit of Than Dao. Seeing Tuolung still confused, she said, aren't we supposed to save someone? Just focus on fighting. The battle continued. Even though he was slammed against the rocks many times, his fighting spirit remained unyielding. His resilience made Hoko furious. This time, it was not just one or two mouths. She used all the mouths on her body to attack. This immense power knocked him backward. Tuolung struggled in the midst of this troublesome tentacle mess. Thinking to himself, the attack speed has increased, Atsi smugly exclaimed. Still can't hold on. After all, you are just an ordinary person, a puppet of the Kim Liep Palace. The Overlord would never be buried here with you. You should just obediently accept it. At this moment, unexpectedly, the crescent blade emitted a mystical light. This sight left her speechless, her face frozen in disbelief. Tuolung regained his fighting spirit, confidently swinging the glowing blade with force. The moonlight surged powerfully, soaring high out of the crack and shining brilliantly. At the same time, in the gorge, the ancient red-leafed maple tree was severed, leaving Hefeser bewildered. Then the black tentacles disappeared, and all the mouths on her body simultaneously spewed blood. Yin Guite said sadly, this time, the last bit of strength from the blade is finally exhausted. She turned away without looking at him even once, coldly asking a question. Tikukulai Ing, how long are you going to let her talk? Aren't you the Moon King? Aren't we supposed to defeat the Ice King and the Rabbit Palace? But at this level, that is impossible. You really disappoint me. Yananguite's words left Ling speechless. And he thought to himself, that is right. What am I doing? I am just an ordinary emperor. Although severely injured, C still had a sharp tongue. How annoying. Do you really think you can defeat me in broad daylight? Then she shouted insults. And they came out beautifully like a song. Moon King. I have always hated your Moonlight faction. Acting so high and mighty, never considering others. After the downfall of Niftayu, did not those arrogant overlords die trying to escape? Ridiculous. However, Tikul Lung remained indifferent. Seeing this, she continued to insult. Wake up. Good. The era of Moondaiba ruling everything has long ended, despite the harsh words. Tukul N remained unbothered, as if he was thinking about something else. Feeling ignored, Asir screamed in rage, but all she received in return was silence from her opponent. She was furious, her whole body shaking, her mouth grinding in anger. Asir fiercely launched her tentacles again, shouting, Moon King. At that moment, he finally responded. Perhaps you are right, but this is the very reason I am standing here. Tukulaning spoke softly, enunciating each word. I will stand on the throne and reappear under the moonlight, so that creatures, like you will never show your face again. These words left Fi somewhat confused. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, affirming that this is why he was born in this era. Your scream echoed to the blue sky. And suddenly a beam of light tore through the clouds, shining down into the deep valley. That brilliant light surrounded Tikua and Juyibi, empowering him, while also making High C's tentacles retract in fear. What the hell is this? I wondered. But you did not bother to answer, remaining silent as you slowly absorbed the power of this light. Quickly, Tu alone Luklian Gaiche Thutha unfolded and began calculating. Thanks to accumulating 700 consecutive draws, I figured out how to defeat the Emperor. You raised your hand high and shouted loudly. 700 consecutive draws. Ingwite Chaitha soared up and spread out impressively. The system into Q Law Yingi's mind announced that a new monster had been unlocked. The number of illuminated illustrations had increased. Lunar Xuan Hyan, CPA Tunit, Lunar Light System, and Toinamev Thin Fuff. All of them. CPA Tunit, Lunar Light System, Eye Streaming Moonstone, Supreme Lunar Light System. Drying Moon, CPA Tunit, Lunar Light System. Surrounding you were 700 purple cards forming a circle. Reflecting on that information, Tuoleng thought, although there are no emperors, there are still some extremely rare ancient species. A confident smile appeared on his lips. Tu Lung shouted powerfully, abandoning the contract and converting everything into advantage points. As he finished speaking, all the purple cards were torn into fragments. Then, they merged together and all flowed into Tu Ku Eng. His whole body ignited with a fantastical blaze. Tu Lung watched his body's reaction with satisfaction, thinking, if I absorb all this energy, I might directly break through to the 6-star realm. However, he still felt it was not enough, as being at the 5-star realm would not be able to defeat the Emperor. An idea popped into Tu Lug's mind. He spread his arms wide, tilted his face up to the sky, and shouted, Kimbliapkung, I do not want any of this. Return it all to you. This statement surprisingly caused that mystical light to react. Atuolung stood still, watching as the fragments gradually dissolved. He smugly thought to himself, with so much energy, the Kimli Kung could. However, unexpectedly, the system returned an astonishing result. B8 Evening White Monarch. Unlock progress 0.001%. Tu Lung was stunned. His entire body stiffened, and his inner self began to scream. How could this be? Only 0.001% unlocked. That is an insane consumption. He looked at his trembling hands, feeling perplexed. All energy was gone. Right now, I feel just like a clown. Meanwhile, HRC stood ready for battle. Suddenly, something appeared that made her stare wide-eyed in shock. A stream of light poured down from the sky towards Kulel Ningyi's position. Even he was quite surprised by this. It turned out that it was not the Kim Lia P Kung absorbing energy, but the 100 trillion thunder butterfly from before. It turns out that brilliant light was created by them. Space and time also shifted. Asi shouted in panic. What is happening? Why did it suddenly get dark? When I looked up, I saw the enormous moon above. What moon is rising? Then, looking at Tlotzin, he muttered in confusion to himself. He actually forced a change in the celestial phenomenon. This guy is basically not an apostle at all. At this moment, a victorious smile was on his face. I warned you before. If you had just returned my diary quietly, it would not have escalated to this point. Just then, a beam of light pierced straight into the heart of the painter. After that, the light erupted violently, splitting the great tree in half once again. The tentacles on the painter began to fade away, her body dissolving along with the red leaves. Before turning to dust, she smiled slightly and said, Moon King, I win. With that, the painter vanished into thin air, leaving only red leaves falling everywhere. Tu Long watched as the red smoke gradually dissipated and drifted out of the valley. He let out a breath and said irritably, "It has already vanished. What are you talking about winning for?" Seeing that things had settled down, Tu Ung relaxed and sat down, lamenting, "You nearly killed me." He then lay back on the ground, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the moment. "I will just lie here for a bit, and then figure things out." Suddenly, a voice from somewhere rang out, waking Tu Lung up. "That is right. We won." From behind the cliff, a girl in a black flared dress stepped out. She was Siu Meng, sister of the painter That Meng. Siu Meng walked over to a red leaf still lingering on the bloodstain and said, "Elder sister, you completely guessed right. Luckily, you let me hide in the shadows first. Because if we had appeared together, we would surely have been eliminated by you." Because of this, when she saw her sister being beaten to a pulp, she still could not reveal herself, even though she really wanted to. Saying this, her sorrowful expression was replaced by a smug smile. But now it seemed there was no reason to lose anymore. Siu Meng confidently approached Kull Ing, walking with a disdainful tone. "Even if you surpass the realm of the apostle, it is all over. She is certain that the Moon King, who cannot be defeated, will die here." Hearing Su Munzang say that, Tu Lung was naturally furious, but he was truly very tired and gradually exhausted. Just as she was about to come closer, suddenly the voice of Han Gait rang out, "What is going on? How is the moon appearing?" Hearing this, Siu Meng curiously looked around, while Han Nungait groggily awoke with countless questions in her mind. Did I sleep until evening? While she was dazed, she suddenly caught the gaze of a stranger staring intently at her, and she could also see Siu Meng standing near Tu Lao Ing, who was sprawled on the ground, seemingly with malicious intent. Han Guide immediately went into a defensive stance, thinking to herself, "Not a human. This woman is definitely another ruler." Siu Mengzang pondered as she looked at Hoan Nungait with a dismissive gaze, and after a moment, she sighed and said contemptuously, "From witnessing the recent battle, I can confirm that this dear girl poses no threat." Turning her gaze to Traham Tanyangait, she continued to criticize. This then Jia just used up all her remaining strength and poses no danger anymore, then began to mutter calculations. The only thing worth worrying about now is the ruler of the bowmen. To bring it down, it would take 5 minutes. Oh no. The ruler does not follow the norm. It needs to be dealt with based on the risk level within 1 minute. However, in reality, just 10 seconds is enough. With that, she flicked her hand. Then, a gigantic black umbrella suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking the bright moonlight. Suddenly, a few drops of water fell on Heferagait's cheek, and she looked up, puzzled, asking, "Is it raining?" Indeed, there was a rain pouring down where Hao Wangguite and Tu Kuyu were. At this moment, she boldly declared, "I am the 9 dreams of the Bi Ningen divine cult, Supreme Mingya. From this moment on, the era of guided Da will be completely ended by me." It turned out this rain was created by that big umbrella. However, this was not an ordinary rain. The raindrops were scalding hot, corroding whatever they fell on. Trum Tin Yun and Gait lay still on the ground, soaked by the rain. Aor Guite felt a burning sensation on the spots where the rain had touched her. And Tu Tun was no different. He bit his teeth tightly, suppressing the pain. But these wounds were not as discomforting as the feeling of helplessness inside him. It was frustrating. He no longer had the strength to resist. Suddenly, a white cloud flew in, wrapping around Tuklig's body. And in the blink of an eye, he was transported out of Siu Munfaiga's sight. She immediately recognized this was the event horizon of the Bechuksef's tribe. Habaguite radiated powerful energy, her eyes glaring with murderous intent. Staring straight at Siu Meng, she fell silent for a moment, then decided to say a few words to her opponent before striking. "You have made 2 mistakes." This statement from Hefaragite left Siu Mingzang stunned. She probably did not realize what she had done wrong. Afonanguite continued, "First, you just said my threat is nothing, which makes me a bit angry. Second, you should not stand in front of the Bech Lisi tribe at night." As she spoke, she raised her hand to her head to grab the purple gem she always wore, only to suddenly realize it was gone. Looking at her empty hand, Afonanguite told herself, "It must have shattered." Forget it. The beautiful sister never lacked treasures. And her eyes sparkled with a pinkish-purple light, as she tightly hugged her chest, then pulled out 2 divine swords from her large bun. This was a pair of special twin swords, one named VT Gai and the other Vanison. However, this did not frighten Siu Meng at all. She laughed mockingly. "You have got a big mouth." Siu Meng spread her hands and shouted, "Just a mere supreme dares to talk big." The acid raindrops turned into dark drops like the water of the Tikabalach River. At her command, they changed their falling trajectory, all heading straight for Havanangite. However, her body seemed to dissipate like smoke in an instant. This scene shocked Siu Meng. She had vanished. While she was still trying to understand how her opponent disappeared, her arm was suddenly sliced into 3 pieces. Siu Meng's mind began to panic without understanding. How is that possible? Just a moment ago, she could not even touch a hair on that T. This unanswered question made Siu Meng increasingly frantic. I can't even see her movements anymore at this point. Ju Meng still could not believe what had just happened to her. Her aura was clearly at the supreme level. So what was the problem? Holding two swords. Huan Yu looked serious, and her gaze made Ju Meng uneasy. What is going on? How could a supreme let themselves be surpassed by a monarch? Ju Meng and Huan Yu were engulfed in a tense atmosphere as she cradled her severed arm. Pondering, perhaps she was just showing off her power. Somehow, Ju Meng's arm began to grow back. She quickly thrust both hands forward, preparing for the next battle. This left Huan Yu stunned. Staring in shock, she stood frozen, tightly gripping the two swords. Seeing this, Ju Meng smirked provocatively, confidently displaying her sinister skills. Huan Yu slowly raised the two swords, her body trembling as she struggled to remain calm. Just as she was about to strike, she was taken aback by something pulling her back. Seeing this, Ju Meng felt triumphant. How's that? This time you can't do anything. Can you? Huan Yu was indeed suspended in front of a colorful circular barrier, surrounded by sharp black spikes clinging to her. It is said that the barrier of the Bailu tribe cannot be broken, but only a monarch can completely penetrate that barrier. In the next moment, Huan Yu vanished, leaving behind only the chaotic colorful barrier and those black spikes, along with Ju Meng's contemptuous remarks. If I had to face a monarch, of course, I could not fight back. But someone like you, a supreme, can't do that. The black substance gradually invaded and consumed everything. Then it dissolved into dark purple-black mist. Watching her opponent fall to her technique right before her eyes, Ju Meng was delighted. She grinned. You are just an ant, daring to be arrogant with me. Ju Meng raised her hand to stroke her chin with an arrogant expression. How rude. It is just defeating a supreme. Nothing to be proud of. She turned away. Boasting, the barrier has shattered. This time, the Moon King surely has nowhere left to hide. Suddenly, something made Ju Meng's face turn pale with fear. It turned out to be Huan Yu, standing solemnly behind her in the flesh. She spoke quietly. 10 seconds have passed, and you still have not fulfilled your promise. I am getting a bit bored. Huan Yu approached in a mystical manner, her feet firmly planted on the ground. She closed her eyes to sense the energy around her. At that moment, a powerful divine energy surrounded her. Huan Yu opened her eyes and said flatly, do you know, even though my mother has passed away, she would still be angry if the material she left for me gets destroyed. If she gets angry, the consequences will be severe. Ju Meng's face went pale, sweating in fear, her mind racing as she questioned, her entire body passing through the barrier. Huan Yu slowly approached her, coldly continuing, that is right. Perhaps you do not understand, but the Bailu tribe's concept of death is different from that of other beings. As she walked, she adjusted her hair to look more beautiful. Sorry for not being able to return in a short time, so I unconsciously wanted to say a few more words. Then let us end it like this. Ju Meng was surprised. She opened her eyes wide. All that was left in front of Ju Meng was air mixed with the scent of Huan Yu. She looked up. Longshen blamed himself. Seventh sister. My judgment was wrong. I should have reported to the others immediately. But Ju Meng thought, perhaps this is not so bad. She stood frozen, helpless against the pink threads tightly wrapping around her body. Ju Meng alone in the dark place. At least would not drag others into this. In the end, she still smiled contentedly. After all, this was a complete cycle of reincarnation. Ju Meng's body was shattered into countless pieces. Her favorite black bow was also in tatters. The fragments of her body mingled with the wind, drifting into the dust before her. Here, only the tranquil essence of Yan Yu remained on the ground. After awakening, Yan Yu was silent, pondering the complete cycle of reincarnation. She fell into contemplation, and it seemed uncertain when she would be able to return. Under the dark night sky, between the cliffs, a pink light spiraled in a circle. Yan Yu suddenly turned her head to look. It turned out to be Ta Ning, unconscious in the center of the hovering pink light. Just as Tu Lung was about to land, Yan Yu quickly caught him. She firmly held Tu in her arms, silently thinking, this is why Bailu disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Looking up, Yan Yu was lost in thought. The Mei Palace of Moon Wonder still held the throne. Tonight was a dim full moon night. After a while, Tu Leng had also awakened. Yan Yu gazed at him sitting with his head hung low on the rock, holding a diary. Ti Kuo-ning flipped through each page, as if reliving every moment of memory. His hands trembled as he lifted each page. Suddenly, Tu Kuo alone gritted his teeth and tore a page in a fit of uncontrollable anger. Yan Yu was taken aback, not understanding why he acted like this. After tearing the diary apart and bleeding to reclaim it, Tu Kuo tiredly hung his head, saying nothing more. Suddenly, and Tu Lung stood up, adjusted his collar, and softly said to Yan Yu. She worriedly asked, is that okay? Ti Kuo-ing, indifferent, replied. Either way, I will remember sooner or later. There is no need to look back. He walked toward the path ahead. After defeating those two emperors, he recalled a few things. The power of the Bayan god sect might be related to forgetfulness. Takualung understood well and had his plans. So as long as he annihilated the entire Bayan god sect, he could restore his memory. Right. Yen Yu remained silent. She quickly guessed his thoughts. His anger was fueled by her departure, intensifying his rage toward the Bayan god sect. On the other hand, up above the gorge, a Vu Day's group had been waiting here for a long time, seeing Yen Yu and Tulag appear. They shouted, "Master!" The silver rabbit and the white seed hurried toward Tu Lao Ing. "Master, may I ask what happened?" He did not answer but asked back. "You survived the last challenge by avoiding it, did not you?" Moon Archer. Everyone could not hide their astonishment upon hearing that. Viv's face paled in fear, unsure how to respond well. Takulong only shot her a cold look and said, "I do not know what your plan is, but I hope our next meeting won't be as enemies." The silver rabbit and the white seed were both taken aback. Avivai's eyes welled up with tears as she watched Tuel Any angrily turn away. She thought to herself, as the moon changed and darkness fell, Bicha Hai Chit Kungai could not possibly not notice. Yet they did not come to help. The silver rabbit and white seed shared a common suspicion. Why was the Moon King warning the Lord of the Song and Gai sect like this? What had happened behind the scenes? Kungai on Awiva's shoulder sighed softly, watching Klogi's back as he walked away, echoing a promise from someone. Next time. It won't be? The entire Archer clan stood helplessly silent. A thought crossed the silver rabbit's mind. The current Moon King was even more terrifying than the impression left 3 years ago. Or perhaps not long ago. He had discovered his true self. Tukulungye moved forward with a serious face, contemplating silently. Even though his memory had not fully returned, he still remembered some important things. He recalled the current map. And in this world, there were not only 5 realms of the mortal world, but also the existence of more mysterious holy lands. Under the beauty of tonight's moonlight, Tulun remained deep in thought. But strangely, the territory within the Holy Land seemed to be countless times larger than this planet. A woman's silhouette briefly crossed his mind, raising questions. Even more astonishing was that the Lord, a being capable of destroying stars, coexisted with humans. The Lord directly ruled over the prisoners and intervened in the real world. Why had he not been eradicated until now? Drowning in countless thoughts like that made T. Kula Ing's head ache immensely. He shook his head a few times to clear his mind and tried to think more positively. Besides these matters, there was an even more important piece of information. Thinking about the cycle of creation. Tu Lone Ing calculated that the era existing between the 12 Moon Dido houses was different before the last moon god ceremony began. Only 6 houses remained in the 12 Moon Dio houses. The Phi the house, the Esnin house, the Archer house, the Songda house, the Buoban house, and the Kang Taisi house. Not to mention that the Phi the house had fled after killing the Bro Bun house, one of the 7 wonders, leaving only 4 houses before the moon god ceremony. Tukul Yin glanced up at the moon and thought. It seemed that the return of the Kimp house to the world had brought many omens to the towering Rocky Mountains at the edge of the Bifi Bifi Vis, known as Vinve High, where Han Gait walked alone on a white cloud. She clenched her hands firmly and resolutely moved forward. Suddenly, Hoan Guite stopped and looked up at the mysterious sky above her. Before Hoan Guite was a long staircase leading to a mystical boundary gate surrounded by clouds. In front of the barrier stood 3 girls waiting there. First, there was Vini, a royal-level moonlight system. She bowed respectfully and spoke. Vinifunu paid her respects to the elder, followed by Lunju, a flawless royal-level moonlight system. She bowed her head respectfully and spoke. Why is Lin Yu not bowing to the elder? The only one who approached comfortably with a smile was Princess Ven, who respectfully headed towards the gate, followed by her 2 subordinates. Princess Vane gleamed brightly behind, chattering non-stop. Elder, have you awakened the memories of your bloodline yet? According to the agreement, we need to sign a contract. We want to represent the Butch Lafa 5 clan in this moon god ceremony and defeat all those who hold the 7 mysteries. Hoan Guai did not respond. Remaining silent for a moment, Princess Van continued rambling. Emperor Thong and Guite, the twins of the western regions, and Moon King are all our enemies. With the bloodline of Bechlas and you, it will be easy. But Han Gait was resolute, refusing to speak. She felt if she did not give this girl an answer, she would not let it go. Han Gait coldly replied with one word. Get lost. Han Gait's action left Princess Vian speechless, unable to say another word. Both Ven and Fun, who were equally surprised. Princess Vian stopped her cheerful chatter, immediately questioning, are you angry? Did something happen in the real world? She let out a long sigh and hurried inside. Forget it. There is still plenty of time. She was Princess Ven, a half-human, half-beast master, nearing the 9th star level. Right. The princess reassured herself. She would take her time to get close later. Meanwhile, beneath the crescent moon at the entrance, the Moon God Palace, a dominant force of the moonlight system, had ruled the central region for thousands of years. Chigo and Guait Chamtrat sat in the highest position, For some reason, all core members of the main line were beautiful girls. There were many rumors about this place. It was said that any male born, whether human or hybrid, would be sent to the southern and western regions. There was an area filled with tall pillars, some even wrapped in chains. The concubine, although having seized the throne of the moon god emperor, was sealed under the 10-yin pillar of the moon god palace, suppressed by the saints and the 10 pillars across generations. That chain pillar absorbed rays of celestial light from above, but now, in the sealed area of the 6th pillar within the 10-yin pillars of the moon god palace, bolts of lightning increasingly struck the center pillar. The two sisters present in the moon god palace were filled with fear. Quickly raised the alarm. One of the links of the pillar had snapped, followed by the appearance of the light dragon. It coiled around the large pillar, known as the miraculous moon radiant dragon of the emperor level, one of the 7 stars surrounding the moon. Seeing the weak girls supporting each other beneath that dragon, it reprimanded in a deep voice. Why are they all just weak ants? Truly disappointing. It lifted its head and expressed its frustration. Is this really all the offspring of the goddess after all these years? Below, they comforted each other. Lord Lachifai is coming soon. Hang in there. In this situation, Chiguangguite felt a bit lost and whispered, Master, is this really okay? If the 10-yin pillars keep being broken, the 10 moons will definitely appear in this world. Isn't it just a matter of time before the seal of the Phoenix Pavilion is broken? At this moment, Kuang Long seems very melancholic. A mysterious voice echoed in the space, speaking to Chiguangguite. Don't worry. I will take action, she skeptically asked. Really? The reason Chiguangguite doubts is because of the childhood memories. You won't be like when I was 6, asking me to buy you that orange comic. Right, just one thing should not make you get fooled over and over again. Chiguangguite, losing her trust, asked. Or are you going to trick me again by making me take a bath for you every day? In response to her disdain, it replied in a defiant tone. Really? Chiguangguite sighed. All right, I will trust you one more time. Then she turned her back. Master, by the way, I want to ask, where have all my cultivation resources gone? Kuang Long replied. I consider them snacks I have eaten. She left, leaving everyone with the roaring Kuang Long. The blue sky with layers of white clouds merged into one image. Flying in the sky are supreme-level moonlight whales, public transport vessels belonging to the Holy Land of the Three Kings Spring. Inside the whale ship, the interior is extremely luxurious and comfortable. A beautiful woman is standing with her daughter, admiring the scenery. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before them. The little girl innocently chased after this yellow butterfly. Look at that butterfly. It is so beautiful. The butterfly flew ahead and then landed on the white sleeve of someone, none other than Tuglaji. He was covering his head as if afraid someone would recognize him. Surrounding him were countless yellow butterflies. Nearby, a few girls glanced at Tlaji, sitting in a corner of the ship, absorbed in himself, and whispered, What is that? A white-haired flash butterfly. Is he cosplaying as the Moon King? After the news of the 8-winged moon monarch's appearance spread, the number of followers of the Moon King skyrocketed. He must be stationed in the North region. How could he come to the Central region? Perhaps he is a crazy fan of the Moon King. Amidst the disturbance of the butterflies and the murmurs around, Tukuling simply bowed his head in silence. He bitterly smiled. Why do not they think maybe I am the Moon King? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Tunlung's ear. Have you made your decision yet? There is still a chance to turn back. It turns out Yin Guide is hiding nearby. If the news of going to the Central region alone gets out, all the forces of the Moonlight system will surely rise with ambitions. Tuling sighed. It is not that I do not trust the archer. I know that even if she has some personal thoughts, ultimately she won't harm me. It is just that staying in the North region no longer makes sense. As he spoke, he recalled himself from a few days ago, receiving a reply from one of the 4 moon generals, saying they had found a way for me to quickly break through my realm, asking me to meet them in the Central region. Talying thought of a discreet figure, a shadow on the floor briefly revealing a black rabbit. If my restored memory is correct, that person used to be a subordinate of the Aquarius. He has a grudge against the Taiyin camp, so he can be fully trusted. After saying that, he fell silent in thought. To avoid exposing my identity, I must wear a mask to cover my eyes and use the vision of the lightning butterfly to scout the way. Talying glanced at the boat. Compared to human vision, the lightning butterfly's sight was more convenient and easier to use. He could see from inside to outside, from the kitchen to the swimming pool. Looking at the calm blue sky, Talyang silently reminded himself that the most urgent task now is to team up with the 4 moon general and gain enough strength for the 8-winged moon lord to reappear. In his mind, he thought of the slender figure of Hua Yu, who had lost the ability to ride the cloud-chasing moon. Or perhaps it would be years before she could return. Then Talyang worried about Yan Yu. The remaining power in the sword of Chenting Yan Yu had also run out. He analyzed his accumulated records, and the number of draws for the moon's manuscript had all run out. Talyang frowned, forcing a smile as he wondered, if I encounter another Emperor-level enemy now, will I have to leave a death note right there? At that moment, Akitch unexpectedly started to smoke. Seeming lost, the people on the boat sensed the instability and began to discuss among themselves. What is happening? Are we going down soon? Strange. I should have taken twice as long to go from the central region to the north region. The weakness in the woman's soul arose, and the pink-haired sister asked in confusion. Isn't it just a coincidence passing through the battlefield? The person next to her reassured. Don't worry. Even if the full moon 7 stars and the moon god palace go to war, they do not have the right to stop the holy place of the airship. But not long after, a strong golden light shone directly at Akitch, causing it to tilt to one side. Akitch might be broken. It opened its mouth and let out a painful cry. At that time, everyone could no longer stand on the swaying cruise ship, and some even flew out. In a corner where no one noticed, Lion crawled up, his eyes wide with shock. Really thinking about that, the terrifying oppression was clearly a sphere carrying hidden weapons approaching Akitch. Emperor Lion could not believe his eyes. It could not be true. Could it? I can't really be that unlucky. Can I? Some people began to get angry, and the tourists pointed at the dark sphere and cursed. Who dares to attack the airship of the holy place? You are from the moon god palace. That little brat of the moonlight system dares to attack the water beast master. The 3 royal springs will not let you go. The sphere quickly responded. No need to panic. I am not from the moon god palace or the full moon 7 stars. Nor do I intend to provoke the holy place of the 3 royal springs. Surrounding Lion were butterflies, and he listened tensely as the sphere spoke. I am one of the 9 dreams of the Be-Inevan divine sect. From now on, all travelers leaving the north region must pass my inspection to cross. After finishing, streams of black and purple gas began to pour out from the sphere. Don't worry. I will erase everyone's memories. Consider it a fleeting nightmare. The tourists had collapsed on the floor, coughing violently, while everyone else lay on the ground. Takualung was surrounded by a blue glow. He was quite alert and observant. Uhaviac Aviku the Ungimindi were killed in the battle. The objective is clear. To uncover the truth in the northern region. We won't hesitate. Tuoling bowed his head, murmuring, as the butterflies seemed to understand and took flight. Perhaps Tu Lung was gradually losing consciousness. Let me check your memories. How did they ultimately die? What happened 3 years ago? He lay on the floor, his eyes slowly closing amidst Tula Ing's doubts. And has anyone ever suffered from amnesia? An ancient house stood before a field of red spider lilies. In fact, the red spider lily sect had long since faded from the world's memory. Thousands of years ago, the red spider lily sect once ruled a region, with deities guarding the sect, codenamed Red Spider Lily. In the end, only an arm reached out from the blood-stained mess left by Vukuo during a certain moon god ritual. The Red Spider Lily god was severely injured by a terrifying entity, unable to remain in this world, and fell into a deep slumber in the spiritual world, in a place unnoticed by anyone. All the followers were expelled from the 5 realms and 3 sacred lands, fleeing to an island and gradually being forgotten by the world, until thousands of years later. One day, a descendant accidentally discovered that the power obtained from the gods had significantly upgraded. Not just one, but many people wore distinctive red garments, excitedly holding pink orbs. This meant that the red spider lily deities were about to return to the world, and all the followers were falling into madness. Suddenly, everyone was alarmed despite the signal for a return. However, in less than a night, the power quickly dissipated. The deity, having just awakened, fell back into eternal sleep. This was not something new, as it resembled the 12 lunar wine houses of that time. Those people lived together in the wilderness, and as time passed, the number of red spider lily followers quickly dwindled. Their power gradually weakened, leaving only 9 emperors who gathered the remaining power of Siyu Meng. But this was still not the end. Their goal was to exploit the chaos of the moon god ritual to uncover the truth at all costs. And now, the Siyu Meng orb of the red spider lily sect has appeared. If not, when the dust of the moon god ritual settles, they will never have a chance to turn things around. It lies in a mysterious void. The Siyu Meng orb of the red spider lily sect resembles an eyeball, opening its eye. But within the iris, there are 3 pupils of the red spider lily deity. Looking into the blue light reflects the images of the followers of the red spider lily sect. What exactly happened that year? A heartfelt plea echoed. If you exist within these memories, please answer me. The Siyu Meng orb, observing for a moment, about 30 minutes later, wondered, what the heck? Why is everything such nonsense? Before it was a girl in cosplay rubbing her cheek against a rabbit, causing the orb to sneer. How could she be playing happily with a low-level pet? Truly, a mundane life. Another person smiled brightly while taking a photo with a huge scorpion, excited to have captured a high-level one. I thought it was some important memory. The dream sphere was anxious. Why was 1 per 3 of the North Pole map missing, and no one remembered? It glanced at another panel, thinking, oh well, it is just the first group anyway. The dream sphere quickly moved closer to observe carefully, its eyes never blinking. Blood tears gradually flowed from the corner of the dream sphere's eye. Suddenly something made it widen its eyes. There was another flight behind, the image of Yengayat. Eyes shut tight. Holding a weapon appeared. This is a supreme weapon. Trum 10 Yengayat looked at the dream sphere with a different eye. Although just a weak supreme. Let us see what happens. Looking at the information in front of it. Of course. It should normally avoid the memories of the past year. A series of memories were displayed. After all, the power of the golden butterfly bow was formidable. Even passing through layers of memory still affected it. It was thrilled, not daring to blink. Your life to me is just the time of a breath. Let me see when you waited for life. But time passed. 20 minutes later. Nothing was gained. Making the dream sphere realize something was off. Wait. How could it not be over yet? When exactly was she born? Looking at the dense pile of information in front of it, it was shocked. Did she live longer than me? In the countless blue panels, a bright golden panel appeared before it. The dream sphere quickly moved closer to observe carefully. Its eyes never blinked. Blood tears gradually flowed from the corner of the dream sphere's eye. That day was a huge full moon night. In an ancient city there was a tall and luxurious building. That was the Gemini Palace. At that time, a woman tightly held Tram Tin Yen Gayat and moved forward, surrounded by several colorful spheres. Tram Yen Gayat also has the bone of harmony. The woman gently lowered Tram Tin Yen Gayat, softly saying, My lifespan is almost over, so I can't accompany you all to the end of the Moon God Emperor. After saying that, she stepped towards the stairs leading to the statue of the two women connected together. So let us go crazy one last time. The Master of the Moon wondered Gemini Palace. Those two stone statues were carved very intricately. Perhaps this symbolizes the Gemini Palace. The woman's expression was serious. On a full moon night, the strongest weapon in the world like you surely would not shy away from a battle. Right. After saying that, she used all her strength to fling Trancham Tin Yen Nugayat forward. At the rugged rocky mountains, a powerful force erupted into the sky. At the same time, the panels of information also shattered into pieces. The eyes of the dream sphere continuously shed blood from all over its body. It was severely injured. Under the clear sky heralding a new day, the dream sphere of the bee, Ingen divine cult, lay on the ground. Continuously bleeding, it felt helpless. That was the third palace of Ngai Daiu, the Gemini Palace. Thinking about the Gemini statue, it weakly recalled a blow that pierced through the starry crescent, shaking the soul. The nine dream sphere began to feel heavy. Just the power of a strike buried deep in memory. Why did not anyone remind me? Thinking about the path leading to the statue of the Gemini castle. There once was a ruler who could stand before the hidden Gemini in the north. It tried to fly into the air, but could not. I can't hold on any longer. I have to hurry back to recover. That is what I thought. But suddenly something made the nine dream sphere come to a stop. Wait a minute. Seeing Tu Logan unconscious on the floor, it hesitated. This man seems to be someone the nine dream sphere recognized as having lost his memory. It narrowed its bloodshot eyes in doubt, wondering if it should check his memories. If a strong person continued, I would be done for. Suddenly, the nine dream sphere became alert. What am I thinking? Looking at the people lying still on the floor, it reminded itself that its own safety was completely unimportant. It is hard to find someone who has lost their memory. What if he had seen a deity? Even if blood kept flowing, I could not back down no matter what. After thinking, a massive purple blood slime burst forth from the center. It clung to a woman, not just her, but most people were covered by that massive slime, taking on human form as they landed on the ground. It seemed to be absorbing other slimes to create a complete body. It turned out to be the nine dream sphere transforming into a human. It moved towards Tulaji. All right. Let me read your memories. It extended its loose, jointless hand. The nine dream sphere seemed excited. That is right. Just by looking at the face, it recognized this person as the Moon Chi King. Its hand suddenly trembled, reassuring itself that as long as it set aside the matter of life and death, it could continue observing. Even though it had temporarily transformed into a human body, it did not forget to enhance its quality. It leaned forward, determined to find out the answer. The shattering of power, the deep sleep of deities, and the true nature of the full moon miracle 3 years ago. Suddenly, Tu Lung was stunned, unable to speak for a moment. He could not believe he was in a strange cosmic space. Tu Kuo-yin looked up at the system interface screen in a daze. The new pet had been unlocked, illuminating an increasing number of images. The system panel changed to display the 6 Moon Undream system. The 6th dream in the 9 dream series under the B. Ingen Divine Sect. Tukulamun glanced over and understood. He widened his clear eyes, realizing that inside this kid's body was a mixed blood component of the Moonlight system, discovered by the Moon Chai book. And Tu Lung looked around and said, Is this the dream world? Lising Gait 1 wanted to check his past. He briefly thought about the 9 dream sphere in the B. Ingen Divine Sect blocking the ship of the Harmony. The B. Ingen Divine Sect had always investigated the events from 3 years ago. Their target was not really me, but the entire northern faction. Thinking of this, Tu Kuo Yu felt a headache, raising his hand to rub his head, realizing that he was just a simple lucky winner. This luck is really something. After thinking this, He turned his gaze to observe the information panel. Now the memories have gone back to when I first arrived at the academy, and soon it will be time to destroy the Black Moon sect and establish the Moon sect. Tukulin could not help but feel curious, because even though he was the main body of the memories, going back means he could not even touch that layer of memories anymore. You float alone in the air, facing a long line of fragmented memories. Can this emperor take you deep into the heart of those memories? Tukulin smiled smugly. After all, he had nothing to lose, so he could observe a little. Right. Meanwhile, in the real world, the transformed orb of the Nine Dream was reaching out its limp hand toward the unconscious Tiku La Dingyunju on the floor. But even if the truth could be uncovered in the end, Tiku Lai Ing, half awake and half asleep, tightened his grip on the moon's somber essence. You will definitely pay an unbearable price. Meanwhile, in the dream realm, Tu Lung was taken aback. Not only did half of his memories awaken, but he also recalled memories and saw himself as someone else's shadow. He smiled bitterly, feeling quite strange. The screen displayed Tao Lavan being worshipped by many people, with the distorted orb of the Nine Dream feeling anxious for what was about to happen. In response to that anticipation, the screen was filled with static. The pupil of the orb of the Nine Dream widened in anger. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and tonight was a perfect full moon night. The moonlight reflected down to the ground, illuminating the village nestled among the jagged rocky mountains. Suddenly, the wooden houses within the illuminated area began to vaporize immediately. Gradually, the hollow was filled with water. In the still water, a figure stood in the middle of the lake, drawing attention. It was Tiku Ying, bare-chested and standing in the gloomy air. The pupil of the orb of the Nine Dream gradually bulged out. This was the existence of bewildering despair, making others feel suffocated. It gradually loosened like water, swept away by the wind. Is this the punishment and promise for offending the B. Ingen divine sect? Turns out I should have withdrawn 3 years ago. Gradually, it disappeared, leaving only a few slimy fragments. The space here suddenly felt like glass, shattering into many pieces. But no matter what, this news must spread outside. In a corner of the ocean, the orb belonging to the B. Ingen divine sect, filled with resentment, meant that others no longer needed to investigate. It must be the Moon King who killed Tha Hosi and V. Ku the Min Min Dian. It shot up into the air, pondering that this kid had surpassed the limits of tolerance, and the envoy, he must ally with all remaining members of the 9 Layers' dream to defeat him. This is the meaning of my final existence. The tourists on this boat gradually woke up, their heads pounding. Tukul also regained consciousness. He looked around in shock. Where did they go? Why could not he see things from his perspective until the end? While pursuing memories, he was suddenly expelled from them. Watching the path of the orb of the Nine Dream, Tu Lung was filled with thoughts. What had it finally seen? Why was there such a rush to flee? Could it be that the deities of the B. Ingen divine sect really have a connection to me? He struggled to get up with determination. I must hold on to it. It is right here. Tukul Ying still vividly remembers the moment before he fell into a coma when he sent out a swarm of glowing butterflies. There must be hundreds of thousands of them wandering around here. Around where he stood, many butterflies emitting golden light appeared. The number of glowing butterflies in this high-level area was 4 to 5 times that of the northern region. I do not have to fear anyone here. Suddenly, Tukul Ung recalled something and thought, wait a minute. Looking at the dark energy merging with the wind rushing forward, he realized Lawson Gaidi Wuhan had lost its sense of direction. Tukuling felt defeated by the move. It did not seem too great. Suddenly, the sea beast burst with light as if about to explode, and a black hole appeared in the middle of the flying ship. The whirlwinds easily pierced through the lightning strikes that fell. The flying ship was now split in two, and the passengers could not help but gasp. Falling down, the Nine Dream sphere was up there too, clearly helpless and almost able to escape, allowing the news of Ngai Chivang to leak out. What kind of luck was this? Before heading to death, it still had time to focus on the light shining beside. A golden dragon soared up, looking down at the smoking sea beast. Confused as to why it was heading towards the war zone of that PMU Chars, that golden dragon was related. It sighed, oh my. The Mind King's ship is doomed this time. It growled angrily at the Nine Dream sphere. It is all your fault, you nameless ant. Is not White Kwang related to any fun here? It quickly retaliated. I thought you were the king sent by the Moon God Palace to fight. The two argued loudly. Could it only end in extermination? In another corner, and Tuolung stood up from the tree, tense as he read the information in front of him. The new pet had been unlocked, illuminating an increased number of images. Nguai Kwang System, King of the Royal Realm, Dioanguai Hai Kwang Long, one of the Hongai Thai Tin, under the command of Phi the Kung, the victor of the last Ngai Thun Ti battle. The power could not be sensed by Ngai Chie. Reading this, Tuolung's face darkened. He smiled bitterly. What kind of bad luck is this today? So now even the king level is this miserable. Looking at the Kwang system and the sphere belonging to B. Nungan Than Jiao in front of him, he thought to himself, But I am no longer who I used to be. Tu Kuolingyi's eyes hardened as he looked ahead, just in time. Listening guide Wuhan could not escape. His face became increasingly smug because everything was going smoothly. And the stubborn light was about to gather enough. The king-level being has existed since birth atop the highest peak of the world because it would produce a destructive effect on the world. Most kings would be bound by the gods. After signing a contract, they would guard their territories, unless under special circumstances. They would not act at will, yet even among kings, the power gap exceeds the imagination of other beings. Therefore, humanity divides the ranks of kings into barons, high kings, and ordinary kings. Among barons, just relying on their pressure can crush ordinary kings. There is an aura of transformation that can pierce through the blue sea at the world's end and slice the crescent moon. The ice phoenix influences the climate of a region solely based on its own temperature. There is also the three kings who control all the sacred sea territories. If they exert all their strength, they could destroy this entire planet in the blink of an eye. Among the high-ranking emperors, Fian spreads its wings in an instant, covering the sky, while the White Holy Clan can maintain the changes of the sun and moon in the western region. The fallen moon, renowned throughout the ages in the Moon God Palace, represents the absolute authority of high-ranking emperors. Ultimately, 90% of emperors are ordinary, but even among ordinary emperors, there are those with absolute dominance. Nearly unbeatable. For example, after waking up from 1,000 years, even a half-awakened one can defeat the entire Moon God Palace. The Moonlight Dragon is one of the 7 lunar star dragons. At this moment, it exhaled a deadly breath, its deep voice resonating. There is no other way. It seems I must silence you. I really do not want to provoke the forces of the sacred realm at this stage. After the last blow, the whale shook violently in midair, its mouth wide open, groaning in pain. The light system summoned a blinding beam, continuously murmuring, "Even if we officially declare war on the sacred realm, at the very least, we need to wait for all the 10 moon warriors to awaken." Immediately, a series of light bursts shot towards the whale. The passengers on the spaceship were heavily affected, constantly being jolted and screaming. "Someone shout for help." The cries grew increasingly desperate. Just then, Yin Guide asked, "Tiku Lai Ying, what are your plans next?" She stepped forward through the dim shadows, seriously explaining that my essence could not be broken, but the reality of facing danger could not be changed. After finishing, she cast a suspicious glance at Tu Khan, long secretly speculated, saying that while she spoke like that, it seemed that at this moment, he reassured, "Don't worry, a few seconds ago, I sent the lightning butterflies. They are gathering quickly." Then Tu Kol-ing glanced at the glowing butterflies flying around, excitedly saying, "As long as we can withstand the initial strike, we will have a chance to hold them off." The scene had turned chaotic, yet he maintained a commanding presence. Above his head was a notification showing the number of lightning butterflies he could control, increasing from 10,000 to 6 million. He looked ahead with unwavering determination, seriously announcing some news. "Shield of Haitrung Guide is about to be restored. We just need to hold on for a moment, and I can detect the Emperor's attack." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive, dazzling golden orb appeared behind the whale. The light system began to gather energy in its hands, continuously issuing threats. "Don't blame me. You insects. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being so weak and insignificant." A second later, it forcefully pulled its arms apart. The beams of light gradually revealed themselves, turning into fragments with a ferocious declaration. Then it shouted the name of the skill. Lightning Slash. In an instant, the passengers on the spaceship were hit by beams of light, tearing them into 100 pieces. At this moment, Ti Klong Lung was doing everything he to resist as Asi Kine was increasingly damaged. He glanced at the innocent passengers, feeling heartbroken as he whispered, Right now I can only protect myself. I can't save you all." The girls who had just been struck by those invisible slashes were in a critical state, their pupils now completely white. Suddenly, the slashes vanished, and life returned to everyone. Ti Kuo-ying could not help but be surprised by the scene before him, while Kwang Hei paused for a few seconds, exclaiming in astonishment. Just then, a pair of slender legs of a young girl gradually appeared. A woman in a flowing white robe appeared in midair. Both Kwang Hei and Ti Kuo-ying stared at her. At that moment, she crossed her arms, and a symbol of change appeared, sun and moon. Then, the woman positioned her hands like butterfly wings, and the symbol spun toward the river with the bright sun's presence. Looking at the scene before him, Ti Kuo-ying could hardly believe it and stammered. Kwang Hei was also left speechless, exclaiming, "What?" In an instant, sunlight from the rising sun filtered through the space, illuminating the dark sky. The whales falling from the sky were gradually disappearing before the sun's heat. At that moment, the Cu Mung sphere was also in a state of confusion. The blood around it dissipated into wisps of smoke, causing it to cry out in surprise. "What happened? My injuries have healed. How is this possible?" Kwang Haiti was filled with fear as he suddenly realized the high-ranking emperor. The woman remained calm and explained, "No need to wonder. I merely reverted their life state to 24 hours ago. Of course, I cannot erase memories." Her face was cold, each word resonating evenly. The being in Enthen Jiao is guilty, not the emperor of the 5 regions, who once again meddled in the Nguai Thun teach, intervening and implicating the innocent in the BCVs. Following the same mistakes, the Siu Meng Yi sphere focused on her, not daring to blink. With a cold expression, the mysterious woman calmly uttered 4 words declaring a death sentence. In an instant, it exploded in the void. Witnessing the fleeting scene before him, Kwang He could not help but fearfully step back, and the woman shot him a piercing gaze. Immediately, Kwang Hechi turned his head and ran forward in terror. Seeing this, she slowly made her declaration. Hun Guai That Tine is a member of the Nguai Then Zai. Exterminating external enemies is not wrong, but the plot to silence Vang Toing Fai Chu. I will convey the truth to the holy place. Kwang Hechi continued to run for his life. Hearing those words, he shouted in confusion, "Who's it?" So overbearing. The figure of Kwang Hechi was now just a faint glimmer, but from afar, his lament could still be heard. This high-handed demeanor was truly annoying to others. The woman silently watched him go, then slowly turned her head and spoke softly, "Great Moon King. As agreed, I will take you to a place where you can quickly elevate your realm. No matter how many of these random fishers come, they can't change the outcome of the Moon God ceremony. You surely know that, so there is no need to waste too many miracles." Then she transported Tikal Meng to a freezing area with heavy snowfall, delivering an empty announcement. "But before you return next time, you must have the power to defeat the Flying Hair Palace." The cold temperature and the frigid air quickly made him sneeze loudly, his body trembled, and his face turned pale, causing Pu Yin to cry out in fear. "What?" He hugged his shivering body tightly, looking around in shock and asking, "What is going on?" Tukul Ning's breath became increasingly rapid, and his face was about to freeze, only able to painfully shout that it was too cold. His cheeks were flushed from the cold, and his mouth kept lamenting. The extremely unusual atmosphere and the strange aura made his skin crawl. After scanning the surroundings, he silently concluded that this must be the eastern region. A question quickly arose in Tuga's mind. Why am I suddenly in the eastern region? For a typical beast master, this place is even more dangerous than the holy region. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the scene before the teleportation. When I was in the middle of a spell, I was attacked by the miraculous moon radiant dragon, and the silhouette of the mysterious woman gradually appeared in my mind. Before losing consciousness, I sensed the aura of the 4-moon general. Tukul Nin's body continued to tremble, and he could not stop guessing. If the 4-moon general came to save me, then why did not Trom Tine Youngite come along? Suddenly, a cold wind blew past, interrupting his train of thought. Immediately, he shouted out the name Ha Trong Nungite. Her shield quickly wrapped around him, blocking the cold air outside. The cold wind continued to howl. Tukulung finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Finally warmer. I almost froze to death." Then he picked up the eye mask, stared at it, and thought to himself, "In this climate, I can't use the flash butterfly, nor can I wear the mask." Tukul Ning's face darkened immediately after. The truth about V. From made him unable to believe and cry out in pain. "So does that mean I am all alone now?" He then quietly observed the current situation. The flash butterfly and the jade tail hare were unable to fight. Trom Tin Yunan Guide and Hivai Van Hanengite were both dispersed, and Hei Trong Nugai's shield was gradually disappearing. His nose turned red in the chilly air, and an uneasy feeling rose in his heart as he thought about it. Once Hei Trong Nugait runs out of energy or encounters an enemy, she will die without hesitation. Thinking this, Tukul Nyi slowly moved forward, trying to reassure himself, right now, the most important thing is to find a way to survive. His steps became heavier, and his voice began to freeze. Even as he walked a bit further, the cold and desolate scenery with no one in sight remained before him. Nothing else. He stood still in the vast snowstorm, full of despair, asking, "Which way do I go now?" Just then, Hei Trong Nugait suddenly appeared with a notification. "Someone is here." Tuloleng suddenly widened his eyes and stared ahead. In the distance, right after a cold gust of wind blew by, 3 dark figures were approaching. As the distance closed in, the 3 dark figures were about to reveal themselves. At that moment, he gasped in shock as he suddenly realized something. It was 3 girls dressed in thin clothing, walking through the snowstorm. He instantly recognized this group. On the opposite side, the 3 girls with youthful energy all looked toward Tul Ai Ing. Yet none of them spoke. In the heavy silence, he felt something unsettling and immediately became cautious. But surprisingly, the Ice Clan did not say a word and gently brushed past him. Tulone was momentarily stunned by their reaction. Just then, the girls suddenly stopped, making him even more alert. The girl with 2 braids turned her head to look at him, her face showing clear confusion with a human-like question. "It is not safe to be this far from the mining area at night. What should I do?" "You should hurry back and rest." Hearing those words, Tulung immediately turned back, shock evident on his face. The image of the girls from the Ice Clan, with their extremely ugly faces, flashed in his mind at that moment. Tulung Yen recalled seeing that photo on the computer and concluded that he thought the Ice Clan hated outsiders. It appeared that information online was not trustworthy. As the 3 Ice Clan girls looked at him curiously, he still hesitated. He then blurted out a sentence that left the girl with 2 braids utterly stunned. What should I do now, right now? He felt like a little wet rabbit, timidly making a suggestion with a very pitiful expression. Could a kind person lead me out of here? The girl with 2 braids tilted her head slightly, questioning him back. Lost? Just follow the strongest moonlight atmosphere. Then she leaned closer to Delings, asking with doubt, aren't you from the moonlight system? A short-haired Ice Clan girl also approached, staring at him, still looking similarly puzzled. Or is there something wrong? Wait a moment. I will contact someone to take you to another mining area. He hurriedly stepped back a few paces, flustered as he offered an excuse. No need. I am just an acquaintance. I got too cold earlier and said something silly. Saying that, Tulung turned to leave, secretly thinking to himself, so that is how it is. This is the territory of the moonlight system. At that moment, a question flashed through his mind. But why does the ice domain have a mining area for the moonlight system? Without thinking further, Tulung began to walk forward aimlessly. The group behind him continued to watch his retreating figure. The girl with 2 braids kept her eyes on him, muttering, humans are strange. Half a day later, at the moonlight system's mining site, where tents were set up closely at the foot of the snowy mountain, Tulung's heavy footsteps finally arrived. His tired breath kept escaping. Looking at the scene before him, he could not help but feel delighted, but he could only mumble a few words. Finally, shortly after, Tulung leaned to one side, losing his balance due to exhaustion. You lie flat on the snow-covered ground, tiredly continuing the unfinished words as the moment arrives. Tulung's mouth keeps breathing heavily. At this moment, he silently affirms that Haitrung Nu Gait's shield is about to disappear. No wonder that stunning woman said it is dangerous here. Remembering Hon Gait's lovely face, he can't help but feel regret. If only Van Hon Gait were here, he could get there in just a few seconds. Thinking this, he ponders for a moment, his gaze fixed on the distant night sky. After regaining some strength, he sits up, curious, realizing he is clearly in the ice abyss, where the aura of the moonlight is even stronger than that of the Academy's magical beasts. Looking at the currents forming right in front of him, Tulung becomes even more confused as the thoughts that had momentarily tired him disappear. Moreover, even Haitrung Gait's shield is gradually recovering. He then slowly makes his way towards the nearby tents. Long is still guessing. It must be related to the moonlight mineral vein. Seeing the villagers walking around in thick clothes, he grows even more suspicious. It seems that the magical beast tamers are not being restricted by the ice people. Then why? At that moment, he suddenly turns his head back as if sensing something. Behind Tulung appears a high-level moonlight beast named Zi Gait Bun Ho. It is currently gazing at him with admiration. Seeing this, Tulung smirks, feeling pleased, thinking that this creature's eyes have been suppressed by the moonlight magical beasts. He then raises his hand, ready to snap his fingers with the thought that if he wants some intel, he just needs to. However, before he could do anything, he has to lower his hand as large shadows appear in front of him. It turns out that right now, in front of Tuvteksuvo, there are various beasts staring at him. However, their gazes towards each other seem not very friendly. Immediately after, the animals start bickering furiously. Bits of foam fly everywhere, and their distinct languages leave him speechless. The beasts continue to argue, while Tulung feels deeply anxious. Utterly confused, overwhelmed with fatigue, he raises his hand to shield his eyes, deciding to ask them for a favor. All right, let us start lining up now, one by one. They speak. The first is a blue-haired boy with horns. He cries, tears down his cheeks, pleading in agony, Dear Moon King, please take me home. I was sold by my master, and it took me 3 years to earn enough for the fare. Right after that, a poor-looking bear girl appears. Her words are still very pitiful. Sir, the currency of the eastern region is different from other areas, so all our assets are useless. Next is a dog in thin clothing, its body shaking from the cold wind but still trying to speak. Although the ice people do not imprison us, in this terrible climate, we can't endure even for 3 days. Basically, there is no way to leave here. Finally, a wolf boy with a Doraemon bell around his neck cries as he explains, I just came here for a visit, never expecting that I would not be able to go home anymore. The reason Tikulai In can understand the languages of all these creatures is thanks to his own interpreter. After thinking for a moment, Haitrung Gait reassured the unfortunate animals. All right, I understand the situation now, and I will get you out of here soon. Then Tulung asks seriously, but does anyone know why there are so many moonlight mineral veins in the eastern region, and how does it function at such low temperatures? Suddenly, a butterfly wing appeared right behind him, answering for the creatures. This mine was sold to the Band of the Moonlight by the guardian of the Aquarius Temple, the esteemed leader. Hearing this, Tu Lung was immediately shocked and stunned. He curiously turned to the direction of the sound, confused and thinking, in this desolate mine, why is someone calling me the leader? The voice just now belonged to Hai Thane Nguite of the high-level Moonlight system. At this moment, it smiled brightly and began to explain. Esteemed leader, I am also a member of the Twin Moon sect. Not long ago, I got lost in the eastern region while scouting the enemy situation. Then Hai Than's wings flapped rapidly in excitement, proudly. It continued. The moment I looked into your eyes, I recognized you immediately. Meanwhile, it reassured itself. Even though it is unlikely you came here for me, if someone of your caliber is here, something big must have happened. After hearing the last statement, Tu Kulong remained silent and unresponsive. Nevertheless, Hai Than's eyes were filled with admiration, and its heart kept fluttering. If I could be acknowledged by the esteemed leader, perhaps my future career would be smooth and prosperous. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke up. All right, then please detail the situation here for me. Hearing this, Hai Than was overjoyed, immediately responding with its wings fluttering in honor. Esteemed leader, it turned around, its face becoming serious, and began a series of deductions. Actually, I can guess a little. He cast a cold look back at the creatures, a huge question arising in his mind, wondering why he was brought here, especially to the Moonlight mineral vein, which likely was not a coincidence. Then he recalled the woman who had transported him here, silently deducing that it must have been done by someone from the 4 Moon Generals. At that moment, Hai Than happily approached and curiously asked, Master, this mine is currently under the control of Fai An Fen Zining, one of the 3 green banners. Surely you are here to reclaim the mineral vein, right? Hearing this, a series of question marks appeared over Tu Aini's head. He was taken aback for a moment, then wondered to himself why he did not know about this. But he quickly regained his composure, pretended to clear his throat a few times, then shot a piercing glance at Hai Than, speaking in a fierce tone, stating that specific details could not be disclosed. Seeing this, it quickly replied, I am very sorry. I have overstepped my bounds. Esteemed master. Then it raised both hands as if surrendering, stammering to make a suggestion. Let me continue to introduce to you the internal situation of the mine. Without hesitating for a second, Hai Than immediately provided all the information. First, the moonlight crystals in the mineral vein can only be mined by moonlight beasts, not by any other system. Therefore, the attitude of the bandits here towards us is actually quite good. Additionally, besides covering travel costs, we can also absorb the crystals to enhance our strength. He pointed to a cave not far away, excitedly explaining that not only those of us who can't return but also many supreme powerhouses are training here to become stronger. Everything became clear. Aniko Lingyi's gaze softened. He gently replied, so that is how it is. He fell silent, recalculating everything. Just as he thought, this place was not exactly a prison. Rather, it was the only dwelling of the Moonlight system. A question arose in Tilago's mind, and he immediately asked Hai Than, but how does this mineral vein function in such harsh climatic conditions? And what will happen to the harvested moonlight crystals? He was somewhat apprehensive about the previous question, and replied seriously, Master, I do not know this, but I heard a supreme being say there seems to be an astonishing moonlight life form at the end of the mineral vein. Hearing this, he was taken aback, and the hand that was stroking his chin relaxed. At this moment, Hai Than unexpectedly announced, we are at the entrance. While leading Tu Lao into the cave beneath the snowy mountain, he kindly reminded, Master, be careful if you want to enter. Then, Hai Than began to talk about the dangers of the place he was about to step into. The concentration of moonlight in the mine is extremely unusual. Weak creatures like us would faint after going deeper than 1 kilometer. Even at the supreme level, I have never heard of anyone being able to go deeper than 3 kilometers. The previous words struck like thunder. Tukul En paused slightly, filled with a huge question. How could this be? He fixed his determined gaze inside the mine, silently questioning himself. A high-level beast would not understand. How could such a low concentration of moonlight stun a supreme being? Tikul Lung remained standing at the entrance of the cave. His chain of thoughts had not yet concluded. The pressure came from a higher level, undoubtedly lying deep within the mine. He then confidently deduced that there must be an astonishing existence. Sweat dripped down Kolang's face, and a sense of concern rose in his heart. That existence was the reason why the moonlight mineral veins could operate in the eastern region. After a serious assessment, Tu Lung raised his hand and declared to Hai Than, you have worked hard. Next, I will go in alone. He slowly walked into the strange mine and confidently announced, after I settle this matter, I will take you out of the eastern region. Hearing this, Hai Than was overjoyed, his heart leaping with happiness. Although he did not understand the master's intention, He felt that the structure of the world was about to be turned upside down. Then Haifithan looked at the snowy scene before him, forming a thought in his heart. After thousands of years, the unchanging throne of the Ice Empress of the Eastern Domain once again faced a challenge. Not long after, Tu Lung had ventured deep into the mineral vein. Suddenly, a dazzling light from ahead forced him to stop and take a look. It turned out to be colorful crystals lying right next to the path. Seeing this, Tu Lung continued to walk forward. Curiosity got the better of him as he glanced at the brilliant sight, whispering to himself that such low-grade crystals were abundant in the Moonlight sect. He then pressed on, his gaze firm as he recalled Haithan's words. Normally, high-level beings could only venture about 1 kilometer deep. Even the supreme level could only reach around 3 kilometers. More colorful crystals appeared around him, yet he showed no sign of hesitation. As he moved deeper into the bright vein, Tu Lung became increasingly alert. The pressure was so overwhelming that maintaining a massive operation year-round was not something ordinary emperors could manage. After walking for a while, he reached a place where no light penetrated, a pitch-black darkness hitting his eyes. Without further thought, he immediately summoned the glowing butterflies. Soon, the glowing butterflies began to fly closer to the dark area. But before they could do anything, a fierce gust of energy sent the butterflies flying back. Tu Lung was startled for a moment, raising his hand to shield his head, worried that he had probably gone about 1 kilometer, and was starting to feel dizzy. Nevertheless, he did not give up and continued to summon the shield of Afi Trung Gait. His footsteps grew bolder, the sound of his steps echoing steadily. However, after just a few steps, a warning flashed on the system. Immediately after, a piece of information shocked Tu Lung, causing him to halt. "Master, please leave immediately, or there will be a risk of death." His steps stopped after that chilling warning. He thought anxiously, has the pressure really become this terrifying at just 1 kilometer? Then Tu Lung glanced at the shimmering shield surrounding him, feeling a bit more reassured. Fortunately, with Hei Trungite, there should not be any problems. Right. A Trungite, full of energy, immediately raised an ox sign, confirming that they could proceed. Seeing this, he relaxed his guard and slowly moved deeper, thinking to himself, let us just keep going forward. After 10 minutes passed, Tu Lung had now reached 3 kilometers. His steps becoming slower and his strength starting to wane. He gritted his teeth, looking ahead with concern, thinking, could it be that I can't sense the endpoint? The image of himself being swallowed whole by a sea monster flashed into Tu Lung's mind. This only made him more shaken. The sense of despair and the suffocation from the pressure could clearly be compared to the depths of the ocean at 10,000 meters. The glowing butterflies continued to flutter forward. Meanwhile, he was still caught up in thoughts. Aren't I only 10 kilometers from the core? You have been standing there, frozen with fear, wondering what hides within. By now, the shimmering butterfly and the glowing moths are also growing wary. The situation only makes Tu Lung more hesitant. If he goes deeper and something unexpected happens, he will surely die inside. He stands there, his inner turmoil raging. What should he do? Should he go on? Tu Lung's clenched hand trembles as he desperately whispers to himself, suddenly losing both Venahon Ongite and Tranum Tin Yen Gayat. He feels utterly powerless. But then he relaxes his grip, filled with despair as he scolds himself. As a one-star beastmaster, I have no right to create another miracle. Tu Lung's footsteps gradually turn back towards the exit, his expression darkening as he decides to give up. It seems he can only return. But just as his footsteps onto the cold ground, the image of the Nam Mesbai Geek line, a royal-level moonlight, flashes in his mind, followed by the fierce figure of that Si Meng. Next, he recalls the scene of the moonlight dragon wreaking havoc on the spaceship. Finally, the wicked look of the red moonlight with its fiery eyes comes to mind. Remembering these events, Tu Lung's steps come to an abrupt halt, his heart exclaiming a firm no. He stands still in the suffocating space, telling himself that if he maintains the status quo, he will not be able to move forward in the moon deity's temple. His resolute gaze is fixed on the dark cave, a surge of determination rising within him. If he turns back now, he won't deserve the title of Moon King anymore. Then, he slowly sits down on the cold floor, legs crossed, and begins to seriously think. His current level is too low. He needs to train to reach the end of the mine. If 10.5 days are not enough, then half a year. Always at a 1-star level, he had drained all his power to nurture the sleeping Kim Li Beep. The energy gradually accumulates within Tu Lung as he turns around. Right now, he is incredibly determined. The Kim Liep has awakened, and he no longer needs it. I can seize the opportunity in this highly concentrated moonlight mineral vein to train. The energy becomes denser, and at that moment, he shifts to another location, leaving behind a resilient mindset. Now that he is here, he has to at least see what is inside. Moments later, the night sky is cloaked in darkness. Snow continues to fall. Inside the mineral vein, a powerful energy orb suddenly appears, radiating bright light. At that moment, Intense energy bursts forth from Tling's body as if trying to tear apart the very fabric of space. Shortly after, a large crack appears on the surface of the glowing orb. The light orb explodes violently, its powerful energy column piercing through the mine's ceiling. Amid the flying rubble, Tu Loeng emerges majestically, with the radiant silhouette of a butterfly that has successfully broken through to 2 stars appearing behind him. Right now, you are completely astonished, your eyes wide with thought. They say only those who reach the 4th level have a colored aura and level up this quickly. Could it be that I have a gift? You quickly shut your eyes tight, regain your composure, and silently sense the change. Not only the aura, but also your senses. Physique, energy, awareness, and even lifespan have significantly improved. Then, Tu Loeng slowly opened his sharp gaze, full of confidence upon learning the news. The upper limit of He Trong Un Gait has also been greatly raised. Now he must be able to cultivate in deeper places. The Thopdra Mu Trotter are 10 sealed locations protected by the Moon God Palace. And rumors say that once the seal is broken, the ancient moon demon will descend. For over 1,000 years, many curious children have come to cause trouble, but all have been defeated by the Thop Tra Phi. But now the Moon God ceremony has begun, and the Hon Gait That Tine has emerged. The Moon God Palace is gradually retreating, and the 9 seals are being broken one after another. The last of the Thop He Da Mu Trar is located nearest to the North region, perhaps fearing the existence of the North region. The Hon Gait That Tine has never touched this place. However, after the 9 seals were broken, they could no longer hold back and took action here. On that day, when the people of Hon Gait That Tine were making their move, they were suddenly halted. Hundreds of kilometers away from the Thop Kapa Michura, a woman who came to break the seal appeared. Hovering in the void, she angrily shouted, 3 against 1. How shameless. This person was called Hun Gaidi Yu, a royal-level moon beast, the only high-ranking royal in the Hon Gait That Tin. Immediately after, she continued to rage and curse. I am Hun Gait, the leader of the Hon Gait That Tin. What gives you the right to interfere in the sealing outcome of the Thapirim Trars? Then she pointed at the black hole emitting an aura in the distance, her voice rising in anger. Furthermore, as a noble high-ranking royal, to gang up and bully me is truly insulting to royal dignity. The dark figures gradually appeared in front of the black hole, 2 small shadows on either side. And in the middle stood a large figure with wings on its shoulders. The figure in the middle was the royal-level pink-winged beast of the celestial system, one of the 3 high-ranking royals. She glanced at the furious Hanungite, and then calmly made a statement. It does not matter how much the moon god's waste is worth. As long as this last place is not destroyed, you can try to defeat me without worrying about retaliation. Hearing this, she became somewhat cautious, the crazed look on her face gone. Han Gait glanced at the person beside Qin Hung, and was quite surprised to realize that it was the Bechthon clan from the west region. Her gaze then settled on the royal-level Bech Tifine Gaiat Bio, a high-ranking royal of the Moonlight system. The emotions within her grew increasingly tangled. And there was also the Ti Ungite commander of the Song and Guite sect. At that moment, Bhakti gently smiled and spoke. Don't rush. The Thu Palace has not awakened yet. Before the sovereign's ban is lifted, we can naturally do as we please. She then crossed her arms in front of her and slowly uttered a threat. Besides, this is no longer your era. It might not even be your turn in the future. Saying this, she began to lightly rotate her hand, her sharp gaze still fixed ahead. At this moment, Hengayat angrily pointed at the 3 people and exclaimed a threat. The 3 bitch immortal of the eastern region, Bai Sheng of the western region, and the members of the Song Gaiat sect. I have taken note of you all. Before her words could finish, Hengayat's figure suddenly vanished. Jing Hong was quite surprised to see the scene before her. Then she glanced at Bai Ti and asked, Where did you take her? The girl raised 2 fingers, beaming with a bright smile as she replied, To the Holy Land of the northern region, the Misty Sea. But before she could finish, Jing Hong cut in. Isn't that just like death? Shortly after, the 3 of them moved up into the thick clouds. At this point, Jing Hong spoke up, saying, Considering our past relationship, I will only help guard it for a month. After that, you will have to handle it yourself. Even though the Phi Palace has resurrected, it won't be able to regain its peak in a short time. Why are you in such a hurry to enter? Betty. Hearing this, looked a bit puzzled but then smiled sweetly and replied, If you are not from the Moonlight system, you would not understand. Anyway, as the leader of the 4 Moon Generals, I can see the odds of achieving victory. Her eyes filled with seriousness as she slowly said, If it is that person, even the Moon King of the previous era. At that moment in the northern region, a massive beam of light burst through the mountain ranges, shooting straight up into the sky. Takulung reappeared in a majestic form, surrounded by a powerful light that continued to erupt, transitioning back inside the mineral vein. At that moment, at a depth of 10 kilometers, rocks were falling with a thud after the recent strong tremors. Tukulung's hair fluttered in the gentle breeze. his sharp gaze reflecting the crescent moon that had appeared. After all his training, he had now reached the 4-star realm. He glanced at his palms and murmured to himself that it took him half a month to cultivate to 4 stars. And for now, 5 stars were still out of reach. His gaze was filled with confidence as thoughts raced through his mind. The current me can unleash all the power of the supreme level. But when he suddenly thought of Yun Gait and Hoang Gait, he felt all emotion slip away, filled with pain inside. And right now, I do not have anyone to activate the supreme level to negotiate with. But then Tukolga looked ahead and quietly asked, "Forget it. Given my current temperament, I should be able to go all the way in one breath." Right. His gaze remained fixed ahead when he suddenly realized that after surpassing the 4-star realm, the world before him became completely different. Now I can clearly see the flow of all energies. He clenched his fists, determined to move forward with his own judgment. Now I am sure that this terrifying pressure that feels crushing comes from some kind of being, but then a slight feeling of fear rose into Ning's heart. Having a being with spirit, will, and this kind of strength, the number of times I have encountered it could be counted on my fingers. As he moved a bit further in, he slightly tilted his body when he suddenly saw something in the distance on the narrow path. A beam of light appeared, making Tukolding feel excited. "It seems I have reached the final point." As your footsteps drew closer to the radiant light, the aura grew stronger. Without hesitation, Tu Lo Ying immediately summoned the largest defense from Hei Trung and Gaiet. With just a tiny distance left to the bright gate, he took a deep breath to muster more courage. His footsteps, unwavering, moved forward. Soon after, the blinding light erupted, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. As the light gradually faded, he slowly opened his eyes wide. The Tuoleng had entered a mysterious room, hiding at the very end of the mineral vein. Before him stood a shadowy figure leaning against a glowing crystal. It was a woman with long red hair and large horns on her head. Seemingly resting, a few moments later, she glanced toward the door where Ko Ying had entered. Upon seeing him, she slightly moved her ear to listen. Across from her, he stared blankly ahead, mouth agape at the sight of the woman. She propped herself up, questioning him with curiosity. How could a human come here? Suddenly, rocks shattered and fell heavily to the ground, followed by the cracking of the surrounding walls, gradually affecting the ceiling of the mine. The scene unfolded clearly in Kulenga's sparkling eyes, his expression darkening in shock, breathless and speechless, silently believing it to be an illusion. His whole body trembled, clutching his cloak tightly, overwhelmed with confusion. The terrifying aura instantly conjured images of world destruction in his mind. Still unable to regain his composure, he continued to breathe rapidly, sweat pouring out uncontrollably. After a few labored breaths, Tukuling managed a slight smile. Reassuring himself, he then looked forward with joy, whispering in satisfaction. Coming here was the right decision. Though his steps trembled, he pressed on, self-assured that no matter what happened, he would reach the end of the Ingui Then Ti Trung. At that moment, Ingui Chitha was also flipping through the pages. Notifications appeared before him, revealing that a new monster had been unlocked, and the number of illustrated images had increased. Looking at the woman before him, he silently vowed that no matter the cost, he needed to obtain the woman in front of him. Notifications from Gai Chith also appeared. Ingui Quanghef, the noble emperor. King Guait Leit Hema Huvedovung, in extremely weakened state. King Guait Nye Tinao of Ao once belonged to the 12 zodiac signs under Aquarius, akin to the Moonlight faction, a name that could not be ignored. This was a once-in-a-millennium world, daring to challenge the noble emperor on a full moon night. After the failed challenge, no news had been heard for many years. Realizing all this, Tu Lung was stunned, staring at her with the thought, King Guait Leit Hema Huvedovung, this woman is truly alive and right before me. He then called out, King Guait Leit Hema Huvedovung. Hearing him call, she stood up. Tu Ning stepped forward and stretched out his hands, announcing loudly, I am the Moon Chi King. Tiku Lai Ing. I have come to take you away from here. His hand hovered in the air, met with the unusual silence from the woman. After a moment of contemplation, she finally asked, what happens next? Where will you take me? Hearing her words, he became puzzled and asked back. Her face darkened, and she warily questioned, has Fian Hongta been defeated? Are Fin DC Kong and Tiat Levi Tu Etu dead? Just a mere mortal. With that, Hu No Ving stepped back a little, disdainfully continuing, a lowly ordinary level dares to call themselves the Moon Chi King. Then she shot him a piercing look, her dark expression clear as she spoke in a furious tone, plotting to seize control. And immediately, a powerful aura erupted from around the room, as if it wanted to blow the ceiling away. Tu Lon Lung was quite taken aback by the scene and quickly used Hei Trung Gaiet's shield to protect himself. Long was still in turmoil, What was happening? Just relying on this oppression had destructive power. A large crack appeared on the shield before his eyes. Takualung felt even more confused upon seeing it. It is Haitrung Nugait's protective layer is about to break. The pressure suddenly stopped abruptly at this moment. At that moment, the green chains tightened around Hu Erovung from behind, causing her to scream in pain. The scene made him make a judgment. So that is it. She has been sealed here by the power of ice. Huna Ving had lost strength after what just happened, and he immediately went to ask, "What is wrong?" Facing her, Takualung smirked and teasingly said, "Always calling me small. Look at yourself. How did you end up like that? Not strong enough to challenge the overlord. Even your freedom is lost, and you flaunt your style here." Hearing his disdainful words, she angrily gritted her teeth and shouted. Then she screamed loudly, surprising him for a moment. "Do you think I do not want to leave? With your mixed level, how can you save me?" Then Hu Vetri Tong spoke in a firm tone. "Even if the ice does not activate temporarily, once Tambich Tu manifests, I will definitely not die." She then pointed at Tazi Ning, declaring loudly, "But you will definitely die a miserable death here." Although she just gave a warning, Takualung remained surprisingly calm. He sighed and asked with a hint of exasperation, "How unseemly. You are still a noble king with a famous reputation, and you are afraid of Tambich Tu like this." He then smirked and added, "Don't get me wrong. I am not saying I will help you escape." Hearing those words, he regained his seriousness. His eyes brightened as he explained, "We need to defeat Tambich Tu, then leave the East region." Right. Hon Vong was momentarily stunned, unable to respond to his reasoning. Right now, she thought to herself, "What does this man know?" She slightly opened her mouth, her thoughts continuing at 100%. Hon Vong raised her hands to cover her body, fearing that Taluong was just a big fool. Taluong reached out towards Hein Vong, his gaze tender, quietly waiting for a response. She looked at him with a clearly astonished expression, her lips moving but waiting in silence. Seeing Hu Nevihinbai retreating, Tu Luong asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" She bluntly replied, "I am afraid of being taken for someone with intellectual delays." He let out a powerless sigh, inwardly reassuring himself. "Forget it. I never expected to be strong-tongued." Takualung pondered and slowly sat down beside her. After all, there was still plenty of time, and this was a perfect opportunity to reach the 5-star level. She was a bit curious and leaned forward to observe. Hunota Ving silently tucked himself behind the chair so he could focus, watching Kologi practice for a while. She speculated that anyone who could withstand her pressure to reach this point was certainly not a useless purebred. Hunavig rested his chin on his hand, his gaze dreamy, lost in thoughts he could not voice, but caught up in his own strength. "I have encountered countless fools, weaklings, and pretenders over the past 1,000 years." Memory suddenly flooded back. The youth from that year had also reached out to her, just like this moment, dreaming of meeting ice beings from the outside world, along with things forgotten. The Moonlight Beastmaster from the Eastern Mineral Vein. Back then, Hunota Ving foolishly took that hand, like a fairy tale, beautiful and dreamy enough to become the prologue of a legend. Unfortunately, no exceptions were stopped right from the start. She sat silently beside the boy's lifeless body, not crying or speaking, just an agonizing silence. With their talents, it was simply impossible for them to unleash their powers. From that incident, Huno Ving carried the scars of mental strain. Gradually retreating, no longer harboring hopes of leaving this place. Therefore, I made this cave enveloped by my oppression. I isolated everyone. Not wanting to see any more hope trying to escape, she fell silent. But then a glimmer of faint light flickered in her eyes, like hope that had not completely faded. Perhaps at that moment, Tukul Wang irradiated a wave of golden energy that made her secretly acknowledge that this talent was quite interesting. So Hunavim became curious and asked, "Little demon, which force do you belong to? Who is the emperor backing you?" Tukulun replied coldly, "The Song Moon faction." She curiously asked, "I have never heard of it. Who founded it?" A few seconds later, Hunavering scoffed, making a mocking remark, "But the Moon Chi King of the 4 stars sounds amusing enough. The Moon Chi King ultimately inside the WUM is the 5 stars. And by the way, you still have not answered me. Who is the emperor behind the Song Moon faction?" He could not hide his discomfort. Cursing inwardly. Why was she talking so much? "Have you been locked up for too long that you are going crazy?" But he had no choice but to respond. "The one behind the Song Moon faction is me. I am not only the Moon Chi King but also represent the northern region. If the Lunar Priestess follows your words, even if stuck here, she would still know what happened in the northern region half a month ago." Right. Huunavung was surprisingly attentive. Only seeing He Trung Yu Gai take out a ring and bring it to her. "Just looking at Hunav Yudong made me suspect. I recognized the realm of the North Monarch. This is truly the token to unlock the Moon God ceremony." Takua Long over here said that the dry moon is targeting Hu Nu Vegung. She said the Moon Monarch in the Mother's Womb is actually the 5 stars. You stood up, not forgetting to add on, It sounds really extravagant, but that person. Tu Lung glanced at Huo Vung, her face serious. Is not he the born beast master? You unleashed your potential. Your whole body shining. A swarm of luminous butterflies danced around like a dance of power just awakened. You continued. Even if the emperor behind the Songyu Gait faction is a mere servant, I am actually the master of the Golden Butterfly Palace. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her face as the blinding light swept by. You slowly approached. My enemies are Kung Fai Thao and Thapegait the Sea. I will surpass the previous generation of the Moon Monarch to claim the final victory for the Moon God ceremony. Once again, Tu Kuling firmly extended her hand, her voice full of sincerity. I happen to have something to give to the Ice Queen. Declaring war on the Eastern Realm is not impossible, as long as you join us. Hu Unavring seemed a bit shaken. She hesitated to extend her hand in response. Just as their hands were about to touch, an invisible force suddenly appeared, pushing her back to her original position, bound by the freezing chains. Hu Unavring desperately bowed her head, murmuring, I can see it now. Even if you have the power of a monarch, what of it? A 4-star beast master. How can you break through the defenses of the Eastern Realm? Even if you make a pact with me, I still cannot appear. Tu Leng quietly listened. Pondering, she chuckled softly, her lifeless gaze seemingly devoid of hope. If you really want to have me, then surpass the 7 stars and then talk. You seriously asked Ha Hu Vang. If we succeed in leaving here and you are set free, what do you want to do? Then you answered your own question. Could it be that you would wage war against the Ice Queen? Is Tambix Tu the enemy we need to defeat? She answered without hesitation. Didn't that old servant tell you? I hold no hatred for the Eastern Realm. On the contrary, the Ice Queen and Master Thi Lian then are actually friends. Huna Vitrin clenched her hands so tightly they trembled. The pent-up grievances could finally be expressed. Back then, I fought the Ice Queen just because she did something unforgivable. She gritted her teeth, her whole body shaking, her words filled with resentment. If it were not for the Ice Queen, Master Thi Lian then would not. Just then, Tu Leng's face suddenly tensed with alertness. Huna Veng quickly sensed it. Both of them had the same thought. Someone is coming. At that moment outside, a thunderous explosion suddenly rumbled down the mountain peaks. A brilliant light illuminated the gloomy sky, and the cave could not help but shake. She looked up to indicate it was one of the 12 celestial shields of the Eastern Realm. Our noise must have been detected. Hunovern quickly turned to warn. You should run. If you are the one who made the pact with the Golden Butterfly Palace, a normal emperor should be able to handle it. Right. Hearing this, Tukulung suddenly paused, thinking, to be honest, I can't handle this. He pretended to be calm and indifferent, saying, I do not need to run. I still have unfinished business in the eastern region. You have not said everything. Have you? The great Thakli Liang you mentioned is the protector of the Aquarius Palace. Right. Huno Ving was stunned, eyes wide open. Tukulung continued. Everyone knows that the Aquarius Palace was defeated by the Phoenix Palace back then. But you said this is related to the Ice Queen. When they were still talking, could you clarify this for me once we get out of the eastern region? Meanwhile, unaware of a giant bird silently approaching at that moment, Tukulung could not help but feel frustrated. Continuously questioning, if it truly relates to the Ice Queen, is not it enough to just defeat her once? She has been imprisoned for thousands of years. Is not it worth it? He shouted in anger, urging her to wait until we get out of here to properly defeat her again. Just as the bird's feet touched the ground, it created a pressure that cracked the earth and rocks. Tukulung looked back in surprise. And at that moment, the system immediately announced, a new monster has been unlocked, and the number of illustrated images displayed has increased. It was known to be a celestial system of the imperial rank, the Thunder Emperor of the Eastern region, one of the 12 celestial shields under the 3 jade banners. As the Phoenix appeared, he quickly asked, Lord Firehood, who is this human? Why is he here? You do not want to escape again. Do you? I fear this time the Ice Queen won't be as lenient as last time. Hunavivon hesitated to respond, and Vilai harshly reminded him, and do not forget Lord Aquarius's warning, strictly prohibiting you from seeking revenge against the Phoenix. Not letting him finish, Atualung interjected, it is too noisy. He boldly stepped in front of him, decisively mocking, you are just an outsider of the celestial system. What right do you have to interfere in the matters of the lunar system, if Lord Aquarius has not allowed it? On behalf of the Golden Butterfly Palace, agree, the traitor of the lunar system. The Phoenix must be defeated. Hearing this, Antiloki shouted angrily, what did you say? Tikukulai Ing, losing patience, without hesitation grabbed her. Fire Hu Nes. What are you hesitating for? He then lifted Hu Nazung. Han asked, are you going to let the Phoenix's betrayal and the death of Lord Aquarius go unpunished? She shyly looked back at Tikalzink, his tone no longer calm, and the Ice Queen's malicious intentions. Do not you want revenge? Truly useless and weak. Just sign the contract, and I will find a way to make you present. Suddenly, Zhang Lum appeared, a surge of blue power summoned, and Manhwa roared in anger. After this, what about the Phoenix, the 10th moon, the 3 jade banners, the Ice Queen? He furiously spread his large wings, thick mist swirling around, declaring loudly, I will defeat them all, leaving no one behind. Immediately after, a massive force from the sky descended into the cave, carrying the power to crush everything. At that moment, the 3 ice citizens they had met before were strolling around the area, were also startled by the loud noise. The girl wondered anxiously, what is happening? Is this in the moonlight mining system? At the same time, inside the cave where Tuladi was, the ground and walls were severely cracked. Lia Lilon chose to unleash his oppressive force, getting knocked back and crashing into the rocky edge. Dazed and in disbelief, Tukuleng stood in the distance, surrounded by a massive vortex of white smoke like spiritual energy generated by the shockwave of the recent attack. This was also the moment he successfully broke through to a higher level, the 5-star realm. The monster control panel immediately appeared, updating all important information. Moonlight system. Low tier. Butterfly lightning. Ceiling status. Due to his low realm, the host could not summon everything. The intermediate moonlight system. Moonlight Keelan was incomplete. The moonlight system. Emperor tier. Moonlight monarch with 8 wings. Ceiling status due to the low realm. Could not be unlocked until the host reached the 7-star realm or merged. While an explosive energy of hundreds of millions of low-tier butterfly lightning appeared, the unlocking condition could be temporarily activated. Moonlight system. Emperor tier. Dry moon heart fire monarch. Ceiling status. Low realm. The host must cultivate further. After reading through it, he could not help but be astonished, his mind racing with calculations. If I reach the 6-star realm, can I command the emperor to descend? Isn't that normally the 7-star realm? And Tukuleng clenched his fists, his gaze full of determination, secretly guessing that if he reached the 6-star realm, he could freely use the power of the dry moon heart fire monarch. At that moment, seeing him deep in thought, DLA became furious and shouted a barrage of questions. What are you doing? Human, how dare you make a pact with the great fire monarch? He even boasted about defeating the Ice Empress. Tukuleng merely shot him a cold glance. Zieluki continued to rage loudly, disregarding anyone, mocking him for being just a 5-star realm, claiming he could not even summon the emperor. A bolt of blue lightning suddenly struck down. Outside the cave, dark clouds rolled in. Thunder rumbled, shaking the very earth and sky. And Tukuleng pondered, looking up with an expression full of inscrutable thoughts, then sighed and lowered his head. He quickly summoned the central moon lake, and in an instant, a sturdy barrier was erected. The barrier quickly expanded outward, enveloping a vast area. Powerful spiritual energy surged, and even if the lightning struck down, it stood strong without budging. Even Alloy was taken aback by this sight, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, What? He broke out in a cold sweat, mouth agape in shock. How could this be? Alloy, stunned, screamed in panic, swallowing the entire mine as the cave disappeared without a trace, leaving only a massive pit. He cursed this damn guy in frustration. Then, still refusing to back down, he raised his voice and demanded, Who exactly are you? After taking a closer look, Lealoquai quickly identified him. Wait, the ruler of the moonlight system. White-haired, crescent moon child. He stared directly into Kazel Ing's crescent moon eyes, making him even more certain. Lealoquai immediately questioned, The lunar king of the twin moon sect. Do you really want to declare war on the eastern region? And Teolin did not care, gently closing his eyes, thinking that storing energy from the entire war vein at once should be possible now. Not long after, energy beams of golden green suddenly appeared behind him. Those gigantic wings were proof that he had successfully broken through to the 6th star level, radiating power throughout the space. Tukuleng carefully calculated in his mind. 1 per 1 of the energy from the ore vein was instantly consumed. However, there was still one hidden aspect. But the 6th star state could only last about 5 minutes. After that, he would revert to the 5th star state. Lealoquai was scared to the point of trembling. Seeing this, he revealed a smug smile, confirming that everything was going according to his plan. Immediately after, Tukuleng spread his arms and shouted, Crescent moon, come forth. Fire Prince. As he finished, a blazing fireball ignited on his wings, threatening to scorch the entire space. The fireball suddenly burst open, and the Fire Prince appeared at Tukulengi's call. Debris fell around, and she stepped out with authority, her bright eyes exuding overwhelming charisma. After the Fire Prince's emergence, tiny sparks ignited all over the eastern region like an ominous sign. The Ice clans panicked and knelt down, bowing their heads in reverence. The Fire Prince has returned to this world after thousands of years. She gently approached from behind, placing her hand on his shoulder, calling out to her master. Then she thought, after signing the contract, I will immediately know his plans. Her gaze was fixed on Tazanyu's back. She could not help but feel astonished, saying, "You are so reckless. I have never seen anything like it." When he mentioned challenging the Ice Empress, he was definitely not joking. At this moment, he coldly turned back, but the Fire Prince was still lost in thought. More importantly, this man was not a disciple at all, Atuoleng said seriously, congratulating her on regaining her freedom. She already knew what to do next. Right. He extended his hand and asked, "Is 5 minutes enough?" The Fire Prince immediately understood, gently stroking her chin in hesitation. Although it was not a full moon yet, after a moment's consideration, she decided to agree. It could be worth a try. Then took Tukling's hand as a sign of commitment, wasting no time. The Fire Prince quickly emitted an energy field that enveloped them both and slowly ascended. Then shot straight up into the sky at the speed of light, leaving behind a dazzling trail that tore through the space. Veiloki was still in shock, muttering that something bad was happening. It was really over now. Once he regained his composure, he stared wide-eyed in horror, mouth agape, shouting that he needed to quickly inform Master Tam Buch Tu. Moments later, at a frost-covered castle bathed in the eerie red glow of the waning moon, like a dream, Atuoleng swiftly arrived, floating in midair, quietly observing the situation. Suddenly, the voice of Huavig reached his ears, announcing that they could maintain the connection for about 4.5 minutes. "What is wrong? Is there something you are looking for?" Tuoleng pointed directly at the castle and replied, "To save time. Just check everything." He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating intensely, cautiously probing every fluctuation around him. Tuoleng silently released his energy, letting the spiritual energy spread out around the castle. He poured all his mental focus into the exploration, looking through the castle, and his eyes fell upon a girl with blue hair and pale skin. Upon closer observation, Tuoleng guessed that this little girl was indeed an 8th-rank beastmaster. Tuoleng stood frozen in midair, inwardly frustrated, wondering just how many 8th-rank beastmasters were hiding in the eastern region. Before he could speak, Huno Viding hurried to inform him that this tiny mutt was the current Bang Fai. The name that temporarily signed a contract with Tam Buch Tu flashed in Tiwa Ling's mind. Bungfu Vugenheim. Looking down at the girl, he speculated that they would have to defeat her to leave the eastern region. Tukua Ling's eyes suddenly widened as he realized an important clue. Wait, could this girl really be the Ice Clan's 3-meter-tall girl? She had undergone a disguise. The sudden announcement jolted him awake. The warning had detected the eastern region's monarch before defeating the majority of Faiyan. Do not attack the monarch directly unless the opponent does something to severely disrupt your formation. Meanwhile, Bungwang Fai Zhang Nahayam also received a similar notification about detecting the eastern region's monarch before breaking the agreement between Vine and Mimung. Do not attack the monarch directly unless the opponent does something to severely disrupt your formation. She immediately understood and shouted, "So it is you, Nguai Chi Ving. Do you want to start a war?" Suddenly, a loud curse echoed back. Bung Feng Nahayam quickly covered her ears. "What a stupid fight you want. Let me out right now. The energy has been charging for half a minute already. Are not you an 8th-rank beastmaster?" Fin Brung shouted angrily. "If the opponent lets Hefka Hu Uvadoing escape, let us see what we have to deal with." Bung Fai Thiovan Nyam pouted in complaint. "Fian Fang. I am an 8th-rank beastmaster of the ice system, not an 8th-rank beastmaster of the sky system. Who told you to hide in my body because ordinary people are afraid of the cold? I really miss Master Tam Tu Buch tight. She returned to the 3 monarchs more than a year ago. I wonder when she will come back here." After hearing this, he sighed heavily, and Fin Dung exploded in anger. "Stop talking nonsense. You useless thing." Saying that, she rubbed her chain, deep in thought, noting that both Fen Desi Kind Hung and Tam Tu Du Beach Tight were coincidentally not here. Fin Angwang quietly assessed the situation and concluded that given Bung Fai Yang, Niyam's abilities, it would likely take at least 3 minutes for her to summon me. Meanwhile, both sides remained on high alert. Over here, Tukul Nyi furrowed his brow, anxiously looking around. He kept scanning every nook and cranny until he noticed a stream of dark energy escaping from a hidden corner. Tuol Ing's eyes widened, thinking to himself. Found it inside the room, filled with clutter. There was a prominent purple mirror placed right in the center. The mirror opened, revealing a mysterious black orb inside. After a long, careful observation, Tukulin could not help but feel confused, wondering why the opponent wanted to summon the Tam Buch Tu family. Meanwhile, Bong Fi was trembling with fear over the price of the brush, but he quickly guessed the situation. But once I have touched the treasure of the Ice Queen, the limit of the Moon God's right will be lifted. In a few seconds, the battle will begin. Tukulung softly called out, "Hu V." As soon as she finished speaking, she announced that they could still hold on for about 4 more minutes. The prerequisite was to encounter no obstacles. They fundamentally lacked the energy to fight. He raised his hand forward, soothingly saying, "It is, as long as we get out of Xiaovis, we will be fine." Tu Hulong resolutely shouted, and He Trungguite received the summoning order, instantly appearing and bringing a silent wave through the mirror. As A Trungguite gradually faded away, the item inside the mirror also disappeared. The mission was successful, and Iko Lug along with Hu Avog hurriedly escaped, leaving the current Ice Queen stunned, shouting, "What is going on?" Once she realized what happened, she was furious, cursing, "That bastard just touched the treasure of the Ice Queen. How dare he?" Phi Ning Hun thought to herself, "I won't let anyone leave easily. The sky is about to brighten, and we will meet again soon." At that moment, Tu Klonging and Huhu Uvro were anxiously rushing away at the speed of light, looking at the moon slowly disappearing beyond the horizon. She nervously spoke up. "The night is almost over." Seeing she received no response, Hu Navung asked suspiciously, "Tiku Lai Ing, are you listening?" But the outcome was still the same. He was now staring intently at the orb in his hand, deep in thought. Something is off. With his keen intuition, Tu Yang noticed something strange and slowly analyzed that the sword of Tranam, Tin Yaning Guide, was a weapon of the 7 mystic bone beasts. But this black orb was completely dead, with no signs of life. He did not think much, eagerly calling for Ngai Chait. In less than a second, the information came through, discovering a part of the Thay Eng Ho Nung Guide X Ong Ho blade. Upon receiving the next piece of information, Atua Long opened his eyes wide and read carefully, reminding that the blade of the Engi Hoen Ningarak Xing Ho was composed of 4 parts: the black blade, purple core, blue soul, and golden lock needed to possess the lock to awaken the bone flower. All the names of the individuals holding the parts were clearly displayed on the screen. The black blade, held by the North Region Moon King. The purple core, held by Trom Tinyan Guide. The soul sword of Lam, the one who holds the Eastern Region's twin stars. Bai Diet Han, the golden sword holder, the one who holds the Eastern Region's Ice Queen. In the next moment, Tu Ning's expression changed instantly, his lips twitching as he thought to himself, "Wait, did not Tromtom Tin Wine and Guide mention that the bone flowers have 4 parts?" Tu Yin leaned on his hand, deep in thought. Besides, how could the Ice Queen from ancient times not understand the mystery of the 7 mysteries? Carrying it with him is quite normal. At least he still has a bit of glory to bring back. After all, he did save the Fire Hu Na King this time, and getting the blade back means this trip was not in vain. He was so engrossed in his theories that he did not notice the Fire King urgently calling out to Tu Leng. Tu Kuang rubbed his chin and smiled contentedly. "Let us just leave it to Trontom Tinyan Ungwite for now." She had lost her patience and shouted directly into his ear, finally waking Talayi from his dreamlike state. The Fire King anxiously warned that although your speed is very fast, this is not the time for a full moon. The night has passed long ago. We must cross the borders of the Eastern Region. Despite her expression showing panic and doubt, she still maintained a polite tone. "I do not want to doubt you. But you with this miraculous control panel right now?" In the next moment, the Fire King could not help but directly ask, "Even the supreme enemy you can't deal with, right?" Hearing this, and Tuoleng could only admit the truth. Next, a list of the summoned beasts he currently possesses was displayed on the Northern Moon Monarch system board. And due to the realm of the Beast Master in front of him, he could not summon anything. The Dry Moon Fire Huna King, a monarch who can only be summoned at the 6-star level. The Central Moon can be summoned at the intermediate level. The Jade-tailed Hare of the Waning Moon can also be summoned at the intermediate level. The low-level Glimmering Firefly can be summoned, but the quantity is limited. Tukulingin glanced at the Fire King, who also realized Ben's ear. "The system board, after forming a contract with Resonance, seems she can see the information on my control panel. The 5 minutes have passed. If I forcibly execute a 6-star summon, I will be reduced to a 5-star. The Fire Hu King cannot be present. There is really no other way." She was filled with suspicion, exclaiming in inquiry, "What the hell? Didn't you say you possessed a waning moon beast?" And Tuoling chuckled, helplessly explaining, "Unfortunately, it is not a full moon night, so it can't be effective. Even on a full moon night, it can't fight against a monarch." The Fire King stood frozen in the spatial world, her face filled with disbelief, mumbling, "The waning moon form. It can't be like this." Her tone dropped slightly, reflecting regret. "Yep. If it is not a full moon night, it can't fight." Ring gently bent down and gazed intently at Engifi Veo. It was a full moon night that day as well. Seeing the cute little rabbit sleeping soundly, she whispered that this name was the bloodline of Thai Jami Fi, and Tuoleng stood behind, unable to hide his regret, and spoke up. But the divine beings above could not see the flaws in the crescent moon form. She subconsciously repeated, "Flaw." Huno Vung stood up abruptly, vehemently retorting, "Nonsense. How can the Quite Nagaith have flaws?" Her expression was extremely serious. confidently asserting that the Quite Nungait the Gu was the most perfect. A masterpiece of Ngait Quang. Suddenly, the sky was invaded by swirling pink clouds, spreading out like waves of color. Both felt the change at once. And after a moment of shock, they exclaimed, "The entire sky has been covered in a brilliant peach pink in an instant." The people below looked up at the sky in panic and knelt down, while a girl gasped, "It is Tam bitch. The divine Fai Fang has appeared." Delicate peach blossoms fluttered in the wind, filling the space with an enchanting beauty. Tukuling was abruptly halted in mid-air, leaving him utterly bewildered. A few seconds later, Tukuling's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed ahead. In front of him was Finazing with gigantic, vibrant butterfly wings, decisively declaring, "Give up. It is daytime now." Finong spoke with a cold gaze, casually uttering words full of implications. You must know the consequences of such actions. Even though he anticipated being blocked, Tukulung still felt tense, biting his lip, unable to believe the speed of it all. Facing Finzing, Tukulung's mind was on high alert, reminding himself, "Don't even mention the borders of Vigo Vis. I can take a step forward from here." At that moment, she coldly commanded to return the item belonging to Being 2-0, and then come with me for questioning and punishment. This way, I might still be able to spare your lives. Hearing this, Tuolung remained silent, just staring at her without responding. A sharp warning rang out. "Fian Zhang, do not get your hopes up." Upon hearing this, Tuolung instinctively froze, quickly turning around, and even Fivelang could not hide her surprise. Just a moment later, the surrounding spiritual fire began to gather, swirling into a circle blocking Tukuling's path. Hu Nuvring manifested, giving the opponent a cold glare, his face expressionless. But each word was filled with determination. "I can die here in battle, but I will never turn back. The palace is about to lift the seal. I must destroy it myself." Fi Dervine frowned slightly. "Come here." She lowered her voice to persuade him. "If it were you, you would understand me." Not allowing Hu Yivang to express himself fully, Finling gently closed her eyes, calmly analyzing. "How Hoon? Are you still stubborn? The Bang Ho is participating in the Ingwite Then T this time not to take revenge for Kung Bo Ban. You just need to wait patiently for the Ingwite Then NT to end." At this moment, Hu No Ving fell silent again, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful expression that was hard to hide. Without any preamble, the firm decision was made as if the outcome was already in hand. The Eastern Realm will conquer the Phoenix Pavilion and the 10 Moons. And then it will all be over. She firmly held onto Hu Na Vang's hand, her voice dropping in tone. But Fi Nang seriously warned, "I absolutely will not allow you to seek your own death before that time." She was overly excited, furious to the point of yelling with rapid-fire questions. "If even you all can't win, how do you expect to reach the Phoenix Pavilion and wave your sleeves in front of Butch Enge Kan?" Hunavivan hesitated to respond. It seemed she was starting to waver. At this point, Ti Kuo Ying could not hold back and forcefully shoved Fi Nang's hand away, angrily shouting, "Enough already. You did not hold back your words either. Defeating the Phoenix Pavilion is our business. So outsiders in the Eastern Realm should keep their hands out of it." Maintaining that same tone, Tukulingin continued, "I do not know what happened between you two before, but you glared at Fin Zhang without any hesitation, warning her directly. You should just go back to where you belong, or we might just kill you along with your crew." Hearing this, Hu Novrung was taken aback and involuntarily exclaimed, "You are crazy." Fin Vine gritted her teeth, growling, her face turning pale with anger. She refused to back down, loudly mocking, "Just a small-time disciple of the Moonlight system." Fi Novrung's arguments were confident and firm. After Moonlight collapsed, only a miracle remained in the 12 Knights of the Round Table. The light system had long been exhausted, and this time the Moon God offering would surely be your last joyful moment. Saying that, she seemed to go mad as she pointed directly at you and shouted, "It is still daytime, and you dare to speak arrogantly to me." In an instant, Fing suddenly froze in an unusual way. She quietly turned her face toward the light, her expression vague as she unconsciously uttered, "What?" Fi Nong stared blankly at the distant horizon. Within the space, a system notification echoed, announcing a change of information. Just a second ago she was fast asleep, but Iniki Viko suddenly opened her eyes wide. Tutuling murmured quietly, "The moon." At that moment, your lone Nangite eyes reflected a bright full moon hidden deep within the pupils, about to rise. As soon as you finished speaking, amidst the swirling dark clouds, the moon slowly appeared, its light gradually spreading across the sky. At that very moment, at the border beach of the northern realm, the full moon had risen high, its brilliant light shimmering on the clear water. In the center, at Siu, Elder Tenevan Ngait gazed up at the moon in astonishment. "I said." She looked back in confusion at the person kneeling on the ground in despair and questioned, "What are you doing?" "The family is leading the moon goddess, the Moonlight system, The Supreme Being. Upon hearing Evan Guyat's previous question, she awkwardly raised her face, speechless in confusion. Recalling that life or death battle makes me shiver. Back then, when I could unleash my skills, I had already died. Just revived. And I am still in a state of anxiety and confusion. She sobbed as she recounted, covering her face with tears, inadvertently unleashing her skills once more. Emugite had no time to scold her. Feeling helpless, she said, "Forget it. With your supreme rank, the full moon scenery you bought will last at most 5 minutes." The full moon shone down on the sea, and both silently gazed at it, a foreboding feeling rising within them. She worriedly thought to herself, I hope nothing major happens. Returning to Finavang's position, she stood frozen, facing a scene that Bong Hong could not believe was real. A full moon night. What on earth is going on? It is hard to believe. Tu Ling bowed his head. A thought suddenly flashed through. Of course, he was capable of recognizing it. Perhaps it depended on it. He could only think of the image of the NXEV. This thing's transformation. The full moon simulation had no effect on a sovereign. With only a few seconds left, the Yahu Navijang would be recalled. Hu Navirg beside him remained silent. In this precarious situation, Tukua Leng had no choice but to place all his trust in Yi Vida, thinking that all hope depended on it. As soon as Fine Lang saw Unkufauthi appear, she burst out laughing. She covered her mouth with her hand, trying to stifle her laughter, her tone dripping with disdain. What is this joke? An intermediate Nkasi Ving, not receiving any response from the opponent. Fitan Diang felt even more delighted, but still could not help throwing in a mocking remark. Moonchi, is this the power that gives you confidence to say such nonsense? She pointed towards the moon, bluntly asserting, do you think I can see the tricks of those supreme demons? This will only last 5 minutes, and has basically no effect on the outcome of this battle. Tukul In closed his eyes, continuing to remain silent. He paid no mind to Vinazung's mockery and turned away, focusing solely on his beloved pet. Tukul Leng gently asked, surely my previous first-class realm did not allow you to unleash your full power. Right, not stopping there. He continued, but I can clearly see that the limits of Kite Nguait the U have surpassed this. Inyifi Vivi obediently listened until the end. The next moment, Tukul Ying immediately pointed directly at Fin Jiang, commanding, do you see the noble sovereign before you? In 10 seconds, you must become stronger than her. Then he decisively summoned He Trung Ngait, which responded to the summoning order without hesitation. In an instant, countless veins of ore appeared before Ngakvai though. Witnessing this scene, Honvu could not help but gasp in amazement, quickly thinking it was the moonlight or vein that was now being devoured. Ningokvi though fiercely reached out to grab the ore, then brutally tossed it into his mouth. Chewing it frantically, Fendong stood frozen in place. His face blank as a question mark appeared in his mind. He devoured the ore as if it were nothing, the sound of the command still echoing in his ears driving him mad, his eyes glowing red and out of control. You are my only trump card. Now, quickly grow stronger. Transform, Talong shouted. Live up to my expectations. Ngoev though continued to swallow each piece of ore, showing no signs of stopping. Tuluong silently watched its frenzied appearance with a hint of regret, with both Van Troyen Guyot and Tram Tanien Guyot having different contracts. Nigokvithu's true power was indeed greatly hindered by his first star realm. He pondered, his expression tense, but temporarily he was at the 6th star realm, even nearing the 7th star under the full moon, wondering if he could defeat the Emperor. His gaze swept over the two girls. Still hesitating, struggling internally to take action against the opponent, Talong easily guessed the underlying reason. Even if Fian and Fendong kept delaying and refusing to act, it was likely out of past feelings. In this critical situation, he thought anxiously, but Hahu Navu was only seconds away from vanishing, and at that moment, the probability of death was high. Honvu's expression was sad, and his voice carried an undeniable doubt. Full moon. Why does it have to be at this moment? Is this a sign from the moonlight? She began to evoke memories of the past. Lady Thoi Lian Thean wondered if he had predicted this year back then. It has nothing to do with luck, strength, realm, or probability. It is simply a given since birth. Because I firmly believe in my heart that a miracle will appear. The bright moon hung in the night sky, growing more radiant yet offering no answers. Huo Vig turned to Ti Queleng with a question in mind. I have one last query. Why did you refuse the invitation from the Crown Prince's consort before? Tu Queleng replied without hesitation. No reason. That guy called my whole team garbage. So I snapped back. My the Thu is definitely not a faulty item. Didn't you say the Quite Ngai Thu was a piece of junk before? Ingifi V was engrossed in munching on minerals, oblivious to everything around. When mentioning his goal, his voice turned resolute. One day, I will tramplify the palace and the Pingguite the sea beneath my feet, making them understand what regret truly means. Sensing his determination, Hu Navrung was rendered speechless. It seemed she had come to a realization. She slightly parted her lips and slowly voiced her agreement.
Yep.
You are right. Hu Novring clenched his arm in frustration. Shaking with conviction that quite Nguite the Gu was not a defective product, she shouted excitedly, releasing her pent-up feelings. The East Sorcerer of the Quite Ngaithu from the Aquarius Palace is definitely not a piece of junk. Words that seemed never to be spoken rang out clearly, leaving Tu Lung wide-eyed in shock. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly asked, Wait, what did you just say? His face was still showing signs of panic. The image of a character surfaced in his subconscious, leaving him excited. One of the 7 wonders of the world, the guardian of the Aquarius Palace, the East Sorcerer. Is that really a defective body? Tu Lung quickly came to a misunderstanding. Wait, I get it now. Why-fi the palace has enough power to defeat the Aquarius Palace. Finally, he found the answer to the long-standing mystery. Because that day was not a full moon night. The Quite Ngaithu had no combat strength at all. Huno Vidring lowered his head, still in a daze. Murmuring.
Yep.
Master Thay Lian then would never lose on a moonless night. I have always believed that. She tortured herself with guilt, blaming herself. But alone I cannot defeat the forces of the sun. I hate feeling powerless and weak. After a long pause, Huno Venon gathered the courage to ask the master. Tiku Lai Ing, if one day you could let me stand before them. Before his words finished, he immediately agreed. As if he had placed absolute trust in Hu Jung. Receiving the answer, she felt his trust clearly. The corners of her lips curled slightly, offering a gentle smile. Immediately after, Huno Vidung gently approached. Opening his arms to give Ti Kualang a hug as a gesture of appreciation, he offered no resistance, standing there silently, while her figure began to blur in the moonlight. Tu Lung glanced at Hu O Vung. The rapid turn of events left him bewildered. Fin Ying was extremely furious, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "How Hoon? Are you really that stubborn?" Saying this, she immediately activated her magic, causing her wings to spread wide. The embrace between the two had not yet released, during which Huna Vujing whispered a few words into his ear. Before Master Thi Lian then and Phi the palace clashed, she had separated her life from the crystal core. Tu Kuo-Nung's eyes widened in surprise, his mind racing. What? She continued to whisper, revealing that condensing the crystal core, the essence of the Kite Ungite form, was possible. The words hung in the air. The moment of destiny had arrived. Hu Nuvring faded into the wind, leaving Tu Ling stunned and speechless. He quickly regained his composure, thinking, with Fga Hon Ving gone, I can return to the 5-star realm. Ao Hu Vejing had made a pact with me. She would suffer greatly. After considering the situation, Tu Lung quickly deduced that this was likely why Phi and Fine Ving hesitated to act. Tu Kuo Ni's gaze landed on Fang's frowning face, her unsaid thoughts lingering in the air. But his moment of hesitation was enough. Without overthinking, he boldly called out Hrutrung Gai. In an instant, a massive mineral vein was created, with spiritual energy surging violently. At that moment, Fin Ning's eyes sparkled with surprise. Tu Lung smiled triumphantly, realizing that this was indeed the treasure Ha Hu Navi Vide had guarded, once belonging to the throne of Kung Bo Bain. Among the mineral veins, the throne stood out at the center, adorned with a purple gem. The life crystal core that Kung Bo Boon had separated was right here. The purple gem at the center of the glowing network was the mark of Kung Bo Bain, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. He shouted loudly, and Fivo, hearing the call, it immediately turned to look. Once it understood the intent, it quickly used its long ears to lift the throne and without hesitation, threw its head back, swallowing the chair whole, then began to chew it contentedly. Fin Ong was so excited that she screamed loudly, "What are you doing?" "Stop it." Tuol Ung replied casually with a triumphant expression, accompanied by a disdainful smile. "Stop? How could I stop here? This is an awe-inspiring miracle created by the Kite Ningguite form." The Endrifi Vivu was beginning to undergo a physical transformation, emanating a strange spiritual energy. Faced with this sight, Fin Ong was startled and became more vigilant. She curiously wondered what the strange form of Nguvik V that would eventually turn into. Even Lung could not foresee. As he quickly released Eshi Trungungai to create a defensive barrier, the giant silhouette of Mati Jovo that gradually materialized amidst the thick smoke. Resembling a mythical beast, the Nguite Chithi appeared simultaneously, delivering an announcement. Nguite Quang System. High-level ZA Trega Nymph. It did not stop there. It suddenly issued another announcement. Nguite Quang System. Supreme Level. Buanguite Nekshi Tri. Tu Lung was stunned, thinking rapidly. How could it evolve to the supreme level in such a short time? The Nguite Chitha jumped to announce. But this time it was a demotion. Nguite Quang System. Intermediate Ning Phi Vao. Then, the low-level Nguite Quang System's notification began to flash chaotic characters that rapidly changed. He was perplexed and half doubtful, wondering what was happening. Had it exceeded his control? As the smoke gradually faded away, The current form of the moonlight hair finally became clear. The result was revealed, and Tico stared in astonishment, unable to hide his disbelief even from Phi Ning's shocked expression. In an instant, the moonlight hair transformed back to its lowest level, now named the Moonlight Rabbit. It stood there, under the intense gaze of Tico and Fin Wang. At that moment, she was utterly stunned, stammering about the failed evolution. Then the woman clenched her fists, angrily expressing her deep disappointment. "Oh, Hoon, you have lost your bet." Fin Long pointed directly at Tukhaolani and shouted angrily, "You should not have entrusted the throne of the Aquarius Palace to this human." Even with her glaring at him, he remained silent, not uttering a word. Tu Ling did not blink, as terror overwhelmed his mind. Seeing his stiff expression, Phi Ning smugly asked, "What is wrong?" "Thinking about how to save your life after that failed evolution." Suddenly, Tu Ling smirked, quietly repeating the word failure to himself. Then he boldly declared under Phi Ning's scornful gaze, "This is the most perfect evolution." At that moment, a notice appeared, stating, "Low-level moonlight. Moonlight Rabbit. Gem Crescent. And the physique of Crescent Moon." Tu Ning stared intently at the moonlight book, reading its lines as he said, "Thank you, Hu V. As per our agreement." Not long after, his expression revealed immense satisfaction as he slowly announced, "On the night of the full moon, before the moon, I will stand before them." Then Tu turned to give a warning to her. "Fian Zhang, I strongly advise you not to act against it." He flashed a smug smile and continued his threat. "If it develops a grudge, the centuries-old undefeated legend of Tam Bitch Tu will be completely shattered." Hearing these words, Fin Dong looked skeptically at the Moonlight Rabbit standing below, quietly repeating the words in her mind. A grudge from a low-level creature. The cute face of that pet made her even more wary. A low-level being enduring my oppression is truly remarkable, or just a trick to deceive others. At that moment, Tu Ying suddenly spoke up. "I do not plan to escalate things today. I will spare you. But later I will take the last crucial piece from your hands." Saying that, he turned away, ignoring the woman, and called out, "Moonlight Rabbit." Those contemptuous words drove Phi Vang into a rage. She emphasized each word with disdain. "What did you say?" Immediately after, Fin Hang spread her enormous wings wide. A massive oppressive force began to emerge. Her butterfly wings were starting to close in. The intense power shook the heavens and earth, causing rocks to splinter everywhere. At that moment, the large wings were just about to close, leaving a gap where Ta Long and the Moonlight Rabbit stood. However, the wings suddenly halted in mid-air, as if an invisible force had appeared, preventing them from moving on. This left Fin Zhang in shock. She shouted loudly, "What?" Looking at the two wings held tightly in the void. No matter how hard she tried, they would not close. The Fin Vang anxiously thought, where did this terrifying force come from? Her expression darkened as she suddenly considered the possibility that it might be Ngai Chi V Gong. But seeing Tu Logyu's calm demeanor, she quickly dismissed that thought. "He has not done anything." Just then, a white orb appeared in the space between the two butterfly wings, radiating a dazzling light. Fin Haiguang could not even keep her eyes open due to the blinding glow. That bright orb was created by Ngai Kwang Thiu's skill, and it was currently standing in the center of the orb, preventing Fin Vang from executing her technique. Tu Kuolong cast a serious gaze at the little rabbit suspended in mid-air, and Ngai Chithi appeared simultaneously to explain. Battle skill. Prototype of the Guardian Aquarius power. The full moon can transform into a full moon night at any time. Cooldown time is 30 days. After reading those lines, he quietly assessed in his heart that although he did not understand why Ngai Daidu's power could still function after being destroyed, this evolution not only inherited the traits of Aquarius but also had new strengths. This is definitely a perfect rebirth. Looking at Fin Hazwang's wings that had returned to their original state, he thought with relief that this time we might easily escape from Vang Yavis. At that moment, she was still in shock, still afraid from the earlier scene, wondering to herself, how could this be? Suddenly, a bright halo appeared above the adorable Nguite Kwang Thi, illuminating the image of the Aquarius constellation slowly revealing above its head. Fin Ning was so shocked she could not speak, her face frozen in disbelief. The little paw of Nguite Kwanga waved goodbye, saying, "Goodbye, little butterfly." Powerful auras surged past Nguite Kwang Thai as it waved. Seeing this, Fin Ning responded, "Just do not die too quickly." "Okay." Nguite Kwang Thuga beamed with a bright smile and quickly replied, "You too." A second later, a tremendous explosion erupted into the sky, as if wanting to tear space into 100 pieces. Consequently, rocks were sent flying in all directions. The recent explosion also shook the seas, with large waves crashing relentlessly. At that moment, in a desolate area of the ocean, a deep hole began to form in the sea. Right at the beach, Tin Mianguite was intently watching the sky, softly asking, "It has almost been 5 minutes. The full moon is about to disappear, right?" Upon hearing this, Denungite immediately stood up, joyfully exclaiming, "Really?" She joyfully observed the scene before her and announced, "So we are about to go home." Suddenly, a pair of gigantic butterfly wings appeared fluttering above the full moon. Denungite stared blankly for a few seconds and then asked, "What is that?" At that moment, a fierce slash unexpectedly swept across those giant butterfly wings. Denungite fell to the ground in shock, while Eminungite stood there in bewilderment. At that moment, a massive beam of light appeared over the mountains in Langavisa, with energy radiating fiercely from each peak. The beam of light stopped at the foot of a large mountain, causing a significant tremor upon impact. The dust from the previous violent collision was slowly dissipating, leaving behind a huge crater at the mountain's base. At this moment, high in the sky, the thunderous deity was soaring ahead, calling out the name Phi and Fang. She was sitting at the foot of the heavily damaged mountain, yet her expression remained calm as she murmured a few words. "Very good. After 10,000 long years, I finally feel a pain as terrible as this." Afimung looked up at the sky, silently concluding that the bastard had not used all his strength yet. The woman lying flat on the ground uttered a phrase that made Zai Lai tilt his head in confusion. "Rather say that the artificial moon is too useless." Saying this, she began to sit up, murmuring a few words. "If that is the case." She glided past Eli, her voice ringing with determination. "Next time we meet, it will be a battle of wills." Watching Fun Fun glide past, he widened his eyes in shock, wondering how this was possible. The blood on her wings made him even more astonished as he thought of the invincible Tam, bitch Tu for thousands of years, now severely injured, transitioning to some ocean, where a strange figure was now gliding forward in the sky. Waves rippled as the wings soared by. Next to that sea is the south region, filled with towering buildings, and trees planted in between. Suddenly, a massive explosion shattered the peaceful space, as if a meteor had just fallen from the sky. People walking on the street staggered from the shock. Under the giant old tree in the south region, the small figure of Tikolung sat at the base, the dust still lingering from the impact. He clutched the moonlight rabbit tightly, gritting his teeth, thinking how unfortunate it was that the full moon night with the moon goddess had come to an end, and that the lake moon had reached its limit. Looking at the sleeping face of the rabbit in his hands, he could not help but sigh. He never expected that the moonlight rabbit, after evolving, could fight against the dusty feather. Not to mention that the full moon night was a fake. Then Lo cast a determined gaze forward, conviction clear in his thoughts. If that is the case, next time he would use all his strength to determine the victor against the three jade spirits. Just then, the delicate footsteps of someone approached. The person quickly spoke, surprising Close, as it had been a while since they last met. It turned out the voice came from Empress Thang Yingait. She looked at him with great joy. Tukul Wang thought to himself that this welcoming ceremony was quite grand. Soon after, she led him on a tour around the south region, starting with the internal area of Thangrungite Holy Land. A magnificent scene unfolded, surrounded by towering buildings and countless mysterious plants. While Tu Guang was still in awe of the scenery, Thanungguite began to introduce. "It is your first time in the south region, is not? This is a world surrounded by countless gigantic plants." She proudly lifted her gaze and continued to introduce. "Because Zio Vian is one of the 7 great wonders that exist here with the legendary plant sanctuary, Vicleohon. Many giant plants are also where the beasts still reside. There are even supreme beings and emperors." She then looked at Tuklajij, who was still dazed, and excitedly asked, "The number of tourists in the south region is several times more than in the central west, north. The 3 regions combined are truly magnificent, are not they?" His eyes remained fixed on the grandeur before him, and he could not help but exclaim, "It is truly unbelievable." The two continued their stroll around the south region. At this moment, Tukulong thought that although they had a 3-year promise, they seemed completely incompatible. The curious gazes of the surrounding people made him even more anxious. Now walking together seemed even more unbelievable. After walking for a while, Thoong Guite remarked, "By the way, this is indeed rare." She looked straight at Tukulaji, who was still dazed, and announced shocking news. "The Moon Prince and the twin white moon from the west region have come to the south region at the same time." Hearing those words, he was taken aback and asked, "Wait, are you saying the twin moon from the west region is also here?" Because he was recalling something important in his mind. According to the information previously obtained through the Moon Chai book in the eastern region, the Black Sword, the one who holds the northern region is the Moon Chi King. The purple-hearted sword wielder holds the Dark Star Moon, the Blue Soul Sword. The one who holds the eastern region is the Twin Star Bai Diet Han, the Golden Sword Lock. The one who holds the eastern region is the Ice Queen. Thinking of this, Trak Ku made a statement that the sword essence of the upper Jai Nu Gai X Wang Ho is indeed in the hands of Bai Diet Han. Just then, Thuong Gaiet explained, "Of course. The full moon is approaching. The beasts of the moonlight system are preparing to ascend to the heavens. Bai Diet Han too. Are not you?" The woman finished speaking, and a knave look appeared on Talong's face. He muttered the words Dang Thean and put on a very wary expression, secretly calculating in his heart. She does not know that he was chased here by Phi An. The 3-year promise is still early. She naturally thinks he came here for something else, going around in circles. Talong still had a huge question. But what is Dang Thean? Thinking about it, he shyly scratched his head, pretending to speak as if he understood.
Yep.
That Dang Thean. Then he covered his mouth, stumbling over his words. Dang Thean. Seeing his blatantly pretentious demeanor, Thuong Guyot could hardly hold back her laughter. She burst into laughter, saying a few words to ease Talong's awkwardness. It is normal for the Moon Chi King to be busy and not understand the petty amusements in the southern region. But after speaking, Thuong Guyot quickly walked ahead. She pointed into the distance, eagerly signaling to him. Since you are here, do you want to experience it? Talong felt a bit shy. He gently raised his hand to scratch his head, hesitating to say anything. Once led to the place by Thuong Guyot, he could not help but be astonished. His eyes wide open at the sight before him. In the heart of the bustling city stood a gigantic pink plant reaching high into the sky, with branches twisting like soft silk ribbons. This was the holy land of the southern region, Heaven Pichuan, where numerous people were trying to conquer the long, winding steps on the branches. Seeing the magnificent scene before him, Talong could not hide his astonishment and asked, "Is this Dang Thean?" The speed is slower than climbing a mountain. Even 8-star beast tamers are happily participating. Thuong Guyot began to explain to him. The flower ring you see is the entrance to the holy land of Heaven Pichuan, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. And so far no one has reached the peak. As he focused on the twisting branches before him, Talong turned his head and asked, "No one has reached the peak yet?" She also looked ahead and happily replied, "That is right. The highest record is 9,999 meters. No one has stepped foot at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and as time goes on, it will become increasingly difficult to reach Dang Thean. Since no one has ever reached the peak before, it is likely that in the future, no one will either." The recent information only made Talong more confused. He curiously asked again.
Well,
Thuong Guyot quickly explained. Because each side of Heaven Pichuan represents the rank of Master Dao Yuan against all creatures in the world. The aura of Lord Daoan diminishes when facing a formidable opponent. The higher you climb, the greater the pressure and resistance. Just passing the challenge means the power of your beast can cover a 1-meter area, allowing future generations to witness the pinnacle I have achieved. Then she pointed at the intersection between the straight tree and the twisted tree, continuing to provide more information. Below 5,000 meters, it almost refreshes every year, but above 5,000 meters, especially higher up, it is basically unchangeable. Reaching 8,000 meters is not just mandatory. You must also have the qualifications to truly compete with your opponents to be recognized. After hearing all this, Tuolung was even more amazed by the mystery of Qin Dao Huan. Just as he was feeling confused, Thuong Guyot suddenly pointed ahead and called out, "Look over there." The ranking board was right at the feet of Qian Dao Huan. It stated that rank 1 is Princess Vagon Vea Hies at 9,999 meters. Rank 2 is Tai Vai Si Sazai Lai Lai Nun at 9,998 meters. Rank 3 is the anonymous Liu Tohoin at 966 meters. Rank 4 is the anonymous Thin Nog at 9,422 meters. Rank 5 is VV50 Zi Bangyu Phi at 9,361 meters. Rank 6 is Thai Ziam Tungait Chi Ving at 9,300 meters. Rank 7. Rank 8 is Tam Vang Chine Uvu Enwu at 8,999 meters. Rank 9 is Nam VC Tharanga Guai Ji at 8,999 meters. Rank 10 is Tai Vai Si Song Tibet Diet Han at 8,200 meters. She also added that this list only shows the top 9 rankings. Only those in the top tier of beasts get their names immortalized, dominating the world. Tu Kuo-lung was a bit taken aback to see that the previous Nuvai Chivung could rank 6th. Then he looked at the woman beside him, feeling confused, and thought to himself, Thuong Guyot, known as the strongest in this era, only ranked 8th. It seemed she could read Kal Yigi's mind and immediately began to explain. Don't be surprised. I am quite satisfied with my current ranking. After all, the top 6 are all 9-star beast tamers, known as demigods. Besides, Baksh Diet Han's record was set 2 years ago. Perhaps this time she came just to establish a new record. Just then, a girl's silhouette appeared right at the feet of Qin Dao Huan. Back with Tu Loging, he was resting his chin on his hand, deep in serious thought. So that is how it is. The Lung Thin really can do it. Just then, someone's voice startled him. Years ago, Princess Izzy Ven, who stood at number 1, was a commanding presence. And it turned out to be Hu O Vavao within the beast space. She continued to provide information to Tu Koyang. At first, she was just a step away from 10,000 meters. I wonder what she ultimately saw. Hearing those words, he paused to reflect on the name Princess Izzy Ven, the envoy of Ven and Vahai. Hu Novern quickly shook her head, then explained, calling her an envoy is an insult. At that time, She signed a pact with the strongest emperor. Benatron net, suppressing the world for 1,000 years. Even Nu Guaidao could only temporarily avoid the brink. Tukua Ling's determined gaze was firmly fixed on Qin Daohuan before him. Seeing this, Hu Navrig advised. In short, if you are not sure about defeating these people, it is best not to try right now. When she mentioned that if not, your trump card would be seen through, he immediately fell silent, the hesitation clear on his face. At that moment, Thoing Nunguite suddenly reached out. Tukulung looked at her in surprise. Seeing that attitude, she put on a sinister expression, still holding on tightly with an inviting gesture. What is wrong? Do you want to give it a try? The sunset gradually descended behind the tall buildings, casting a golden glow across the sky, making the scene incredibly warm. The girl with a dark expression comes from the eastern region of the White Saint clan. Named Bukdiet Han. After a long wait, she finally looked up, her mind busy with thoughts. My ancestors ranked second and third in different generations. Even though the later generations were separated, I was still given the title of Twin Stars. The ranking was carefully read by her again. Once finished, she seriously asked, if I surpass 9,000 meters this time, you will acknowledge my strength. Right. Trum Ten Yan and Gait. At this moment, Yan Gait was standing right next to Diet Han. In the dim shadow, she gently reminded her. It is not that simple. The descendants of Liu Ta Hein. You still can't surpass 9,000 meters. Hearing those words, Diet Han rolled her eyes in annoyance toward Yan Gait. Nevertheless, she remained determined, replying firmly, try and see. Seeing Diet Han's determination, Yin Guite sighed. Not knowing what to say, a sense of worry rose in her heart as she remembered that she and her master once walked up to an altitude of 996 meters and left their mark on it. So she knew that it was an astonishing realm to be above 9,000 meters. Watching Diet Hanan's back as she stepped toward Thin Li Hon, she thought to herself that each step would face a comprehensive attack from the powerful. At that moment, system panels appeared in everyone's line of sight. Reading what was written on them, they all felt a shared sense of surprise. The crowd gradually gathered to chat, the buzz making Diet Han curiously look over. What is going on? Suddenly, the crowd parted down the aisle, leaving a wide space in the middle. Stepping onto the stairs of Thin Liu Hon, Diet Han continued to gaze in the direction where everyone was fixated. As soon as she saw something, her eyes widened in shock. The imposing figures of Thang Ungite and Tuguel En were approaching. Surrounded by 4 girls blocking the crowd, Diet Han could not help but be astonished when she recognized the 2 faces. In front of her were Emperor Thun Nu Gaiet. And looking at Tatu Na's calm expression, she added in disbelief, the current leader of the Song Nguite sect. Nguite Chi Vi Ta Xin Conch. How did he end up here? Yin Guite's shadow also noticed him. She was a bit surprised when she recognized something. Tiku Lai Ing. There is something unusual. Half a month ago, Trum Ten Yan and Gait, along with Tukli, was transferred to the eastern region. However, at a certain moment in space, she suddenly felt a familiar aura very similar to her master from 10,000 years ago. So she forcibly jumped out of the vehicle, determined to follow the call of her lost child. In the western region, a great sword suddenly appeared before the twin stars, Bukdiet Han. Even the 8-star Beastmaster level is filled with fear. Later, wanting to gain recognition from Trom Tin Yen Gait, Bukdiet Han came here to test his strength. Yen and Guite could not take her eyes off Tu Lei Ning. Her mind was racing with thoughts. In just half a month, he had the confidence to fight against extremely powerful opponents. A question popped into her head. What had he gone through to jump from the 1-star level to the peak of the 5-star level? At that moment, inside Tu Logi's beast space, Huonon was angrily cursing. What are you thinking? The 5-star level is too high. She rushed to his side, her mouth running non-stop. Don't he tell me 9,000 meters. Even 8,000 meters is just a dream for you. Thun and Guite smiled at Tukoliog while Huonon Viving continued to scold him. Have you thought about the consequences of failing? The list of the Heavenly Peach rankings is something the whole world, including the sacred lands, is paying attention to. She was so angry she gritted her teeth, shooting him a glare like a dagger and asking, those on the side of the Yang Moon will also know your formation and trump card. Why not come back after breaking through the 7 emotions? After the recent barrage of curses, Tukualung still seemed unfazed, confidently saying, Hu Vi Young. I do not have much time left. He looked at the massive Heavenly Peach Emperor before him, slowly explaining, the moon god has come this far. I can't afford to spend another few months or half a year solidifying my cultivation. Then he looked at the rankings ahead, determination evident in every word he spoke. As long as I have the opportunity, I need to act immediately. I only have one question now. What did those worthy of the rankings achieve after they ascended to heaven? So he began to recite the names of each person on the leaderboard. Huno Ving had regained her composure and started to answer his question. All the opportunities, fortunes, experiences, insights, reputations, and divine blessings they desired. At that moment, Thoen Guite was still smiling happily. Huanavring's explanation continued. 10,000 years. 100,000 years. Even 1,000,000 years later. Future beast tamers will look back at their past glory and be shocked by the era they existed in. As she finished speaking, Atu Alengi's expression darkened, quietly saying, "You misunderstand. I do not care about those lofty meanings. I only care if the true rewards of reaching the peak are worth risking everything." Hearing this, Huonong was momentarily surprised, not understanding his intentions. Just a moment later, Tu Aleng wore a smug smile, full of arrogance with the question he posed. "If I create an unprecedented miracle here, what will this world be like?" As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned hundreds of glowing butterflies that fluttered around him. The butterflies also made their way to Thaning Ungite. At this moment, Tunsing silently recited a few words. The opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. The butterflies had also arrived at Died Han. But what caught her attention was his words. "Right now." Tu Lung raised his face high, emphasizing each word. "I must reach the peak of ascending heaven." Hearing those very decisive words, Huanaving still opposed. How could that be? Those 9th star demigods have never attempted to reach the 5th star rising heaven, let alone achieving the peak of ascending heaven. Talking nonsense. At this moment, Died Han quietly spoke to Yan Ngai. "The Truncharm Tin Yen Gai Ngai at Chi Vi you possessed before is also present." She squinted curiously at Died Han. Just a moment later, Died An became extremely determined, boldly declaring that the entire southern region would witness who could claim you in this era. After a wait, the sunset finally made way for the full moon to shine. The reporters began snapping photos right at Thin Leo Hon's feet. The crowd was bustling all around. At this moment, the host was also present, microphone in hand. Excited, she announced that this event was the race to the heavens that the whole world was paying attention to. Tu Kuongying and Died Han stood on either side of the stairs, both looking at each other as the host spoke, asking who among Buksh Died Han and Nguite Chi Viving was the strongest beast master of the era. The live camera switched to Thung Ngite, with the viewer count hitting 1 million, claiming that this time someone might surpass the Emperor Thanugagite. Tu Kuongying and Died Han both stared intensely at their opponent, their eyes filled with a fierce determination to win. At this moment, Huanuvring anxiously asked one last time, "Tiku Kalai Ing, do you really want Zhangthin?" He firmly replied, "Yep. I am sure I will complete the difficulty level of this event." Looking at the high stairs above, he silently made his assessment. However, deep down, I vaguely felt something was waiting for me at the top, as if I was destined to come here. I had a strong instinct that I would overcome everything here. To be more precise, it was not just an instinct. Then Tianwang resolutely exclaimed. But as soon as he saw the list, he knew he had to make it happen. Huna Ving was somewhat surprised by his fierce determination, and she finally conceded, sighing and responding, "All right, let us cause some chaos together." After that, she pondered deeply. The reason she followed this person in her heart was simply because she was expecting this ridiculous miracle. Was not it? At this point, Tu Ling had stepped onto the first stair. With one step, his distance from the starting point was already 1 meter. Unexpectedly, strange auras began to swirl beneath the ground. Tukulyu continued to move forward, with invisible forces behind him. Everyone had to step back. A girl shouted in fear. Luckily Thong and Gai Thantun had quickly set up a protective barrier. Violent auras continuously wrapped around Tu Ni. He quietly wondered, is it already the supreme level at the very beginning? Nevertheless, his feet kept moving forward, silently concluding, well, after all, there is a world of difference between high-level beast and supreme level. The full moon suddenly reflected in Tukhal In's pupils, and at that moment, a thought crossed his mind. If the aura of a high-level beast were to be used as a challenge, anyone could take a few steps. Going to the sky would be like a stroll outside the city. On Died Hun's side, she was also stepping forward, her eyes clearly showing determination. After walking for a while, she glanced back, silently observing her opponent's position. Seeing Tu Koldung steadily climbing the steps in the distance, Died Han frowned in annoyance and turned back to continue walking forward with determination. At that moment, Huno Ving informed Ti Quelang of something. I noticed that Buksh Died Han seems very focused on you, constantly looking back at you. However, he remained indifferent, replying to her in a very cold tone. No need to pay attention. My purpose this time is to reach the top, not to compete with anyone about her blade prowess for future discussions. Hearing this, she could only sigh at the man's coldness. From a corner below Thin Zio Hone, a voice sounded. Are we just gonna watch Ngai Chi Vong climb to the sky? The voice came from Chai Nu Vim, who ranked 7th in the standings. At this time, she continued to ask, what if he surpassed the previous Ngai Chi Ving? In response, she received very curt words. What does that have to do with us? I have said it countless times. The Nguai Chi Vi Gong and the Gait Quang they are two worthless entities, with no connection to our Tam Nu Gai at the sea. A shadow of a rabbit-eared beast appeared, telling Tine Yu that if her ranking were surpassed by the current Nugai Chi Ving, that would be her shame. Then it smirked, uttering very sinister words. But what if the Omega Chi Varo can't surpass 8,999 meters? That would prove he has not fully mastered his power. And then our time will come. He is the obstacle that Nguai then must eliminate. After hearing those words, Tai Nu was initially astounded, her eyes wide open, unable to say anything, but she quickly responded succinctly. Yep. My lord. Then Tai Nu clenched her trembling palms, filled with anger, thinking to herself, she never expected to be so ordinary. Yet she had suddenly been chosen as a messenger by Tam Gait. After that, she raised her fist, determined that today she would make her name eternal. A figure clad in a black cloak with red trimmings appeared right behind Tine Yu. Then the person looked up at Ti Kuo Ying's back as he ascended step by step, silently making their own speculation. The Supreme Thu Ha Siu and the Dark Moonlight of Hun were killed in the North region. Definitely related to the Gai Chai Vang. Suddenly, he smirked, certain of his assessment. If he could not master the power, he would not be able to surpass 8,999 meters. And that is when the full moon would disappear, and the miracle would end. At this time, Tu Kuling had climbed quite far, and the moonlight was getting closer to him. Simultaneously, Dai Hun's steps unexpectedly grew heavier. She had reached the intersection between 3,000 meters and 301 meters. A tremendous pressure surged over her. She had to raise both hands in front of her to maintain balance, and let out a sigh. The aura of supremacy is overwhelming. After that, Dai Henan stood still to conserve her strength, internally noting that this area was nearing the limit of summoning a beast that could be endured. Next, she glanced back, suddenly remembering where Gaiat Chi Vuving had gone. Suddenly, Dai Han's devil appeared, making her shyly turn back. Had not she decided to ignore him, he did not even spare you a glance. Turning back to look like that, it is really embarrassing. Just then, Dai Han the angel also appeared and protested fiercely. But what if he was faster? She was really curious, just wanting to take a quick look. Thus, her inner good and evil were fiercely struggling. Look. No looking. No looking. After the life and death battle, Dai Han the angel won gloriously, proudly raising aboard that red wind. Dai Han slowly turned her head back. Suddenly her eyes widened in shock at the sight before her. What? Talying was still taking slow steps, which made her even more astonished. Ngayat Chi Viving had only climbed about 1,000 meters. Below, a girl sighed. What is going on? So slow. Is this Ngayat Chi Vung a fake? Another girl chimed in. It can't be that bad. I see his face still calm. Just do not know why he is taking so long, the girl questioned. But if Bei Diet Han reaches 8,999 meters, then he won't make it onto the board. Right, someone quickly replied. That is right. Maybe Ngayat Chi Ving has some plans of his own. Just then, Talying reached the intersection of the levels. He did not rush forward, but stopped to wait for something. In the B space, he quietly asked Ho Trung Gayat, are you done? Turns out the reason he was moving slowly was that Ho Trung had been refusing to leave each level until he absorbed nearly all the pressure from it. After a while of absorbing the pressure at the stop point, it gently closed its eyes and slowly opened its mouth, saying two words. Evolve. Talying could not help but be amazed by what he just heard, watching Ho Trung Gayat gradually unleash its power. He asked in astonishment, so Hun Gayat can evolve too? Then he seriously thought about the fact that as a high-level beast, it should not be defeated by a single move from Tram Tine Yen Gayat. What would it become if it evolved again? He looked up at the towering branch, secretly feeling elated. If absorbing a large amount of moonlight pressure is a prerequisite for evolution, then this heavenly peach ring is truly a paradise for trials. Talying's pupils reflected the full moon. At that moment he smirked, thinking about how there would be plenty of pressure from the Emperor in the future. Some people below could not help but wonder about his actions, asking, what is going on? Why is he still smiling? A woman from the Songhai sect was also worried, calling out to the sect leader. She raised her sweaty hands to cover her eyes, speaking in fear. If you lose to Bei Diet Han here, the honor and reputation of the Songhai sect will be a fatal blow. At that moment, Bei Defiant Bio, sitting among the clouds, also noticed Talying's ascent. She observed intently without making any comments. Not long after, Dai Hun's footsteps reached the 5,000 m mark. She stood proudly with two swords crossed above her head, the colorful moon seemingly emphasizing her presence. The moonlight system of the Emperor level. Chu Ho Long and Gai. The audience below was utterly astonished by the recent milestone, collectively exclaiming that Bukch Dai Hen had climbed to 5,000 m. With the Emperor's blessing, her speed was even faster than before. While the woman of the Songhai Jiao collapsed in despair, everyone then turned their gaze towards Tu Ko Yang. continuously speculating that the Moon Chi King had only reached 3000 m. This meant that before the full moon ended, he might not even reach 7000 m. He continued to move forward, and Long shared the same thoughts as them, believing that based on the current pace, there was no way to surpass the limit on this full moon night. He then gently closed his eyes to sense something. At that moment, a brilliant barrier was gradually expanding behind Tel In. He remained calm, whispering to himself that if the moment the full moon disappeared meant the end, then for him, it was truly just the beginning. A large crack had begun to appear on the surface of the colorful barrier. Tu Kuongying had climbed to the 5,500 m area, which was also where the Trungnungite Lake broke the massive barrier. Streams of water flowed through the air like silk ribbons. The Trungnungite Lake had successfully evolved to a different realm, now known as the Supreme Moonlight System, called the Glass-like Water Moon. The submerged combat skill increased the capacity of the shield, and the submerged refraction could absorb all impacts and fluctuations around. When it reached its limit, it would explode and perish. The refraction when enduring an attack would disperse the strength, retaining only 1 per 10 of the original power. This information left Kal Eng speechless in astonishment. He gasped, questioning himself. What? Am I really not seeing things? He stood frozen, staring at the glass-like water moon before him, feeling confused. What does 180 times even mean? What does 1/ even mean? But then he continued to move forward, his mind still focused on analyzing the situation. Thus, the usual attacks of the supreme level could not reduce even 1% of the shield's power. Even more astonishing was that later, even the attacks of the Emperor could withstand several times. Not long after, Tu Kuolung set foot in the 5,600 m area. He stopped at the next step, quietly waiting, then turned to ask, what is it? Should we continue to absorb? Before he could finish his sentence, the scene of the glass-like water moon stretching out hit him in the face. He continued his question with a look of astonishment. More. After taking a deep breath, it roughly urged Tu Logi, hurry up. He stiffened at the words of the glass-like water moon, silently lamenting within. That is really fast. At that moment, a girl exclaimed in surprise. What is going on? The Moon Chi King was sluggish at 3,000 mem. So why was he moving at breakneck speed at 6,000 mem? Another person silently speculated that it must be the first beast of the Moon Chi King that had appeared. But our level could not see it. The girl from the song Gai Jia was still worried, continuously asking questions. But it was too late. The full moon was about to end. What is Lord Nguai Chaizunder really thinking? Buck died at Hun has already climbed past 8,500 meters. Not long after, the flag of the Nguai Kwang system, the Emperor rank, the Butch Kim Chin Han, the only weapon of the Butch Thon Nut clan, fluttered in the wind. Died Hun was covered in wounds, blood soaking her body as she trembled. Exhausted, she sat down at the intersection of the levels, gripping the flagpole tightly, determined to say, I will not give up here. With heavy steps, Dai Dan continued to move upward. Upon reaching the 8,900 meter mark, a massive pressure slammed into Dai Han's body as if trying to push her down, despite her body being utterly exhausted. This woman still clung tightly to the flagpole. She gritted her teeth, struggling to speak. Look closely. Trum Ten Yan and Gait. Her endurance was nearing its limit. Dai An crawled up each step, trembling as she said, I will surpass everyone. Dai Han's bloodied hand reached forward, her mouth continuously declaring, I will become the ruler of the Ngait Then T this time. Her hand slowly reached upward, whispering to Ngait, then, follow me. The woman's foot finally stamped down hard, and an announcement immediately appeared, showing the ranking layout. In 7th place was the Three Kings. Toinju Vifluganamawu at 8,999 meters. 2 was Nam VC Thong Nungait Zai at 8,999 meters. And 9th was Taivav Si Song Tabich Died Hen at 8,999 meters. The spectators reading the announcement could not help but jump up in excitement. Thunung Nungwait Zi also happily clapped in congratulations. At that moment, Died Hen looked up at the sky, then slowly fell from Thin Zio Hone. She lay flat on the giant flag, a smile blooming on her lips. And even though she was exhausted, she still mustered the strength to speak each word. Did it? I ranked alongside Thong Ngai Ita and Yu Memu, the two strongest of this era. A name that will echo through the ages. The full ranking of 9 positions was refreshed. And then she glanced over, softly asking, what is it? Yan Nugai, in the quiet space, sighed and asked, after all, can't we reach the 9,000 meter mark? She then looked at Died Han, who was dozing off from exhaustion, and sneered. As a descendant of Liu Ka Hein, if you are satisfied with just this much, I can't help but want to kill you. Then, an Nguite cautiously looked in another direction and wondered, but where is his stopping point? At that moment, Tu Kuolung was leisurely moving forward, having reached the 8,000 meter mark. Then, he gently raised his hand to scratch his head, hesitantly saying, Is this 8,000 meters? From here on will be the super strong among the emperor ranks. Takuya continued to move forward, surrounded by terrifying pressure. Long thought to himself. But wrapped in the shield of Kinho, the Angite, it seemed he felt nothing at all. Then he furrowed his brow, a thought flickering in his mind. But from 5,500 meters to 8,000 meters. The evolution progress of Kinho, the Angite, had not even reached 5%. Indicating that he could not evolve into an emperor rank here at that moment. Huna Viving's praise startled him. Incredible. I have never seen such a smooth ascent to the sky. She hugged her legs in the air, excitedly saying, the lunar water crystal in your body is truly ancient. I have never heard of it before. Just as Hu Nevering finished speaking, a gruff voice rang out, are you calling me an old man? She looked confused and dumbfounded. Akun Hothiangite crossed her arms, annoyed, and asked, are you calling me an antique? Outside, Takualung was also taken aback after hearing her words, quietly speculating that after evolving to the supreme level, her way of expressing herself had become so clear, but it seemed there was still an issue with perception. At that moment, Ingwai Kwangtha kept repeating the words old man, making Kum Ho Thiangite nearly lose her temper. It rolled around in the air, happily mumbling those words. Old man. Furious, Kun Ho Thiangite pointed at Niguite Kwangthe and shouted, you are the old man. Takualung secretly ordered them. All right, no more arguing. Below, the two women were stunned. Gossiping, the short-haired one exclaimed, oh my. Why won't Guai Chivang stop? Is he really going past 8,000 meters? The girl with a ponytail chimed in. And it seems to be getting easier. Does he want to break through 9,000 meters? A short-haired woman then offered her theory. How could that be? The full moon is about to end. No matter how many trump cards he hides, once the full moon is over, he will revert to his original form. That is the weakness of the lunar system. At this moment, Thuring Guite silently gazed at the bright full moon, her face revealing unease, secretly agreeing with the earlier opinion. Indeed, because in her heart, she knew best, the beings of the lunar system, no matter how mysterious, could not hide when the full moon faded. When daytime comes, not to mention breaking through 9,000 meters, even stopping above 8,000 meters becomes extremely difficult. Her heart became increasingly tangled with questions. Even she could not truly understand. Looking at Tukling's back as he confidently moved forward, Thonan Guite gently asked, what is that man really thinking? Tuolung lowered his head and waited. Currently in the 8,500 meter zone, a strong wind rose, swirling red air into a towering tornado. Fin Dying appeared, spreading her wings high above. Looking down, upon seeing her, and Tuolung quickly recognized her and confirmed. So the pressure in the 8,500 meter zone was left by you. Fin Huang remained silent, her eyes filled with annoyance. Seeing her unresponsive, Tuolung slightly smirked and continued, even your true form can't defeat me. This simple pressure. Do not act tough here. With that, she immediately transformed and shrank. Trungung Guide appeared right behind him, opened its mouth wide, and sucked to Fin Vang inside. It ate happily, burping contentedly, then dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind a few wisps of air. At this moment, Tuolung searched for something. Looking up at the full moon without saying a word, the moonlight shone down, but suddenly it dimmed and blended into the night sky, disappearing, then revealing a long staircase leading to a strange place. Looking at it, and Tuolung silently observed. The people below looked up at the sky, feeling strange and wondering, why did the Moon King suddenly stop? One woman among them spoke up. The full moon had disappeared. Daylight is coming. Perhaps the Moon King wants to give up. Suddenly, a woman in brown pointed to the sky and shouted, you all look. The Moon King is actually sitting down. Takualung above did not climb the stairs but sat cross-legged in meditation, closing his eyes and thinking deeply. Hu v. Niguai Kwang though. Kun ho thi ingite. Finally wait for me to break through the 6-star realm, and then continue. This place is not the end for me. Concluding his thoughts, the moon above continued to shine brightly. After waiting for a moment, the gray-haired woman exclaimed in confusion, daylight is coming. Has he really given up? Another person next to her added, the legend of the invincible Moon King. Is it really ending like this? Lam Ho could not stand it anymore, angrily charging towards Tazan Yu, yelling, Moon King. Masi Dung, standing beside her, was startled and exclaimed. But Lam Ho quickly used her technique, her whole body emanating light and disappearing. Immediately, a beam of light like lightning shot up high. Over here, the cat's paw on the hammock trembled slightly. Died Han, badly injured, lay on the hammock, hazily opening her eyes. Suddenly, she was startled to see what was in front of her. Watching those lightning bolts shoot upward, Died Hen felt strange and wondered, how is this possible? Why did he come back here? Those lightning bolts struck directly at Tu Eng, who was meditating, but he remained unscathed. Takulung sat quietly beneath the smoke, slightly opening one eye, while the sound of someone laughing echoed. What a tragic sight. It turned out to be Vinthachungait Kwang the Royal Moonlight System, hot-headed and arrogant. He spoke. The current Moon King is about to be killed before the eyes of hundreds of millions. Tukul Linji silently looked at the book in front of him. Beside him, the system's voice rang out. A new pet had been unlocked. The number of items had increased. The system board reported. The high royal level is on the winning side in the last Moon God sacrifice. Detailed abilities cannot be read by the Moon King book. He replied nonchalantly. The Royal Moon 7 stars. Even if you are very weak, in the Thai unit is still considered high level. Is it too early to come here to sacrifice your life at this stage? Venanthich, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. What did you say? He explained loudly. I am not some weak Royal Moon 7 stars. I follow the esteemed Third Lord of the Moon, not that trash white Jade Khan. The Moonlight shouted too loudly, and he casually stuck a hand in his ear in response. Oh yes. Yep. Then Ukulni's eyes brightened, his voice sharp as he asked, is it just you? Not only that, but below there was also an ant that had not stopped from the beginning. Hearing this, Venthech turned back and asked, what? Behind him, gusts of wind swirled, forming a circle. A figure of a person in a cloak appeared before him. She threw off the cloak, revealing her entire body in black with strange patterns. This person is Hong Tang, the destroyer of Being and Dawn divine religion, the fourth dream. Taihu overheard their conversation and spoke up. If you know, then those things must really be done by you. The Moon King said as she walked toward Tu Koyang. Before she could finish her sentence, Venthech shouted angrily. Get lost. Don't steal my pre. Suddenly, a vast space appeared, flashing with terrifying purple lightning. The Moon Lord, standing behind Thang Yingait, quietly observed them and asked, what should we do? Should we intervene? It seemed like a fight was about to break out. If the Moon Chi King encounters trouble here, we in the southern region will be in trouble. She looked ahead without hurrying to answer, then closed her eyes to think for a few seconds before finally saying, let us wait and see. He had not actively sought help, which showed that the situation was still under his control. Above Iku, the purple lightning kept flashing. Thorin Guite suddenly had a question in her mind. Could it be that his slowness was intended to lure the opposing forces instead of going to the sky? Taiyuhi gradually appeared through the smoke and reminded, the full moon has set. Whether it is the Moon Chi King or you, the outcome will be the same. My patience has limits. Venthech glared at Tiyuha's arrogant words with a deadly stare. Suddenly, Tukulnyan burst out laughing, much to the confusion of the other two. Both of their faces showed surprise, not understanding why Tukal and was laughing so loudly. He propped himself up, a smirk on his lips, and asked, you two ants have the audacity to stand here and compete with me? In an instant, the smile on Ningi's face vanished. His face filled with hostility as he raised his voice and shouted, you useless dog, get out of my sight in 10 seconds. Venthech and Tiyuha stared at Tukul Ying. Tiyuha gritted her teeth in anger and retorted, what did you say? Venthech was equally furious, shouting, how dare you? Immediately, it used Venantin to unleash bolts of lightning from above, striking Dij, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, his figure glowing at the center. The people below were affected by the sound of the lightning, screaming in fear. The Moon Lord broke into a sweat, thinking, if this hammer strike happens on the ground, the lives of half the southern region will be in danger. The Moon Chi King emerged from the smoke, a shadow gradually revealing itself. Tuoling appeared unscathed after taking Venthech's blow. Seeing this, they were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Shouting, what? Above Iku, the system panel displayed a shield value of 95%. He smirked, echoing the reminder. For a moment, Venthech was speechless, its voice filled with anger as it growled. Tihu behind him was similar, her eyes filled with rage, thinking, how strange. How can you endure a blow from a monarch with your body? She rushed forward, suggesting to Venthech beside her, let us temporarily join forces. We can't waste any more time. The Song and Gait Jiao had someone in a white robe, who could save Mugwai Chi Varing in the blink of an eye, and if that happened, everything would be in vain. He disdainfully refused, retorting, I told you to get lost. Can't you understand? As he spoke, Venthech pointed at Tikal and sitting nearby. As a beast master, and Guai Kwang had reached this level, how could he escape? Elsewhere, Bukchtai used a magic orb to secretly monitor Tulao Ing's battle. Venthech smiled and spoke up. If he was willing to stop at 8,500 M and was saved in humiliation, compared to killing him on the spot, he was even more eager to see that interesting scene. After hearing this, Tiuhu nodded in agreement. It was true. If Ngait Hevung retreated here, his situation would not be much better than death. Her gaze shifted to Tazun Ling, who said nothing, bowing her head. Tiuhu was certain in her heart that he must fight to the death with them. The previous blow seemed to have taken a big step forward. Just a bit more to reach Losley Tun Trun. A few more hits would be enough. Perhaps they needed to provoke him further. As soon as the thought ended, his gaze turned to them. And Tuolin reminded. 3 seconds left. Both listened wide-eyed, feeling anxious but also very angry. At this moment, the moon was gradually sinking behind the high peaks. The night sky had changed color, preparing for a new day. The crowd below gaped upwards. One person shouted, "Look, the sun is rising." The onlookers were bewildered, waiting intently, while someone nearby commented that 8,500 m seemed to be the limit for Ingai Chiv Gung. Thonangongguit remained expressionless, listening intently to the crowd's cheers. This was the final battle under the moonlight. Turning back this way, Tiko Yin continued to remind. 2 seconds left. At that moment, Ven Thech could wait no longer. His eyes wide open, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate move. Ven and Tun. Dark clouds rolled in. Tiu Hu on this side was still waiting. His red eyes reflected the swirling chaos. In the high sky, dark clouds gathered like a crescendo, swirling above him. The people below were affected by the lightning, holding their heads in fear. After enduring Ven and Thech's attack, Tu Koling's shadow gradually emerged from the pink smoke. Both Ven Thech and Taiyu Hu could hardly believe their eyes, gasping in shock. At that moment, the system display showed the shield's durability at 93.6%. Seeing this, Tu Lung was surprised and wondered, what is going on? 2 Emperor-level fighters combined an attack, and the shield only lost less than 2%. The black smoke gradually dissipated, and suddenly he widened his eyes in astonishment as he saw Yan and Guide appear, using her weapon to block To Ling's recent attack. He exclaimed, "Trum Ten Yan and Guide." Dai Than on this side also could not believe her eyes, gasping, "How is this possible?" She was stunned, a bead of sweat dripping from her forehead as she wondered. "Clearly, I was the first to reach 8,999 m. How could you choose him?" Yanan Guite turned to Tako Lai and asked, "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." You did not answer but wondered. "Trum Ten Yan and Guite, why are you here?" She let out a sigh and replied, "I felt the aura of the sword of martial arts. So I came to see the useless child of the previous master." Hearing that, Tu Lone Nen understood and looked up, his gaze resting on Dai Han sitting above. He asked, "So that is how it is?" Completely disappointed. "Right," Nyan Guite replied. "Not only that, I have to take back what she does not deserve to possess." At that moment, a thought flashed into Huo Yi's mind. The soul sword of Thing Yain Guide X Sung Ho. He smirked, pushing himself up, and added, "Anyway, you came at just the right time." De Cooling spread his hand invitingly. "Trum Ten Yan and Guite, let us climb to the top together." She was quite surprised by his invitation. Dai Hun above could not believe his ears and leaned forward to inquire. What did he say? Vianthich suddenly burst into loud laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You want to reach the top? You must be crazy. Even the ancient demigods could not do it." Tu Glong ignored the lines on the system board. Vien Vei Hai Siziv Von Princess 9999 m. TAVCC Zivi Li 9998 m. Anonymous Liu T Hai 9996 m. Anonymous Thivanan 9422 m. Yingyi VC Song Phi 9361 m. Thuajdra Miu Tin Gai H Vang 9300 m. Tame Ving Chonu Vang U 8999 m. VC Thing Dong Gai HI 8999 m. Tae VC Song T Bucks Died Hein 8999 m. Ven Thech grinned excitedly, belittling him. "You are just a tiny 5-pointed star thinking you can surpass them." Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide in surprise. Yin Guide agreed to Tikal Ingi's invitation, placing her hand on his. Suddenly, a dazzling light radiated around the two of them. Tikul Lungi embraced Yang Guide, both of them glaring fiercely at the others. Together, they emanated a gust of wind, and a black gem unexpectedly appeared above them. Glowing brightly, Yen Nugite, confused, reached out to take the black gem in her hand. She looked at it and exclaimed, "I can't believe you really got the sword back from the east." And Tuling smiled back. "It is just a deposit for the gift." Dai Hen could not believe his eyes, muttering, "What? Trum Ten Yan and Guide is actually with the Moon King." Benathech and Tu had quickly realized, shouting in unison, "Are they forming a pact?" Tu Long firmly told Yin and Guide, "After we finish climbing, I will defeat Buxdide Hun." He casually walked past Vine Thech and Tu, telling her, then headed to the east to reclaim the keys. After hearing that, both of them stared in disbelief at the two figures. The Tu Ling's actions made Ven and Thech stagger slightly, drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, "This is unbelievable." Both of them ascended the stairs, further deepening Ven Thech's confusion. The moon had completely set, yet the Moon King still had the strength to continue climbing. Soon, They reached the 8,999 m area. Diet Hun was so shocked he could not close his mouth. Stammering. 8,999 m. She recalled past events. Murmuring. That is where the top-tier monarch resides. The domain of the brilliant wings. Its pressure nearly cost me my life. How could he move forward so lightly? As if he had no feelings at all. Atuolung walked calmly, raising his head and asking himself. Moving forward again. Towards 9,000 meters. Suddenly, he felt something and froze in confusion. In front of him, the system notification showed the barrier shield at 60%. Atuolung's face dripped with sweat. He worriedly thought to himself, just a glance to assert dominance. And the barrier shield dropped from 93% to 60%. Behind Ikuing, Tiuhu and Venanthech charged into attack. A voice rang out. Moon King. It is. Venanthech angrily raised a fist and shouted. Considering you belong to the Moonlight faction, I will let you choose your own grave. Tiuhu rushed in to continue. The full moon has set. Even the last ray of light has vanished. They both shouted in unison. Targeting Tukling's back. No matter how amazing your miracles are. During the full moon, in broad daylight, you are just an ordinary beast master. The people below stared up, watching their every move. Ngai Quan glanced to one side, thinking. Thunungguite seemed ready to intervene. Thunungguite held an umbrella, her gaze fierce as she looked up, ready to unleash an attack. Bukchtai on this side was also poised, ready to assist. Tukulnung stood still on the steps, contemplating for a moment, then lowered his head, a dry smile on his lips as he said, What is this full moon nonsense? That pale imitation earlier could hardly be called a full moon if that is the level of moonlight. How is it different from a regular day and night? Tiuhu and Venanthech were stunned, their eyes wide in surprise. The people below were equally shocked, intently listening to Kal Ning's reasoning. Ultimately saying, from the very beginning, you were wrong. Your thoughts, concepts, and perceptions were fundamentally flawed. Ngai Quan gaped, posing a question that awakened everyone. Why can't the moon rise again after it sets? And why can't a lost full moon be restored? Thorningguite was also surprised. Listening closely. What if I intentionally let the moon rise again? Bukchtai, still poised, froze midair. Listening. What if I intentionally let the full moon reappear? The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer as he said, a bunch of ants dancing in front of me. Constantly screaming, Atuolung shouted loudly, casting a mocking glance down at the crowd. Open your eyes and witness the true moon from 10,000 years ago. Suddenly, many golden butterflies appeared around him. Thunungguite immediately recognized it. The umbrella in her hand tilted down slightly, and in just a few short seconds, the sky darkened. The atmosphere suddenly grew still. The mist pouring in, the people below did not understand, covering their ears and shouting, Why is it dark now? Another larger moon appeared behind the sun. A strange scream rang out. What was that? The moon shone brightly, quickly raising the tide. Its light illuminated Thunungguite's face. She gasped, recognizing the moon from 10,000 years ago. The Aquarius constellation appeared on that moon. Thunungguite shouted, That is power. The lunar power of Aquarius. One of the 7 wonders that revived Aquarius. Atuolung stood very close to the moon. Sensing the moment had come, he spoke up. All right, we can begin now, he emphasized. Truly climbing to the top, then turned and left, leaving a reminder. Don't let them disturb me. A shining rabbit appeared, cutely blocking the stairway. Seeing it, both Venanthech and Tauhu gasped. The shining rabbit smiled sweetly, raising its soft arms. Then it flew up into the air, radiating dazzling light. Streams of green energy swirled around the shining rabbit. Quickly, it transformed into a human form. Its emerald eyes opened slightly, wearing a pristine white dress with a fluffy tail. And atop its white hair were long rabbit ears like lightning bolts. The shining rabbit transformed into an incredibly cute girl. Wearing a daring short dress, she shot a fierce glare upward, raising her fluffy hand to inspect. Then her emerald eyes slowly shifted toward this side. Venanthech and Tiuhi stood there, staring at her like she was a strange creature. A woman below shouted, What is happening? Run. Just a brief encounter scared an emperor away. Thunungguite was astonished, thinking to herself, That is a beast turned human. Looking at the shining rabbit's form, she wondered, what level does it actually exist at? Over here in the southern region, something black loomed high above. While the snowy ground was being tossed up, it turned out to be Tiuhu running at supersonic speed, her red eyes swirling in circles. Thunungguite cast her stunning gaze, silently admiring. In just seconds she reached the edge of the southern region, then turned to the shining rabbit, which could scare a high-ranking emperor like that. This human-shaped beast raised its fluffy snow-white hand to catch the golden butterflies, then ruthlessly crushed them in its grasp. From the shining rabbit's hand, something bright and golden shone like a horn. It gathered strength, raised its hand high, and threw the thing in its hand, launching it at supersonic speed into the sky. This was too powerful. Strong winds erupted, sending everyone nearby flying into the air, even uprooting trees. That golden light flew through the edge of the Antarctic, quickly catching up to Xiao. She turned her head in surprise, only to be struck by the beam, hitting her right in the chest. A horrifying explosion occurred, shaking the entire sky. With its powerful impact, Xiaohe was torn to shreds, leaving a few strands of hair and pieces of her body scattered on the ground. The light hair stood on the steps without saying a word, witnessing the scene. Su Lang was also surprised, thinking to himself, this is the crescent moon form. The perfect bloodline in the words of the Fire Phoenix King, abandoning the lunar glow to embrace the full moon, the ultimate evolutionary form. After finishing, the light hair turned to look at its next target. When she stood across the tree, eyes wide in shock, not daring to utter a word. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, I understood a truth. When she's trembling hand realized that it was in the instant I moved, thinking then, did I just say something? Instantly, the figure of the light hair disappeared under the bright moon in just a few brief seconds. It appeared before Wen Shi with a punch in hand. Just as that punch was about to connect, Wen Shi opened his eyes wide, thinking, I am going to die. Suddenly, from afar, a beam of golden light shot through them, causing Wen Shi to vanish in an instant. The light soared straight up into the high sky, swirling the black clouds. It was so powerful that it pierced through the city's barrier. The people below began to scream in fear. Above the barrier was Wen Shi's original form. With some shouting that he was about to fall, Shuang Yu frowned. Realizing the moment had come, she stepped on her heels, jumped high, and rushed towards the spot where the barrier was just pierced. Shuang Yu reached out her hand, using her strength to release a burst of energy. That force shattered the barrier. With shards of glass continuously falling down, she struggled to withstand the golden light from the light hair. But because it was too strong, Shuang Yu gritted her teeth in difficulty. Finally, the power in her hand faded into flowers. The golden force quickly rushed away. A crescent moon-shaped wound grazed Shuang Yu's cheek, leaving a long scar. The golden power flew straight down, targeting all the people standing below. Shuang Yu turned in panic, shouting, Master Daoyuan. The people below tightly shut their eyes and screamed. Suddenly the golden light changed direction, shooting through them, then struck straight into a nearby forest, creating a massive explosion. The girls turned to each other, dazed, asking, it did not hit. What happened? The light hair cast a sharp gaze down below, where Shuang Yu was hovering high up, her face blank. As a petal fell, she still did not move, maintaining her expression. The light hair just looked without saying anything, then immediately turned and left, not attacking anyone else. Back at Su Lang's location, he turned his back and praised it. Well done. Su Lang held Yan Yu's weapon in his hand and continued. Looks like we are all ready. He quickly stepped onto the platform, and the three of them ascended to the higher floor together. Su Lang's eyes glowed a shade of red. He commanded, go ahead, Fire Phoenix King. A spark glimmered above Tao Yu's head, then swirled around. He emphasized that this is our era. At the northern edge, the magic orb could no longer display any images. Bukshti was utterly shocked. Mouth agape, she wondered in surprise. If the Fire Hunu King is still alive, what power does the Aquarius Palace hold? Initially, the Nguite Qi King was sent to the eastern region, just because of the mineral vein there. Watching Ku Ning's figure move, a question crossed her mind. So what did the Nguite Qi King do in the eastern region? His steps lightly touched the highest area. Suddenly, the system panel appeared, radiating a glow around it. It displayed, VNV High Siziv von Princess 9999M. TAVCC Zivi Li 9998M. Nifi Dan Liu to High 966M. Nefi Dan Thin 9422M. Yingyi VC Song Phi 9361M. Tu Kalong had just stepped into the 9996M area, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. He used Yan and Gait's weapon to create a barrier against it, but it was unsuccessful. The barrier shattered in an instant. The Tu Along was thrown back several meters, letting out a loud grunt. A red streak of fire glimmered above his head, swirling around and shooting out sparks forward. A fireball exploded, leaving some sparks still flickering around. Tu Ning gritted his teeth, gripping his weapon tightly to brace himself. The power was terrifying, pushing him back, his feet leaving bright streaks on the ground. As his heel touched the edge of the area, he finally stopped. The ground was marked with large streaks from the friction. Resisting that immense power, his gaze fixed on the system panel. Reading. Bai 9 Dai Un Gai Chavau 9000M. Tu Tam Viching Chinu Vang Owu 9990 AM. Nam VC Thing Ang Gai Gai Tzi 9998 M. The crowd below gasped in awe, shouting whether it was real or fake that the Qi Vangang had reached the realm of the Overlord. A woman exclaimed, I want to join the moon sect. I want to be your dog. Died Hendon sat on the ground, not believing his eyes as someone shouted that from the start. The Nguite Chi King had not regarded Bech died as anything. Now that he was no longer being pushed back, Tukulung stayed silent for a few seconds, feeling strange and wondering, is this it? Tukulung reset his shoulder joint, thinking, is this a move from the Overlord? It feels much lighter than I expected. An Nguite beside him suddenly spoke. Well done. Tikukulai Ing. You have become the leader of this era. This is enough. She smiled at him. Continuing, since ancient times, all those who have climbed to the 9,000 m area are the 9-star half-gods. With your 6-star level, climbing the steps of the Overlord, have exceeded my expectations. Hearing those words, Tuoleng fell silent, his gaze filled with killing intent directed forward. The Huna King, surrounded by sparks, approached and said, that is right, after breaking through the 9 stars. Try again. There is no need to use all your tricks to go a few more meters. She emphasized that if your goal is to reach the top, do not be too fixated on this moment. Suddenly, a strange sound came from afar, and all three looked puzzled. Listening intently, Tukulung raised his head in curiosity. What is that sound? In the dark sky, something white shot out, surrounded by strange lightning. That white thing looked like silk. It turned out to be the eyelid of a blazing red evil eye. Around it, flashes of lightning shimmered. Thuanguite gasped, realizing this breath was truly unbelievable. This is the Lord. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from somewhere. Startling her, Lamho on this side also looked confused, holding her head. She thought to herself, after the body dies, only the spirit of the celestial hair remains. Van Thech suddenly appeared, excitedly shouting, it is the Great Three Moon Master. The full moon summoned by the Moon Chi King had sealed the heart of the Great Three Moon Master. Venethech smiled smugly, continuing, if I were to die, I would provide the complete coordinates for the Great Three Moon Master. The Moon Chi King won't be arrogant for long. You will face the Lord's punishment. That red eye like a demon holds a power that cannot be read by Ngaites, belonging to the victorious team of the previous Moon God ceremony, the Imperial Moonlight System. Trumagwite Nix, looking up at him. Thuanguite thought to herself, such a level of power should not appear at the early stage of the Moon God ceremony. But now it has been revived with that ancient full moon. Thuanguite's gaze shifted to Tukalo Yin on this side, wondering how he intended to end this situation. Tukulung looked up at the towering steps before him and said, I have said it before. Today is the only chance in this lifetime. The moonlight and the miracle won't wait. So I won't hesitate or dream. Since I set foot on Thin Leo Hone, it was already decided. Yananguite and Hunavin Gadag listened attentively, both widening their eyes in surprise. Tukulung smirked confidently, emphasizing, no matter what happens, I must overcome everything and directly climb to the top. After hearing this, both of them looked at each other in confusion. Yanguite asked, but what should we actually do? Do we have to reenact the Battle of the Black Moon faction for Kung Kim Leap to appear again? But even then, it might only help Kung Kim Lep hold on for a while, stopping the Great Three Moon Master or advancing a few hundred meters. Tikul replied with a smirk. The miracle last time was just me messing around. I just thought the small Black Moon faction was still under divine oversight, so they had to keep a low profile. After hearing this, she looked puzzled, a question mark clearly appearing over her head. He moved closer, ruffled Ayn Guite's hair, and looked straight into her eyes. Tuoleng winked and said, in general, just keep a close watch. Traumaguite widened its red eye down below, observing as the thunder cracked loudly. Venthech laughed heartily, pointing and saying loudly, the master is about to fully break free from the seal. The end of the Moon Chi King is near. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the night sky, causing it to jump in surprise, asking, what was that? Lamho over here looked just as dazed, with a golden butterfly flying by. Suddenly, the brown-haired woman looked up and shouted, everyone, quickly look up. Seeing a line of golden butterflies fluttering above, someone quickly recognized them as Kwangzi. The miracle of that emperor battle was being reenacted. Seeing the opportunity has come, Venthech grinned with satisfaction. It shouted loudly, now is the time. As soon as it finished speaking, golden rays shot down from the golden butterflies. It soared into the night sky, creating small fireworks. Venthech let out a big laugh, then asked, Moon Prince, do not you think we are unprepared? So you have no more trump cards left. You are just a clown. Upon hearing those words, Tu Lonyi's face darkened. He closed his eyes, and a subtle smile appeared on his lips. Quickly, Tu Kuo Ning's expression changed. His round eyes widened with confidence as he emphasized, I told you, I was just joking. Hearing Tu Kuo Ting say that, Venthech smiled mockingly, thinking, do not boast too much or you will end up being laughed at. Suddenly, the crowd murmured to each other, hey, everyone, look over there. This made him glance back and exclaim, what is that? At this moment, everyone looked up at the glowing butterflies flying around. Then, Leo Hone, The crowd gasped in astonishment, as the butterflies remained unscathed. Venthech was horrified, blood vessels bulging in his eyes. He screamed, "How can this be? They are just lowly creatures. How can they withstand the Emperor's attack?" Talying stood there, appearing extremely calm. He turned and coldly stated, "I told you. Last time I was just joking." The audience continued to witness another spectacular scene. Looking behind them, not only were there fireflies, but also swift wings. The Moonlight System. High ranking. Swift wings. And additionally, New Moon Silver. The high-ranking Moonlight System left everyone puzzled. What? Why are there so many high ranks? Did he summon them all? The Thoengwite stood beside him, eyes tightly shut, responding in a low voice. She looked to the side and continued, "Not just those, but also the Light Illusion King." And the Supreme Moonlight System appeared. Nguai Quan's eyes widened again. Stammering, "There is more supreme. That is Ho Fine Guide. The Moonlight System. Supreme rank." This time it was Yen Guide's turn to be surprised. The last to appear was Kim Adace. The Moonlight System. Supreme rank. Huno Ving was dumbfounded, exclaiming in awe, "A true miracle." The scene before everyone was like a spectacle. Jin Daohuan resembled a living thing. One side was the Eye of the Lord, and the other was the ancient full moon. Talying spread his arms and confidently declared, "Not enough. I want to reach the top. This power is not sufficient." He issued a challenge. "Come here quickly." Vanthach froze and exclaimed, "What?" He said, "There is more." Lam Ho looked up stuttering. He said. She reached out to feel, her voice a bit hesitant, and a pair of wings as white as snow appeared. Incredibly soft. This was the emergence of the illusionary Silver Dream. The Moonlight System. High-ranking Emperor. High-ranking Emperor. The onlookers gasped, recognizing the illusionary Silver Dream. The true form of the Songhai sect's headquarters. Jianfi Island. It was unexpected to see the true body in this life. Bachtai was also stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Then she smiled and sighed. When the Songhai sect was first established, I had invited him, but he declined. Vanthach realized his place, bitterly smiling and saying, I am truly a clown." He stood there helplessly continuing, "Run fast." Lord Nguai the Sea III. The giant eye in the sky also paused at the continuous surprises appearing. Talying did not care much. He stood there smiling confidently, then turned and walked on, decisively stating, "No need to pay attention to what is above." Talying added, "I need to use your powers for something more meaningful." Then the golden filth began to gather, forming a massive pair of wings behind him. A gentle flap was unleashed, and Talying vanished from the platform in an instant. At that moment, only a flash of light flickered in the night sky. Through the live stream, everyone noticed this and buzzed with curiosity. The Moonlight King suddenly vanished. Where did he go? Soon after, his legs reappeared. The person widened their eyes and looked up, their voice hesitant. Truly unexpected. And Thang Nungai's expression was almost the same, leaving her speechless. Bachtai also had a look of shock. Mouth agape. The screen suddenly flashed with blinding light. The ranking announcement appeared. VNV High Siziv Von Princess 9999M. TAVCC Zivi Li 9998M. Mefi Dan Liu to High 966M. Nefi Dan Thin 9422M. Ying UVC Sighing Phi 9361M. Thoijer Mu Tin Gai H of I 9300M. Ingwite Daiban Gai Chi Vung 9299M. The crowd saw Tu Qual, Longyang Dung advance to 6th place as Vang Than shouted 9299 me. He stood there mumbling, just one last step to surpass this era. But at that moment, the image of the moon appeared in T. Kual Lingi's eyes, and he paused for a moment. The system reminded him, detecting a new special physique of the Ingwite Quang system. The Thon Negwaitha, Koin Gwaitha, Toiden Gwaitha, and Trung Ngaith Yu had been acquired for use. The Titan Ngaith Yu can only form a contract with a moonlight pet throughout one's life, but has the ability to harmonize with the wondrous moonlight, and even receive favor from the emperor. The Trung Ngaith Thu requires a divine bloodline to be born, and can freely control the evolution path of their moonlight pet. Finally, there was an announcement. After unlocking all special physics of the Ingwite Quang system, the host could choose to inherit one of those physiques. After reading the information, Tuol Ingi exclaimed in shock, "The Titan Ugaitha." He then turned around and asked, "Who is the Titan Gaitha among these moonlight beasts?" "One of them is the Titan Gaitha." Tukul Ning's words startled Ungait and Hu Nan Viding. He paused for a moment, thinking something was off, and summoned the moonlight book, which glowed in his hand. Tukul Ningi gently took the book, directing it towards the back where the Ingwite Quang beasts were. The announcement immediately appeared, detecting the special physique. Tuol Ing's eyes widened. The Titan Gaithu had been activated. And he suddenly realized that the Titan Gaithu was actually him. A loud laugh echoed in the space of Thin Leo Hone. Tuoleng laughed so hard he could not stop. The onlookers immediately wondered. What happened to the Ngai Chavaug all of a sudden? The person in charge and Thang Ungait also looked up with confused expressions. He held his face and muttered to himself. This is the fundamental reason I became the Yungait Chi Ving. He looked towards the moon and said in a deep voice. Since birth, the moonlight has gathered around me. With that, Tuol Nging tossed his robe back, sporting a confident smile with the moon in his eyes. Since you have chosen me, he coldly stated that he had the duty to take them to the peak of this era. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately continued up the steps with the group of moonlight beasts. At that moment, the Inli Hone suddenly trembled. A wave of oppressive force descended. The crowd below shook all over, expressing confusion and worry. An earthquake will the Nguite Chi Vajing caused Thin Leo Hone to collapse. Tukuling's footsteps did not stop, each step reflecting his determination to reach the pinnacle of life. Now, you have reached the 9,300 m area. In front of you is another moon with a blinding light, from which mysterious golden streams of energy immediately radiate. Tuolung raised his hand to shield his face, his eyes tightly shut, letting out a soft gasp before opening his eyes again. Somewhat confused, before Lung now is a shadow. A giant rabbit with a small figure perched on its shoulder. The rabbit is Fuchti Buching Ges Khan, the 8th guardian of the Phi the constellation, while the one sitting on its shoulder is Thai Jarmem, the commander of the Tain Gai Chai Vuong. She hid a dangerously sly smile behind her dark expression. And Tukul Ying's eyes flickered. Sensing something amiss, he felt a surge of anxiety, suddenly sensing a strong aura filled with murderous intent on this side. Yan Anguite and Navi Gong also glared at it with intense killing intent. Hu Navring clenched his teeth, recognizing the giant rabbit, the 8th of Ngain and Gai Diu, now the leader of the Pi Gait the Sea, the guardian of the Phi the constellation. Fuita Bechji Khan. Yin Guite frowned, staring without blinking, her face clearly showing displeasure. Tin Anguite Chi Vang, with her charming face, looked at them with a faint, indifferent smile. Meanwhile, Inki Khan subtly moved, lifting her arm. She shut her eyes and pointed her hand directly at Tu Lat Ing. At that moment, a thin veil appeared at her fingertips, creating ripples like those on the surface of water. He stared in astonishment, just as Tu Ling snapped back to reality. Ingi Geishi Khan's enormous arm had already pierced through the veil and was right in front of him. Once again, Tiku Lung was pulled straight into the depths of his consciousness. A tremendous energy was unleashed, forming a long beam of light in the night sky. He Trungite was knocked back by the attack, her whole body blown away, her expression one of pain, as the protective shield of Ho Theungite completely vanished. On this side, Hu Navrung also yelled, raising his hands to brace himself, but the flames were also blown away. The fiery veil shattered, and the state of the rabbit was even worse, losing half of its body. Ingi Khan's last attack left a massive destruction mark on the moon. Tukuling's eyes widened once more. The full moon in his gaze had now become a crescent moon, the golden aura dissipating, and he instinctively leaned back. Tikul Ning stepped back to the edge of this layer, his body preparing to fall freely downwards. Thuong Guite watched in shock, and Buk Tai also had a startled expression with the ball in her hands. The people below shouted loudly. The Moon King is falling. Could he be defeated? Can such a miraculous gathering not surpass the previous Moon King? They believed that 9,300 Ms seemed to be the limit of this era. Meanwhile, Tukulan continued to fall freely downwards. Mocking voices echoed on. It was truly disappointing. He suddenly spoke up, saying that the Moon King and the Phaithu constellation were only at this level. Upon hearing this, Bux Tiem was once again stunned but speechless. Tio Lung opened his eyes and looked up, confidently asserting that the Moon God Festival in that era was nothing special either. In midair, suddenly, metallic wings appeared behind him. The people below raised their hands to catch the falling gold dust, their eyes filled with amazement. Athung Ungwite suddenly exclaimed. What appeared before everyone was the second palace of Ngait Dayu, the protector of the Kimziap Palace. Bifing Gate. The monarch, she stammered. This was no longer an illusion. It had almost materialized. Those wings lifted Kal Long up to continue his journey up the tower. At this moment, Tinanguite Chi Vang was sitting on Ninjri Khan's shoulder, looking on with some confusion. He had returned to this floor. Standing there facing her, Tu Alung turned and smiled, saying, I intentionally wanted to feel what was called the strongest of the previous generation, and the result was just a mediocre illusion. Accomplishing nothing. The smile faded from Tan and Guite Chai Vang's face, her eyes slightly drooping. He smirked provocatively, saying if they wanted to stop him, they should come before him in reality. Just as he finished, a golden whirlwind appeared right where Tu Li was standing. It swept past Enchis Khan and Tinanguite Chi Vang, causing that shadow to gradually dissipate. The illusion of the guardian of this floor shattered. He left them behind and continued to place his feet on the steps to reach the next floor. The live screen lit up, announcing something before everyone. The information was quite clear. Rank 6. Ingwite Daiwan Ingwite Chi Vutterget 930 m. Rank 7. The Ijormiu Tin Gai H Vutterget 9300 m. In the starry night sky, where the shattered moon reigned, a highle appeared as if applauding this achievement. At this point, Thunungwite was completely stunned by Tuko Lingi's power. In the distant North Realm, Bukchtai also wore an equally astonished expression. And the representatives from the Eastern Realm were also very surprised. On the side of Ngite then Kung, Chigo Ngwite looked at the moon speechlessly. Returning to Thin Lai Hon, Tuoling continued to ascend, escorted by Kim Uthingdes. Hunudra Ving and Yain Ngite exchanged glances without saying a word. Huna Vidring thought to himself that at this moment, perhaps the entire world of Ngite Kwang Acha had sensed it. Yin Ngite inwardly sighed. Although for the nobles, this position was not the limit of Phai the Kung. It was indeed the limit of Tin Nungite Chi Ving, being a demigod of the envoy. But his advancement was a statement that meant the past life of Ngaya Chi Vang had truly been surpassed by the contemporary Ngagai Chi Chi Vang. Tikugalai Ing, suddenly, Huna Vitrang called out to him. Batuling, you must understand that at this height, you will face such an existence. The image of Tun Ngite appeared. After all, she and the Phai the palace from 2,000 years ago were part of the 10 great archdukes. Huna Vring added. But if it were the era of monsters appearing 10,000 years ago, they would only be gatekeepers at the top of the nobles. Tramangwite's gaze continued to follow, veins of blood appearing within. Tu Lung was stepping up when he suddenly paused. His expression darkened. He had wanted to say something all along, then turned to look at him, his voice full of irritation. This was a bit troublesome. She understood immediately upon hearing him. No further words were needed. Its wings began to flutter and glow, ready to take off. From the wings emerged countless small moon images surrounded by golden hues. A booming sound echoed, and the eyes on its wings instantly opened wide. Tramangite was immediately on the brink of shattering. The sound and movement from BKDDC created an overwhelming pressure that made the spectators cover their ears and cry out in pain. A notification appeared, warning that during the initial phase of the Moon God Festival, participants were forbidden from attacking each other. This message appeared right before Tuk Hall Ling's eyes after Dax's actions. Ignoring the warnings, he shouted out angrily. Shut up. Tukoling confidently pounded his chest, declaring, I am the current Moon Lord, the master of the Moon Scriptures. He stood there, with the moon behind him, arrogantly challenging, who can punish me? Who deserves to punish me? Who is qualified to punish me? Tramangwite officially shattered into fine powder, and golden lights fell from the sky, disappearing after a while, leaving only the dim black clouds behind. Soon after, the black clouds dissipated, revealing a bright full moon. Tu Lung stood there, stretching and sighing in relief. Feeling comfortable now, he looked up with admiration, thinking it was just a few hundred meters more. Then Tuku Lung took out the pet control panel and observed intently. Royal level moon system. Badi Moon Monarch in a sealed state. Currently at too low a level. The host needs to cultivate to the 7-star level to be released. Low-level moonlight system. Currently at too low a level. The host cannot fully summon. Can summon 3 billion at full moon nights, while at other times the summoning limit is 1 billion. Low-level moonlight system. Jade Tail Rabbit. Jade Blade. High-level moonlight system. Thunder Blaze. High-level moonlight system. New Moon Silver. Supreme level Moonflower 33. Supreme level moonlight system. Light Prince 32. Supreme level moonlight system. Golden Plague Celestial Wings 37. Supreme level moonlight system. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Supreme level moonlight system. Dark Star Moonlight. Royal level moonlight system. Dry Moon Lantern Heart Fire. With the gradual stability of the summoned beasts in the contract, Tiko Ying could feel the level being pushed up to the limit of 7 stars. He told himself, the moment of breakthrough is when he stands at the pinnacle. Without hesitation, Tuoling clenched his fist with determination. All right, now there is no reason to lose. He continued forward and told his pet, let us go see what those ancient demigods are really capable of. Kimug was following, showing signs of gathering. A moment later, they formed a brilliant golden sphere behind Tuoling, which gradually transformed into powerful shimmering wings. Thonung Nungwite looked up in astonishment. It was a golden aura created from immense energy. Tuko Ying stood there with an overwhelming presence, his wings now completed and sparkling, soaring straight up in an instant, leaving a golden trail along Thin Leo Hone. The spectators were all amazed. What had just happened? They could not see clearly at all, so fast. As you reach the next floor, you start to slow down, and the wings slowly fade away. Then, Tu Lo Ying sets foot down at an altitude of 9,361. Hu Navring standing behind says, This is the limit that the first ice phoenix reached 26,000 years ago, when they stepped out of the eastern region into the 9-star semi-divinity. Just as she finished speaking, a beam of white light appeared before them. The chilling aura of the ice phoenixes combined together, and the frost spread rapidly. While Cooling was still in shock, Hunaving continued. The first strike has already defeated the 7 mysteries of the upper crescent moon's dance. In front of you, a glowing shadow is gradually revealing itself. This person is the eastern region's first ice phoenix. You have made the strongest bloodline of the Zhuanghu family, the ice feather celestial dragon, renowned throughout the ages. Tu Lung was quite surprised, thinking to himself, is this one of the 7 wonders of the ice feather celestial dragon? Looking at that massive block of ice, he thought, 20,000 years ago it possessed such unimaginable power. Now it is even deeper and unfathomable. Tu Lung smiled slightly. With my current strength, naturally, I cannot defeat them. You are smart enough to realize this is just a trial game of the semi-divinity. In front of you is just a shadow. The wings of the 8-armed phoenix once again appeared, bursting forth with a thunderous momentum. An overwhelming pressure emanated from that floor. With Tu Ling's bold thoughts, just proving I have the strength to fight the opponent is enough. Immediately, the massive block of ice collapsed, and the ice phoenix also gradually faded away. Just a second later, with a streak of light appearing, he quickly soared to an altitude of 9,422 m. But unexpectedly, Tu Lung directly broke through, skipping this area and continuing to rise straight up. Thung Yunguite exclaimed in astonishment, what is going on? The limit of the Celestial Maiden at 9,422 m was surpassed by Tu Len without any obstruction. The ranking notification appeared. First place is the Sea Division. First Princess of the Clouds at 9,999 m. Second place is the Western Region. First Love of the Clouds at 9,998 m. Third place is Anonymous Liu Tubahun at 9,966 m. And fourth is Nguite Daidu. Nguite Chiveng at 9,965 m. The Celestial Maiden is called the Eternal 9th-ranked semi-divinity. Her physical form perished, but her divine essence lasts infinitely. Believed to have lived for over 10,000 years, she has witnessed the calamity of the Bai Luok clan, and has personally participated in the Moon God Festival for the first time. Even thousands of years ago, she sealed the victor of the Moon God Festival from the Tai Yin camp herself. The light from Tiku La Ying's movements continued to shine amidst the heavenly peach blossom. Thonung Nungguite looked up in astonishment, not expecting him to directly break the limit of 9,422 m of the Celestial Maiden, as he remained quite calm. Wondering why, even though it was only a shadow, he could sense that the Celestial Maiden had given up resisting. Tu Leng thought, could it be because she has also opposed the Tai Yin camp? He closed his eyes, pondering for a moment, then quickly opened them with determination and affirmed, but regardless of the reason, I will not have any hesitation or wavering. Then Tu Lin confidently stepped up to the next floor. Suddenly, his gaze froze, bit surprised. Tu Lin looked at the person guarding this floor with wide eyes. A familiar green hair was flying in the wind. The opponent on this level in area 996 m is a girl wielding a large sword. At that moment, Yin Guite called out to Tao Ti Quelling. She stepped forward, sighing quietly. Thank you for bringing me here again. Yin Guite continued, so I can reminisce about the years from 10,000 years ago. He glanced at Thanzhao with 3 spheres floating around, thinking to himself, that is the Eng Hein and Guite. Exezen Javiers. Tu Lung remained focused. This was the master of Thai Hoino Guite Xnang Ho, the former master of Troncham Tainyan Guite. This girl is the 4th descendant of the Western region, Lu Tuhan. Tuhan was born with countless ailments, her body plagued by disease, and she only lived for 26 years. Knowing she would not live much longer and would not be able to attend the next Moon God Festival, she took the Keng Hein and Guite, Sek Strong Ho, and Thin Yi Honan Guite Li Ka with her. The defeated at that time was considered the strongest protector of the twin palaces in the world, and the soul selling that led to the enmity between Guy Di-Du and that Haiyan. Looking over, Tu Ying could not help but admire her 26 years of life, which seemed insignificant in all of history. Yet she still left a brilliant mark before her death, and Inguite reminded. Be careful. She and all those shadows from earlier are not on the same level. He replied seriously. Of course. Tipo Hon looked at the sword in her hand. Having not reacted until now, she directly spoke. What is the use of cultivation? What is the use of getting stronger? In the end, you still can surpass the limits of mortals. After saying that, Tibu Hein began to twirl the sword in her hand from front to back, then immediately slammed the sword down, shattering the ground. The 3 spheres began to dissolve into streams of energy, which then wrapped around the sword. This move is called the dual segment return star. The Thun Yi Honan Guide Xung Ho sword disappeared, replaced by a swirling vortex beside Tu Haiyan. Yin and Guide anxiously warned Ta Kao Yin to be careful, and he stared wide-eyed at her warning. The sword sheath is really coming from afar. Looking at thin Leo Hone in area 996M. 3 rings of purple, blue, and green light appeared with great pressure. Then, a gigantic sword appeared in the sky, its size rivaling that of thin Leo Hone. At this moment, BFC was cut in half, showing signs of vanishing. And Tico Lung was also struck, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. He collapsed to the ground, lying face down, blood splattering out, while Thung Yingguite continued to be horrified. Bach Tai, witnessing this, felt as if struck by lightning, and Yan Yingguite was left speechless for 5 seconds. Then she suddenly froze when she heard Tuol Ing's voice. So that was it. He stood up, mumbling. So this is really the true return. The golden wings on his back continued to manifest. Tukulingin continued. Thanks to the energy generated from numerous contracts, gradually completing. You stood there wiping the blood from your mouth, confidently announcing that you had finally temporarily broken through to 7 stars. The wound across Bikas's body was also gradually healing, while the shadow of the Thanji Zaya was slowly fading away. Tu Long let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Thank you. I will remember." Ti Hoen had her eyes closed, then opened them, focusing on him. The figure of Ti Hien gradually began to fade away. Tu Ning thought to himself, the shadow from 10,000 years ago could never truly hurt the present. But the Kimsliep Palace had been harmed. You have some speculation. It seems that the Celestial Maiden only sensed a hint of aura back then, stopping at that position without advancing further. Tu Lung wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling relieved. It was really dangerous. If he did not break through the 7 stars this time, he would then order the 8 medicines. The ranking screen of the Golden Butterfly Palace continued to display. First place, Princess He Van of the Maritime Division 9999 E. Second place, the First Love of the Western Region 9998 M. Third place, Moonlight King 9997 M. A streak of light shot straight up toward the celestial peach orb. Tiquol Ing stopped at the 9997 M mark. He looked around, thinking to himself that regarding the temporary breakthrough to 7 stars, his extraordinary physique resonated even stronger. And Tuolung vaguely sensed several hidden auras, seemingly the moonlight overlords sleeping scattered throughout the world. His eyes closed tightly as he reminded himself that the most important thing now was the peak. Looking up above, he reminded himself that this truly was the final journey. The spectators pointed at the screen and said to each other, "Look quickly. The ranking has been updated." At this moment, Tinong Guai Chi Visung Toko Lewenyi had risen to 3rd place with 9997 M. Others expressed excitement. 9998 M. Just like that, the Moon King will meet her. Someone nearby wondered, "Her? Who are you talking about?" She turned around and replied, "Are you stupid? Of course. It is the one whose beauty has reached an otherworldly level, chosen by the 7 great wonders as a beloved." At this moment, up on the higher floor, Tukuling stared in astonishment. Before him was a girl in a wedding dress, who for hundreds of thousands of years had earned the title of the most beautiful of all time, the first love. They say she was so beautiful that even the gods were enamored by her. I really want to see her with my own eyes. But right now, that face is hidden behind a veil. The wind blew, lifting the veil slightly, revealing a part of her delicate face. Tukuling was captivated by this gaze. An invisible connection made his face flush. His hands clenched and trembled slightly. And then they both stood there silently looking at each other. And Tioleng wondered, what is happening? Why do I feel like my blood is boiling? Looking at that face and figure, he thought that such beauty should not even exist. Even the 3 beauties can't compare to a fraction of her. No wonder first loves only passed down 1 generation. After being adorned by Lelonun of the 1st generation, likely in the eyes of the beloved, nothing else could be contained. She, alongside the descendants of the Western region's 4 holy clans, was like the bright moon in the sky, with nothing to criticize. It seemed that was how she caught the eye of the beloved. His expression was now one of confusion, as if entranced. At this moment, Ba2 also showed flashes of golden lightning on its wings, and the sound of Tikuo Ying's name echoed urgently in his head. Huno Ving shouted in worry. Tikuo Ying. She yelled at him, trying to bring him back to his senses a bit. At this moment, Tukuling finally came back to reality. Yin Anguite stood in front, along with Hu Vig reminding him, "Don't be enchanted. Your situation is very dangerous. Since the moment you stepped into that area, you have been within the range of attack." Around the beloved first love were shadows of some dark beast tribe. Tukul also realized this and asked, "Those people are the chiefs of the Donghua clan and the Highle clan, along with the ancestor of the Taivasi Tvithan clan, plus the chief of the Bechlafov clan, and even a few from Gaichi Vung." Tukul Ning thought to himself, so that is it. Anyone enchanted by Lai Nunen's beauty has their power controlled. It is no wonder the Bigai Si Ungite monarch lost control and went mad just now. This is the truth about the happiness robe, one of the 7 great wonders of the Kun Kain Angsich Lian. Tu Yu sighed with a smile. It really is a terrible combination. His face now radiated confidence. But once he broke free from the control, those shadowy figures were just an illusion. This surprised Hfes. While Tu closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly. Showing satisfaction, he stood there content. Finally, after breaking through the 7 stars. Now truly at the level of a 9-star demigod. Lightning bolts from Bidisi continuously struck down. And the golden lightning directly blasted away the dark shadows, causing them to quickly dissipate. Moments later, only the first-generation happiness robe of Line Nun remained standing there. She smiled quite satisfied. And immediately Tu Ladang appeared calm in the face of the robe's disappearance. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. The demigod that appeared after 500,000 years. We will meet again soon. The last remaining shadows blended into the darkness of the night. These words startled Tu Kong. He could not believe what he had just heard. No way. The remaining shadows actually have consciousness and can talk to me. Atialeng wondered. Not only does she know I have reached the demigod level, but she also said we will meet again soon. What does this mean? He then stared up in confusion. But Tikuo quickly closed his eyes to let it go. This is not the time to think about that. He looked up the steps in the next position. No matter what the truth was, at this moment, the system reported his current position. Rank 1 is the high division. Princess Zihli Vine at 9,999 M. Rank 2 is Tai Vai Sisazai Lianan at 9,998 M. Tikuo Lohiu was determined that nothing could stop his intention to reach the top. He closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and stepped upward. Tikuo quietly took each step on the final stairs before reaching the summit. Each step contained his thoughts and intentions. Just then, the sound of splashing caused him to pause. Tikuo halted. The splashing sounds had not stopped. He stared in surprise. Tikuo Ning's body seemed to be suspended in mid-air. This is the level of 9,999 M. He focused intensely, reminding himself that this is Vina Vahai. It is said that the first-generation princess, Virun, pursued the first lone nun and after failing, she was heartbroken and attained enlightenment. Ultimately, she allied with the emperor of the Butchlufui clan to guard and suppress the world for 10,000 years. With no rivals, the journey to the summit to pluck stars was just a step away. The Butchlufui clan moved without leaving traces. And now Venoin Vhai is also a holy land. Tukulung walked in there, wondering where Princess Van and the true body of Butchahar were. Suddenly, a purple beam of light shot dangerously across his neck. Tukulung stood still, his body becoming colorless. He realized and wondered if it was the soul separation technique. Is this technique called the Eternal Infinite Spirit Realm? Tukulung lay back in a deep sleep. He lay amidst the black cloud. A mysterious voice echoed in the spirit realm, saying that dreams are eternal. Along with that mysterious voice, a shadow fell among the misty sea of the first princess of the cloud. 9,999 M. Tuoling's handsome face suddenly appeared. The first princess of the cloud covered her mouth, smiling triumphantly. Breaking through the limits was good. Having the power of the golden butterfly bow was also good. No one could break through the fog of the supreme jade, painting of the white deer clan. After saying that, the person gently stroked Kip Nungait's cheek. That voice echoed and then sank down, plunging into despair, while his body continued to fall freely. Suddenly, and Tuoning spoke up. This is more than enough. The woman was taken aback. A series of green squares appeared around him, and Tuoling commanded, Golden butterfly bow. Restart. Those green dots gradually disappeared. He glanced at BDC in her female form and asked, Did you see how it works? Tuoling asked sternly. If I encounter something similar next time, I will know how to face it. BAD, she whispered in his ear. It is really hard to deal with. She continued. I never imagined that after sleeping for 10,000 years, someone like this would appear in the White Deer clan. Bixi said gravely. The infinite eternal mist realm has been seen through. She blew a teasing breath. Through these eyes, I see one of those 2 children has already passed away. He found this action quite baffling, thinking her habit was so strange. Who whispers in someone else's ear like this while talking? Tuko Yin looked into the distance and mumbled. The first princess of the cloud, the supreme jade painting calamity. It seems if a fight breaks out, we won't be able to determine the victor. At that time, the sky was still covered with dark clouds. Beifij continued to softly blow into his ear. Tuolung whispered. The power of the golden butterfly bow is to renew the lives of the host and herself countless times. He smiled smugly. If my power runs dry, she can reactivate her combat state first. Tuolung declared fiercely. For me, the one who possesses the Maing Guite miracle. How could I fall into a disadvantage facing someone of the same level as you? At that moment, a golden circle with a deep indentation appeared in the sky. The first princess of the cloud silently listened to every word from him. In other words, if it comes to a death battle, the one who runs out of power first will definitely be her. Tukulung looked up confidently. This battle will end with a decisive victory for me. He stood before BX Des. Threateningly, of course. If you fear this direct confrontation, it is best not to say another word. Otherwise, I will use all my power to crush you. She mocked, with such arrogance. Do not you feel embarrassed saying that? Tu Lung said nothing, only responded with a confident glance. The first princess of the clouds stood beside Kip Mingwhite, challenging him. So the next time they meet, a battle will be inevitable. Suddenly, a series of golden lights flickered into the space, revealing that Uncle DC had transformed back into a blue butterfly shielding the person in front. The system announced, 1 Moon Spirit Moon King 9999 M. 2 Miss C First Princesses 9999 M. Everyone was amazed by the scene around them. What is going on? The Miss C of the Butch Laffy clan has collapsed. The Moon King defeated the legendary painting Calamity. Thuong Guite gasped and shouted. Has he really surpassed the era from 10,000 years ago? Butch T covered her mouth, hesitating to say, just a few more steps. Tu Lun remained deep in thought, pondering whether he could see the scene that the first princess of the mist experienced. He looked at the seemingly endless staircase before him and thought, even if I fail, I will still become famous throughout the world and easily dominate this era. Ti Kuo Ning fixed his gaze on the trunk of the tree reaching up, feeling puzzled. But what if I succeed? Will this world change at all? He slightly lowered his head, reminding himself, the time spent on this path was growing longer and longer. Suddenly, Tu Ling's eyes widened, realizing, that is not right. He looked at the two dark figures ahead and analyzed everything. It was not the era that created the first princess of the mist and the first lovers, but they joined forces to create this era. My dream is not to turn back time and compete with them at their peak. Tu Kuo-Ning affirmed he would not regret it because they were just shadows. He clenched his fists, reflecting that what happened to him 10,000 years ago did not matter. The present is what I aim for. Everyone will be shocked and amazed by me. Tu Kuo-Lung walked forward without hesitation, immersed in his thoughts. Because I was born in this era, it will be the era of the Moon King. He raised his voice, shouting, I am the Moon King of this era. In an instant, Tu Kuo-Ning stepped through the barrier gate. As he entered, Tu Kuo-Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. He stood alone in the blank space, feeling incredibly unfamiliar when a voice suddenly echoed, catching Tu Kuo-Ning's attention. Another one has come. Before him appeared several brown strings along with a haughty air. Moon liquor. How rare indeed. The last time the moon spirit little ghost entered this place was 1,000,000 years ago, forming a puppet and announcing, it is just that the time has not yet come. At least another 300,000 years are needed to gather enough 9 royal beast masters to this place. The puppet continued. Right now, you are not qualified. It has nothing to do with you. It is just that the timing has not arrived. Tu Kuo-Ning exclaimed in surprise. What? The puppet advised. To return and dominate this era and leave his own mark in 10,000 years. I will awaken you again. He frowned, trying to stop. Wait. Ti Kuo-Ning seemed to want to say something, but it had already dashed away. His body was suddenly pulled into the barrier gate. Tu Lung reached out, wanting to stay here to uncover the truth. He quickly grasped the gap of the gate. Tu Kuo-Ning smiled mysteriously and said, will it succeed or not? The puppet was also taken aback by your words. Tu Kuo-Ning radiated a terrifying energy. You exclaimed. So this is the level of the 8 emotions. Your eyes lit up with the image of a butterfly etched in your pupils. Very good. Fire Ching. Tu Kuo-Ning said as he walked, his mysterious green energy flowing, feeling quite invigorated. You stretched and mumbled. Although to me it is just the 8 stars. In the eyes of the world, it is an entity that completely surpasses the semi-divine 9 emotions. And Tu Ling pondered, wondering if the body of the perfect moon had truly been completed yet. The sleeping places of the maidens, the twin palaces, and the giant palace were deeply etched in my mind. The puppet was lost in thought, wondering how a realm beyond the semi-divine 9 emotions could arise in this era. Clearly, as predicted, the next era would be filled with heroes. It looked at the terrifying energy in you, feeling curious. But at least it was 300,000 years away. At the same time, below, branches were reaching up towards the brilliant golden circle in the sky. People had to shield their eyes while shouting, it is blinding. I am about to be dazzled. What is happening? This light is so dazzling. I can't see clearly. Thone Yu Guyet, with the peach blossom in her pupils, was also surprised. She looked anxiously at the golden gate before her. Tiku Lai Ing, what exactly have you seen? What is happening behind that door? The puppet asked in confusion. How did you manage that? Tu Lung smiled dangerously, staring at it, as he heard a voice echoing in his ears. Wait. Hurry up. Huna Ving struggled against the energy within her, crying out, I am about to explode. Her body inflated like a balloon. Having absorbed all the energy from the entire eastern region mine, she was about to burst. Tu Kuo-Ling felt pity, but even so, I still need to rely on your remnants of energy to temporarily break through the 8 stars. It has been tough. You faced the puppet and commanded. Step aside. I want to pass. I do not have time to wait another 300,000 years. It was stunned by Tsukuma's next words. Surpassing the semi-divine. Is not that just drawing a door here? With that said, you quickly stepped forward. Tukul Lungi passed through the threatening puppet. Whether this error is worthy or not is for me to decide, you said in a low, threatening voice. But to be fair, you are merely the remaining consciousness of the ancient era, so do not pretend to be some kind of deity. It had no words in response. Unsure of what to do, the puppet immediately followed Tukul Yu's figure. You walked alone through this quiet space. Soon, Tukuling's figure began to fade. After a moment, you opened your eyes wide. Talying looked around, feeling confused. He had climbed to the peak of 10,000 meters, and the world seemed unchanged. However, the system announced the registration of Moon King. Moon Wonder, 6-star realm characteristics, and the ultimate moon skill. The final reward was a one-time gift after climbing the celestial peak, which would lift all restrictions of the Lord, awakening all sleeping demigods, and allow him to face all challengers of this era with the identity of a ruler. The second skill, the 12 Moon Wonder constellations, was a one-time reward for taking on the identity of the Moonlight Apostle to climb the celestial peak. After use, it would cause the Butterfly and Aquarius constellations of the 12 Moon Wonders to appear. At the same time, when he was at locations called holy sites, the brief power of the full moon could become a skill that lasted indefinitely. He looked at the system panel and murmured, I suddenly have 2 new skills. Talying pondered. The first power brought him no benefits. Once used, the entire world would be turned upside down. He felt a bit excited, sighing, but the second skill was truly a reward just for him. Talying looked at the 2 maps before him and reassured himself that as long as he was in these 2 holy sites, he would not lose to anyone. Finished. He sighed, showing signs of fatigue. Talying spread his palm and hesitated, saying, but is not the right time yet. He looked at his palm thoughtfully. I have gone from 8 stars back to 6 stars. I am not a match for those ancient 9-star demigods. Talying turned back to the system and whispered, and let us not even mention those top 3 anymore. He suddenly realized, wait, I almost forgot. There are no longer just the top 3. The system announced, 1 Moon King Moon Wonder at 10,000 meters. 2 Princess Van from the first generation at 9,999 meters. 3 Lovers from the first generation at 9,998 meters. 4 Liu Tahai Nefi Dan at 966 meters. At that moment, countless people were gathering below. Talying stood alone at the top, looking down like a king. The women below screamed in excitement. Moon King, I want to be your dog. Everyone was chattering, wondering if anyone knew what the reward was when the Moon King reached the peak. I want to join the church. I have said that the Moon Church is unbeatable. Everyone was very chatty. How could that be? With the talent of the Moon King, can he really climb to the top today? Under the waning moon, those voices echoed on. I thought it would take at least another 100,000 years for Moon Wonder to return. A woman sitting on the moon said solemnly. But at this point, I can only prepare well. An era of chaos is coming, she continued. After all, that man's power would affect the order of the deities. Meanwhile, Talying was stepping down. Dyed Hen trembled, holding the flag, looking at him speechless. Talying glanced at her with a murderous look. Dyed Hun was frightened to death by that sharp gaze. She silently passed by her. Suddenly, Tu Alone whispered in Dyed Hun's ear, I will give you 1 month. Not long after, she woke up with a shriek. Dyed Hun jumped up and hit the ceiling. A second later, her whole body was in free fall. Dyed Hen lay sprawled on the bed, clutching the lump on her head, crying, it hurts too much. She froze, panicking as she shouted, no way. Dyed Hen reached into her extremely curvy outfit. Immediately, she held a round red and green object in her hand. Dyed Hun's eyes welled up with tears, and she said defiantly, the Trum Tin Yun and Guide is mine. No one can take it away. She cried out in despair. Even if the Moon King was stronger than the semi-divine beings from 50,000 years ago, she absolutely would not easily hand over her weapon. The scene shifts to a well-kept courtyard, where Tuling sat by the window mumbling, why do I hear someone calling me? An illusion. Perhaps. He turned to the data system. The 12th constellation of the Moon Doe, the guardian of the Peacock constellation, was investigating information, which immediately appeared. The Moonlight system of the Emperor level. The Ayu Chuyu Mainvigung. Basic information of the 10th constellation in the Moon Du. The guardian of the Peacock constellation was sealed underground by the 4 ancestors of the 4 holy clans of the western region. Information fee 1. Mended. The peacock is really beautiful. Tutul Eng looked confused. What the hell is this? He turned to ask the 2 women on the bed. Do you know anything about the Peacock constellation? Yin Guite spoke up. I do not know much. After the guardian of the Gemini constellation was severely injured, the Peacock and Aquarius constellations became part of the 12 constellations of the Moon Du. Hu Navring added. resting his chin on his hand. I have heard she participated in 3 moon god ceremonies over the past 10,000 years but was sealed early on. Even because the previous moon prince was in a life and death situation. She was brought out. But I do not know why the contract was dissolved. Talying stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed that it was getting a bit hard to bear. Anyway, I still have to personally go to the western region to check it out. Suddenly, loud running footsteps could be heard from outside. Thuongayat rushed in, shouting loudly as she ran. Your Highness. It is a big deal. Thuongayat hurriedly ran in, standing by the door and asking, have you read the news online? The candidates for the title of Princess Van have appeared. Talying was left dumbfounded upon hearing this. She raised 3 fingers and shouted, it is not 1 person, but 3. The heirs of Princess Van have all appeared together. He looked at Thuongayat in that state and could not help but sigh. Wait, is not your image supposed to be very cold? That is not it, my brother. She was startled and raised her hand to cough lightly. Thuongayat lightly tossed her hair back, turning around to make an excuse. It is the great master who loves social media who told me to relay it verbatim. Her tone was just like an invitation. Talying did not know what to say and just stood there in a daze. After a while, he frowned, showing indifference, saying that if Princess Van has 3 hairs. So what? She lowered her head. Suddenly a strange voice rang out, indicating that your ascent to the top has lifted the restrictions of the era. The monsters of the Holy Land have begun to move. He looked around, bewildered, searching for the source. Who is speaking? At that moment, a peach blossom shot out from Thuongayat's chest along with the previous voice. Since ancient times, the sacred land of each era has always descended to attack the current beast master. It stood on her perfectly rounded chest and pointed a finger at Tukuan-ing in reproach. This is all you're doing. The Moon King twitched his mouth, pointing directly at the peach blossom in confusion. Wait, this sounds exaggerated just like before. You must be Zio Vin. The 9 branches of the peach blossom are the 7 wonders that were born the earliest, and are also the oldest era. It is said to have existed for millions of years and remains immortal. Tukuang mumbled. But is this all just some tiny strange thing? Leovan crossed her arms and huffed, looking threatening. Listen closely. Moon King, if you dare to unleash that power, I will not let you off the hook. Thuongayat could not help but wonder upon hearing this. What power? He furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Tuoling grabbed Zio Vin by her perfect chest. Thuongayat instinctively leaned back in shock. He gritted his teeth and questioned. The heavenly peach sphere is under your control, and yet you dare to leak information. She was squeezed so tightly that only one arm could be free as she waved and shouted. All right. I won't say anything more. Just let me go. I can hardly breathe. Peach, please save me. Zio Vin struggled to lift her head, lamenting. Look outside the window. The plants in the southern region are so abundant, so kind and lovely. Once those monsters from thousands of years awaken, how can I bear to let my child fight? At that moment, both of them turned to look out the window at the ancient peach tree in the courtyard. She tried to persuade. The heavenly peach sphere is under my management because I love peace and dislike killing. Tuoling pondered deeply. In contrast, wars in the southern region have always been very rare, which is why science, technology, and tourism have developed more. Suddenly, he opened his hand, causing Yeovian to exhale a breath. Thinking she was about to die, she stood on Nigi's palm eagerly proposing, let us form an alliance. Moon King, as long as you agree not to activate it, the heavenly peach sphere will help you seize the throne of the Moon God Emperor. Thuongayat stood beside her, closing her eyes in silence, as if her own intention was the same. He glanced at her, wondering, since the Moon Emperor showed no reaction, could it be that they really had no intention of taking the Moon God throne? Thuongayat smiled back warmly, extending her palm outward to provide a reason. You do not need to doubt it. We always get involved in the annual Moon God ceremony in the southern region. Historically, the heavenly Dahuan of the southern region and the 4th palace of the Moon Diao have been allies, having managed the Moon God ceremony 3 times in a row. It is just that after the Moon Diao fell apart, and the 4th palace disappeared, we had no intention of assisting Moon Diao anymore. Tukuaneng frowned, trying to guess. The 4th palace. The Huoqian palace. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. He really had no reason to use that power right now, and he should not be acting so cautious around him. And Tuoling pondered. But if he had this power in this era, did that mean there would surely come a day when he would need to use it? Not hearing his response, Thuongayat spoke up. What is it? Still unable to decide, Ziovian returned to her chest and suggested, get it? Let us have a marriage alliance. He excitedly proposed his idea. Moon King, what do you think about Dozo? What if the 2 of them got married? This idea confused him even more, and he could not help but exclaim. Half a month later, at the border between the western and southern regions, a streak of red light shot down into the vast ocean. A high-ranking ruler from the Taiyin faction, the Guangyu level, was sitting on a rock with his fish tail. She angrily scrutinized. What is going on? The seal suddenly weakened. Is it Lord Seventh Moon Shik? Ji and Guide instinctively looked up at the dark sky, where red lightning was constantly surrounding her, and those bright red streaks fell onto the water's surface. A giant butterfly appeared in the air, surrounded by dazzling lightning, and Tuoleng stood above, looking down and commanding. There is an obstacle ahead. Who is going to deal with it? Ji Dongguite below stammered in shock. What? Who is the one exerting this overwhelming power? A mysterious golden energy emanated from the mountain peak, accompanied by a familiar tone. It was the Moon King of this era. Not long ago, he had surpassed Princess Yun of the first generation and his first love. Pausing for a moment, that person continued, and was also the individual who had climbed to the top of the heavenly Da Huan. Ji Dongguite turned in surprise and shouted, What? That person directed their hand and spiritual power towards her, emphasizing each word. You are not at fault, the Hunu Viding declared. You simply happened to be born in the wrong era. She quickly stepped back, clearing her throat to reveal her identity. You are the Huna Vijong of the Dry Moon Flame, who single-handedly injured the ice. I have heard of you, Ji Dongguite warned firmly. I am sure I won't survive tonight, but the Taiyin faction definitely will. Suddenly, from the Huna Vijong, a blazing flame of the moon-red battle technique erupted. It was immediately directed to attack Ji Dongguite, who was seated. After the recent collision, tiny ripples surfaced on the water. She suddenly heard something from behind her. Hoan Viqing used the power from his fiery orange-red eyes to make a judgment. She did not need to look to know who was behind her. It turned out you were still alive, Beta said. Huang Wang guessed. Because you have seen the power of the Aquarius Palace restored. You came here to find me. Right. Baiti acted cute and softly replied. I missed you. So I came here to reminisce. But she coldly chased me away. Get lost, she sighed and said. All right then. Still as fierce as ever. So I will just be straightforward, Baiti examined. This time the Moon King went out not only to confront Bai Dai at Han, but also to seal the Peacock Palace in the west. Right. Huang Wang glanced sideways, hesitating to reply. I can't say. She frowned and warned. Why did not you remind him how dangerous the Peacock Palace is? That guy killed the Moon King years ago at the Moon God ceremony. The last Moon God ceremony was 2,000 years ago. The Flower Fairy Palace retreated. The Peacock Palace initially went mad, while the Rabbit Palace and Moon Chi King rebelled, and the Ma Palace members abstained, leaving only Aquarius and Virgo as the remaining fighting forces. Baiti continued. Master Thoe Leonoshan ultimately did not hand over power to the Rabbit Palace, but agreed to participate in the Millennium War, and entrusted everything to the Female Palace and Celestial Maiden. She recounted. Since then, Moon Diu and Tai Duong retreated from that era together. As for the Peacock Palace killing the Moon Chi King and faking information in the Moon Chai book at the Moon God ceremony. You already know that. Right. Huang Wang listened in silence, looking away to avoid the topic. Before leaving, Baiti did not forget to leave one last remark. I hope this time we won't make the same mistake again. She remained silent after the earlier advice. Huang Wang instantly disappeared from the cliff. She quickly chased after to lying. The golden aura of Huang Wang almost touched that butterfly, but she chose to watch his back from behind. Meanwhile, he was listening to a notification from Thuong Gayat. The West had officially sent an invitation to me, and I would be going there soon. Perhaps Tam Vong Choin and Van Vu Hai have received it too. The candidate for Princess Van is about to be revealed. Be careful not to be affected, or else the showdown with Bai Di Han might be postponed. To Lying frowned, deep in thought. He told himself. After reaching the peak of the heavenly peach circle, the limitations of the realm should have weakened, which led to the rapid emergence of the Holy Land Envoy. To Lying pondered, if that is the case. He remembered the bright smile of Honen Gayat and wondered if he would see Xia Luk soon. The scene shifted to the west, where someone was sitting on a small chair next to a large circular stage. It was none other than Saho, deep in sleep on her seat, while Diet Han crossed her arms and closed her eyes. Looking uncomfortable as if sensing something, she murmured with half-closed eyes, Is it here already? The Moon Chi King was awakened by this noise, rubbing her eyes and adding, Another person has come. Someone with ill intent. Xaho looked up at the sky and sighed, Don't be careless. Back then, when Princess Van So Dai stepped out from Van Vu Hai, she was already at the 8-star level, and no one paid attention at first. But in just a few short months, she defeated 3 extraordinary figures and reached the peak of the mortal realm. The little girl yawned and reassured. I believe that Lord Anexa will give his all to deal with this issue. Diet Hen propped one hand on her hip and raised the other to change the subject. All right, Chief, stop praising Princess Vine. I still prefer hearing about Lun Nun S. Little Hever could only sigh at that kid of yours. The girl frowned and suddenly said 2 words. It is. Hearing this, she glanced back, and a dark figure resembling a butterfly immediately appeared in the sky. Its wings gradually pierced through the clouds. In an instant, BTD faced the 2 people. Diet Hen looked up, worriedly watching it, and Tuoleng jumped down, landing on the stage provocatively. Is this where the duel takes place? Tukulin's bold demeanor was quite spacious. Was not it? She clenched her fists tightly, her whole body trembling continuously. Little Hevia could only observe the two from behind. The girl recalled Died Han's earlier words. I will never let Ngayat Chi Vung take away Tram Tine Yen Ngayat. Now. Little Hevery could only silently lament about this cowardly girl. The little girl sat cross-legged on the chair and got straight to the point. Ngayat Chi Ving. Can we set the time for 10 days after the full moon? He quietly listened to Little He's words. The winner can publicly take Trum Tine Yen Ngayat. The girl cleared her throat and announced. It is expected that most of the people from Tai VC will come to watch the battle. I hope you can abide by the rules. Tikul Nying smirked in agreement. Don't worry. That is only natural. Out of nowhere, a stream of gray energy flew toward him. Those energies continuously converged toward the arena. In the hazy smoke, the figure of a woman with 2 branches on her head appeared. It was the second Princess Van Vahai Vine. The little girl pointed her thumb at herself and declared fiercely, in 10 days, I want to use this arena, and no one is allowed to touch it. And Tuoling pondered, glancing over Hazivan, while Little Hay slowly stood up in surprise. The little girl walked while advising. Princess Vian. They will just be the opening act. And afterward, it won't affect your duel with Lord Ansa. Little Echi exaggerated. It was like a dessert before the main course. Oh no. It is more like mouthwash. Which left Died Hen speechless. Avim uncrossed her arms, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, with no other choice. The little girl just turned a blind eye. Well, that is fine. Tuolding said nothing and simply turned away. The girl looked at his retreating figure provocatively. Ngayat Chi Ving. When the time comes, you must not run away. Hai Ven threatened proudly. Just wait until I defeat Hinex. Then it will be your turn. Tukulin shrugged it off. Responding coldly, he turned his head back, winking mockingly. But I am not interested in you. I plan to meet the other 2 princesses after the men Gaiet. The little girl's expression darkened. Speechless, Avayan immediately burst forth with a powerful energy. Talayang was not any less impressive with golden energy swirling around him. As they faced off head-on, signaling that an epic clash was about to unfold. The 2 onlookers below could only stand frozen in shock. Little Ho's face twisted in confusion, her mind spinning. Is anyone going to stop this? These 2 looked like they were about to go insane right there. A storm was brewing around Talayang. Haivan's eyes lit up, her spirit undeterred. They locked eyes in silence, the winds howling around them. Suddenly something startled her. Haivan hesitated, looking at the person in front of her. She puffed her cheeks and turned away, not forgetting to glance back. Huffing coldly, I will be back on the full moon. Immediately, Haivan vanished into the mist. The 3 remaining stood there, dumbfounded, not understanding why she retreated. After a moment, Talayang finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. He frowned, pondering whether she had been warned by something on the other side. In short, he would not forgive these women. Talayang weighed Honengayat against Haivan to claim the ultimate victory of the moon god ceremony. He needed to defeat princesses like this little deer. He thought about it. Besides, he really was not interested in being second best. Interestingly, the lineage of the first princess, Taithong Bich Ho, was involved. Talayang Ban Kone and the 3rd princess with the Chi Oak Dream wondered if they could find any clues about Little Deer. He turned to remind himself that his battle would be on the full moon. Before the princess arrived, he had to get the blade and head to the eastern region. Theme Quang Deep flew around Talayang again. He murmured, while the 2nd princess is challenging the engagement. The 1st princess will also take on the Ice Queen. In an instant, Talayang completely vanished in its golden light. He slowly landed on the back of Bat Duck. Talayang remained lost in his own world. As long as the 1st princess could hold the Ice Queen for a while, he could seize the opportunity to find the Kongtitashi Palace. Then head to the eastern region to get the final piece of the Tram Tine Wine Guy. Diet Han looked up at the starry sky and whispered, has she really left? She rubbed her chin and murmured, strange. I heard the Moon King has a pet. The Supreme White Deer Clan. Why would she treat the princess like that? Little Ho shot a glance as a reminder. Instead of thinking about that, why not consider what the battle 10 days from now will be like? Daithan clenched his fist against his palm and predicted. Don't worry. We have scattered all the Thiam Quang Diep around the western region, so they won't be able to regroup anytime soon. If that is the case, the Moon Chi King won't be able to recruit a Thiam Quang Deep's miracle in the western region. She immediately pictured that dazzling scene. Diethan tightened her fists, confidently saying he would not be able to reach the 7th star realm and would not be able to use Trom Tine Yanguite as a bet. If she put in the effort, she would definitely be able to fight him. Xiao Hu could only stand and watch her with a heroic demeanor, completely different from her earlier timid appearance. She sighed and said softly, I hope too. The 2 of them gazed into the distance, unaware that a lightning butterfly was hiding behind a nearby rock. It seemed that through it, Tikulo-ing could hear everything that had just happened. He smirked slightly. Tikulo-ing felt pleased. Normally, that was true. But perhaps no one knew he still had an unused trump card. He picked up the Moonlight Rabbit, plotting and scheming. From the beginning to the end, our target was not Baidike-sing, but the phoenix sealed in the western region. Tuoling gently rubbed its long ears and set a goal. He would first find out the location of the Phoenix Palace's seal, and at the right time, he would take advantage of the situation when Princess Veen was restrained by the marriage. He patted the Moonlight Rabbit's head, mumbling while using the true power of Aquarius to trample everything here. And Tuoling called softly, "Moonlight Rabbit." Its sparkling eyes suddenly opened in the western region. Trangquoit had reached its peak. The lightning butterflies flew deep into the forest together. The three suddenly stopped at a branch in the prison of the MC Thon Not clan. Two female guards suddenly saw someone in front of them and bowed respectfully. UVM, the great lady of the Three Kings, slowly approached. This was the endless prison, where all the most vicious criminals of the world were held, controlled and guarded by the Great Marriage, and every emperor of the four sacred clans, after death, would be buried here, turning their spirits into a suppressive aura. The woman advised, "Please be careful. After finding the target, leave immediately and do not disturb the hidden existences within." Among them was the rebellious emperor of the Eastern Habu Net clan, the remnants of the Seven Seals, and even the guardian of the Phoenix Palace. You must be aware of this already. Uvungdra Mamu pondered over the warning and closed her eyes to respond. Of course. If it were not for that rogue Nguai Chi Viung causing chaos thousands of years ago, the Phoenix Palace would still be sealed in the Three Kings' spring. Uvung Amu gently suggested, "I came to meet my ancient clan members and will leave immediately. I apologize for the intrusion." Hearing this, the two women immediately looked at each other as if signaling something. The gate was quickly opened to welcome her. The three quickly entered inside. Just then, the lightning butterfly followed Uvai Ong Amu's hem and entered with her. The scene here was extremely bleak. Chains crossed everywhere, and iron bars were everywhere. She tightly closed her eyes, listening to the moans coming from behind. Uveng Amu's eyes dimmed for a moment. At the same time, the other two turned to report. UVM. We are almost there. From here, we cannot go any further. They pointed to the steps leading down and said, "From here onward. Behind is the realm of the Emperor." With no other choice, she had to comply. "All right, then I will go in alone." The two women suddenly looked at the Queen Mother as she walked down. Still calm, without a hint of fear or worry. After a while, the Queen Mother spoke. "For our first meeting, Moonchi, forgive me. You do not want to release the guardian of the Phoenix Palace, do you?" She looked at the lightning butterfly on her sleeve and talked to herself. "Right. I forgot that lightning butterfly can't respond, but it seems to me that the Western region is quite pleased to see you liberate the Phoenix Palace, which is why they have not increased any defenses." The Queen Mother mumbled. "You are so prominent that Bai Yihang can't stop you." She turned her head to share her thoughts. "The only way to hinder you is to let you free the Phoenix Palace." The Queen Mother looked up and continued walking, quietly saying, "All right, my time is limited, so I will stop here." She continued on her journey, turning into a small tunnel. Before long, the Queen Mother stood before a gigantic fish. It opened its large eyes and stared at her. The Queen Mother showed no fear. Facing it head-on, the fish spoke. "Little demon. Go back." It roared. "You won't be able to convince me. I won't sign a contract with anyone until I can defeat the three-legged white snow." The Queen Mother exclaimed, surprised. Bayamta. Before her was a pure white dolphin with light yellow eyes, looking at the Queen Mother with a sigh. Its name was Bai Met Tai Chahai, the ruler of the Three Kings Spring. She stood there, speechless. The Queen Mother thought to herself. Years ago, the Three Kings Spring proposed a marriage alliance to win over the gang, the main targets being Bai Met Chai Hai and Tam Tedu Bech Tai. At that time, Bai Met took human form with white wings. Dressed entirely in white with a headscarf, she pondered that Bai Met Chai Hai, as a high-ranking sea concubine, believed that Tam Tu Bech Tai was unworthy, yet in the end, she suffered a humiliating defeat and left the Three Kings Spring, wandering to the Western region. The Queen Mother thought. In fact, the Western region did not impose any restrictions on it, as if it willingly locked itself here. She tightened her dress, gathering her courage. The Queen Mother said loudly, "Bai Met Chie, please return. The Sea Concubine clan needs you, and your old friends miss you very much." Hearing this, it became furious. Bai Met sighed, saying, "The messenger of the Sea Concubine clan is still so pointless. Go away." She panicked and called out loudly, "Bai Met Chie." After saying that, it turned its back and left, leaving the Queen Mother behind, watching and saying, "Wait, do not." She stood behind the glass, looking very confused, not knowing what to do. Bai Met's action left the Queen Mother disappointed and disheartened. She walked away, mumbling, It is a failure. Bai Met Chai is too stubborn. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the Queen Mother. So stubborn. It startled her. The Queen Mother searched around and asked loudly, "Who's it?" At her waist level. A golden butterfly surrounded by light answered. "I see you do not value the dignity of the High Ruler at all. Do you?" The Queen Mother looked down and exclaimed in surprise. Moon King, she cried and said. "What do you mean? I have been this sad already. And you are mocking me." The golden butterfly sighed and said. "It is you who does not understand anything. How can such hollow words impress anyone?" Tiku Lei Ing, from another place through the golden butterfly, continued. "What it really wants to hear is you saying you will defeat the Ice Queen for it, even when facing the Ice Queen head-on." He asked if the Queen Mother understood. She looked at the golden butterfly with a confused expression. The Queen Mother, startled by what she heard, said, "How can you say that? Isn't that just offending the Ice Queen?" She shouted excitedly. "I was actually quite fond of you. But now you want to trick me into being the enemy of the White Mist Sea, just to watch me play the fool, you wicked head." Tukul Ning thought to himself. Wait, why is she so smart all of a sudden? The golden butterfly flew in front of the Queen Mother and slapped her cheek with its wings. The Queen Mother yelled, "Hey! Stop shouting. Just say what you need to say. Let us go check out the Peacock Palace." Tukulingin continued. "The Peacock Palace is really like this. I have to see it with my own eyes to believe it." She held her cheek, silently watching the golden butterfly. After hearing this, the Queen Mother replied with a sad face. "Yeah." She continued down the stairs. He followed behind through the golden butterfly, observing and thinking that he had heard a ridiculous rumor before about the three kings, rarely refusing the love call of others. And Tuoling pondered, could it be true? The Queen Mother moved cautiously, suddenly seeing something that left her utterly shocked. In front of her were three doors. One blue door with a symbol resembling a snowflake. One purple door with a diamond shape and a figure in the middle. And the last green door with a circular symbol. She was so surprised that she could not speak. Tiku Lei Ing, watching from the other side, was also very shocked, thinking, besides the Peacock Palace, this place is also holding two powerful beings. Inside the green door, the upper Xuan Yu, and the jade extreme moonlight from the Emperor level, has a cracked shell. He thought that the only shell left intact was the main body that had been damaged by the blue door with the snowflake symbol. There was a shadow of a girl ill being imprisoned inside the Moonlight Emperor level. Tukul Ning thought to himself. This is the crime of the Eastern Empress clan. The Queen Mother observed and whispered. It is not convenient to stay here long. I will just show you the Peacock Palace. Then she immediately left. She moved towards the purple door. But nothing appeared inside the door as the Queen Mother approached the door. Deep inside, a woman was sitting, looking up at the sky. The girl sat there gazing at the moonlight in the sky. The girl was named Thia Yu Cho Yodun Min Vanguite Quang Hei Chai Vuggy Ji. She saw that image and thought to herself. Nguite Daidu Daidap Kung, the one guarding the Peacock Palace, holds the record for eliminating the most tyrants of this era. Chi Ju Yun turned to look at the Queen Mother, smiled lightly, and asked, "What about left feet Hung? You exit here and turn left to reach the prison area of the White Mist Sea." She replied in shock, almost unconsciously. You are still quietly observing and thinking. According to the legend, is not she going to go crazy? What is going on here? Suddenly, a hand grabbed the door handle from the other side and said, "Is someone from the Three Kings Spring looking to sign a contract with me?" The queen looked over and saw a woman with long white hair, wearing a delicate black dress. The woman introduced herself. "I am the ice system. Bear with me a bit." Talang thought about the ice demon that rampaged over 50,000 years ago. Before the Ice Queen was born, she had dominated the eastern region. He recalled the image of that woman standing over many corpses, pondering. But she was very gluttonous, needing to consume at least 50,000 people each day to satisfy her hunger, leading to the deaths of countless lives in the three great sacred lands. Talang thought, in other words, this monster had once fought against the first-generation Princess Yun. She was startled and said, "Wait. Suddenly there is a voice coming from the green door. Stop dreaming. She is indeed from the Three Kings Spring. The voice came from the cracked ring. The ring continued. This obedient type won't sign a contract with you. He contemplated. The Shangshuan Yu Jade level. The original entity damaged. Only the shell remains. And each attack would cause irreversible harm to itself, ultimately falling into eternal sleep. Talang thought to himself. Being trapped here because he could not fully control his power had caused more deaths and injuries to innocents than the battle between the Ice Queen and the Flying Rabbit Palace years ago. The ice system replied. I am just casually saying. That guy in the wedding dress is guarding the western region. Even if she signs a contract with this child, she won't be able to leave. The queen did not know what to do, silently looking at the ice system and said, It has been a long time since anyone came here. Let us do this. She told the little treasure of the Three Kings Spring. We want to make it hard for you. The ring remained silent. Just listening. The ice system continued. You just need to tell us if anything major has happened outside recently. Tachuan smiled lightly. Observing. After hearing this, she said. The queen felt tense, thinking to herself, the three lords, regardless of tone or attitude, are very polite, completely unlike what is said outside. If that is the case, then fine. Just tell them about the Moon Prince's ice summit. That should be no problem. It was dark outside, and voices could be heard from the dilapidated building. Several hours had passed. Lin Gai turned to look at the female friend, who was guarding the door with her, and asked, Has the queen not come out yet? The friend thought for a moment and said, In the past, the girls from the highle clan would cry and run out in less than 5 minutes. Hearing this, she felt extremely anxious and said, Could it be that Bukmeti Chai Hai has been persuaded by the queen? At this time, the queen was sitting in a chair looking towards the three doors. She recounted what had happened outside. After defeating the Aquarius Palace and the Shangshuan Yuchen Chai of the 7 Great Wonders one by one, the Flying Earth Palace and the last 4 lords of the Tiangayat became the victors of the next moon god ritual. The queen continued to recount. However, the celebration on that day was suddenly disrupted by the Ice Queen, catching everyone off guard. The battle between the Flying Earth Palace and the Ice Queen affected the entire central region. Bang Yade was listening intently. The shimmering bracelet was too, she continued. Hundreds of millions of lives were taken, and the 4 remaining Tha Pi Gait were severely injured. Chu An also sat quietly. Listening, the Queen Mother continued. Finally the will of the gods appeared to stop them, forcing the ice back to the eastern region. When Phi the Kung and Si Yung Gait Chi Vung were recovering, they welcomed the heavenly girl of prosperity. She finished her story, saying, That is how the previous Ngai Thun Ti story goes. All 3 listened in silence. The shimmering bracelet remarked, Thanks to my body shattering, Phi the Kung appeared shortly after and managed to defeat the Insech. Impressive, Binkini shouted. 8 against 1 and 3 still died. What is so great about that? She shrugged and continued. In the end, Ngai Thentech is just a boring game of toy soldiers. Whoever has more wings and strength can win, Monkey added. However, I once met a master who could restrain all wings. She clenched the door frame, angrily saying, The Waitha en Baichaha Kip. That endless and eternal misty world of theirs truly has no loopholes. Baingi Hech, filled with rage, continued. If possible, I would like to battle her one more time. Chuchuan responded. Did that clueless one defeat Ngai Thun teach? She sat back comfortably in her chair and said, Though it was through rebellion, she has talent. Siu Ngai Daichiving is indeed very strong. Otherwise, she would not have caused a stir in our Tam Ving Chine and still retreated intact. The Queen Mother nodded in agreement, a golden butterfly flying above her head. Speaking. Why are you still not done chatting? Tiku Lai Ing, on the other side, sighed. You should tell them to share their old stories. You are complaining too much. The Queen Mother replied. Aha, she blurted out. He asked me to tell you to share your stories. The 3 of them fell silent once again. The Queen Mother was puzzled, not understanding anything. Tu Leng covered his face, unsure of what more to say. He opened his hand and said, Just say it is the mysterious existence in her body. Hurry up, she hurriedly complied. Saying loudly, He said it is the mysterious existence in my body. The atmosphere fell silent once more. The shimmering bracelet asked, How strange. Does the noble of the sea tribe really care about our story? And Chuan frowned, responding, The girl from Tam Vajing Chine. Our story is nothing interesting. It is all in the past. A Chuan walked towards the door, saying, You should continue telling me about the modern tales. She walked through the door bars and asked, The new Vong Yugai Thanti has started. Right. The Queen Mother was shocked upon hearing this. Tukling was equally surprised. A Chuan approached her and continued asking, Who is the Nguai Chi Vang of this era? She stood before the Queen Mother, continuing to ask, Which palace of Nguai Diu is behind him? Chi Yu Yen, smiling, asked further, Has he reached Thin Leo Hon yet? Where is he now? She had a stiff expression, pondering how someone could possess this level of aura. After being imprisoned for 50,000 years, she reached out to touch the Queen Mother's face and said, I mean no harm. And I won't hurt you. Chuchiyun continued. You just need to answer obediently. The ring cracked inside as they quietly observed. Bing H did the same, gripping the door and watching in silence. She continued. The one behind Igaichi Vugahog right now in his ranking and then Leo Hon. The Queen Mother furrowed her brow in contemplation, whispering 10,000 meters. Chechuan asked, What are you talking about? The Queen Mother looked up and said loudly, Half a month ago, the current Guaichi Vazunvung reached the peak of 10,000 meters. Suddenly, a strong wind blew outside, and Lin and Guait and her teammates gasped. What is happening? Inside, stones suddenly began to fall, Banking's door suddenly felt a strong force. She radiated a murderous intent and said, It means a more powerful figure than the first-generation princess has appeared. This action left her astonished, wondering how after being imprisoned for 50,000 years, she could still unleash such a presence. Chi Jueyun covered the Queen Mother's mouth and asked who was. This startled her into responding. Her face was full of excitement as she continued. Who is the protector behind Nguyen Chi Vung right now? The Queen Mother replied. The second palace, Kimlia Palace, has been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years. After hearing this, Chu Yun's eyes widened in shock, and suddenly she opened her mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth as she lunged at her. The Queen Mother exclaimed in panic. She closed her eyes tightly, but there was no movement around. Peeking with one eye, the Queen Mother saw Chu Eungyun chewing on a butterfly in her mouth and said, I am a bit hungry. What were we talking about? The Queen Mother, petrified, said. Above their heads, a beam of white light suddenly emerged, shocking the Queen Mother. Chu-un was startled and on guard. Both thought to themselves, it is the distant kiss of the seven great wonders, the dungeon of cold ghost chains. Following that light appeared a white scarf. Yu Vung-woo widened her eyes in shock. Distant kiss master. Tu Lung spoke through the orb. UVM. This is very dangerous. Please leave as soon as possible. Hearing that, she felt uneasy. Alright, with that, Yu Vung-amu quickly left. He voiced his discontent. I have said many times, do not do unnecessary things. Lend me your power, and I will grant you freedom. Shaecholgyu Seth thought differently and said, when the first great love existed, it was not your turn. So do not overestimate your strength now. A voice from a bracelet said. Earlier. How many puppets did you drop when you entered? Chu Yun casually replied, 14. Roughly around 70 to 80%. Hearing this, he sighed. The first great love is still asleep, struggling to collect puppets for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet over 70% of the army has been destroyed. Given your current level, you are still on the list of the 7 great wonders. So what is the level of the 7 great wonders now? She immediately said, you have been seriously injured for so many years, and now seeing someone at the peak makes you restless. Right. As Shaecholgyu interjected, if you do not quickly absorb our power, your position will be at risk. At this moment, Tu Kulingi's voice trembled. You are extremely angry and unleash your power, but the pure ice attacks towards stone flow slash. The bracelet beside you is also affected. It vanishes before Zoyan's calmness. Tu Kuling gasped after the blow, thinking to himself, damn it. I really do not want to offend or kill them right now. I originally intended to take it slow, but it was all because of the sudden emergence of the Moon Chi King that disrupted all my plans, forcing me to join the final battle at my weakest moment. After a while, his energy sphere also gradually disappeared. Zoyan was surprised. Has he left already? She displayed a gloomy aura. Zoyan suddenly smiled lightly. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Twin Moon sect, Atuoleng stood stroking his chin in contemplation. He recalled the image of Zoyan. She chewed on the butterfly and said, Moonchi, you will come before me on the full moon. Right. Tuoleng thought. This woman essentially sees through nothing. She must have sensed the presence of the shadow sand drawing closer. So she is acting this way to avoid being discovered. Otherwise, with the vigilance of the western regions, Shadow Sand would definitely guess that it is my vision. More importantly, the Peacock Palace probably discovered it right from the start. Then, when the Queen of Darkness mentioned the moment of the Golden Butterfly Palace, she finally confirmed that the one behind the luminous butterfly was indeed the current Moon Chi King. Tikul Ying felt someone approaching and turned around. The Queen of Darkness angrily shouted, Moon Chi, you actually hid far away to watch that drama. She jumped off her envoy and said, do you know how dangerous that was just now? I almost got eaten alive by that guy. The Queen of Darkness approached him, continuously scolding. If Shadow Sand had not arrived in time, I would have been the one eaten instead of that luminous butterfly. You almost got me killed. Tu Longyi opened his mouth. Was not that because of you? I demand that you relay the message, not as a mere recorder. Understood? You saying those senseless words without precautions is what is strange. The Queen of Darkness was stunned by the scolding. Senseless. She bristled all her hair up. I am really angry now. He frowned and urged, right. Quickly tell me the information about the Peacock Palace. Why did you say that the Western regions do not care about me releasing the Peacock Palace? Don T. Ramble. Tell the story clearly. The Queen of Darkness was taken aback. She trembled and replied, well, the family of a concubine cannot refuse others. The Queen of Darkness turned her face away and said, according to the analysis of the elders in the clan, this matter is harmful to the entire world, and it will impact you the most. Of course, Lord Shadow Sand does not want to release the Peacock Palace, but this could lower your chances of winning against the Moon God right. Hearing this, Tukulneng frowned, and she continued, the unpredictable behavior of the Peacock Palace is the only factor that can destroy your current invincibility. He asked in a low voice. In other words, even if I sign the contract, I can't control the Peacock Palace. I will still pay the price for her actions. Right. The Queen of Darkness did not answer but nodded. Talayang's expression darkened. This is indeed the price, he quietly said. You are underestimating it compared to the powerful enemy we are about to face. This dangerous variable is truly insignificant. The Moonlight Master was sealed right before our eyes, as the Moon Prince. How could he not rescue it, even if there are traps ahead? It is still something we have to confront, so no matter what, the Phoenix must be released on the next full moon, Talayang asked. Can you convey this clearly? The Queen Mother of the Dark had an expectant look on her face. Praise me quickly. Praise me quickly. He declared. His explanation revealed no flaws whatsoever. Was it really you who did this on purpose before? Upon hearing this, she felt crushed. Who told you to be so deficient? The Queen Mother of the Dark cried out. Moon Prince. Are you talking about me like that? Talayang suddenly touched her forehead. He spoke. Lately, I have been training here. And if I get into trouble on the full moon, you must save me. Talayang said while ruffling the Queen Mother of the Dark's hair. If your three princes run into trouble later, I will lend a hand. He looked at her seriously. Do you understand now? The Queen Mother of the Dark blushed with embarrassment upon seeing this. She responded loudly. I understand now. On the full moon. There are only 10 days left until the world-shattering battle. On the full moon. The West region's favored beasts will face the Great Thunder Arena. Below the arena, everyone was discussing continuously. A white flag was raised high and then slammed down onto the floor. Someone exclaimed in shock. That is the platinum battle spirit of Bai Yihang. It is about to begin. A small foot was slowly stepping up. None other than Yu Hang, who was full of energy. She stood proudly under her white flag, and Talayang's energy orb appeared. He announced. Hello everyone. I am Sol, and today I will personally oversee this match. Additionally, I believe everyone knows through the internet that we not only invited Princess Yun No, too, but also the esteemed Queen Mother of the Dark from the Three Princes and Emperor Shangju of the Shangju sect. They will represent the Three Princes and the southern region to ensure this match is conducted absolutely fairly. The crowd cheered as they saw the two stepping out. The voices from below made the Queen Mother of the Dark extremely embarrassed. The esteemed Queen Mother looked stunning. This was her first appearance before the world, in person. She looked 100 times better than in selfies. No wonder she is the half-blood beauty of the Three Beauties clan. Switching to Shangju, she remained incredibly calm. The figure of Emperor Shangju was truly a breathtaking beauty. Stunningly beautiful. Emperor Shangju will always be my goddess. Yu Hang stood dejectedly to one side amidst the cheers of the audience. A typical beauty would not be the first choice in a love game. She pouted, huffing in annoyance. Yu Hang suddenly shouted loudly. Come here, Moon Prince. The apostles of the Three Princes and the Heavenly Peach Circle are all present, along with the presence of Lord Ansa. I want to let you easily take the Trakam Tini Yun Guide blade. The sky was clear, but dark clouds began to gather, and from those clouds, golden rays shot down. They were glowing butterflies, an extremely large number descending onto the stage. Above, a figure walked down the path created by the swarm of butterflies. One person gazed in astonishment. It was the Moonchi King. Tiku Highle Ing, as he stepped down onto the floor. He paused. Tuolung snapped his fingers lightly, and the swarm instantly vanished. The enamored girls in the audience exclaimed. No wonder he is the Moonchi King. He is so handsome. Let us give these rustic folks from the western regions a taste of a little moonlight. Hearing this, Diet Han frowned, and suddenly a small orb emerged from her chest. It flew out from Diet Han and floated up. She handed it to Yu Vaging M, saying, This is the soul blade of Hein and Guide Xing Ho. She received the round gem, and Tuolung noticed and glanced over. He slowly approached the two, and the Tramam Tun Iron Guide appeared in his hand. He offered it to Thang Gai. Tuolung smiled and said, Just hold on to it for a moment. I will get it back quickly. He leaned closer to her and whispered, Keep an eye on that white dear guy. Do not let her steal it. The Guide smiled gently and replied, All right, I will wait for you. With that, Tuolung turned and walked away. Everyone in the audience was extremely confused. Hey, what is going on with this atmosphere? Aren't they supposed to be old enemies with a 3-year pact? Uvundring Memu glanced anxiously at Thaninung Guide as Tuolung announced loudly, All right, let us get started. He exhibited a wave of killing intent, which struck Diet Han and startled her. Diet Hen quickly reacted, raising her hand to the sky to use her ultimate technique. Bich Thon Quine. A green vortex appeared. One person exclaimed in astonishment. That is the current Butch Thine of the Bech Thon Net clan. Tuolung thought to himself. So that is how it is to keep Tramam Tine Iron Guide in the western regions. She is willing to lower herself to sign a pact with Butch Dian. What a pity. I thought Bech Thons would be able to handle the emperor chosen by the western region at Ngayata Thon. This guy's power is very close to Hung Fine Fian. With that thought, he raised his voice. Nguai Kwang though. The Nguai Kwang Thi appeared tiredly. Diet N suggested. Dear Kwai Na Nen, please check the strength of the opponent first. You do not need to protect my safety right now. The vortex of power was becoming more and more violent. Standing before that power, the Moonlight Rabbit stood firm. The announcement appeared. The Guardian of the Aquarius Palace has been released, successfully suppressing the Blood Moon physique. And the effect duration of the Blood Moon physique has changed from 480 minutes to 10 minutes. To lying smirk. Want to test the waters? How ridiculous. From the beginning to the end. I never intended to fight in close combat. I just need to stand here and everything will end. The vortex of power from Diet Hand charged forward to attack. The Moonlight Rabbit's eyes sharpened, ready to block the blow. To lying thought to himself. Her crescent moon physique only has 10 minutes left. A ring of light appeared around her waist, but in these 10 minutes, her sense of existence will reach an unimaginable level. Perhaps one day, she may even reach the level that the Guardian of the Aquarius Palace once achieved. The Light Rabbit raised her arm, pointing straight up at the sky, then suddenly swung her hand down, creating a terrifying explosion. The explosion formed a massive mushroom cloud. After a while, the smoke gradually dissipated, and everything around seemed to have been destroyed. A voice exclaimed in astonishment, "Am I still alive?" Thuong Guyet stood observing, thinking that the moment the battle began, it welcomed its end. Uwangmu also widened her eyes in disbelief, as this power was entirely that of the Overlord's counterattack. Giant Hand sat dazed after the strike, thinking to herself. Throughout history, only the area where the 7 beast tamers had ever set foot. Diet Than looked up at a girl in a wedding dress and said, "Lord? So it is you who took this hit, allowing people like us to survive." She thought to herself, "This is the legendary Gait Chi Vang." Tikul Nying did not beat around the bush and turned to walk away. He approached Thang and Gait and Yu Vedo Ng M. Tikul Nying took back Trum Tine Yun and Gait. It is over now. He also reached out to take the crystal from Wu Vingam U's hand. She came back to her senses. Not warmed up yet, the girl in the wedding dress thought. How annoying. If Buckshite wins, I could avoid fighting and trade blows with the Ice Princess. Just sealing off the slanted light is underestimating Gait Chia Vang too much. Suddenly, Tukulin called out loudly to Unsa. Now I must go release the protector of Kang Ti Junish Kung. You can choose to ignore me, or you can personally stop me. His gaze was extremely cold. If you think you can stop me. The girl in the wedding dress was agitated. What did you say? Declaring war, just relying on you. Fine. I won't stop you. If you are brave enough, try it in front of me. Ving Toin and then Liu Hon are watching. We won't let you leave the Taivis. Suddenly, she stopped, and the clouds in the sky swirled into a vortex. A deer appeared laughing. I overslept, she thought to herself. V9HEI of the Butchla Feep CU. Stepping on the moon, Hai Vien transformed into a human voice. Has the battle ended? Indeed. It was just an appetizer. Tu Kuo Nying glanced at the girl and left without care. In the endless prison of Device, a girl spoke up. Did everyone hear that loud noise just now? Another girl asked curiously. Who won between Nugai Chi Vang and Butch Diet Hen? The last girl shouted. It must be Nugai Chai Zhang. The result is obvious. I wonder what Tai Vi Sivang thinks. So now, is Unsa Zianan fighting Princess Van? I really want to see. The girl opposite replied. This place does not need to be guarded. If something happens, we won't be the first to die. Suddenly, a girl felt someone approaching and turned. Tu Ko Ing approached with a cold expression, and the 3 girls were stunned, saying, Nguai Chi Ving. Why is Nguai Chi voting here? He just walked straight past them. And Tu Leng slowly moved inside, and the girl stood there speechless. It was not long before all 3 ran away. Run back to Tu. He moved deeper inside. And at the end of the path, 3 different gates appeared. He frowned as he observed, and inside one gate, a Chu Yen sat smiling. Tukul Ung raised 3 fingers and said, 3 requests. She smiled lightly and replied. Go ahead. He did not hesitate to say. First, no matter what happens, you must not attack me. Second, during the fight, you cannot affect innocent people. Third, I must come into contact with you. A Chu Wen replied confidently. This is simple. She stepped closer to the door and gently walked outside without any obstacles. Chi Ju Yun took out a sharp feather and knelt down to present it. Tu Lung reached out to take it, and Chuan could not hide her joy and smiled. Beams of light shot up into the sky and collided with each other, quickly forming small firework clusters in the night sky. The crowd below looked up at the mountain, disappointed, as it all happened too fast to see clearly. Thun Guite quietly watched Hazi Vine and the creature symbolizing her appear, guarding against the automated barrier. She thought, no matter how terrifying the attack was, once it touched her, it would all vanish. Uvandre Memu quietly observed the crowd in front of her, subtly evaluating the glowing gem among the 4 brides, the absolute defense of Ensa. It turned out that the gem was a light ring quickly fading away, relying on a protective barrier created by many powerful figures. Like an incredibly sturdy turtle shell, Yu Veng stood contemplatively beside Thungang Gait, knowing that it might take a while before a victor emerged. Asaivine clicked her tongue in annoyance. Tuko Ning pressed his hands against the ground and coughed repeatedly. He clutched his neck, his face filled with agony. Wondering how the news about Nagait Chitha could be wrong, the bride suddenly transformed into tattered skeletons. Asaivine snapped her fingers, and they immediately returned to their original state. The girl frowned in anger, finding it really hard to deal with. Asaivine silently watched as the light ring gradually shrank, realizing it was not the true form of Ging Lemum, but was half attached to the host below. The woman in the white veil pondered quietly. This was an old tactic of the Bechluffy clan. However, it would be quite a challenge for the Beast Master's abilities. She sighed, feeling her mind in turmoil. Looking towards the light, the bright full moon shone amidst the black night, illuminating her heart. The side of Nguai Chi Vang must be here too. Right. Chu Wu knelt with one leg, while Tu Kwalsin held a feather. Tu Huang Yu picked it up, gradually sensing the power within it. Suddenly, small sparks appeared around him, catching his attention. The system screen displayed information about Chu Wen They Yu Yan Yu Ein Min Vijing. Level Emperor. Combat Skill Model Guardian of King Tesi Darcy. Detailed model of the invisible screen of Min Ving V. Tu Kuo silently assessed it, wondering how to put it. Although the individual combat power of King Ti Hei was frighteningly strong, in terms of combat skills, he repeatedly read the displayed text and speculated that it was not comprehensive enough, lacking any significant threat. All were just ordinary capabilities used in close combat. Tu Kuong looked at the person beneath him. Likely a guard of Ngaidi Dupi Offer Kung. Perhaps a bit too ordinary. Suddenly, an idea struck him. But it was a good thing. Maybe this meant that the special ability of King Ting TDC would not pose a threat to him. The system screen flickered off along with Ti Chu Lun Ningyi's scattered thoughts. But if it was only about causing chaos everywhere, it probably would not be worthy of its legendary reputation. What on earth happened that led the former Nguai Chi Vening to decide to dissolve the contract with Kiang Tika Si? Has Nguai Chi Veng made a decision yet? And Chu Yun slightly bowed. Seemingly responding to Talzing, Zhu Yun gently asked, has the Moon King made a decision yet? Tu Long remained silent. Not answering, inside, he felt truly confused. His hand clenched tightly with determination. With things reaching this point, there was no turning back. Tu Kuomong softly said, "Yep. Let us make the contract." Their hands reached out and lightly touched. A sudden spark crossing between them, but Chu Wan began to radiate a powerful light. Tu Kuling squinted. Curious, a system notification appeared, stating that the Moon King's book had encountered an obstacle, and was recovering. The system gradually shifted to purple, altering the information of the Khan Tutsi Palace Guardian model. It once again provided information about the newly acquired function, detailing the invisible model screen. The King of Darkness began to shift the energy field. The Lord of the Underworld initiated the second step. Absolute order. And Chu Wan slightly smiled, a curious expression on her face. Tu Lung suddenly realized something, his eyes wide with surprise, as a huge explosion occurred, sending large rocks flying away, a powerful light illuminating the sky. Behind the dust cloud, a large crater formed. Chu Yu Yun calmly stood at the center of the crater. Tiku Lei Ying, on the opposite side, coughed uncontrollably, clutching his throat in confusion, wondering how he could misunderstand the information from the Moon King's book. Tu Kuo looked at Chai Gu Wan radiating a strange blue light, feeling a bit wary. This guy had too many combat skills, and his aura was overwhelmingly powerful. It was truly intimidating. Chu Wan brushed past Yu, criticizing him. "You are not much better than that little demon from the Faithu Palace," she said with a mocking tone. "The top ruler is just another pawn." Tu Kuoing struggled to hold his throat. Trembling, this guy and I had completely opposite compatibility. If I did not die right here, it would be lucky. And Chu Yun sighed and said, "What a pity. Seems we can't fight together. Let us just accept our fates." Tu Kuoning's face was drenched in sweat, and he suddenly sensed something unusual. His 6-star level was starting to drop. Chu Wen looked at the full moon and spoke, "But before I leave, there is something important I need to do." Tu Kuoning stood up with all his strength and shouted, "Wait a minute. What have you done?" And Chu Wen quickly vanished into thin air, appearing in another space. She looked around as if searching for something, the full moon shining brightly. She smiled softly, seemingly having found what she wanted. A moment later, Chu Yun's face broke into a fierce smile as she said, "Invisible screen." Tear apart, Hai Ven and the veiled bride faced each other in the crater that had just been blown apart. The veiled bride softly said, "This little demon is hard to deal with." Flavon scoffed at her. "You are the one who is like that." Suddenly, the little girl felt something behind her. The ground behind her suddenly shattered into pieces and began to collapse. The veiled bride was surprised by this scene. The sky turned purple as Chu Yun's voice rose. I just want a place among the 7 wonders. Why is it so difficult? She appeared with a faint smile, saying, even if it is High Manhwa, or the Aquarius Palace. Neither of you gave me a chance for a fair fight. The veiled bride seemed to have anticipated this situation, but it still came. With a proud expression, Chao Yin said to the veiled bride, in a distant marriage, if you hide again this time, I will kill everyone here. Suddenly, she paused to think. Recalling TQ Laji's teachings that one should not harm the innocent during a fight, she hesitated at that teaching. Then, Chao Yin snapped her fingers, her face transforming into a more sinister one. If all the emperors are not considered innocent. The Yu Queen felt a shiver of fear at that thought. Thun Ungwite quietly observed from the side. The veiled bride stood silently, feeling a bit confused inside. As expected, Tu Alung lay flat on the cracked ground. Thinking that Ngait Chaitha was not here, her face drenched in sweat, she struggled to say, so I fainted here. Tu Alung laughed helplessly. It was truly funny. Shortly after, he lost consciousness. A shadow in the distance suddenly approached Tu Linying. Chao Yin remained lost in her thoughts. She was merely a shell. And when the energy ran out, she would no longer be able to resist. She observed the brides in front of her, speculating that as long as they persisted until the power of the Moon Chi King was completely drained, everything would end. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Chao Yin. Dare to meddle in my battle. Chao Yin glanced back. A Vuan was flying swiftly, fiercely saying, no mercy for you, you rotten little brat. A bolt of lightning struck her, leaving Huffly Venom in shock. A fierce flame burst forth from the pit. Iveen lay stuck to the ground, grimacing in pain, trembling weakly in response to Chao Yin's taunts. You trash. Do not stand before me until the eternal realm is complete. Chao Yin continued to mock. I have killed the emperor of the Bailu clan before, but you are the weakest I have ever faced. I am not interested in you at all. A Slavon struggled to rise, glaring at Chao Yin with hatred. She glanced sideways and softly spoke. Then the veiled bride exhaled. Seemingly ready, she quickly split into another form. The other brides immediately split to surround the miraculous light pit. Highle silently reassured herself. Do not panic. Observe calmly. Muster the courage to sense this invisible foe. The girl looked up to observe the two forces preparing to clash. The veiled bride subtly signaled to Highle, the finishing blow is up to you now. Highle nodded in agreement. The girl gradually sensed the powerful energy surrounding her. A Slavon reached out, beginning to manipulate that source of power. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, filled with determination. She felt it. Chi Yu Yin, with her back turned to Highle, was lost in thought. Recalling how she was knocked away by that force in one blow, the girl trembled as she stood up, filled with resolve. If she could see it, even if she could not execute the long-range attack, she was sure she had enough strength to fight. Chu Yu-yun quickly attacked with her technique. The peacock unleashed its power. The bride stood frozen. Chi Ju-yun charged towards them. Pink streaks suddenly shot straight toward the brides. They quickly pierced through the body of the veiled bride, catching her off guard. Blood immediately spewed from her mouth. Tachuan quickly seized her arm. The veiled bride was repeatedly attacked by Chu Yun's technique. Suffering greatly, a huge explosion erupted beneath the ground, which was starting to crack. Hai Vivian stood watching the dust and smoke before her. The girl remained in a daze, thinking about how to defeat such an opponent. Takualung lay silently on the ground, his face now covered in blood, soaking the area beneath his chest. The Thicholgu sighed and said, now you should understand why the previous Moon Chi King had to sever the contract to survive, because that Peacock Palace used the life force of the host as its energy source. Chi Wu-in aggressively continued her assault as dying Thich Lusud explained. With each final blow, the life signs of the host weakened further. Tu Kuo-ning trembled as he raised his hand forward, his eyes filled with regret. Is it all over now? So everything is going down the drain. A stream of pink energy faintly appeared before him. Aflevine sat on the ground. Her breath hurried. The girl was frightened. Realizing the attack was aimed at her, the brides had now all turned into skeletons. But the energy was terrifying, resembling the abyss. Hai Van felt a bit disheartened by Chu Yun's unmatched power. Knowing she could not summon the courage no matter what, the girl clenched her fists, feeling confused. But if she retreated now, she would never become the official Princess Vian. A voice encouraged Hai Vivan. Don't be afraid, kiddo. The veiled bride spoke to reassure her. I will help draw their attention. The Peacock Palace is likely approaching its limit. She gently advised Hai Saivan. Use your strongest move to deal with her. The little girl quickly agreed, showing determination. Avivan closed her eyes and prayed. Great Master Thapsigo Sikizao Guide, please lend me your power. The little girl swiftly executed her move, and Hai Zaivan immediately vanished from the space. The veiled bride was also pulled into another dimension. She returned to her original appearance. Chu Yun in front spoke up, confirming that at this level, one could not cause such a transformation. She turned away, somewhat admiring Tu Yalxing. Unexpectedly, that little devil managed to hold on for so long. I really can't leave him here. Chu Yuan closed her eyes and softly said, my time is limited. Spirit, my next move. When I open my eyes, she will be a bloodthirsty face. I will completely kill you. Yu Vemamu began to cry in fear, while the brides desperately defended themselves. But Chu Yun's infinite power made her smile in satisfaction. Suddenly, she excitedly pulled back her gaze. A flash of light shot past Chu Yun. The sky seemed to tear open, creating a large rift. The rift quickly expanded, and Highle Van emerged from it. The little girl fell to the ground, warily saying, I can only borrow power once. But it crossed through the entire realm. Avian smiled contentedly. Although she was still far from the legendary eternal realm, this was enough. Suddenly, the little girl sensed something unusual. Avian was quickly surrounded and unable to move, leaving her confused as to how this could happen. Qiju Yun gradually appeared within the thick clouds. Little devil. With this level of realm, she seems to be even more empowered now. Disdainfully saying, how could you possibly hurt me? Aslavan gasped in shock. Can I really block the realm attack with armor condensed from spiritual energy? A Chuan reminded her with an old saying. How many times do you think I have fought with the emperor of the Bebech Luffy clan? She raised her hand. Avivan is now tightly bound by Chu Yun's power. Even if I stand still, you won't be able to hurt me. A Chu Yun clenched her fist, squeezing High Venom below, causing the little girl to scream in pain. A Chu Yun's rope was suddenly torn apart by a mysterious attack. A Chu Yun glanced back, listening carefully. Thoing Wonguide intervened to stop her. Stop it. The king Bao. She calmly advised, this should be the end. Chu Yun laughed scornfully. You think you can defeat me with just the four of you? She arrogantly issued a challenge. If that is the case, then all four of you come at me. The pink rope suddenly snapped. Chushin froze, wondering, has the energy been broken? Yu Vengra Mem looked on in confusion at her state. What is happening? Why did she suddenly stop? Thuring Gait quietly explained that the Qi Nang TC Bao no longer had energy transmitting through it. She thought about the side of Tiqueling, wondering what was happening with Ingait Chi Ving. Meanwhile, Tuoling had turned over. His blood had already turned blue. Igwing Thich also lightly reached into his shirt and pulled something out, and Tuolung tiredly spoke up. What are you doing? Lulu Sai quickly raised the phone in Than Min's hand. I wanted to see if he recognized the ice system beast Tamer. I sent a message asking someone to come pick me up. She looked at Tu Lodge's friend list and could not help but feel disappointed. Damn it. All of this guy's friends are from the Moonlight system. How boring. Suddenly, Lu Sunt noticed a sound coming from afar. She turned her head slightly, puzzled. What is happening? Tukul In closed his eyes and relaxed his body. Suddenly he woke up, surrounded by a blue sky and white clouds. Where is this place? A hand gently touched Tikal Yu's cheek. He slowly brought his hand up to feel that hand. The corners of Tikul's eyes widened, as if he recognized this familiarity. You suddenly shouted, is that you? Little Lix. Tu Lung looked around searching. When did you see me? Since the moment of Thin Lai Hon. Right. He looked into the vast emptiness and said, could it be you have always been by my side? The Tu Lung raised his hand forward. A voice responded to him. That is right. But now is not the time for conversation. Her next words made Tu La pause momentarily. The western region is in chaos. I must stop it. He quickly agreed. Come with me. We have to go. A flash of light swept by, seemingly ending the conversation between the two. Tu Kuang looked ahead, suddenly feeling drained. He gradually leaned back. Tu Kualung lay unconscious among the soft white clouds. He awakened in his subconscious. Realizing that his connection with Kang Ti Shi Kung had been cut off, he began to let go. After all, this place was no longer the real world. The white clouds quickly swirled into a vortex, pulling back towards Hufolenge. This place is the foggy world. He opened his eyes wide awake. Tuolung sat up suddenly, startling Ulgusat who was sitting beside him. Damn it. The phone fell beside Kal Ying's hand. He glanced down at the message displayed on the screen. The content of the message just sent. I am Buchi Gai Chi Vung, currently lost in the endless prison of the western region, about to die, with only one last breath left. Hurry. Send the best 9-star Ice System Beast Tamer and 9-star Moonlight System Beast Tamer to take care of my body. Tukuling helplessly looked at Eldusat, who was turning her face away, his tone slightly probing. You both know that there are not any 9-star Beast Tamers in this era, right? If you want to leave like this, could you agree to one request of mine? Luzuesta glanced at him and listened. She turned back, puzzled, but felt she had to respond. How did you cut off from Kai Ti to Si Kung? She looked at the sight in front of her in shock. A glowing golden feather appeared right in front of Tikulao Ing, along with Elusit's surprise. How could this be? Here she is, the one with the surprised mouth. The Bailu tribe merged that feather with Tu Ying, forming a gigantic pair of wings on his back, embodying the everlasting legendary realm. In the western sky, the moon is still incredibly full. Uvundra Mem glances at Thymwagite as if signaling. At this moment, everyone present surely feels it. Chu Yun seems to lose consciousness, her head drooping down in silence. The source of the Peacock Palace's power has been cut off, making it increasingly difficult to maintain appearances. Thymwagite calmly raises her head and says, "It is Peacock Palace." The veiled bride softly speaks, arms crossed as she bears the light. "I can spare you a chance at life." Yuvung observes Chuan silently above. Alongside Thong and Gait and the veiled bride, Yuvumemu gathers all her courage and loudly asks, "What have you done to Nugait Chi Vang?" Thong Gait and the veiled bride both turn their faces in the same direction. Thong Gait silently wonders, could it be the esteemed princess of the High Thip tribe? The veiled bride questions, does this have any special significance for Ngaidat Chi Ving? Yuvung Emu hesitantly covers her mouth. Remembering Tukula's image, she shyly lowers her face, a loud laugh catching her attention. Thong Gait and the veiled bride quickly turn their eyes toward the source of the sound. Chi Ju Yin lands on the ground, laughing loudly, still maintaining her arrogant demeanor, saying, "It is just a broken source of power. What are you all so proud of?" Chu Yun's body seems to be exhausted, yet she still forces herself to say, "If that is the case, I will give you all a taste of despair." She tilts her head back as black toxic air swiftly escapes her mouth. Shortly after, Chu Chuan collapses to the ground. Thong Wangguite watches her every action, feeling somewhat confused. Uvung behind wonders, what is this? Accumulating strength to unleash an attack. Thong Wangguite softly speculates. It seems she is not accumulating strength. Instead, her breath is rapidly diminishing. Suddenly, a Chu Yun screams in agony as large clean marks begin to appear behind her. The veiled bride witnesses the scene with a hint of fear. 1,000 years ago, I have never seen this technique, and I have a bad feeling about it. Hai Van struggles to get up after the earlier attack, looking toward Chu Yun in confusion. The powerful light causes Hai Vine to raise her hand to shield herself, and Uvungemu also struggles against it. She lowers her hand to observe. Uvungemu's eyes widen in astonishment. Thunung Wangguite also begins to prepare for the phenomenon before her. The veiled bride anxiously watches the situation. The moon, enveloped by the black air from earlier, is drawing closer to the ground. The full moon is too close. The veiled bride stares in shock at the scene before her. This monster, a Chu Yun, has exhausted all her strength. Yet she has brought the moon here. She props herself up, looking satisfied. This distance is acceptable for now. Chao Yin turned around, speaking softly. Next, her eyes glowed with a dangerous threat. "I will kill all of you." She immediately channeled her internal energy, drawing in the great power surrounding her. The second phase of the opening, a Five-On was thrown back. U Queen struggled to brace herself. The veiled bride turned and shouted to Thaning Ungait, "Please ask Thin Li Hon for help, or everyone here will die." Thuring Gait remained silent, struggling internally as her mind was a bit chaotic. But not long ago, Thien Li Hon just formed an alliance with Ngait Chi veering this time, making things difficult. Thumung Gait gradually let go, but relying solely on the strength of the four of us. It truly was not enough to withstand Kang Ti to Shi Kung. The water source beneath the pit suddenly evaporated, and Thuring Yiguite noticed. Confused, a voice emerged from the dust, asking, "What is going on?" Waking up from a nap, she felt like the world had changed so much. Time seemed to have suddenly stopped, and Thengan Gait was puzzled. Kantini Chi Kung suddenly halted, and everyone heightened their vigilance towards the stranger. Silver hair began to reveal itself. Thonung Gait seemed to recognize that familiarity. The luminous rabbit held tightly onto Chawu Yun, pushing her down to the ground. The green jade ring shimmered in the air. Tukulung yawned slightly and said, yet he walked leisurely and comfortably, saying, "I feel more relaxed than ever." The veiled bride was surprised and spoke up. "As for Kang Tek Shi Kung, just forget it." The Ningho Ningguite Nich said angrily. She said a bit angrily, "Nguite Chi Ving, are you crazy? Do you want to face the whole world?" The veiled bride thought with some worry, especially since I did not set up any defenses in the prison because of the true seal. The green jade was also gradually cracking, hidden within their bodies, continuously consuming their life energy. She glanced over at Liu Shi beside Su Lying. If there is no contract signed, then how can the Moon Chi King manage it? Hai Van was a bit surprised by the presence in front of her. The girl slowly said, "Infinite eternity under the action." Hai Van looked at Su Lying in disbelief. "How is that possible? Are there still people in the Bailuk clan who can do that?" The green jade was empowered. Surrounding it, the misty aura surrounding the Moon Chi King partially infiltrated the bodies of the two of them. Hai Van's thoughts swirled around Su Lying and Liu Xie, temporarily putting them in a state of limitless life activity without needing energy to sustain it. A beam of light suddenly shot straight down to the bottom of the pit. The moonlight rabbit shifted its gaze to the movement below. Chao Yin trembled and said with difficulty, "Let her go. She violently struck me." Chao Yin looked up at the moon, a smug smile spreading across her face. "Bidafine Guy," it said. "That guy is here too." In the moment of teleportation, even I did not notice. "There is some progress there," she fiercely challenged. But it won't work on me a second time. Suddenly, Chao Yin stiffened and stopped speaking, collapsing to the ground. Face down, Su Liang stepped forward, and Chao Yin could only open her eyes in silence. Su Liang sat down, reproaching her in a tone that truly sounds like a disobedient child. He gently placed his hand on Chao Yin's head and said, "It seems complete submission will take some time, so let us call it a day." Chao Yin could only mumble each word. How annoying. Bright rings instantly appeared among the crowd. The veiled bride was astonished to see that the teleportation of Baiti Fagayat had Su Liang rise to prepare to take Chao Yin away. The veiled bride shouted loudly, pointing, "The three supreme masters that I kept hidden for thousands of years cannot be taken by you to charge forward." Bright streaks quickly emerged from under her. A puppet quickly appeared. This is a puppet master born from the Four Holy Clan led by the Queen of the Western regions, also offering her physical essence. A cat mutant quickly appeared. The enchanted beast of Baithan. Next is a woman with strange hair. The Black Saint. A girl in blue immediately follows. The Holy Spirit. Finally, a mutant with powerful fire abilities appears. The Transforming Saint. The veiled bride is secretly pleased. Everyone is close to the power of the unrivaled fake puppet from years ago. The Phoenix bow has been fully drawn in their hands. The group of saints quickly advances to attack. They all have the same target. Tikugalai Ing. The green gem behind him instantly lights up. A blue light shoots straight up into the sky powerfully. The group pauses for a moment. And then the space is completely clear, as if no one had been there. The Skill Jade Nation. The green gem cracks slightly. Bhakti gasps in surprise. Just moments away from a distortion. Only a few seconds left. The veiled bride loudly orders, "Quick! Stop him. There is no more time." She points directly at Uvagan Elyu and says, "You still owe me a favor." Uvandra Mema glances at Thymwagite and lightly asks back, "What favor?" A burst of light suddenly shoots straight into the chests of the two. Thungwite lightly touches her chest, sighing with relief. So it turns out they were not talking about us. Hazithit Tinline rushes forward, pursuing. Ziovian follows closely behind, softly saying, "Since the favor has run out, let us put on a complete show. Please take it easy." Luzuestit speaks with a hint of sarcasm. "Although I really want to duel with Hythip or Eovian, my spirit is lacking." She raises her hand, revealing a gem that had shattered long ago. A massive spiked ice block quickly appears alongside Elusit's threat. "Don't waste my time." The veiled bride is quickly surrounded by sharp ice blocks, causing her to fall to the ground, facing the world. This progress does not seem bad. Tukua Lung turns to the veiled bride and softly speaks. "Then next time we meet," he slowly finishes his sentence, "let us let the moon god ritual come to an end." In an unknown place near some mineral veins in the eastern region, snow falls thickly, covering the ground. Workers are laboriously pushing mining carts on the snowy ground when something catches their attention. 3 loud explosions sound from the sky, accompanied by bursts of light like fireworks. After the light fades, 3 heavy figures fall from the sky to the ground. The one lying on the ground is none other than Tichu Langying. He thinks it is too dangerous. He almost could not make it back. Luckily, he acted convincingly. Completely exhausted, fortunately, in the end, the veiled bride gave up. Otherwise, just one emperor could have wiped us all out. Not far from him, Yingther Chu Sat struggles. But her body is too weak, so she gives up. Nearby is Chu Yun, lying sprawled out, sleeping like a pig. Bai slowly walks closer to where everyone has fallen. She sat down next to Twai and gently said, "First, let us take a good rest. After the Lord wakes up, we will have to face a certain reality." Transitioning to the western region, the sample square is filling the holes left by the battle. Thoong Guite is also channeling energy into that peach tree. Hansa sat by the edge, hugging her knees and crying uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face as she looked up to the sky and screamed, "It is all gone. Ingwite Chi Viding has lost all the treasures I saved for tens of thousands of years and ran away. I do not want to live anymore." Tiuhoda and Daidhan from a distance were also affected by her cries. "I can't go on living." The sound made them freeze in shock. Ansa kept wiping her tears, sobbing softly, when suddenly she noticed the sky was not dark anymore. The moon had returned to its full form. From afar, Luanan Nesui walked slowly toward her. "You clearly agreed we would not cry anymore. Right? I did not expect to wake up and see you crying. You have ruined the reputation of the 7 great miracles." Ansa was left in tears as Liananis Ulai comforted her. She cried loudly, throwing herself into her mother's arms. "I have been bullied." Daidhan, standing far away, heard this and wondered. Tiu, his mother, coldly reminded her, "Just ignore it. It is just a strange affectionate nickname between the couple." Nothing surprising, but the kid suddenly realized something. Wait, how could that be? If that way of addressing was true, how could someone from 50,000 years ago appear in this era? Transitioning to the Sea of Vivava, amidst the thick fog, there was a white coffin topped with antlers. Suddenly, the coffin shook and moved. Dulin groggily opened his eyes, his eyes widening in shock as he realized where he was. He lay on a thick layer of mist. With Hoan Guide in beast form beside him, she placed a foot on his face, gently shook him, and said, "Tikukulai Ing, I can't believe you have grown up so fast. It really surprises me. But you must be very careful. The first generation of Princess Vine has awakened, and the boundaries of the Sea of Venevia have become blurred." He grasped her training foot, wanting to hold on to her. But Hoan Guide's figure gradually faded into the mist. Her voice echoed in the fog, saying they might meet again soon. Tikuling shouted, "But you can hold on to anything." He jolted awake from the dream. Reaching out as if to grasp Hoan Guide, he recalled meeting Tiulasi in his dream earlier. This clear feeling definitely was not a normal dream. Bachtai heard him waking up and entered the room. She bowed respectfully. "Great Master, you are awake." The Yangho Nagwait Nitccc and Lang Thithu Sastyart were arranged to rest in a nearby tent. In another room, Ying Thithu Sit was sound asleep. Next to her was a jade bracelet. She began to report, "This is the military base of the Vira V system in the eastern region. There is hardly anyone here. Even the icy mist has not detected our presence." And Tuolung sat up to discuss the situation with her. Baidafi Gayat said, "This time, thanks to you. What is the current situation?"
Baiti replied,
"Master, forgive me for speaking frankly. We may need to cancel this operation. Your health condition is critical. Not only draining your energy, but also depleting your mental strength. This is extremely serious for a beast master. Although for you, a typical beast master needs to rest for 3 to 5 years. You only need half a year, but this time, we are just sacrificing the plan to steal the sword's sheath." He looked helplessly at her and asked, "So what about Princess Van No. 1 and the Ice Empress?" She did not answer directly, only saying, "Well, you should see for yourself." Then she cast a spell, and a sphere appeared in midair. Talayang looked at the scene unfolding in the sphere and thought, "Wait, this scene is not from Dongyu, but from the battlefield outside the star." On the battlefield outside the star, brilliant lights erupted from the collisions. Fragments of meters flying through space. Yu exclaimed, "So powerful. Compared to the battle between Hosa and Princess Van No. 2, this is on a whole different level." Beatty remarked that Princess Van No. 1 possesses very strong abilities, even able to summon the flowed body of Taishang Bitch Ho Keep. However, this battle is extremely exaggerated. At first, Princess Van was completely suppressed, and only when the Hong Tao's Bao pulled the moon closer did she barely fight back. But then when the moon returned to its original place. But now that we are talking about this, she hesitated and did not continue. Talayang replied, "I understand, given the current situation. You think the cloud density on this planet has become unusually thick, because as Axiao Lux said, the first generation of Princess Van has awakened." Baidi tried to advise, "So you understand now, right? Your current state should not get involved." Talayang, unwilling, clenched his fist tightly, trembling as he said, "But the last part of the upper Akshuan Gayat Swang Ho is just one step away. I can't give up like this, no matter what. I must obtain the sword key." He pushed his weary body to stand up, his eyes filled with determination. She ran after him anxiously calling, "Master." He tightened his cloak, thinking. Energy depleted. Spirit weakened, the team exhausted, and the beast warriors unable to fight. But all of these are just excuses that can't hold him back. The truth is, today, Yuchi Wang Dalayang will stand before the Ice Empress. Just as he thought, he donned his cloak and stepped out. At the same time, on the battlefield outside the star, Princess Van No. 1 appeared amidst the fog, taking the form of Dap Van Trying Gaiet. She nervously thought, "In fact, the Ice Empress has not shown her true power yet. She is just playing with me." Suddenly, Hone Gaiet was startled. From afar, she saw a burst of bright light rushing towards her. It was fragments of meteors speeding through space. She was scared and wanted to turn and run. But in an instant, many large and small stones gathered very close around Hoa Gaiet. She closed her eyes, trying to calm herself. "Stay calm, feel her breath." Sensing a stream of light weaving between the stones, Hoa Gaiet opened her eyes, focusing closely on it. When it was under control, she raised her hand and unleashed the spell. The Dimension Erasure. A mist swirled out like a tornado. Honengain clenched the beam of light tightly. She quietly rejoiced, finally capturing the essence. But Hoanguai's smile froze. As a hand pointed directly at her forehead, Minko said, "When you attack, there will be a moment when the dimension halts." Hoanguai could not believe her eyes. She was struck and sent crashing down to a nearby planet. When she landed, a huge explosion occurred, and the fire dissipated, revealing a large crater on the ground, weakly lying in the crater. She thought, "This is Bogo, one of the 7 great miracles. It is." And then Han Gait fell into a coma. Vintu landed, wearing an exquisite ice crown on her head, with her eyelashes coated in a thin layer of ice. Boing Habu stood by the edge of the crater. 3 beams of light appeared behind her, diving straight into the ground. The pink beam was Tambich Taiyu. Fian Fang, The second beam, silver in color, was Tambikyu. Fin DC Kong. Finally, there was a white beam. Pixtayu. And Tam Tek Bech tight. Bong Tu glanced at the three of them. And on the other side, a girl ran over to her with a big smile. She was Bang Fai Visung Fai. And as she ran, she tripped over a stone, falling face first right at Baho's feet. Tam Bich Tu saw the scene and felt it was all too familiar. Leaving her speechless, Kin Hung scolded. What are you doing? Hurry up and send someone to restore this place. Bong Fui Gegli lay on the ground, her face dirty, stammering in pain. She raised her hand to shield the girl. This action surprised Kun Hung. After calming down, she asked, Bang Hoku, what are you doing? Babung Ho coldly replied. You initiated the challenge. Following her gaze, everyone saw a dark shadow slowly appearing in the distance. Bohu continued. It is. The one who comes into view now is Tukal Ing. She thought this was the true plan of the Misty Sea, fighting by sacrificing the three peerless nobles. The reincarnation of characters from 10,000 years ago. But the 9-star demigod wanting to leave the temple surely still has a key condition. I do not know what that condition is. But the one at the top of Qingdao Huan 1,000 meters, Hai definitely knows that the time until the full moon fades is still an hour away. Nguite Chi Vinering would use this frail body to confront the strongest noble of this era. Bung Vi via Thin Lan Ho Tile along gritted her teeth, pushing her exhausted body forward. In front of her were two enormous shadows. One belonging to Li Kai Ti Waj, a king-level celestial system. The other shadow belonged to Bang Hai Vong Dan, also a king-level celestial system. She struggled to pass through, her entire body enduring immense pressure. Beams of light surged around to Kuling. Lukia Tu watched and said, why is that brat who fled a month ago back here? Is he heading straight into the jaws of death? With his current state of being half alive, he should just give up. He ignored the words and continued to step forward. Bong Hive Hively then added, perhaps he wants to die abruptly in front of Bang Hubbo to make a scene. Standing before the two gigantic birds, Tu Leng showed no fear. He shouted, get lost. I want to challenge the Ice Empress. Hearing this, they were all stunned. Tukulin quietly walked past them. Lue Tie and Bang Haiyao thought, if Nguite Chi Vang has reached the peak of Thin Liu Hon, then with his identity and achievements, he truly has the qualifications to go all out against the Empress. But is he serious? Does he want to challenge the Ice Empress in this state? Challenging one of the 7 great miracles. The Ice Empress Vi Than Lan stands at the pinnacle of this era. Tukulin coldly said, feel free to absorb. Even facing the Kachisi Bao. Ing Thith Yu Sisa. Ing Yi Si Cease. Or Hun. I won't let you exhaust your energy. I have been silently accumulating for this moment. Now that Thapin Nathan Thunan and Tambuch Tu along with the Ice Empress are all here. Unlike the phantoms on Then Zio Hone. These are the true entities. And Tuling spoke. Show me the limits of your evolution. Kun Ho The Ingite. Finally, he stepped before the Ice Empress, exhausted and panting under the immense pressure. Opposite him, the Ice Empress led the formation. Behind her was Tambich Taiyu, her entire being radiating cold. The chilling air sweeping over him made him shield his eyes with his hand. Tukul Ning gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. Tambik Tu exchanged glances in silence. But the contemporary Ice Phoenix could not stay calm like them. She stepped forward and shouted, Nguite Chi Ving, how dare you? Kin Hung quickly grabbed her, covering the contemporary Ice Phoenix's mouth to prevent her from saying anything foolish. Suddenly, with a flash, everyone disappeared, and Ting said, after one sound, if you have not taken my life, you must unconditionally agree to one of my requests. The Ice Empress coldly replied, Nguite Chi Ving, if you came here to humiliate me, then hurry back. Our battle will end in just 1 second. He conjured a weapon in his hand, and as it fully took shape, and Ting said, how long we can fight depends solely on me. The Empress's mouth quivered, and then she vanished in a flash of light. Tukulin closed his eyes to focus, as snow began to fall. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light struck, catching him off guard. The beam hit Tu Lai's body, sending him flying away. The beam carried Tukal, flung out of the ground like a shooting star. The Ice Empress only needed one strike to send him soaring from Earth to the moon. Circles appeared on the ground. She gradually materialized at the center of those circles. After dealing with Tu Lazinch, the Ice Empress lightly blew a breath, as if to say that defeating him was as easy as turning her hand. Everything before her had returned to its original form. The Ice Empress said, it seems the miracle of Gaiet Kwang ends here today. Suddenly, she heard Kuoing say, is that all your full power can do? The Ice Empress glanced towards the moon. On the moon, he stood in the middle of a large crater looking back at Earth. Earlier, Tikul Wang had been struck by her with such force that his body shot from Earth to the moon, not stopping there. The blow caused him to pierce through the moon, and only stopped when he hit a large meteorite. The collision created an explosion that shattered that meteorite array. Seeing Tuwug still alive, Bohu thought this existence was something never seen before. You could say that in the history of the entire world, it has never existed. This is a person who defies common understanding and norms, a completely new emperor. Bong Tu charged directly to confront Tu Ing, creating many explosions around the moon. Tam Bich Tu stood observing their fight from Earth, wondering what Nu Guai Chi Varing was actually using to fight. Qin Hung thought, with a body this exhausted, how could he withstand the Ice Queen's attack? Another massive explosion occurred. After the explosion, he gripped the sword and said, still 58 minutes left. Tu Kuang Yu swung Tram Tien Yun Guite forward, thinking that Tram Tien Yun Guite was just a facade. Tu Kuo Lung thought he could not confront the Ice Queen. He closed his eyes and silently told himself that the true fighting power was hidden within him. Suddenly, Tu Ling's gaze became firm, sensing that tonight we might create a real miracle. The undead system notification of the moonlight. The Emperor class. The undead absorbs all nearby attacks and impulses. If it reaches its limit, it will explode and die. Enhance protection ability. Increasing personal defense by 5,320,000 times. Dispersion refraction of force upon impact. After the cube is opened, 1% of the initial power will be retained. Undead. Heal all wounds within 60 minutes. And as soon as you escape this state, all damage will be pushed back to the opponent. Cooldown time of 30 days. From the central moon lake to the water moon, and even now, it has given up all attacking capabilities. But this also shows that the defensive aspect has evolved to the extreme. So at this moment, there is no reason to lose. He smirked lightly. Tu Kuoying hovered among a layer of cherry blossom petals. He looked straight at Bang Ho, challenging her. Ice Queen, come here and try to defeat me. She coldly stared at Taza Lun without saying a word, her body gradually becoming transparent, transforming into a powerful light that pierced through the petal layer and struck him. Tu Kuolung entered the undead state, feeling no harm at all. He thought in the 60-minute state of the undead, he would not suffer any damage, still waiting for the final moment to return all damage and defeat her in one blow. But still, there was something strange. Clearly, he was much closer to the moon. Yet he felt the moonlight within him fading more and more. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. So that is how it is the moon in this starry sky fake? Perhaps the true energy of the moonlight system lies in our celestial body. Finally, after a while of attacking, Bahu spoke up. How leisurely. And Guai Chi Ving, do you think you can hold out until the end just by defending? However, I have to say a word of admiration. This shield is thicker than the shell of one of those 7 wonders. Talying was startled. The turtle of Mai is one of the 7 wonders. Wait. It seems there really is such a thing. The so-called 7 wonders do not refer to the strongest combat powers, but rather to performing incredible acts. Once you reach a certain level of enjoyment, it will naturally be called the 7 great wonders. The first miracle is the Taoist priest saving the peach fairy, Snow Wheel Flower. The miracle of the love goddess kissing the demon of lust. The miracle of the indifferent 7-colored dead, Xiao Wangchua. The miracle of the moonlight palace. The water bottle witch. The miracle of the jade pearl sea, the sea sparrow, and the blue lin. The miracle of the sky queen, the ice queen. Ice Wuqian Lan Hao. The miracle of eternity. Could it be that the Ice Queen is referring to this final miracle of eternity? But the world only knows that there is something called the miracle of eternity. No one knows its true nature. Talying took a deep breath. Of course. This has nothing to do with him right now. He focused back on the announcement. The Ice Queen. She has 40 minutes left. She replied indifferently. Moonlight King. You truly are a formidable opponent. Even stronger than that little fog demon. But still not enough. Not enough to fill the void in my heart after the battle with the water bottle. The ice crown on her head gradually shrank. The Ice Queen said. Just right. You see, ice shards gradually appeared. The Ice Queen began to enter a transformation state. The armor on her body tore apart. An immense power gradually spread through the air. A large pair of wings appeared behind her. The Ice Queen said. What qualifications do you have to inherit the position of the water bottle? Extreme limit state. Release speed 10%. Ice layers also appeared around the meteors near her. The Ice Queen hovered in the air, coldly reminding. Moonlight King, if you are the one who awakened this era, then do not die too soon. The entire process of releasing power left him in shock. Then she transformed into a powerful light that shot straight into the object of death. That astonishing force propelled him rapidly through the universe, heading straight toward the sun. When they collided with the sun, it created a significant explosion. The smoke from the explosion dissipated, revealing a thick layer of ice on the surface of the sun. From a distance, one could see a large hole on the sun's surface covered in snow and ice. The Ice Queen stepped back, observing. This is my power. Moonlight King, you have been trapped in the heart of the sun. The surface has also been sealed by me. You cannot live to escape. Although it does give me a bit more fighting spirit. In the end, it is still just this. But she was suddenly startled by something. Van Queen cast a spell, sensed her surroundings, and thought in amazement. No way. There is still a breath of life from the Moonlight King. A small light appeared near the sun, and within that halo, He stood upright, unharmed, to lying focused on assessing. At this speed, it would take about 30 minutes to escape from the sun. The dead object, Thuthui, was still continuously absorbing. At the decisive moment, I will return everything to the Ice Queen, marking the peak conclusion of this era. In the Milky Way, the ice wind was becoming increasingly dense. Ice Queen quietly expanded her freezing power over the surface. Tuko stepped slowly closer to the surface of the sun, calculating the time. 30 minutes. 20 minutes. 10 minutes. One last minute. The layer of cherry blossom petals surrounding him became thicker. Facing Tuko, Ice Queen thought, this man might just awaken my fighting spirit again if I follow his words. The Yang family released a 20% limit. He raised the dark moonstone high, ready to fight. First striking the Ice Queen, then absorbing the warmth of the sun for another half hour. Even he did not know how terrifying the power of this strike would be. Ice-covered the sun began to show cracks. She was extremely astonished. Ice Queen Yang spread her wings, preparing to counter. When time ended, he swung his blade towards her, shouting, come here. Ice Queen. One strike came down, completing the technique of annihilation. The Ice Queen emitted a powerful light, and a huge explosion occurred. From far away on Earth, the explosion in the sky was still visible. Thousands of fragments shot out in all directions. Those fragments rushed toward the surrounding planets, creating many large craters on their surfaces. Tambich Tu quickly flew up, dodging the debris, clearing the dust, and thought, what level of battle is this? She was astonished to see something in the distance. A strong light fell to Earth. Tukogi flew amid the debris without suffering any injury. Looking around, he thought the freezing range was even larger than the area of more than a dozen planets. Is this the power of the old Ice Queen? However, even though he finally escaped the state of annihilation, the annihilation still used its shield to absorb the attack, and the shield's value only decreased by about 10%. That was Tuko Ling's final thought before slowly falling down. A pale hand reached out to support his back. Ice Queen held Tuxulin before he fell, looking at the boy in her arms. The ice shard on his head shattered, then slowly healed. Ice Queen thought, what a pity. I almost got killed by you. She stroked Tu Ling's face and whispered, this feeling is too wonderful. Moon Prince, you must stay with me forever. You can't just leave me like the Aquarius easily. 3 days had passed since the full moon night. Princess Van returned in a miserable state, shocking the world, proving that the unparalleled overlord truly exists at the pinnacle of the world. It was not a monster that the new era could challenge. But since that night, everyone could clearly feel the atmosphere of the world beginning to change. The number of sovereigns in the western regions began to increase at a visibly rapid rate. Even Princess Van, who had just returned after being severely injured, revealed no news at all. Meanwhile, in some ice cave in the eastern regions, Ting slowly opened his eyes. He asked in surprise, where is this? Your body is bare, and your hair has noticeably grown. Tuoleng sensed for a moment and suddenly realized, wait, after sleeping for a while, even the physical injuries from continuous fighting have healed. Not only that, the power of the beast gun has significantly increased, reaching 6 stars midway. Moreover, it is even stranger that I am locked in such a cold place. Yet I do not feel cold at all. The system announces that the Moon Chai book is being checked, and the host, Moon Chi King Tulaj, has a special physique, a perfect moon physique, resistant to ice attributes, and feels no cold at temperatures as low as -200 degrees. Hearing this, he was incredibly surprised. What on earth is happening? Right, the Ice Queen. Is she still alive? Tiko Yin looked around searching for her figure. Suddenly startled, he exclaimed in panic, the Ice Queen, seeing her naked body next to him. Tuoleng thought, what is going on? He wondered why he was sleeping with the Ice Queen. Tuko Yin still could not believe his eyes and asked, am I time traveling again? What is happening in this world? Then he turned to look with a suspicious gaze. How can she withstand that blow and be fine? And Tuoleng suddenly realized something unusual. He was very surprised when looking in the mirror. Is this? Suddenly, Tuoleng was petrified in an instant. He immediately ordered, Moonchi book, check the history of the physical condition. The system quickly activated search mode. Then the system displayed a huge screen. The system presented a series of notifications, stating that it had absorbed the blood of the ice deity. The ice system has improved. The body's gene activity has improved, and ice resistance has increased. Notification. The compatibility of ice has been severed by the perfect moon. Notification. Blood of the ice deity has been absorbed. The ice system has improved. The body's gene activity has improved, and ice resistance has increased. Notification. The compatibility of ice has been severed by the perfect moon X999. Notification. Received a special physique with ice resistance attributes. Tu Lung was stunned. What the hell is this? He began to speculate. Even though he did not know what the Ice Queen had done, It seemed like his transformation was caused by divine blood. Takualung slowly approached the queen. Noticing her expression, it seemed like a win-win situation. But he was still confused, basically not understanding her intentions. Suddenly, an invisible chain pulled Tu Ling's hand. His face showed confusion as he exclaimed. Then Iko Ning fell flat, his legs up in the air. He fell right where the Ice Queen was lying. She opened her eyes and looked at him as they stared at each other in shock. Tu Lung felt so scared that he was sweating profusely. The Ice Queen looked at him for a long time, biting her lip as if craving something. Takualung looked slightly confused as the Ice Queen gently touched his face. She pulled him in and suddenly kissed him. Takualung was caught off guard and blushed. The two continued to kiss passionately. The system interface appeared, reminding him, absorbing the divine blood of the ice deity. Ice power increased significantly. Gene activity in the body accelerated, and ice resistance also increased considerably. Notification. The compatibility of ice has been severed by the perfect moon. At that moment, Takualung suddenly realized. He pushed the Ice Queen back forcefully. Tikuo Nyingking covered his mouth with his hand. Coughing lightly, the system continued to announce that the divine bloodline's concentration had broken through its limits, gaining new powers. The blessing of the sky, dividing life into 7 stages. Any damage received that exceeds 1/7 of total life will be eliminated. Each segment will be restored every 10 days. Tukuo Nyu finished reading, still puzzled, and looked at the life fragment on the Ice Queen's forehead. Takualung suddenly realized. Wait, it turns out he had not defeated the Ice Queen at all. He thought to himself that he had only taken 1/7 of her life. Takualung wondered, but why did she grant this power to me? He raised his hand to touch his lips and thought. Moreover, it seems like my first kiss was also taken away. The Ice Queen spoke. Moonlight King, do not panic. You have already won. She cheerfully addressed to Kaljing. According to our agreement, you can ask me to do anything. Takualung did not hesitate to make his request. Can I have the Moonlight Blade from Tram Tin Yun Gait? The Ice Queen casually agreed without hesitation. Of course. That is why you came here. Right. I will take you there shortly, she added. The sky system in my hands is useless. I just did not want it to fall into the hands of the Moonlight King and the Rabbit Palace first. And Takualung still had doubts. All right. I have one more question. Why did you grant that power to me? The Ice Queen smiled softly and stepped closer. The Rabbit Palace is about to emerge. You must go there. Right. The Ice Queen replied. I am stationed at the cave. I can go with you. I can only try to enhance your combat power in the shortest time possible. She stepped forward and said hesitantly. The Aquarius Palace rejected me back then. The Ice Queen continued. Then, I had to wait 1,000 years. And finally, I waited for you. Takualung was stunned when he heard her say, your ultimate moon body can eliminate impurities. No matter how vile my aura is, it cannot change its properties. The Ice Queen seduced Tulaji. Therefore, I also have another ice power that I can freely grant you. She leaned in and whispered. But I have a small request. And Takualung stammered. What is it? The Ice Queen hinted. I want to leave the strongest bloodline descendant in this world. She listed them out, 3 hybrid systems. The Moonlight System, the Ice System, and the Sky System. Is that all right? After hearing this, Takualung was as if turned to stone, thinking to himself, to be honest, even in my imagination, I only occasionally think about Taiyu Lich and Tramtain Yen Ngai. Takualung scratched his head, thinking further, but the Sky System does not match with Ice. These 2 systems are too far apart. Seeing this, the Ice Queen immediately asked, what is wrong? The Ice Queen tried to entice Takualung. If you are the ultimate moon that appears once in 1,000 years, she leaned in and said, then you must know, even if you do this, it won't affect anything. Right? Takualung hesitated, saying, I am just thinking. Takualung hugged the Ice Queen and said, how powerful will the descendant you mentioned be? Takualung wants to confirm once again. She said in the next life, you seem a bit hesitant and asked, is it really strong? Bung Hoko smiled again upon hearing Takualung's question. She asked him back, not knowing if he had ever heard about the story of Thaithi, and you bitch how Kip Bahu recounted, as far as I know, 50,000 years ago. The Ythi Engu Butch Ako Kip had given birth to a bloodline with another Butch, Laki age. But she continued. After that there was no further movement. Can you guess why? She imagined a goddess with long horns on her head. Bapunu explained. From beginning to end, no one has ever seen that existence. It must have been sealed until now, tens of thousands of years later. To end this era once and for all, the true assassin is the Butch Latuftait Tex, a hybrid powerhouse condensed from the grace of many deities, and has the strength to end this era. Perhaps that existence has quietly awakened. The Princess of Vinan is just a fakid. Boong Hoko turned to look at Kalyalwi with a perplexed expression. Tu Lung was a bit puzzled. The power to end this era, Bung Ho Wu thought to herself. Indeed. relying solely on the strength of the four unmatched lords of the Kim the Peep. Bao Bain, Gi King TTC, and Nanamo is still a bit weak, but if we allied with Fu Hudo, the winter queen here, she asked Tuojing, what do you think, have you been moved? Bung Hu whispered in his ear, in our next life, we will definitely have strength that rivals mine. Moreover, she even attracted Tuka, and by lightly touching his face, and could also sign a contract with his deathly pale body. Tuolin closed his eyes and thought, decisively grasping Baiho's hand, his face slightly blushing. All right. I agree. Let us get started. Bung Hu was extremely excited to hear that. Good. She hugged Golnu's neck and said, but before we start reproducing, I first need to transfer some ice system power to you. Immediately after, Bahu gave him a passionate kiss. The system panel appeared, announcing the absorption of the blood of the ice system deity. The ice system compatibility has leveled up. The body's jealousy activity has leveled up, and the ice resistance has leveled up. The announcement stated that the ice system compatibility has been absorbed by the deathly pale body. The two stayed together from late night until the morning of the next day. A new day had begun. The system panel again displayed an announcement. Having absorbed the blood of the ice system deity, the ice system compatibility has leveled up, the body's jealousy activity has leveled up, and the ice resistance has leveled up to 1999. Announcement. The ice system compatibility has been absorbed by the deathly pale body X99. The concentration of divine bloodline has broken the limit, and the new power has reached the extreme ice level. The initial extreme ice level is sealed at 99%, leaving 1% of the self strength. Once the power is released, progress will gradually increase, up to a maximum of 300%. In the cave, all that can be heard now is the sound of heavy breathing. Tu Leng lay there, thinking to himself, finally, after a whole day, I am free at last. Indeed, debauchery is not just a one-time thing but countless times. Now, whatever the Ice Queen asks for, I doubt I can refuse. The Ice Queen jumped up and said, Tikugalai Ing, we can finally start the final step. This process will take about half a month. She asked if he was ready. Tukula Wang panicked and asked back, wait, what did you just say? Half a month? A drop of blood fell into the puddle. Tuolung was surprised. This is what you meant. To sacrifice for the future. He continued to ask, are we really going to drop blood here for 15 days? The Ice Queen replied, it will be ready soon. In a bit, I will jump down and incubate these essences. During these 15 days, you can freely wander in my cave. Tukuling was still very confused. Wait, is this how we can have children? The Ice Queen responded. Of course. Do you think we have to use primitive methods? If that were the case, even reproductive isolation and gender would not be able to break through. Tukulon Yenji blushed from not being able to engage in adult activities and felt a sense of disappointment. All right. The Ice Queen smiled lightly and then asked, what are you thinking about? She hugged Da Kunam from behind and explained. It seems like you still do not understand our relationship. In human terms, this means a companion. Even if you ask me for something outrageous, I might not refuse. And Tua Ling's face flushed as he hesitated to speak. The Ice Queen. Interrupt you. Let us talk about those things after I finish incubating the essence. She spoke sweetly. The sword was right beside. You can take it yourself. My dear. Tu Lung followed the Ice Queen's instructions. The system announced. Host Tukuo Ging of the Moon Chi. With a special physique, a perfect essence, and the ability to resist ice power. Once for the Moon God's ultimate ceremony. Once for the 12 constellations of moon wonders. Bestowed from above. Reaching the ultimate level. He thought to himself. Regardless of everything, this harvest is still significant. The essence of death. The power of the Ice Queen. And more. Suddenly, Tukul Ung realized something. Stepping into a magnificent space. Before him was a radiant sword. Talying touched it and commented. Compared to this, it was even more concerning that you noticed for a while, and then wondered about the Ice Queen's computer. Talying sat at the computer and thought that since they were companions, understanding a bit about each other's inner world should be fine. Right, you accessed the Ice Queen's computer, and Talying exclaimed in surprise. The computer displayed super high-level information about the most beautiful guardian, id in the Eastern Realm. The historical super-consumption of food for the lowly beast. The top honor server. Talying panicked, wondering if this was a serious internet addiction. Everyone said there was no signal in the Eastern Realm, but it turned out the Ice Queen had some unexpected message. A notification popped up. Today's hot news. The latest information about the Moon Goddess Temple. The Taiyin faction declared to the world that the Guardian Consort would awaken on the next full moon night. We welcome all powerful beings from various forces to the Central Realm to greet the return of the Sovereign. Looking at the details, Talying, with a shocked face, realized there seemed to be more information about the Moon Goddess Temple on this website. The computer displayed information that 3 princesses who challenged had returned in defeat, proving that the position of the Snow World Overlord was indeed unshakable, a topic of interest. The moon goddess temple personally suppressed the soul from the Western realm and captured 3 guilty emperors in the endless prison. It was suggested to attack the Song Moon sect immediately, a topic of interest. Click on the Moon King. Climbing to the top of the heavenly peach round at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The number of followers of the Song Moon sect increased by 16 times. The best achievement in the previous month. It also featured a photo of the moon goddess personally suppressing the soul of Sa from the Western realm and capturing 3 guilty emperors in the endless darkness. Into Liang's mind. He thought this photo was truly majestic, contrasting quite a bit with the other side. Messages popped up. Moon King. I want to be your dog. Demanding an attack on the moon sect. Stop making noise in this world. Power is paramount. If the Western realm has been invaded by the Moon King, then do not seek empathy online anymore. He thought to himself. Perhaps the Western realm did not expect this to enhance their reputation. The fans of the Song Moon should stop flaunting their strength. If you have the guts, let the Moon King challenge the Ice Queen of the Eastern realm. Yet, they still dare to claim to be the strongest of this era. It is really laughable. Liang could not believe it either. Who would have thought that the Ice Queen and he would have such a relationship? Returning to the cold ice cave. The entire space was covered with sharp, sparkling ice blocks. Liang called out to the Ice Queen. The guardian consort is about to awaken. I am going to the Central Realm for a visit, the Ice Queen replied. What did you just call me? Liang stood there in a daze. Thinking for a moment, he changed his way of addressing her. Wife? The Ice Queen happily said. Good. Go ahead. Liang had no choice but to comply. The ice blocks formed a long path leading to another place. Outside, dazzling light shone in, blinding Liang. Then he looked out, and 4 women were kneeling before Liang. Qin Heng showed great respect, while Bechtai appeared more brutal. And Fin Yilang pressed down on Bang Fai without saying a word. And Tulining spoke up. Come on, kids. Take a trip with me to the central region. At the eastern region's Van Vu mining camp, the ice was covered in snow, and the 3 girls sat there, trembling and crying, pleading, please, do not eat me. I am not tasty at all. Ying Thith Yu Sit reassured them. I told you I would not harm you. I only know to stop you from revealing anything to the Ice Queen. Besides, I have never eaten ice people. This is to prepare for a battle with the supreme blue painting. So it had to be spread. The 3 of them continued to huddle together. Crying, the Think Jolgusi shouted angrily. Are you even listening to me? Laughter erupted, and Alusis turned furious. And you? Stop laughing. Bechtai flew above the rock, observing from a distance. Thinking. Moon King, I still have no news. These 2 nobles, especially Bung Thich Alzu Sust, were originally from the highest clan, and were recovering their power at an alarming rate. Bechtai pondered. As just a high-level emperor, if these 2 caused chaos in the eastern region in a few days, she would not be able to stop them. She suddenly sensed something. Bechtai looked out at where Elju Sat was standing, flying over and saying, You are Bechtai, the great 3 bitch Taiyu. She thought to herself. Not only that but even Bang Fai was coming. Does this supreme being even realize what is going on? The atmosphere was extremely tense as the ice slowly split into 2, clearly dividing the factions. A figure emerged from the mist. And Tu Luing appeared with a shock. And Wang Thech Husas could not help but be surprised. Are you the Moon King? Bechtai suddenly realized. Wait, why is not it the Ice Queen? Tukulin calmly said. Bung Fai has sent Tambich Tiu and Wing Thichaldu sit ahead. While Thenji Hien Gait, Ingisi cease, and Bechtai Fine Gait will follow me. You plan the strategy for everyone. We will split into 2 forces, advancing from 2 different routes to the central region to face the Phi Thevri Kung, and that P Gait Thits. Kung and Bechtai replied. Understood. Understood. Bechtai was taken aback at Tulagain's demeanor. She wondered. What has the Moon King been doing for the past half-month? In the central region, the Thupi Guite Tress. The moon had appeared overhead. Messages were being transmitted. The ruler returned. Sorry. This is the era of Moon King Ti Quang. The Taijom faction should accept defeat. If you do not understand, just ask what the previous Moon King's rank was on the Thin Leo Hone. Those dogs in the Taiyam faction. First defeat the Moon God Palace. Then come to confront the Moon King. By the way, in this world, who can defeat the Moon King? A voice spoke up, sounding very upset. Well, the Song and Guite sect dares to play violent games online with me. If that is the case, then you better be careful. She threatened that on this full moon night, though P. Guite would rampage through this world with such a loose army. Do you really think the Moon King is no longer afraid of the moon reality? Her eyes gleamed with determination. Then let us get started. She commanded. The remaining 5 ceiling pillars shattered the entire sky around the 10th shadow pillar, casting a cold, grayish-blue hue. The full moon cast a pale light over the vast desolate land. Amidst the stillness, a group of people in white cloaks quietly approached. Their shadows stretched long under the moonlight. Before them stood towering stone pillars, ancient traces evoking a sense of the sacred and mysterious. The elder sister spoke. We will abandon the other areas and only protect the 10th shadow pillar. There is really no problem. Right. Further ahead, thick layers of ice covered the ground. Stretching all the way to the horizon, she hurriedly ran to report. Report. The 7th shadow pillar has been breached. The enemy consists of 2 high-ranking emperors. Massive beams of light appeared continuously. The elder sister shouted out another report. The 6th shadow pillar has been breached. It is the Overlord. The cold voice of the Overlord echoed, indicating that the subordinates of the 10 moons had completely joined forces. From the sky, she gracefully descended. It seemed this time the Wind Moon sect had also been pushed into a desperate situation, which is why they hurriedly released the Butching Yishi Than. The other areas can be abandoned. We just need to protect this last sealed place. The younger sister and elder sister shouted in unison. Understood. The Overlord gently landed before Chiu Wingguite. She respectfully bowed her head. My lord, thank you for nurturing me until now. But relying solely on my strength cannot stop this chaos. Her expression was serious. The Overlord continued. At this crucial moment, I ask you to give yourself. The two looked at each other in silence. In Chigo Ugaite's mind, someone's voice echoed. Just tell her that you understand. Under the pale moonlight, Chigo Ugaite gently tilted her head. Her gaze distant, as if listening to something resonating deep within her mind. Her lips slightly moving, she hesitated and then stopped. Her expression gradually became clear, calmly responding as if she understood. I understand, she cheerfully replied. Hearing you say that makes me feel relieved. Then the Overlord glanced back. And they would soon arrive, in another place. 3 beams of golden, blue, and bright red light appeared together. Vb shouted loudly. Who's it? A startled voice exclaimed. The Emperor of the Moon. Surrounding her were brilliant cherry blossom circles. Uvendra Memu gracefully bowed. Tam Viwa. UVM. Next was T-Wish, the Western Holy Clan, the Western Region King, and finally 3 divine beings, the Butchla Free Clan, and the 3 princesses. The Overlord blinked and said, I used up half of the resources from the Moon God Palace to persuade them. Amidst the dark night, the ground below was a gray land reflecting sparkling lights like diamonds. She continued, It is a pity that the eastern region is completely sealed off. Otherwise, the Ice Queen would also be here. In the distance, an explosion occurred, and the Overlord glanced and said, If that is the case, then even if the moon eclipse happens, it is not a problem. The lightning tore through the sky, casting cold light down onto the lifeless land. The thunder echoed like an overture for a raging storm. The master continued. Even the Moon Chi King would likely think twice before acting. A phone was raised, and Absi cheered. The real Thang Guide Emperor is here. On the phone screen, comments flooded in. Why is not the Moon Chi King here? The 3 reserve princesses and the Yu Queen Mother have also arrived. The nearest holy messenger has been revived. Looking ridiculous. Is that the Chuguangite Saintess? She does not look like a powerful being at all. Another person commented. If you do not understand, just ask. They invited so many strong figures to fight the Moon Chi King. Someone else responded. Can't you just say what you understand? Is the Moon Chi King that strong? Ax shouted. 666. Hey everyone. Suddenly a foot kicked hard in her face. Ax screamed. Hey. Who was that? The master looked at her sternly. She put her hands on her hips, glancing over and asking. Third Phi. What are you doing? Abhi quickly raised the phone, pointed at it, and said, This is Liv. Do you understand? The master stared at it with a puzzled expression. On the phone screen, her image appeared along with the comments. Master, you are so beautiful. So the Moon God Palace has someone this gorgeous. Oh no. And there is also a master this strong. I can see that now. Too cute. Who can resist that? Step aside. I am the only one taking the top spot, she happily said. Master, times have changed. Just the rewards from these few hours could cover all the costs for help from the Moon God Palace. Abba's voice rang out. Aren't I doing this for the budget of the Moon God Palace? Thoing Ungwite silently glanced at her. Suddenly lightning flashed across the sky. An explosion occurred. The light so blinding that all that could be seen was a white screen. The 6 of them. Thone Ugayat. Taiyu A. Ugiem. And the 3 princesses were all stunned. Beings in white cloaks appeared floating in the sky. The 3rd moon reality was seriously injured by Kim Liep Kung, still not awake, and the power of the 10th moon reality was insufficient to break the seal. Then one of them began to remove their hood. So let us rely on the 7 of us to destroy everything here. The master thought in astonishment. This is exactly what happened to the divine messenger thousands of years ago. Is this the mastermind who ended the Moon Chi King's 4 consecutive victories, causing Ho Ting Kung to retreat? Tin Tine removed all of her cloak and looked down at them. Her thoughts echoed. Tam Camp, the 2nd moon reality. Vivintin. Elsewhere, Tukul Nin was moving through the blizzard, while Tam bitched to you. Bang Phi And being Thichelzusad had all arrived. So I must too. Suddenly he stopped, eyes wide open. Glancing back, Tukul Lung thought of this aura. Looking at the two objects in front of him, he thought it might be a bit difficult now. In front of Tiko Tuna stood a monster with 2 red arms and legs, but only one eye grinning widely. Next to it was a floating cloak, trailing chains like the tentacles of an octopus. The white cloak spoke. Moon King, we both know this is our last chance. The red monster replied. The power of our Began God sect has run dry. So we can only end you here before the Disamoon truly invades the center. He contemplated. It seemed the Began God sect had truly reached a dead end. And these two had no intention of leaving alive. Tuling sighed. I do not understand. You approach them. I do not know what you are thinking. Tukulung coldly responded. Because I completely do not grasp the desire to leave that you mosquitoes have. A gigantic eye glowed in the dark sky, its gaze piercing through space as if traversing reality. A blue circle hovered in the air, emitting a gentle yet powerful light. The white cloak and the red monster stared intently. Their fear resonated, making me feel as if my entire body was being torn into pieces. This was a bright orb radiating calm yet potent energy. A sound echoed in the air. No doubt about it. Through the space-time continuum, today after 26,000 years. From Tukolgyu spread brilliant blue flashes of lightning. Then his thoughts echoed again. The Trunchum Tynan Guide had finally restored its original state. Tukul Ying held it in his hand. The mystical blue light surrounding both him and it like a thin mist exuding a divine aura. Tukul Ying thought it was surprising that after the shell of the Trom Tin Nin Guide returned, its form had also grown larger. The red monster and the figure in the white cloak stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, astonishment clear on their faces. It stood upright in the air, surrounded by a brilliant blue vortex, accompanied by 3 glowing orbs slowly rotating as if waiting for a summoning command. Looking at the sight, he suddenly understood. The Blade's shell was indeed made of the energy that formed the barrier. Tukul Ning's eyes glimmered with surprise. But is this truly the complete highle? A massive vortex enveloped around him, echoing his thoughts. Now she had surpassed most of the emperors, even possessing the strength to battle the Gemini. The jade ring beside watched the spectacle, thinking how great it would be if its true form were here too. The white cloak lunged forward. The Moon King decided the outcome. Tu Lin glanced and said, the commotion has gotten too loud. His voice remained steady. But I can let you disturb the Ice Queen. The ground cracked open. Bright pink light erupted like lava, creating a powerful halo. A purple energy ring wrapped around his body, with streams of light creating a continuously moving array. The red monster screamed in panic. The white cloak exclaimed, what is happening? Surrounding him was covered in pink magic. Tukul Ni stepped forward toward them. They trembled, thinking, as the supreme rulers of all things, how could they be afraid of a mere human? He gently brushed past the white cloak and the red monster, and around them, a pink magical aura enveloped just like Tukuling's. His words echoed in their astonished minds. All right. It is time to say goodbye to the remnants of the Ingin and Divine Sect. Leaving the white cloak and the red monster behind, Tukul Ying continued forward, determined to sever all ties with the past. He raised his weapon high. A blue light appeared, and then Tikuk Li forcefully plunged it into the ground, splitting the earth apart. In the swirling space, glowing petals of energy formed a floating circle around him. The tip of the spear pierced the ground, transmitting powerful energy that caused the stone floor to crack. The yellow light from the crack spread like lightning. In the distance, the red monster's twisted face showed panic, howling in shock. As if this desperate strike was taking him back to that fateful year, he stepped back, his eyes filled with disbelief at the erupting power. The guardian of the twin crescent moon bow stabilized the soul. From the high sky, a massive green beam of light shot straight down to the ground with a thundering sound. The sky seemed to tear apart in that moment. Waves of energy radiated from the point of impact, shaking the dark mountain range below. Rock shattered and dust clouded the air. Meanwhile, the faint silhouette of the return of the phoenix gradually faded away in the blinding light, scattering into streams, merging into the center in the floating red light. Tukul Ying stood tall on the dry ground and softly said, had I known this, I would have only used a fraction of my strength. What difference would it make from an unaimed strike? Buxteen looked down at Taekoning, her expression one of bewildered amazement. She said, Master, this is truly frightening. The jade ring hovering above had already developed a few small cracks, and Buxti fell into deep thought. The Moon Chi King himself absorbed this strike. Otherwise, let alone the treasures of the emperors, I might not even exist, he calmly said. All right, to the central region. She exclaimed, no need to teleport. We can reach there in daylight as well. Tukuling sneered. Either way, for me now, it does not matter if it is a full moon or daytime. At that moment, below the tower, everyone looked up at the dense lightning network. Chigulangwite stood silently, no one speaking. Her red hair and eyes were fixed. Murmuring, 77 supreme rulers. The ruler sneered. Thinking this welcoming ceremony seemed a bit too formal, the remaining members held their breaths. Tin Tun looked down and said, "It seems like no one wants to fight me." Suddenly, something happened, and she abruptly halted. Thone and Gwite stepped forward to confront, pulling a pink umbrella from her chest. Under the pitch-black sky filled with lightning, Thone Gwite stood silently from afar, holding the light pink umbrella, her gaze fixed on the sky where several figures hovered. The ruler thought in astonishment. That umbrella surpassed even the one of the emperors, the upper moon. Niwite Navi, along with the entity Daiplian Ho, spoke with an air of superiority. The heavenly convergence has never participated in any large-scale battle during the moon god ceremony, and has never been suspected of siding with any faction. Tintine's gaze fell as she heard Thawing and Gait continue. It is just because of the friendship with the disciple from Ho Tien Kung. Her expression was cold, and as an ally of Ho Tien Kung, I naturally have to repay you with a blade. The girl heard this and burst out laughing, causing Tintine to laugh so hard that she nearly tipped over. The girl laughed loudly. What kind of friendship is that? If you want to avenge your mother, just say it outright. Thurn and Gwite's face was completely enraged at this moment. In the air, Tintin suddenly dove down, her hair flying, her face vicious, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The girl shouted, "If you want to leave, then I will test how the Moon Chi King has been champion 3 times in a row at the Moon God's ceremony back then." A column of blue energy shot straight down, lifting the ground into a swirling vortex of brilliant light. Her voice intensified with the thunder. What is the purity of the bloodline? Just then, a huge explosion erupted in the air, debris and dust flying everywhere. The dazzling light blowing the ruler's hair back. She instinctively turned away, shielding herself from the terrifying shockwave that had just crashed down. The scene below shattered, as if the land had just experienced an earthquake. The silhouettes of warriors collapsing in the dust. The red-haired ruler looked alarmed. Where are the great emperors of Tharing and Gait? She replied that they had already moved and struck in an instant. In the central region near the southern sea region, a massive explosion occurred, stones scattering everywhere. And in the center, a brilliant source of energy emerged. Tharing Gait waved her hand, unfurling the cherry blossom umbrella in defense. In an instant, petals filled the sky, covering the blinding light rushing toward them. A snort echoed, followed by a stream of murderous intent rushing by. Tintine growled as she charged straight ahead. 2 opposing beams of light tore through the night like 2 stars colliding. The air shook, and energy burst forth, creating a fierce vortex. The ruler silently observed the situation and made a decision. If the battle has begun, then we should choose our opponents and join the fight. Suddenly, snow began to fall heavily, and she opened her eyes in surprise. Among the ruins, the magnificent structures were now nothing but debris and dust. A massive ice column stood in the midst of heaven and earth, cold and sharp. At the top of the structure, Ying Thithu Sisa, along with Bang Dan and Kang, stood silently looking down. On the other side, Thorong Gait and Tun Tine both paused their fighting. She thought the aura was really strong. Could it be from the Zhang Ho clan? Ingring Thechu Site shouted. "Stop fighting. Everyone look at me. I have something to announce." The ruler, UVM, and Kipengwite were all confused. Ingring Thechu Site mock. "You are all fools. The reflection on the mirror shows the legendary Tam Buch Tu. Finally, we see the real person. I think all the emperors are very handsome. Why does this snow maiden look so pale like a corpse? I completely do not understand. But it seems like there is a bit of an EQ issue. The Tam tribe is just like that. I can only say that the legendary Ice Queen must be even more stunning." Xiaoho and Lady Yu stood silently, gazing ahead. The girl bowed her head in thought, wondering why this guy was associating with the eastern region's 3 jade spirits, instead of following Moon Chi Wang as he should have. If that is the case, where exactly was Moon Chi Wang transported to? At the same time, Lusa and I faced the overlord, unconcerned, smirking in disdain. "Even if all of you charged at me, it would not matter." The pillar surrounded by iron chains began to sway. The figures in white robes floating above observed the situation, and one of them spoke. "Don't get agitated. This guy does not seem like just a troublemaker. Leave it to me to handle." That person began to remove their hood and issued commands. "You all keep an eye on things. It is best to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate the false overlord of the Moon God Palace." After saying that, the individual charged toward Alzu's side, a light emanating from their body that seemed to rip through the cloak, revealing their true form. It was the 4th Moon Reality Combat God. The girl standing with the overlord was shocked and incredulous. Is that the 4th Moon Reality? Why does she look so badly injured and on the verge of death? The overlord looked at the wound on the Moon Reality and sighed. That is just an external injury. It has been thousands of years, and it still has not completely faded. Hearing this, she touched the wound, trembling in indignation. "This is the mark left on me by the one who became the Ice Phoenix. I swear." Pointing at the Moon Reality, she laughed mockingly. "So you are just the defeated subordinate of the Eastern Hotu clan." Her laughter ignited her killing intent. Surge of power flowed down from above towards the stone embedded in the ground. Lilduistit walked slowly in the whirlwind, gently exhaling a breath that pierced straight into the center of the storm core. The storm core gradually dissipated, with Elduisift inside it. Unharmed, the moon reality gritted her teeth in anger. Unable to do anything against her, Lucite extended her hands, curling them like claws as if preparing for the next strike. But surprisingly, it was just a stretching motion. Lady was confused, wondering what she was doing. Before she could figure out what was happening, she abruptly turned her back, freezing in shock. A rock came flying from somewhere straight toward the group of Lady Yu. Lucite excitedly praised. Not bad at all. Iveen below cursed. What are you doing? Is this fun? Han Guite quickly intervened. Forget it. Do not fall for her tricks. This one has fought with Sai before. She suggested. We should seriously deal with those rabbits from the Taijuan M faction. Suddenly, Honenguite gasped in fear, looking up at the sky, as the third moon reality, the owner of the Traumangite prison, appeared. The moon reality spoke. Third moon reality, your injuries have finally healed, and you can open your eyes to this extent now. From the stone, a voice emerged. A bunch of useless trash wasting time. Why not just kill this one and finish it? The Overlord, weary, stared intently at it. And unexpectedly, the third moon reality unleashed a great force towards her. The Overlord raised her hand to defend with all her strength, cracks appearing on the shield of power. She had lost hope, smiling as she accepted her fate. Given her strength, being able to withstand this much was her limit. My lord, it is up to you next. That power shattered the shield and pierced straight through the Overlord's heart. She collapsed onto the cold ground, a smoking black hole appearing on her chest. Queen Yu was filled with surprise, worry, and fear as she shouted. No way. The renowned Overlord of the Moon God Palace could not withstand a casual strike from the third moon. Little Tiger explained. Well, there are rumors that the Palace Lord of the Moon God is quite weak. But still, they are the strongest force in the central region. At this moment, the Overlord's eyes were vacant, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Just then, a figure appeared in those eyes. That person was the Overlord of the Moon. Happily whispering, My lord, you have finally come to take me away. She reached out to stroke her head and praised her. Maintaining the Moon God Palace for 1,000 years has been a great achievement. You have done very well. Leave the next steps to me. With that, the Overlord completely disappeared. Queen Yu was stunned. What? That was the scene where the familiar returned to the Beast's space. But this should not be possible. The 16-year-old Saintess of the Moon God Palace is the master of the Overlord of the Moon. Hei Van and Honen Guyot also found it hard to believe what they were seeing. The third moon shouted. No way. The contract with the Overlord of the Moon is not her. Could it be? Suddenly, a stream of energy escaped from Chiguangguite's eyes, revealing the form of a human. Everyone saw that figure and gasped. The Celestial Maiden of the Moon gritted her teeth and asked, That damn old hag has not died yet. Just how much longer can that old woman live? The Celestial Maiden silently escaped from her body, while Queen Yu and Hei Van could not believe it. It was actually the Celestial Maiden. She turned her head and said, We need to be quick. There is still 27 hours until the Millennium event. The Celestial Maiden stepped forward, affirming that every minute and second of emergence is extremely precious. She spoke to the corpse lying on the ground. Little Chiguangguite, please step back for a moment. With that, the corpse stood up. Chiguangguite raised her right hand, and a surge of power enveloped it, revealing a flute. Everyone gasped in surprise at what she held. Queen Yu quickly covered her ears in fear. The Celestial Maiden said, Play it. The sound of the seven-stringed phoenix resonated, the sound weaving throughout the space, and no one could escape it. Nguite the Sea held her ears in worry, thinking, the upper celestial phoenix song. That sound began to change, burning bright red like blood. Nguite the Sea's voice rang out. At the moment she concentrated her essence, the power of all beings that heard the flute would be forcibly reduced by 50%. She confidently said, not noticing the growing phoenix as it absorbed power. In other words, the more people who heard the flute, the higher their levels would be. And ultimately the essence that would be concentrated would be even more powerful. It does not matter if ordinary people hear it. As long as the overlords do not hear it, it is all good. Even if there are dozens of ordinary beast masters here, it only matches the presence of a few emperors. So it can't allow the maturity of the main body to reach an extremely exaggerated level. Now, Nguite the Sea looked at the creature before her and shouted, No way. Which idiot does not know to cover their ears? The loud laughter behind caught Nguite the Sea's attention. It was too much fun. Not to mention the feeling of the pet's power continuously dissipating. It was quite a novelty. Lulusen spoke while lying still, letting the power fade away. At that moment, the phoenix soared straight into the sky. It rushed toward the third lunar eclipse. A loud explosion rang out, bursting forth flames like fireworks that filled the sky. The eye of the third lunar eclipse shattered into 100 pieces, slowly disappearing into the void. Hai Ven could not believe it. Just a single attack defeated the third Ningguite the Sea. Is this the 9-star demigod of the ancient era? The celestial maiden played her flute. Controlling her music, she lowered her flute and looked ahead. The celestial maiden quickly retracted her flute. She hurried away, surprising everyone. The celestial maiden hugged Chikoungguite and called out, "Hurry up. If we delay, it will be too late." Soon after, a massive surge of power shot up into the sky. Avina anxiously asked, "What the hell is going on? Could it be that the earlier display was just a bluff? But they actually used all their strength." Yu Wu pointed and shouted, "Look over there. On that iron staff. An unknown hole has appeared. And it is emitting power." She shouted a warning. "Guardians of the Palace. The Butch and Guest Khan is about to awaken." The celestial maiden continued to run, exclaiming, "This is too terrifying. Nguai Chi Ving. If you stay there any longer, you will lose your qualifications as the moon god sovereign." Cicine Nguite looked on, confused about what was happening. Just how much has that little brat grown? A light and boundless power surged straight in one direction. In the central region of Vying Hai Oven, Tuoleng thought. The breath of the Gemini and Virgo was rapidly moving westward. Could it be trying to avoid me? He closed his eyes, and a black object resembling an eye appeared on his forehead. The eye scanned for traces, and upon seeing what he sought, Tuoleng wondered, was it really just seconds away from escaping my sight? He raised his hand to his chin in contemplation, sensing the Gemini and Virgo moving simultaneously. Could they both be under the control of the same beast master? Somewhere near the western region, the celestial maiden and Chikoungguite stood on a cliff, sighing in relief, as they seemed to have escaped his probing range. Chikoungguite asked, "Master, what are we running from? Even if the Palace is powerful, it can completely annihilate us. Are we just going to abandon the Moon God Palace like this?" She was puzzled. "The Fidu Palace," the celestial maiden explained. "Little Chikoungguite, you misunderstood. This time I appeared, of course, ready to fight the Palace. But the situation has changed." She worriedly added, "A real monster has invaded the central region. I can't let you stay there any longer. I have a feeling that if you see everything with your own eyes, you will lose your fighting spirit, and your status as the Moon God Priest will be erased." Thinking back, as the ruler of the Moon God Priest, you must be strong enough to make me lose my will to fight. At the same time, at the stone staff surrounded by iron chains, a lightning bolt suddenly struck, shattering them. From the dust emerged a figure, and Wang Mu and Little Tiger looked on in fear. The Half-Slave Ven group was equally astonished, as Nguite the Sea and the white-clothed group respectfully clasped their hands in front of their chests. That person was Nguite Daiwungaing Kung, the 8th guardian of the Palace, leading the current Taizamam Thupiogwite to unleash the bitch Engu Skan. Thiering Guide and Tin Tine stood tensely facing each other, when suddenly the girl startled as if she had discovered something. Tin Tine turned her head and instantly vanished, leaving Thang Yu Guide in shock. She wondered in confusion why they suddenly stopped fighting her. Could something have happened over there? Ingiti Khan stood firmly there. She took a deep breath, and Kina Khan shouted, "I, Celestial Maiden." Immediately, numerous lightning bolts rained down from the sky. Little He was struck by the lightning and could do nothing. As the lightning ceased, she collapsed and lost consciousness. Wang Mu was using her power to shield herself. The group of Lulzu sawed on the cliff observed everything, licking their lips in interest. Finally a worthy powerhouse had appeared. A hand lightly touched Inkasi Khan's shoulder, and the Taejam camp's Tinangite Chi Ving appeared right behind her. Tunangite Chi Ving snapped her fingers and said, All right. If you are out now, do not be angry anymore." She laughed and said, "Don't you have plenty of old friends here to welcome you?" Zovian. Hi Thip. Tunangite Chi Ving looked at Awusad and asked, "Why is there also the Vaiku clan here?" She waved her hand in a friendly greeting to her, and Tintin appeared, exclaiming in joy, "The great Begdexus Khan has arrived." She remained silent and did not respond. Intis Khan looked up at the sky, puzzled. Is this the moonlight of this era? She glared, then opened her mouth wide to gather power. Tinangite Chi Ving noticed Intraith Khan's actions. Butch Tight watched, confused, and asked anxiously, "What does she want to do?" She humorously replied, "I do not know. This child is very temperamental. Once she is angry, even someone like me can't stop her." The source of power gathered increasingly, and when the moment came, she released her power skyward, shaking the very ground. That power aimed at the moon, colliding with it and shattering it into thousands of pieces. Everyone below watched as the fragments rained down from above. Everyone found it hard to believe what they had just witnessed. They were left speechless in astonishment. They were astonished by the unprecedented immense power. Kan Hung exclaimed, "Impossible. This scale of combat power is completely beyond our understanding." Tikult Nying stood there in shock, unresponsive, smiling excitedly. It truly is an inevitable destiny. At this moment, Ingwite Chith announced the newly acquired physical form of the heavy moon body. Waving the white jade banner, the moonlight physique before you can absorb the blood moon. Sacred moon. Ultimate moon. And heavy moon traits. Allowing you to choose one of the bloodline inheritances. The sacred moon transforms the summoner's beast power into moonlight essence, enabling the beast to unleash its full combat strength anytime, anywhere. Maintaining full glory during the day, it doubles its power at night and specializes during the full moon. The crescent moon specializes on full moon nights, losing all combatability at other times. Ultimate moon. In this life, you can only form a contract with a moonlight-type beast, but by maximizing your allure, you can attract a large number of moonlight-type beasts. Heavy moon. The prerequisite for this physique is to have divine blood, allowing you to freely manipulate the evolutionary path of your moonlight-type beast. Tu Glong looked at Ngait Chithaj, pondering. The heavy moon physique is truly incomprehensible from its description alone. You calculate that, in other words, you must personally witness the evolution level of the guardian of the Moon Rabbit Palace to make an informed decision. Tu Ying wondered which path, between the crescent moon and heavy moon, would truly lead him to the destination of evolution. He turned and said, "Please check for me what the true power of the Moon Rabbit Palace is." The jade pendant was stunned. Was he really talking about himself? It feared that my true form had long perished. And with this frail body, how could it defeat the white jade guardian? Ngait Chith, I want to proceed with the prize draw now. Tukuling did not mind and spoke up. Ngait Chith, I want to proceed with the prize draw now. You know what I want. Right. I will only draw once. You are informed that I will determine how to treat you in the future, based on your performance. There is only one chance, so cherish it. After saying that, it flipped the page. The announcement has now unlocked the new library. Tukuling praised. Good job. That is how it should be. I will reward you later. Suddenly, it sensed something unusual, impossible. This aura is the manifestation of the true form of Mingyik Sis. Moonlight System. Supreme Stage. White Jade Tranquil 7 Mysteries. Upper Moon. The true form of Inga Sai was obliterated 70,000 years ago by the miraculous void. Upper Moon. One of the 7 great miracles that severed paths. The jade pendant trembled, exclaiming that after 70,000 years, it was finally seen again. It rushed towards Inga Sis, and upon touching the pendant, it shattered completely, surrounding her in a sphere of energy. He commanded, "All right. Help me check the current strength of the Moon Rabbit Palace." Ingikizi looked straight at Ateldring. Walking closer to him, Ngisi gently pressed her lips against Su Liang's lips, and he looked at her speechless, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, the area where the moon was shattered by Enda Ki Kan was in chaos. Everyone was on alert looking ahead. Tin Tun thought. This is the protector of the Faithar Kung, the radiant Baidus Khan. This is why he was once called the Moonlight Demon God. The girl standing behind the rock was horrified. Could anyone really defeat the Faithar Kung? Even the great Emperor Thing Ungait could not destroy the moon. She was desperate. Could there be no living being in this world that could contend with the Faithar Kung and the Tun Ngai Chi Avrang? Just then, the Tun Ngai Chi Vizungung noticed a sudden flash of green light appearing. Insifi smiled as she appeared. And Hoan Guide asked Hasai Vine, "Who is that?" The little girl replied, "I do not know." Tin Tun and the guy in the white cloak also had no idea who it was. Lucette was shocked and could not believe it. And Kinichi flew over to Marshi Khan and said, "I never expected that after tens of thousands of years, these little demons would appear so arrogantly." She asked, "What is this?" with a friendly smile. She replied, "Never mind. I have lived since 70,000 years ago. And in this world, only 4 people know my true identity. Thandring Hun and Niguite, trapped in the hands of the Empress Thang Ngait, was hiding far away to watch the battle. Xing Thich moved in, while Linga Khan gritted her teeth in anger. "What?" she shouted. That condescending tone really made people furious. Ingati Khan opened her mouth. Gathering her strength, she charged straight at Nuzasis. But contrary to that, MCC was not afraid and smiled at her. The attack could not touch Nifcis. The energy above her head and the rocks floated up as if suspended. Tinanguite Chi Vivrung wondered. What is going on? Is time frozen? Uving Emu shouted. No way. Thuring Guide explained that it was not time that was frozen, but the space around her had been stretched infinitely. At that moment, Insifri flew up, and Ninja Khan shouted for her to stop. Her feet brushed against the pure white fur without her realizing it. Ngiti C smiled and said, "Good. When facing the moonlight, you should always maintain a basic attitude of respect." Got it. Iveen then realized and shouted, rushing to Butch Nikash Khan. The girl hiding behind the stone could not believe it. How could she be suppressed like that? Tin Unguite Chi Vizan thought gloomily that she had a bad feeling from the start, which is why she deliberately asked Phi Ether Kung to hold back their strength. Looking back now, indeed that Moon Chi Vuving was not easy to deal with at all. The sound of her laughter caught Inquinf Tsi's attention. Even her face was not daring to show. Was the current Moon Chi-vung really that weak? Finding out that the Moon Chi-vung guessed the reason for sending her to investigate was because he was afraid in the moon form of the rabbit consort. Right. Everyone looked at her speechless due to her silly remark. Tinangwai Chi Vinagog awkwardly asked. Could he be very strong? She looked at Ningafisi curiously. Are you from the Gemini? The Tian coat? Or the Neon? She replied lightly. Unfortunately, none of those. Good. The Moon Chi-vung is not afraid of you. He just wants to know if your current level is enough for him to take action. Hearing that, she clenched her teeth in anger. Intikan conveyed to her mind. Boss. If the Moon Chi-vung has said that, we should temporarily withdraw for now. The current Moon Chi-vung was the one bound to the Kim Ziep Palace. Not long ago. He had surpassed Princess Venus S and reached the highest point of Thin Leo Hon. While Tin Ngai Chi Vijing silently wore a defiant expression, she looked at Nekshi Khan, who was trembling violently, and felt worried. Wait, what are you doing? Does the Kim Liep Palace have a grudge against you? She replied furiously. Yep. But I heard that the concentration of divine blood inside the Kim Liep Palace is the highest in the world. Ingo Kan suddenly began to read the numbers aloud. My blood concentration is 177%. The Ice Queen is 180%. The Peach Blossom is 190%. And the Golden Butterfly has surpassed 195%. Although blood concentration has nothing to do with combat power, the current Moon King is related to the Golden Butterfly. She wondered, could this be Moon Diu's punishment for our betrayal? She was stunned when she heard those words. Ingo Kan seemed to affirm that this era would soon come to an end. But before that, I would have to fight with all my might against the Golden Butterfly. The divine blood in my body is boiling. With those words, she concentrated her boundless power. Ingo Kan was excited. I could not wait any longer. I had to quickly defeat the obstacle in front of me. As she spoke, Nigo Kan surged forward with her strength. The clash of two powers created a loud explosion and blinding light. Ingakuk extended an arm to gently absorb the blow. I already said. If you do not want to waste stamina, or you want to meet the Moon Chi King. Her hand reached out, condensing power into a hammer. Ingakuk struck a blow directed at Ngak Kan. Then let me see your true strength. It crashed straight into the protective barrier, which cracked. Thuong Gaiad observed the situation and quickly spoke up. Oh no. The protective barrier of Lord Dao Vien is up. The Moon Chi King remained silent. Her expression grim. She ordered to give it their all, then to fight quickly and decisively. The former Moon Chi King assessed the unfavorable situation and thought, if only the one arriving was an unparalleled expert, I would not have to expend so much energy. She looked at Ngok Kux, who lightly attacked, and sighed. Who would have thought that the path was that high-in? Yet they would sacrifice themselves for Moon Du's envoy. The former Moon Chi King gritted her teeth and ordered, open it all, strike fast and win fast. Ngo Kan's eyes filled with killing intent as she heard the order. She grinned excitedly, her whole body ablaze with power. The needle pointed at 12 of the clock, and the terrifying force surged straight at Ngok Kuk. Ivan exclaimed, so this is its final form. Lusat said with interest, almost on par with the Ice Queen. Ngok Kuk's power shield shattered. She smiled and spoke. Master. This is as far as my limits go. Ngok Kan lamented. What a pity. I can't force her into her full moon form right now. To Long, in another place, calculated that for the sake of exploration. He had not yet signed a contract with Ngok Kuk. They had not officially merged, even hundreds of kilometers away. The terrifying oppressive feeling from Phytho Palace could still be felt clearly. He pondered. If it were the old me, I would have been scared to death by now. To Luong spoke up. It is. You have done very well. Take a break for a bit. Ngo Kan bared her teeth as if she wanted to devour Ngok Kuk's, her claws almost touching her face while Ngok Kuk showed no fear. Suddenly, Ngo Kan's expression changed. She hurriedly ran in another direction. Ngo Kan dashed to shield the former Moon Chi King. She was confused and looked up at the sky. Uvungarimamu was puzzled about why Ngok Kan suddenly stopped her attack. What was going on? Before she could finish her sentence, she realized something was off. Trum Tin Yunengite appears from the sky. Dao Vien Bean. Can't you care at all about our lives? It is infuriating. Everyone is scared. How can this be? The complete shattering of the 7 mysteries. Yin Gait Xung Ho Thinning says. How can this be? Isn't the key to the upper mysteries of the Xtung Ho already in the hands of the Ice Queen? Yu Vung Emu holds her face in despair. What to... If this keeps falling, everyone here will die. It rushes towards Nifafkan. She spreads her arms to shield Tan Nagait Chi Vine. A loud explosion shakes the area. The light from the force dazzles the eyes. Yu Vinamu closes her eyes tightly, then opens them to look ahead. U Vung Amemu can't believe it. Are we saved? The strength of Thung Gait has saved everyone. Her gaze is steady. Thung Nungait is surrounded by a powerful force. The heavenly maiden wonders if the Emperor Thuang Gait is from Ho Tin Kung. This is indeed tricky. If the guardian of Ho Tung Kung has been born, then surely the awakening of that one is not far off. Right, the one who ruled Ngai Thunche for 3 cycles. Known as the strongest Siu Tine Biwine Thun in the history of the sacred Ngaiats Dao Vang. The group of small stars lies unconscious on the ground. Tien Nguai Chivang trembles. Did the Nguai Chivang take the shell of the Trom Tin 1 Yen Ngaiat from the Ice Queen? The girl grits her teeth and calls out, "Boss." She was hurt from that last strike, she whispers. Little White Tun Nguai Chivang stares in shock at what is in front of her. Trom Tam Yang Yen Ngaiat is pointing straight at her face. Inyukan tries to hold it back with both hands. But it seems her strength can't match it. A Trom Tin Yen Ngaiat closes the distance. Tien Nguai Chi Viving anxiously calls out, "Little White." She is trembling from helplessness. Tun Nguai Chivang struggles to rise in anger. Even the previous Ice Queen never did this. However, the Nguai Chi Vidong has not revealed her true form yet. Pushing us to the brink, she commands, "Little White, use all your strength." Nintikan immediately closes her eyes. The power above her head opens up, starting to spin. She feels it is time to raise her hand and unleash power towards the sword. A loud noise echoes as the power strikes the ground. Everyone screams as they see Tromcharm Tinian Yungite embedded in the ground. Did it go through? Thoing Wungite coldly replies, "Her bones are so strong it is unbelievable." Yet they blocked a strike from Ein Gaigite X Zung Ho. A Trom Tinyan slashes at Nus Khan but fails to penetrate. She opens her sharp eyes. Nginiv Khan unleashes a terrifying amount of power. Yan Guite shoots straight towards the green mirror, shimmering with a mysterious light. Inge Khan struggles to hold it back with all her might. Both resist for a moment. She tries to hold Yin Ngite tight with her hands, striving to move away as far as possible. The orange and green energies collided. Ningo Khan released Yen Ngite, and the ground began to tremble slowly. Wang Mao exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that just relying on her own energy pushed Yen Ngite's flower blade apart? Ngo Khan slowly gathered her inner power, a flame igniting around her. She was slowly compressing her inner power. The concentration of divine blood reached 180%, 185%, 190%. And the transformation rate accelerated rapidly. The pure white fur of the white clouds gradually turned bright yellow. She continued counting. 195%, 199%, 199.9%. The white clouds waved their hands, and her whole body had changed color. Ingo Khan stood where the ground had cracked earlier, raising her hand to shoot a beam of light forward. The beam shot up, piercing the pitch-black night with smoke circles like darts. When the light hit the center, an explosion occurred. Thuong Gayat looked at the sky, silently observing. Who was this aimed at? There were 2 girls, one tall and one short, standing on the rocky ledge across. The celestial maiden did not understand what was happening. Her soulless eyes followed the scene. She struggled to pull herself out, ignoring Chigo Unguite's concern behind her. She clasped her hands, preparing to do something. Ahead, a portal appeared. This portal stood out against the gloomy sky. In the bushes, a thunderous explosion occurred. She hid herself in a thick haze of smoke. The celestial maiden looked at the empty door in front of her, and the smoke that had not cleared. Suddenly feeling so tense she could not say anything more. On Ingokan's side, the aftershocks on the ground from her attack left 3 long, jagged marks. Tun Gayat Chi Vong stepped forward, gripping one hand tightly with the other. No one was leaving today. You forced my hand. If this form has been revealed, then surely Gayat Diu's combat power must be reduced. Inga Kan continued to advance through the desolate scene, unaffected by any words. Her eyes, not obscured by hair, became extremely uncomfortable. She growled, "Celestial Maiden, Flower Fairy, and even Nugaya Chivong, stay right here." Uwang Mao covered her mouth with her hand. "Ah, how did she know?" Nigo Kan did not look back. Casually replied, "Of course. After awakening, all the ore of Trungvuk is in my hands." The Celestial Maiden struggled against her mocking words. Even if that Celestial Maiden tried to escape, and then Nungok targeted either you or Ungayat Chivong, who was silently observing at the East Sea. She twisted the air and confidently asserted her position, all of it within my sensory range. Ingokan's hand shot out a beam of light fiercely and quickly like a shooting star. It gradually vanished along its path. Suddenly, something changed that left Nufsi Khan confused, and Thunwangguite was also shaken, facing Enji Khan's hand. Takualung appeared from nowhere, looking at it with a cold gaze, while Tenagite Chivazung was still surprised. The Celestial Maiden had already manifested behind her. He silently recalled his previous calculations. Just now, I signed a contract with Incar-Seeks, and the power of the ice-cold system has reached a 120% unlocking progress. After that, Takuling smiled. Although Vongtha Thli was in a frozen state, it was still enough to handle the situation. Tu Lung stood there, his short hair blowing, asking a question in a mocking tone. "What is wrong?" Surprised. "Ah," he added. "But I am a bit disappointed with the performance of the Trundon Nugite body. It is just a simple increase in divine blood concentration in the body. For someone like me, it means nothing at all." These words successfully provoked it. Tikul Ying concluded that there was no need to think about the Trong Nugite body any longer. Tinanguite Chi Vigan angrily retorted. It is a physique recorded in the Inguite Chi book. Do not get your hopes up. The tight Nugite body has been extinct for hundreds of thousands of years. No matter how many of those three you gather. While speaking, she noticed something unusual. That is not right. Tinanguite Chi Vong looked at him, silently contemplating. Could this man before her really be one of rare Rungite Chi kings in history? Did he possess the Titangite physique? Her eyes became serious. Could he have gathered them all? Tonanguite Chi Vong shouted to remind her. Tayu bitch. At that moment, Ingati Khan raised her hand in front of him, intending to deal with Tuai. Immediately, a bright orange light distinctly appeared on the ground, and a dazzling circle manifested before her. Takualung stood firmly amidst the smoke, without a scratch. Ingate Khan could not believe her eyes as she saw him unscathed. He was focused on performing his skill. 3 black lines appeared on Tikul Ni's hand, along with long black markings. He looked at the system panel, waiting for the right moment. It was time to choose the final physique. The power of the ice-cold system had reached a 120% unlocking progress. Tukulin closed his eyes and chose. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light flashed, obscuring the view of everyone present. At that moment, Inki Khan wore a tense expression, as he floated in mid-air, his eyes shining. Tinanguite Chi Vong exclaimed in astonishment. Impossible. If it is not the Truvingite body, but just a mere Thongite body, how could it achieve such a level? Nguite Chi Ving, what inheritance have you received? Tukuling momentarily said nothing, just tightly closed his eyes, then opened them to respond. The Thongite body. This is not the Thongite body. The reminder system for the host, Moon Chi King Tulaj, has a special physique known as the Extreme Moon Physique. It grants him the ability to summon any mythical beast of any rank without conditions, as long as he has achieved the peak compatibility of the Moonlight system. However, having more than one summoned beast will no longer resonate with the host. When summoned, the energy will be independently shared alongside the host. After depleting energy, the summoned beast must return to its space to recharge. And Tu Long looked at the object ahead, quietly questioning himself. Who said that having the Extreme Moon Physique means you can receive the inheritance of it again, with the blessing of new powers and an instant boost in energy? His aura now matched that of a demigod, yet he stood firm with a gentle smile on his face. Thuanguite watched this scene. The celestial maiden remained silent for a long time. The former Moon Chi King was stubborn, still refusing to believe the truth. It is impossible. One of the 4 great physiques cannot have such effects. Tu Ko Ying casually glanced at the woman in the distance and asked nonchalantly, Legendary Celestial Maiden, are you the first envoy of the maidens? He turned back, half jokingly and half teasing, saying, Isn't it a bit childish for you to always suppress your active time like this? However, her ambition was truly commendable, as the remnants of the Gemini Hall's aura were within her, along with the sacred melody of the 7 mysterious. Tukua Ling's attitude only made her more irritated, and it seemed she did not want to argue further. He turned to Thang a guide and asked, What about you? Is the contract holder of the Flower Fairy Hall having fun hiding in the world of mortals? Or do the 3 of you from Flower Fairy Hall, Peach Garden, and 7 Mysterious want to attack together? Tikul Ying seemed to have hit the right nerve. It appears that to end the struggle in this era, your plans are not any simpler than those of the Bailu clan. The sudden silence from so many people was deafening. Everyone fell into quietude, unable to say another word. Finally, Tukuling broke the seemingly frozen space. You call that a total eclipse? It is quite the spectacle. He stood firm on the ground, appearing more stable and seamless. Tu Ho Yu seemed to portray himself as a very magnanimous person. If he did not want to engage, he could just walk away. Today let us first deal with these lowly members of the lunar faction. His eyes seemed to shine as he glanced at something. Then Yuko Ning flew away, followed by a swarm of glowing golden butterflies. The original wine of the 2nd hall, the guardian of the golden butterfly hall, Moon Monarch with 8 wings. A flash of light appeared. The original wine of the 10th hall, the guardian of the peacock hall, the Ayu Chuyu Mine. The long-haired girl in green is the 7 mysterious moonflower, the jade extreme of the 7 mysterious celestial hall. The 4 girls now surrounded Tikuling. He thought to himself, the power of the extreme cold realm increases by 200%. Just up to 200% and then stop. No need to reveal all my tricks today. The short-haired girl huddled behind a tall rock, her face filled with fear. She was sweating, wondering if this scene was really something mortals could witness. I wonder if mine will be killed by the Moon Chi King. Queen Moon Chi King stared wide-eyed in this direction. 4 overlords. That guy only has a few stars. How can he maintain such energy consumption? Ingo Kan observed the 4 members of Tichu Lenga's group appearing and disappearing. She fell silent for a moment, temporarily holding back her comments. A Chu Yun cheerfully greeted Quan Moon Chi King. Little big devil. Long time no see. As she spoke, something suddenly startled her. and her smiling face froze. Tu Ning's face was filled with icy intensity, and receiving his cold gaze made her tone less assertive. Chu Yun got to the point. From now on, no matter what punishment I face, I won't complain at all. Is that acceptable? Master. Tu Ning stared at her intently, then coldly replied, do as you wish. Chu Yun bowed to Ta Yinj. He and she walked in opposite directions. Inside, Tu Ying had his own thoughts. After all, he had obtained the powers of the Song Titan Ngaithi, and the energy consumption of the beast would no longer affect him. Watching her walk away, he felt extremely confident in himself. When the power runs out, it still relies on me to recharge. So she definitely won't leave me. Chu Yun is a girl ready for a challenge. So let us get started. A circular crescent-shaped light appeared behind the jagged rock. Purple light beams emerged behind her. It was the three-part combat technique. Tamlong Gamen. The beams of light continuously attacked, causing the ground to tremble fiercely. People reminded each other to retreat quickly, following the attacking light beams. Everyone ran forward to avoid casualties. The person in the green cloak was struck by the purple beam. The power was truly terrifying. The green fabric gradually vanished along with a pained expression. Ningakan angrily turned around. A bunch of useless fools can't even dodge. In her mind, she thought that letting her do whatever she wanted would only increase the losses. First, she had to deal with this annoying brain-dead guy. Ningakan expelled a bright circle of fire, condensing it into a sphere that eventually vanished. As it engulfed her, she clutched her throat, feeling nauseous. Ningakan looked ahead. What is this? She opened her mouth, channeling her internal energy, trying to condense it again. But everything turned out to be in vain. Ningakan looked up, realizing it was you. The blonde girl appeared with the Kim Ziep Kung, and purple light beams created waves on the ground. Tin marched forward fiercely. Truly intense. A precise hit landed in Chai Yun's stomach. It is. She wore a devilish smile. The girl turned around, stunned and gritting her teeth. Wooden shards were sent flying in the dim sky. Ningakan clenched her fists tightly. She ignited a flame from her hands, activating her powers. The power of the moon is immune to all mystical factors and energy fluctuations. Only physical attacks have an effect. Chu Yun turned around, still unable to comprehend what was happening. Ningakan looked up at the sky, releasing an extremely strong beam of light, a destructive egg-shaped technique. But she could not bring herself to smile. This is interesting. Chu Yun used a technique from the Moon Prince, delivering a fierce attack that struck the ground, causing a purple fireball to rise above it, surrounded by a large orange circle. Everyone was still fiercely battling in the air. In the desolate scene amidst the white smoke, Tintin and Nguait the Sea sat on the ground, appearing injured as they held their arms, with some even collapsing behind. Nguait the Sea asked, bewildered, has the winner been determined? Something startled her. A large pit had formed after the battle. Chi Ju Yun was hovering there. She still wore a reassuring smile. Ningakan tried to condense another orange sphere. Tu Ning advised, don't explode it anymore. That guy is immune to energy attacks. Nguait looked over in surprise. She used the jade of the national realm. The entire sky turned green, while Tintin and Nguait the Sea lost all their colors. The girl struggled to sit up, muttering, damn it, body. Her hand felt as if it was glued to the ground, unable to move. Tintin gritted her teeth, trying to rise. Damn it. Yin and Nguait held a long knife in the air, her eyes blazing. A green aura arched across the sky, and Nguait the Sea screamed. She and Tintin were sliced in half. The bodies of the beasts gradually disappeared, leaving only a faint scent. Tin Nguait Chivang turned around, and at least Ti Wu Buk stood firm, glowing as before. Khan gritted her teeth, a long red streak prominent on her head. She clutched her wound, struggling to hold on, unwilling to accept that it was not over yet. The Khan smiled mysteriously. I won't stop here. I am the strongest. The celestial maiden stood behind, observing her, reminding, it is, no matter how strong she is, she can't surpass those four tyrants. Seeing Ti still standing aside, the celestial maiden added as she approached Nguait Chi Vening. He made a decision. Having once been a member of Nguait Diu, then let us send her off one last time. I allow you to go out with a bang. Thank you. The golden butterfly shone brightly in the clear sky. The beast gradually faded away, leaving only wisps of faint smoke. Ti Ying said to Chu Yun, I allow you to go out with a bang. She softly replied, thank you. Chu Yun faced off against Khan. Both turned into beams of light and charged at each other, the collision creating a seismic shock with blinding light. Tu Guang looked ahead, then suddenly turned back to find Nguait Chi Vung rushing towards him. She wondered if this guy still had another card up his sleeve. He looked at Ten and Nguait Chi Vung, confused, thinking, wait, does she want to duel one-on-one? Tu Liang was very worried. But with the cursed object still here, what could she possibly draw? A bright circle of flower petals appeared in the pitch-black sky before the moonlight prince could charge in. She raised her hand high and declared, we won't fall here like this. 2 fingers were raised in a vow. And then her hand spread out to attack with magic. Die already. A storm of magic swept through. Talang's face paled slightly. What? Do you think the cursed object will kill you? The notification system of the Moonlight Emperor's realm states that, when touched by the Moonlight Emperor's seal, all beings are doomed to death and cannot take their summoned beasts outside. She grabbed his arm, and Talang's eyes became hollow, the black pupils now devoid of any life. The Moonlight and Shadow Queen were panicking. What? The Moonlight Prince. The Moonlight Prince made him fall to the ground. Talang opened his eyes wide in shock. Was he dead? The Moonlight Prince laughed as Talang fell to the ground. The Moonlight and Shadow Queen were left in shock after witnessing this scene. She wore a smug expression on her face, laughing, when suddenly the Moonlight Prince stopped. Green meteor fragments flickered above Talang's head. The notification system announced the divine power bestowed from above, dividing life into 7 stages. Whenever damage received exceeds 1/7 of total life, the excess will be exempted, and 1 stage will be restored after 10 days. A gust of wind blew around his body, and Talang's clothes completely vanished due to the explosion. Only blurred streaks of light remained, and he opened his eyes. Then Talang sat up suddenly and scratched his head. If it were not for this power from the Ice Queen, I would have capsized this time. He stood up and looked at the Moonlight Prince, truly surprised that she had such a shameless trick. Talang's bare body made the Moonlight Prince blush constantly. He was excited, thinking, of course, it was his trick that was a bit more shameless. The Shadow Queen and the Moonlight were speechless at this scene. The peach blossom on the Shadow Queen's chest commented, "These Moonlight Princes are absurdly big." The Shadow Queen heard the voice and looked down. "Go ahead. Little Peach, are not you also a Moonlight Prince? Could it be that you also have something unusually large that I do not know about?" She frowned angrily. "Get lost." The Moonlight Prince clenched her fist in anger, stammering and unable to form a sentence. You. The Moonlight Prince extended her hand, trying to do something. He stepped back to throw her off balance. Inertia made her tumble forward, and she let out a pained scream. Talang grabbed the Moonlight Prince's hair, lifting her up. The Moonlight Prince blushed and gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with tears. Damn. It hurt so much. Why is his body as hard as steel? Wait. She noticed something below. Hold on. Could it be that spot? The Moonlight Prince kicked straight into his lower region. Talang cautiously reminded her. In front of everyone, Talang questioned, "Is it done yet?" As a beast master, you should use your pet to determine the outcome. Right. You dropped her, and she fell hard, flying far away. The peach trees in the Crescent Moon Garden are blooming red. The Celestial Maiden comments. Honestly, I have no idea what that means. If I had the chance like that, I would have dealt with her directly. Chigu and Guite, standing beside the Celestial Maiden, felt speechless. She hugged her cheeks and sat down, enjoying the scene while shamelessly humiliating her old enemy. And Chu Guite thought to herself, I will never buy her that kind of comic again. Tuolin used the power of the golden butterfly bow, and immediately all the outfits were restored to their original state. He thought, no wonder in ancient times, the nobles disliked wearing clothes, because in a fight they would just get blown up anyway. Tuolin looked up at the sky for a moment, watching the beams of light crisscrossing each other. He thought, it seems that after a night of chaos, following the destructive strike of Chu Guide Xing Ho, the stamina and pet power of the Phi Thur Kung have reached their limits. Ingeki Then was still glowing, seeming quite stubborn, her eyes wide open, then suddenly closing, that light piercing through her. Before Chu Yun's eyes, her body exploded, and she could only utter one word. It is. A notification echoed in the space. The Phi Thur Kung has been defeated, and the Taijarem side has lost its qualification to participate in the new Guite Then T. Tinanguite Chi Ving was slowly rising, listening to the voice. The Phi Thur Kung has been defeated, and the Taijarem side has lost its qualification to participate in the new Guite Then T. And you still stand there unmoved. The announcement sounded again. The Phi Thur Kung has been defeated, and the Taijarem side has lost its qualification to participate in the new Guite Then T. Tuo Ying speculated that the Nguite Then Hein T was almost ready to enter the next phase. Jiang, start the activation horizontally. Then Nguite Then to finally unleashed its power. The space fell silent all of a sudden. At the same time, the Venan Va Hai Thai Thine was surrounded by smoke as the moonlight beacon rose high. The water level of the Tan Tung Tong Than Lai La gradually decreased like a receding tide. The notification system for the Nguite Then T finally announced this reward for reaching the peak of the of Leo Hone. After use, it will remove all restrictions on the nobles. It will awaken all slumbering demigods and face the challenges of this era as a sovereign. Once the host wins, it will completely break the order of the divine beings. The Celestial Maiden looked at her hand activating the skill, feeling a bit regretful. The 10,000-year activation time limit has disappeared. Could it be that the so-called rules are about to collapse? Ziovian protested angrily. Oh my. What have you done? You promised me you would not activate it. You are going to cause the greatest loss in the history of this world. Tuoling countered. So what? It is just a matter of time anyway. Letting the end of this world happen before 300,000 years does not matter much. Does it? Dark clouds are slowly rolling in. He looks sadly at the distant sky. If before me no one reached the peak of Thin Leo Hone, then after me, even if someone does, it would not mean anything. Right, the goddess and Dao Yen listened. Their expressions not great. You continued. Even if the gods predict the terrifying figure that will appear in 300,000 years, it has nothing to do with me. Having gained this power, I naturally have the right to unleash it. The desolate scenery of the eastern abyss. Water gradually flowing down the stream, forming a long flow. It ran down to a lake where Bung Fai was soaking with her eyes closed. She gradually opened her eyes and then surfaced on the water. Can I leave the eastern abyss now? Over there. After a tense battle, everyone still had not left. Thone and Guite sneered. Truly a little brat who knows nothing of the world. She questioned. Do you really think that defeating Phai Thioger Kung will give you the strength to fight against the whole world? Thone and Guite continued to jab. Even Princess Sizli Vine and the Ithien Bichatar are not considered the most terrifying ranks. Moreover, there are many powerful figures yet to be recorded, as nearly all living beings in that era have been nearly wiped out. She said very harsh words. And many powerful figures remain unrecorded, as nearly all living beings in that era have been nearly wiped out. Atul Ung replied casually. So what? To prevent the world from being changed and exterminated by them. You all allied together to seize the Ngite then 3 times. Right. You called out their names one by one, starting with Dao Yen, then Chekurai Lux, and finally the guardian of Ho Tin Dio and Guayat Chi Viving. She could not retort. Falling silent, after a while, she reluctantly spoke. Forget it. At least now is not the time for a civil war in Nguait Diu. The object in Thang Gait's eyes disappeared. The goddess thought to herself that even though she would not declare war at this moment, she truly felt unwilling. But the scheme she had painstakingly crafted for thousands of years had been destroyed by the foolish decision of that Nguait Chai Vaidung. The short-haired girl woke up after lying on the rock. The atmosphere suddenly seemed very heavy. Tukuling had his own calculations. Yep. If he activated this power now, it would not waste the opportunity to increase his strength, but also attract more silent hatred. He also raised a question. But conversely, he felt that now was the time he had the highest chance of winning. A shadow appeared behind Nash Khan, who thought that Thai Jom was the enemy. But they were merely victors in the ordinary Nguait Thun Tej. Thorong Guide appeared surrounded by streams of light. Compared to them, Dao Nguai Chivang had dominated 3 times in a row. The first miracle of Dao Yen. The first of Thait Ho Nai Lex. The 4th palace of Ho Tin Kung. This faction was indeed so strong it was unfathomable. The image representing the goddess was of her playing the flute. Not to mention that within this goddess form also hid the aura of the Gemini and Virgo palaces. And held in her hand a complete version of the That Hyen Phi Nkh. Such terrifying combat power has been hidden until now. There was also the Butchla Phi Phi clan in Veneva High, running wild for 300,000 years. Even if I cultivated a 10 stars, there might be variables. A chart shows 5 people, with the star at the center. After figuring out the distribution of strategic ranks, the strategies in your mind now begin to crack. The colors of the diagram also turn dull, activating powers that disrupt the plans of all forces. Relying on time differences and information to win. Tu Kuo Ying turns to look back, focusing intently on Tengai Chi Ving, who does not lift her gaze, sadly looking down. Tukuling aligns his gaze with hers. Listen carefully. Your lunar faction has been ousted from the moon god ceremony. You will have no more chances or hope. He raises to Nugai Chaivangas Chin, saying if she transfers the contract of Feti Butch Agi Sif Khan to him, he will sign a temporary agreement with her. Tu Ling persuades her, saying this way, they will still have enough qualifications to participate in the moon god ceremony. Seeing that Tinan Gayat Chi Vong does not respond, his eyes become more resolute. And then Tidekling stands up. Reclaiming everything, the goddess beside him exclaims. Living things can also be recalled. She answers. If there is no resistance, it can indeed happen. Tukuling holds his face in frustration. There is no time to try and convince her now. I will find an opportunity to talk later. The system notifies him that the moon god ceremony has entered its final stage. All restrictions on the overlords are lifted. Based on the distribution of power and combat strength, the factions in the world are automatically identified and divided into 7 factions. Once the representatives of the 7 factions are eliminated, their faction qualifications will be automatically revoked. The Northern Region. Tin Ungwai Chi Vai Ti Quang, the Sagittarius Guards, the Gemini Guards, the Peacock Guards, the Aquarius Guards, and the Upper Xuan Lunar Jade Extreme. Upper Xuan Lunar Master Flower. It now announces at the goddess's location. The Central Region. Goddess. Saintess Chiguangite, the Gemini Guards, the Virgo Guards, Upper Xuan Lunar Phoenix Tune. The Western Region. Lun Anunesia. The 7 Great Marvels. Marvels of Love. next name region. Tran Don Thian Zio Hon. Zion Guai Chi Vang. Thurin Guai Ziai. The Seven Great Marvels. The first marvel. Yeo Hon Hep Si Var Kung Ho Tin. Upper Shuan Lunar Lus. Timaim Gai Tia Kim Lao. The eastern region. Nim Hong Bang Gi Iso Sai. The Seven Great Marvels. Marvels of the Sky. The Ice Queen. Ying Thith Yu Sisa. Chiete Wuzing. Eternal Winter. The Tri-Kingdom Camp. UVM. The Seven Great Marvels. The Marvel of Tears. Hai Thip. Hiake A Hai Trelin. The Misty Sea Camp. The Miss Princess Suzai. The Supreme Green Painting's Essence. The 10th Color Moon Essence's Wife. The 4th Great White Deer Emperor. The 9th Great White Deer Emperor. The 13th Great White Deer Emperor. The 14th Great White Deer Emperor. The 15th Great White Deer Emperor. Currently. The Neutral Camp. The Seven Great Marvels. The Marvel of Non-Action. Upper Shuan Lunar to Tu The Seven Great Marvels. The Eternal Marvel White Breath. Nguite Daidu Zai That Kung. Guardian Camp Thing Kite. Upper Shuan Lunar Thing Such. Upper Shuan Lunar like her reminds that all neutral camps must choose a faction to participate within a year, or they will lose their qualifications. It continues to announce that even if not a representative, anyone can choose any camp to participate. Once a camp wins, the rewards will be distributed. Some abilities have been balanced, weakening the power of the Bailuo clan, the power of the contemporary Yu Chi King, the symbiotic effects of the Highle clan, the divine blood concentration of the Dao Yu Chi King affecting the climate of the Dong Ha clan, while the Heavenly Maiden remains unchanged in the western region. So Lying silently observed the spreading systems, the inscriptions continuously appearing, ultimately concluding in the battle that if the combined power of the extreme cold realm exceeds 100%, then the shield cannot be used to recover the lost spirit. Only the Yu Chi King can see the information. You thought to yourself, it seems so Lying is observing everyone. Each person has a detailed description that only the host can see. You are trying your best to figure out how to gain the most advantage, although it is impossible to infinitely replenish the lost spirit through the recovery speed of the extreme cold realm. The consequences are quite serious. However, the three girls from the Bailuo clan remained silent, and you continued to think. The eternal realm of the Bailuo clan has also been weakened. The Heavenly Maiden let out a long sigh. The chance of victory still exists. If it is delayed for another few 100,000 years, who knows, the chance might be even lower. The decision of the Yu Chi King was indeed correct. She looked at the shadows in the distance. The cloud mist sea is indeed terrifying. How many Bailuoc emperors have become representatives of battle power? The Heavenly Maiden felt a bit troubled. There were bad thoughts in her mind. It seemed a bit complicated now. She speculated that Dong Ha and the Highle clan had gotten closer. They must have allied before. The Tiandahuan and the eastern region are quite close as well. It is said that there was a warm relationship with Daohuan for some time. The Heavenly Maiden felt a bit uncomfortable, meaning to say, isolated without aid. Only myself and the Yu Chi King. Finally, she made up her mind. That is right. If I can ally with the Yu Chi King. The Heavenly Maiden looked at So Lying. We used to be the apostles of Yu Diu. More importantly, I can sense the bloodline within him. She thought standing still was not as good as taking action. So she jumped in front of you, without beating around the bush. The Heavenly Maiden went straight to the point. Your Highness the King, may I ask if you have married this year?
Yeah.